the so-called Yuebu. It is the year 1506 of the Haiyuan calendar. At the Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp, Lin Chi listened intently to Master Zifa's vivid explanation, his mind drifting away. Relying on rapidly treading the air to soar, could such a feat truly be achieved by man? Meanwhile, Enai Xingzhang had been in this world for 10 years. As one of the outstanding recruits, Lin Chi naturally entered the elite training camp. Yet even after hearing it countless times, techniques as extraordinary as Yuebu and life restoration remained utterly astonishing. Most importantly, after 10 years the system still had not activated. One must remember, in this world of hazy weighing, monstrous beings of incomparable strength lurk everywhere. Whitebeard's earthquake-inducing punch, the golden lion capable of keeping dozens of islands suspended at 10,000 meters high, Kaido, the mightiest creature in history. When it came to dispatching foes, the onslaught was as relentless as an old sow wearing a bra, blow after blow. Without formidable strength, the best option was nothing more than cowering within the naval headquarters, living out one's life in a secure yet unremarkable civilian post. Yet Lin Chi would not resign himself. Having traversed into this grand era of hazy weighing, he was determined not to fade into obscurity upon the vast ocean. But he lacked the potent devil fruit ability, nor did he possess martial prowess far beyond that of ordinary men. To grow stronger seemed almost impossible. Was he destined to be nothing more than an ordinary man whose only merit was his looks? Just as Lin Chi contemplated sacrificing a part of himself through illicit means of exploiting his allure, suddenly a cascade of synthesized electronic tones echoed in his mind. Ding. Loading complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the life choice system. Please within 3 years succeed in becoming the ruler of a nation, at which point the Emperor Faith system shall be activated. The life choice system has been activated successfully. Ding. The first life choice has commenced. Task option 1. Diligently master Master Zifa's teachings of the Yuebu technique. Reward: comprehend Yuebu basic. Task option 2. Establish your prestige within the elite camp by defeating Smog. Reward: animal type, bird, fruit, white dove form. Task option 3. As a transcendent wanderer unafraid of all charge at Tina. Reward: Yuebu peak. Awaken the system. A dual system after all. After his initial shock, Lin Chi was overcome with ecstatic joy. After waiting 10 years for this system, it had finally arrived. However, it seemed rather unorthodox. Upon seeing the third task option, Lin Chi's mind was immediately filled with the image of Tina's peerless beauty. With a slender waist and graceful figure, she embodied a painting imbued with charm, her form seemingly unreal. After all, unlike the generally unremarkable appearances of most men, the women in this world consistently possessed stunning beauty. Even the 4 emperors matriarch in her youth was an extraordinary beauty, though over the next 42 years bearing 85 children had ultimately marred her form. According to the hazy weighing publications, Nami and Robin boasted ample bosoms, graded F, undeniably possessing dangerously alluring figures. This left young Lin Chi deeply shaken. Yet Tina stood apart from a mere ordinary man like him. She, together with Smog, had vanquished their competitors in the elite selection with overwhelming dominance. Dubbed as the future hope of the Navy and a leader in the elite camp, a rising star within the naval ranks, it could be said that he and Tina belonged to entirely different worlds. Glancing at the nearby Tina, a delicate fragrance enveloped his senses as his heart pounded fiercely. Feeling her sultry gaze, Tina's beautiful face furrowed slightly. He had been glancing at her persistently from the start, undoubtedly harboring some unsavory thoughts. As the Navy's goddess, Tina was all too accustomed to Lin Chi's leering gaze. Typically others dared only to steal covert glances, quickly feigning decorum upon being noticed. Yet this fellow was unabashed. Have they no shame at all? Lin Chi's gaze slowly settled upon Tina's enticing red lips, his throat churning. To hell with death, I'll risk it all. He thought option 1 was too feeble, option 2 was unfeasible against Smog. Only option 3 was truly fitting. Seizing the moment while Master Zifa's lecture held everyone's attention and Tina was right beside him, he knew that missing this opportunity would render such close contact unattainable for a long time. Without further hesitation, Lin Chi briskly advanced, and under Tina's astonished gaze swept her into his arms before planting a swift kiss. Woo! Tina's enchanting eyes widened as if witnessing something utterly astonishing, her pupils trembling as she momentarily forgot to resist. Lin Chi did not let go. Uncertain of any time constraints for the task, he maintained a steady grip. The delicate, exquisite touch of her lips sent shivers through him as he gazed upon her breathtaking beauty mere inches away. The Navy's floral gem, the goddess of fantasy for countless men, was now embraced by him as he savored the hint of crimson ahead. Master Zifa's lecture came to an abrupt halt. Countless students previously engrossed in the art of the Yuebu technique snapped back to reality, curious as to why he had suddenly stopped speaking. Hiss! Following Master Zifa's gaze, everyone involuntarily drew a sharp breath as the atmosphere turned eerily hushed. Tina was kissed. A young sailor exclaimed in utter shock while his comrades were equally flabbergasted. How dare he? That kid daring to kiss Miss Tina? In a military setting where women were scarce, and none as exquisite as Tina, onlookers were usually content with merely a covert glance during training. Yet here was Lin Chi brazenly kissing their goddess in plain view, an act tantamount to an outright affront that few could tolerate. Enraged, the onlookers' hair seemed to stand on end, and several of Tina's fervent admirers had reddened eyes. It appeared that if not for Master Zifa's presence, they would have swarmed to dismantle Lin Chi. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to beat him up. Fortunately, some among the crowd remained level-headed, firmly restraining those who had removed their shirts and were preparing for a brawl. Calm down, everyone. Look, Miss Tina hasn't resisted. Perhaps she has already pledged herself to someone, so what business is it of yours? Indeed. Taken aback by the reminder, the crowd realized that Tina had not resisted at all. Since when did their goddess become spoken for? After all, he was just an average fighter. Sure, he was handsome, but does good looks fill the stomach? In that moment, everyone's outlook on life suddenly grew bleak. Little did they know at that very moment Tina's mind had gone blank. She paid no heed to the voices around her, her grasp of time growing hazy. Woo. Pervert. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, Tina's pupils refocused, and with anger, she delivered a fierce cannon fist squarely to Lin Chi's abdomen. Lin Chi felt as if he had been struck by a cannon shell, his whole body blasted into midair. A mouthful of old blood almost spewed out, yet he was absurdly delighted because the system's voice rang out once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Moonwalk Peak reward is being distributed. A vast amount of information about moonwalk techniques surged into his mind in an instant, as if he had already practiced moonwalk diligently for more than 10 years. The muscles in his legs bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Down on the ground, Tina's pretty face flushed scarlet. She kept wiping her alluring lips with her delicate hand, while glaring up at Lin Chi in the sky through gritted teeth. That had been her first kiss, something she had wanted to save for her future husband. She had never imagined it would be taken away by a complete stranger. Flames seemed to blaze within Tina's beautiful eyes, as she even felt a murderous urge toward Lin Chi. Driven by her raging fury, the instructions that teacher Zifa had just given suddenly connected in her mind. With a sharp swish, Tina stepped on the air with moonwalk and soared upward under countless watching eyes rapidly closing in on Lin Chi. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Zifa's stern eyes. He had not expected that among this year's students another true genius would emerge. To be able to successfully use moonwalk after hearing the explanation only once, such a thing had occurred less than a handful of times in his 16-year teaching career. Those few included the current 3 admirals Huang Yuan, Chi Quan, and Xing Ji. This Miss Tina is even more gifted than the rumors claim. As Tina drew ever closer, cold sweat broke out on Lin Chi's back. Judging from her expression, if he were caught, he definitely would not end well. Ending up in the infirmary would probably be the lightest outcome. I absolutely cannot let her catch me. Lin Chi had already integrated moonwalk into instinct, his feet drumming rapidly on the air as he widened the distance between them. That brat has learned moonwalk as well. The surprise in Zifa's eyes deepened even further. He had originally thought Lin Chi's talent to be mediocre. Clearly he had misjudged. No, that kid's moonwalk is strange. The admiration on Zifa's face gradually turned solemn, his tiger-like eyes becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Whether judging from the way he generated force, the angle at which his feet pressed against the air, or the subtle transitions between steps, Lin Chi's moonwalk far surpassed Tina's in every respect. As an instructor and former Navy Admiral, Zifa's eye was razor sharp. From a single glimpse, he could infer the whole picture. He even suspected that those vice admirals at headquarters might only be Lin Chi's equals in moonwalk, not his betters. That thought was truly terrifying. Which vice admiral had not clawed his way up through over a decade of life-and-death battles, honing mastery of the 6 styles to the point of perfection? How could such people possibly be compared to a mere raw recruit? Even Boru Sereno's performance with moonwalk back in the elite camp had been far inferior to this youth. Could it be that Lin Chi had already trained in moonwalk for over a decade before joining the Navy? The notion had barely formed before Zifa decisively rejected it. Impossible. Leaving aside that his body would not have been strong enough to withstand such training, Lin Chi had no way of even learning the method. Navy's 6 styles were closely guarded secrets. To prevent traitors from infiltrating the Navy's future pillars, Zifa knew every detail of these recruits' backgrounds like the back of his hand. If he remembered correctly, before joining the Navy, that kid had been nothing more than an orphan working on a ranch. Thus, there was only one conclusion: that kid was a bona fide genius, a buried prodigy, with an unparalleled gift for the 6 styles. Zifa's expression grew fervent. He had a strong premonition that among his students another monster on par with the three admirals was about to appear. Hey, stop chasing. You're not going to catch me, Lin Chi called out. High in the sky, Tina chased while Lin Chi fled. To someone who did not know the situation, it would look like a scene of someone relentlessly pursuing a lover. If one ignored the way Tina's silver teeth were clenched in fury. If you've got any guts, stand still. Running away like this, what kind of man are you? Tina fumed. Stand still? Are you stupid, or am I? Stand still so you can beat me to death. Lin Chi shot back. Lin Chi glanced back and gave Tina a look of kingly disdain. You. Tina's chest rose and fell violently with rage. The soldiers on the ground had long since been struck dumb by the spectacle. They could still barely accept that Miss Tina had learned moonwalk. But Lin Chi, was he not supposed to be an ordinary person with no talent for physical combat or swordsmanship whatsoever? Yet the fact before their eyes was that this supposedly average man had already mastered moonwalk. What did that make them? Trash. Enough, both of you, stop. Zifa's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Teacher Zifa. Hearing him, Lin Chi obediently descended from the sky and greeted him respectfully. Tina landed right after, still bristling with anger as she pointed at Lin Chi to complain. Teacher Zifa, this guy. Zifa raised his right hand, gesturing for Tina to be patient. Whatever is between you two can be settled after class. I will not interfere. Right now, do not delay everyone else's lesson. At Zifa's words, Tina, though unwilling, could only temporarily let this scoundrel go. She shot Lin Chi one last furious glare before returning to the ranks, remaining silent despite the concerned looks around her. Lin Chi, on the other hand, cast Zifa a grateful glance. One way or another, he had temporarily dodged a vicious beating. Lin Chi was confident that as long as he was given enough time to complete more choices, he would eventually fear no threat at all. Next, we will continue explaining moonwalk techniques. The remainder of the time passed with Zifa lecturing. As the sun dipped westward, evening approached. That is all for today's lesson. Lin Chi, Simo, Gutina, you three stay behind. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Goodbye, Teacher Zifa. See you tomorrow, Teacher Zifa. After the others had gone, Zifa addressed the three of them alone. Tonight at 6, meet me in the forest behind training ground. No. 3. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Obeying an instructor's orders was a Navy soldier's duty. None of the three asked why. They agreed without hesitation. You're all quite good. Don't let me down. Leaving them with that line, Zifa turned to go. Sensing the sharp gaze burning into his side and worried about getting beaten, Lin Chi had no choice but to follow after Zifa. What kid are you planning to follow me all the way home for dinner? After walking a distance, Zifa turned back, his heavy hand clapping onto Lin Chi's shoulder. At Teacher Zifa, thank you, Lin Chi said with an embarrassed laugh. So you do know what embarrassment is. Kissing a girl in front of everyone. You really leave me at a loss for words, Zifa replied. Zifa was thoroughly speechless. The ways young people courted partners these days were becoming harder and harder to understand. First, there was Rear Admiral Cha Tun, sending a love letter every day and constantly confessing his feelings to Rear Admiral Tao Tu, showering her with attention. Even when beaten, scolded, and rejected, he remained just as persistent. And now there was an even bolder one, making Zifa seriously wonder whether he had already fallen behind the times. Lin Chi felt there was nothing he could do about it. The system's rewards were simply too tempting. Forget kissing Tina. If the system had told him to kiss Simo Go, he would still have to think twice. No matter how you put it, your pursuit has been rather extreme. Even if you end up in the hospital, the other party won't face any punishment. Do you understand? I understand, Teacher Zafa. Even if she punches me, steps on my face with her shoes, or forces me to lick her feet, I will have no regrets. What reassured Lin Chi was that the attitudes between men and women in this world were quite open. If this were in his past life, his behavior would have likely landed him in jail. At first, Zafa listened calmly, but the more he heard, the more he felt something was off, looking at Lin Chi with an odd expression. I hope you truly understand. Teacher Zafa, see you tonight. After sending Zafa off, Lin Chi found a secluded corner to practice moonstep. At 5:30, just after the dinner rush, Lin Chi quickly finished his meal. As for the dormitory, he didn't dare return to. A group of flower protectors was definitely waiting there. At 6 o'clock, the four arrived punctually at the forest behind training ground. No. 3. The reason I called you three here at night is that you are all geniuses. Zafa said earnestly. Geniuses should not be treated the same as ordinary people, otherwise your talents will be buried. You must gather here every night at 6. I will personally train you. Upon hearing this, the three were overjoyed. Having a former admiral willing to give them special training was a tremendous opportunity. The others in the elite camp would harm themselves by learning new Navy 6 styles before mastering moonstep. You are different, Tina and Lin Chi. You two have already learned moonstep, and Smoker is progressing quickly. You can fully begin learning the next Navy 6 style. Moonstep and shave have been inseparable since ancient times. Although their paths differ, they lead to the same destination. Next, I will explain the techniques of shave. The three stood straight, afraid to miss a single word. At this moment, Zfa glanced at Smoker and said, "You listen along, but don't learn. Afterward, come with me to the forest to master Moon Step before learning this." Understood, Smoker nodded. Zfa continued, both rely on leg strength for acceleration. The only difference is that Moon Step requires stepping on air at a speed exceeding a certain threshold to generate a shockwave that propels one into the air. Shave, on the other hand, quickly steps on the ground multiple times within a second to create a reaction force that increases speed. Lin Shi, who had mastered peak-level Moon Step, found this knowledge easy to grasp. Even if the system hadn't appeared this time, Lin Shi quickly grasped Shave. Meanwhile, Smoker and Tina had yet to even begin. Seeing this, Zfa was quite satisfied this kid truly was a genius. But soon Lin Shi discovered a fatal flaw this entry-level Shave couldn't turn. In battle, if one fails to time it right, wouldn't that be crashing right into the enemy's blade? Just as the three practiced, a sudden flurry of footsteps came closer, accompanied by fragmented conversations reaching Lin Shi's ears. "Hurry faster. If we get there early, we might still save some people. Those despicable beasts, how dare they?" Zfa frowned and reached out to stop one of the men. Admiral Zfa. This middle-aged Navy officer was taken aback and immediately saluted. "What happened?" "Also, I am no longer an admiral," Zfa stated. "We received word that a formidable pirate crew is slaughtering villages. We have been ordered to pursue and eliminate them. Before this, they had already massacred 10 villages and towns. So it's pirates again." Zfa barely concealed the disgust on his face. "As long as that gang is around, who knows how many lives will be ruined because of them. Pirates like that should not exist." "Teacher Zfa." Tina looked at Zfa with concern. The current Zfa was a far cry from his usual kind and gentle elder image. In the moonlight, he even appeared somewhat menacing. "You three go back first." Zfa turned to Lin Shi and the others, then faced the middle-aged Navy officer and said, "I will go with you." "Huh." The middle-aged Navy officer was stunned, then joy surged in his expression. "Please follow me." Despite the brutality of those pirates, with the legendary Black Arm Zfa in action, it would surely be a piece of cake. They would definitely save more villagers. Watching the two converse, Lin Shi was lost in thought. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. "A new life choice has been opened. Task option 1, obey Zfa's instructions and return to the dormitory. Reward superhuman type corrosion fruit. Task option 2, leave and defeat Smoker or ask Tina for her original flavor stockings. Reward, randomly upgrade one existing ability to its limit. Task option 3, actively request to follow teacher Zfa to eliminate the pirates. Reward, open the system store." After a brief hesitation, Lin Shi called out to Zfa, "Teacher Zfa." He dismissed option 1 without a second thought. If he were to eat, it should be the top-tier devil fruit, otherwise it wouldn't be worth it. Although the reward for option 2 was also quite generous, he seemed unable to defeat Smoker at this time. Asking Tina for her original flavor stockings was simply a dead, and he could almost imagine the scene of being chased afterward. Compared to options 1 and 2, option 3 was clearly much more tempting, and he was eager to see what items would appear in the system shop. "What is it?" Zfa said in a deep voice. "I want to go with teacher Zfa. Is that okay?" Lin Shi pleaded. "Why?" Zfa's expression turned serious. "Give me a reason. That level of battle is too dangerous for you." "Because I want to fight alongside teacher Zfa." Lin Shi replied resolutely. "Moreover, you said it yourself, geniuses should not be treated the same as ordinary people. I believe this will be a great experience." "You little rascal." Zfa's feelings were both gratified and complex at this moment. Eliminating pirates had nothing to do with Lin Shi. In his view, the only motivation for Lin Shi to want to go to the battlefield was his concern for him. Am I being underestimated? It seemed he had retired from his admiral position for so long that many Navy officers had forgotten he still had the title of Black Arm. At the age of 58, his fighting ability was in no way diminished. "Since you want to come, then come. This is indeed a fine experience." Zfa's tall figure walked straight towards the harbor, accompanied by a voice full of confidence. "You two come along as well. No one will harm my students under my watch." "Yes." Teacher Zfa, the three replied in unison, each reflecting the joy in their eyes. Stepping onto the warship, a middle-aged man draped in a cloak of justice, dressed in a suit with a long knife at his waist and a mohawk hairstyle, approached with a suave stride, despite his rather unimpressive appearance. "I've heard from my subordinates that it is truly an honor to act alongside Master Zifa." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zifa also revealed a smile. "Squirrel, I have yet to congratulate you on your promotion to Rear Admiral." "Not at all. I owe my success today largely to your guidance, Master." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Squirrel turned to the three individuals behind Zifa and inquired, "Who are these people, Master?" "Oh, I plan to take them along for some training." Zifa maintained his authority, and Squirrel nodded, refraining from further questioning. Before long, the warship raised its sails and officially set sail. Although it wasn't Lin Chi's first time on a ship, the sight remained magnificent no matter how many times he witnessed it. Gazing at the boundless sea, a sensation known as ambition brewed within his chest. The time on the sea was remarkably calm. After all, no fool dared to attack a naval warship. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had passed. As they neared their destination, Zifa and Squirrel ceased their conversation, and the atmosphere aboard the warship grew increasingly tense. Rear Admiral, we are expected to arrive in 15 minutes. A soldier came to report. Squirrel raised his hand to rest on the long sword at his waist and commanded, prepare everyone for battle. Yes. In an instant, the sea breeze carried a strong scent of gunpowder as numerous soldiers began to load ammunition into their flintlock rifles. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chi found the soldier who had informed Squirrel earlier, and upon returning, he had acquired a flintlock pistol at his waist. Fire! What a great fire! The blazing flames illuminated the night sky, casting a blood-red hue across the darkness. As the warship approached the shore, various cries of agony and wails filled the air, including those of women and children. From the moment the report came in to their arrival, it had barely been 4 hours, and this place had already descended into hell. These beasts. Squirrel drew his long knife and coldly ordered, enter the village for rescue. Kill any pirates encountered without mercy. Boom. Before Squirrel's words could fade, a deafening explosion sounded as Zifa shot out like a cannonball, creating a large crater 2 meters wide in the ground. Lin Chi and Tina swiftly followed, using moonwalk, quickly approaching the village. Blood was everywhere, mixed with the lifeless bodies scattered about the raging fire, illuminating the grotesque faces of the pirates. Damn it, how come there are still a few old folks hiding here? A drunken pirate dragged 2 trembling old men out from the wine cellar, and with a single stroke severed their heads. The 2 heads rolled to the ground, their faces still bearing expressions of fear. Get lost, Brady, you've ruined my good mood. In the street, a child lay weeping on the body of his deceased father. A passing pirate callously smashed the child into a pulp with a hammer. Hey ha, look what I found, a pretty woman. The pirate leered as he pinned the woman down onto a straw mat, and she struggled desperately. Please, I beg you, spare me. Shut up, woman. If you behave, maybe you'll be lucky enough to keep your life after we have our fun. Another pirate approached, violently tearing the woman's skirt. Bang! After the gunshot rang out, the pirate's head exploded, leaving a gaping hole, and his body fell straight to the ground. While airborne, Lin Chi methodically loaded a lead bullet into his flintlock pistol. Got him, he remarked, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated it. His 3 months of effort with firearms since joining the Navy were not in vain. With no talent for physical combat, he had decided that sniping was the safest route, and he had to put in effort in this area. It turned out he had quite a talent for shooting. Swish! Tina dashed behind another pirate and swiftly pierced him through the heart with her sword, saving the woman. Don't be afraid, you are safe now, because we have arrived, Tina gently reassured her. Navy. Navy. The woman wiped away the hair covering her face, revealing her tear-filled eyes. Yes, it's us. Quickly head towards the village outskirts. Our main force is behind. Bang bang. After killing 2 more pirates with his flintlock pistol, Lin Chi landed on the ground, drawing his long sword. He couldn't sustain the physical exertion of using moonwalk for much longer. With the arrival of 200 Navy soldiers, the pirates finally sensed something was amiss. It's the Navy has arrived. Kill them all. These pirates truly lived up to their ruthless reputation. Their first reaction upon seeing the Navy was not to flee, but to eliminate the enemy. As 4 knife-wielding pirates surrounded him, Lin Chi whispered Su. He transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly breaking through the encirclement to stand before one of the pirates, piercing his heart with a sword. Bang! Watch out! A gunshot rang out as Tina suddenly positioned herself behind Lin Chi, her sword seemingly blocking something, jolting to one side from the impact. Thank you. Lin Chi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The opposing pirate crew included skilled fighters who managed to shoot at him just as he used Soru, catching him off guard. At the moment the gun fired, he felt a sharp prick at the back of his head, recognizing it as a precursor to awakening his observation haki. But without Tina, he wouldn't have been sure if he could evade the shot. Tina can help you once, but not every time. You need to be cautious. Tina's melodious voice rang out. It's Captain Uere, Captain Uere. The surrounding pirates exclaimed excitedly. A man on a distant roof frowned as he put away his sniper rifle. He had just used observation haki, but failed to kill that kid. At that moment, an iron tin-handed weapon was thrown from the side. It was Smoker, who had tracked the gunfire to this location. Tisk, another brat. Uere did not take Smoker seriously. A kid who hadn't even awakened haki couldn't possibly hit him with his eyes closed. As expected, after just a few moves, Smoker was forced to retreat continuously. If the man had been wielding a knife instead of a gun, Smoker would have been dead by now. Fortunately, Squirrel arrived in time to block Uere for Smoker. Go elsewhere or leave this place to me. Smoker looked reluctantly at Uere, gripping his tin-handed weapon tightly, without saying a word as he departed. Having learned from earlier lessons, Lin Shi refrained from carelessly using Soru again. Instead, he took to the skies, using Moonwalk to rain down attacks. Bang! Another pirate fell victim to Lin Shi's gunfire. The pirates below could only watch helplessly as Lin Shi unleashed his attacks, furious that they couldn't fly while he could. The 6 styles of the Navy were only mastered by elites, let alone these pirates who were not even part of the Navy. Who among you can shoot him down for me? The pirate shouted furiously. Shoot quickly. A series of gunshots rang out with countless bullets soaring into the sky. Such a dense barrage would have brought down an ordinary person long ago. However, Lin Shi was able to maneuver in midair with peak-level moon steps, perfectly dodging each attack. In contrast, every bullet he fired struck down a pirate with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Shi hung above like a sharp sword, causing the pirates below to remain constantly on guard against stray bullets, afraid to unleash their full strength in battle. In this way, despite appearing to be surrounded, Tina was able to hold her ground with her formidable swordsmanship. As a small contingent of Navy arrived, the pressure on the two significantly eased. Junior, what impressive marksmanship. Major Shiza, upon seeing only 2 individuals holding back a large number of pirates, couldn't help but express his admiration. A bullet struck like a ram's horn, exploding the head of a pirate. Lin Shi realized that his shooting skills were rapidly improving between life and death. Unfortunately, my stamina is still too weak. Lin Shi gasped as he landed on a rooftop, feeling as if he had run 10 laps around the Navy headquarters due to the energy expenditure of moon steps. But the pirates had already lost their minds, and seeing Lin Shi finally come down, they roared and swarmed towards him. Roar! Kill that little brat. Damn Navy. Lin Shi defended against the climbing pirates with his sword. As the pillars of the house were cut down by the pirates below, the building collapsed with a tremendous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Shi. Tina hurried towards the direction of the ruins. Although she disliked this frivolous man, she couldn't bear to watch her companion die before her eyes. I'm fine, just take care of yourself. At that moment, Lin Shi rolled out from the smoke of the ruins, a deep gash bleeding on his right arm. Seeing that nearly half of the pirates present were rushing towards Lin Shi's mouth twitched. This kid really knows how to provoke. Quick, everyone nearby, go help him. Then a large number of Navy personnel arrived and swiftly eliminated the pirates here. Boom. Just after Lin Shi killed the one-armed pirate in front of him, he was drawn to a massive explosion in the distance. Is that Teacher Zifa? Tina and Lin Shi exchanged glances, disregarding their physical fatigue as they rushed towards the direction of the explosion. When they arrived at the scene, they witnessed a shocking sight. I am Blood Axe, honored a pirate with a bounty of 230 million. I am destined to become the pirate king. How can I fall here at the hands of an old man? Don't joke around. A 5-meter-tall, ferocious man roared, covered in blood. Just as he raised his giant axe, he was punched into the ground by Zifa, his fate unknown. Boom. Just when Tina thought everything was over, a massive explosion suddenly erupted at Jonard's location, engulfing Zifa. Teacher Zifa. No one expected it to turn out like this. The blast's fierce wind stung Tina's face, and she anxiously stared towards the explosion. In her daze, a long sword suddenly pierced up from the ground beneath her. The speed was too fast, and the angle of the sneak attack too tricky. Tina didn't even notice until Lin Shi pushed her away. Blood sprayed everywhere. Although Lin Shi saved Tina, his other arm was also cut. Only then did Tina realize how close she had come to death. Tina is very angry. She quickly thrust her sword into the ground, but it seemed to have pierced nothing. Stop stabbing, the enemy has already left. Lin Shi, pale-faced, sat down on the ground. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be a devil fruit user. How can you be so sure the enemy has left? Tina still furrowed her brows, staring intently at the ground. Fool, because Teacher Zifa is coming. Zifa emerged from the flames, his body enveloped in armament haki, even his clothes shimmering with it. Seeing this, Tina finally relaxed her tightly knit brows. Thank you. Tina feels guilty. Watching Lin Shi's bleeding arm, Tina tore off a piece of her clothing, crouched down, and made a simple bandage for him, her expression somewhat remorseful. I can help you once, but not every time. You need to be careful, Lin Shi said with a smile. What a vengeful man. Tina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. These words were exactly what she had said to Lin Shi not long ago, and she did not expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. However, thanks to Lin Shi's teasing, Tina's guilt eased significantly. Are you all okay? Zifa's tall figure blocked the flames, bringing a refreshing breeze. I'm fine, but Lin Shi was injured while saving Tina. Tina shook her head. What was that explosion just now? That pirate implanted a bomb in his own body, and it would explode when his heart stopped beating. You must be careful when facing such pirates in the future. They are ruthless to their enemies, but even more so to themselves. Zifa said. Understood, Teacher Zifa. Tina nodded, reflecting on how Lin Shi had saved her earlier, a thoughtful expression on her face. Soon after, all the pirates in the village were eradicated. Major Weasel arrived, dragging a tied-up man who looked shifty. Teacher, thanks to you many of the remaining villagers survived. Weasel threw the man on the ground. This guy is a devil fruit user and should be sent to the underwater prison. If a devil fruit user is killed, their fruit would be reborn elsewhere in the world. To slow the rebirth of devil fruits, the world government requires all enemies encountered who are devil fruit users to be sent directly to the underwater prison. What kind of devil fruit user is he? Upon hearing Lin Shi's inquiry, Weasel replied, animal type, mouse fruit field mouse form. Lin Shi walked over to the man with a kind expression. You were the one who ambushed us underground earlier, right? No, it wasn't me. The man swallowed hard. But your eyes have betrayed you. Lin Shi patted the man's shoulder kindly. Before you are sent to prison, I will tell the others not to feed you. Hope you don't starve. The man lay on the ground devoid of any hope, his facial hair trembling slightly, as if he could already foresee his tragic fate. After leaving a few Navy personnel to handle the aftermath, the rest boarded their returning ships. The scene shifted to Lin Shi lying in the medical room of the warship. Tina's rough bandage had been removed, and the doctors had wrapped Lin Shi's arms with delicate bandages. All done. Do not exert your arms or get them wet until the wounds heal. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Lin Shi flipped over and got up from the hospital bed. Looking at his arms, each seemingly adorned with a white armband, Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He didn't know what the doctor had applied inside, but it felt itchy. Reflecting on this battle, he silently resolved to strengthen his physical abilities, otherwise he wouldn't be able to maintain the moonwalk for long, and he needed to expedite his close combat skills. In the face of those powerful pirates, he felt too weak. Listening to the thunderous snores of his fellow patients in the same ward, Lin Shi grew increasingly agitated and decided to take a walk. Under the cover of night, he arrived on the deck, where he encountered an unexpected person. Zfa no longer possessed the fierce aura he had when dealing with pirates. He appeared much older. A man leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. At that moment, he seemed like a weary old man. Lin Shi deliberately made some noise, causing Zfa to look up, his sadness momentarily forgotten. It's you, Lin Shi, he said. Teacher Zfa, why are you still awake at this late hour? I'm getting old, and I sleep less. I came out to enjoy the night scenery. After this exchange, a long silence fell between them. After a while, Zfa suddenly pulled out a number tag from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shi. You must be unable to sleep in the ward. I was the same way when I was young. Go to this room and rest well. Lin Shi took the number tag, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately held back, turning to leave. Following the number on the tag, he found the room. Just as he inserted the key, the door next to him creaked open. Tina's lovely little head peeked out. Upon seeing Lin Shi, she nodded and quickly withdrew. Why isn't this girl sleeping so late? He pushed open the door to find a standard room with only a bed, a table, and a chair. Lin Shi lay on the soft bed, exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to recall every detail of the battle, pondering it carefully. Making mistakes isn't terrible, but falling in the same place twice shows a lack of learning. Dong dong dong. Just as Lin Shi was dozing off, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Tina's gentle voice. Are you asleep? If not, open the door. Tina, what is she doing here in the middle of the night? Lin Shi groggily opened the door and saw Tina standing there with a tray full of food. Tina lifted the tray and smiled. Does your arm still hurt? I noticed you didn't eat dinner last night. You must be hungry. At that moment, Lin Shi's stomach let out a loud growl. Calculating the time, he realized he hadn't eaten for 9 hours, especially after a fierce battle. Lin Shi felt no shame. Now that you mention it, I really am hungry. Thank you. He stepped aside, allowing Tina to place the food on the table. Seeing that Tina didn't leave after setting down the food, Lin Shi paused and asked, why aren't you leaving? I'll wait for you to finish eating before I go, Tina said hesitantly, her voluptuous figure standing by the table. All right, suit yourself. The food was brought by Tina, so I can't refuse her little request. It's often said that beautiful things can whet one's appetite, and indeed looking at her made me feel hungrier. The meal was simple, yet plentiful, consisting of 7 steamed buns and a large bowl of steaming mixed vegetable soup. People in this world had large appetites. Those strong enough could often consume food weighing several hundred times their own body weight in one go. Lin Shi picked up a large steamed bun and began to eat. It was big, soft, and sweet. However, because it had been heated, it was a bit cold in the center and not thoroughly warmed. But when one is extremely hungry, anything tastes like a delicacy. Though it was just a steamed bun, he felt immensely satisfied. Woo! While eating, Lin Shi suddenly widened his eyes and began to pound his chest. Quick, drink the soup. At that moment, Lin Shi was choked, oblivious to the subtle anticipation in Tina's words as he grabbed the large bowl and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. I finally feel alive again. Lin Shi exhaled deeply, but then frowned uncertainly, smacking his lips and taking another sip. I bet the chef who made this soup must be a relative of Major Mole. Why? Is it because this soup is too delicious? Tina laughed. No, if the soup were this bad and they weren't fired, it's definitely a case of nepotism. Tina's smile froze on her face. Oh no, there's a killing intent. Lin Shi suddenly sprang up from his chair, scanning for the source of the killing intent, ultimately locking onto Tina. Did you make this soup? Lin Shi asked uncertainly, and Tina nodded. Is this your first time cooking? Lin Shi asked again, and Tina nodded once more. Lin Shi understood, sitting back down in his chair, scooping up the mixed vegetable soup and finishing it in one go. Seeing this, Tina let out a soft laugh, bending down to clean the dishes while gently saying, if it doesn't taste good, then don't drink it, look at you. Though Tina said this, the smile on her lips indicated she was in a good mood. Tina's figure was already exceptionally attractive, and now as she bent down to pick up things, her already ample chest looked even more impressive. Despite having eaten enough, Lin Shi felt as if he was hungry again. Women are truly adorable creatures, he thought, looking at something he couldn't grasp. Well then, you should rest early. I'm leaving now, Tina said, carrying the tray, and left the room gracefully. The soldiers on the lookout tower of the battleship struggled to stay awake, while Lin Shi had already drifted into slumber. When the ship returned, it was not as hurried as during the journey. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun rose, that the group finally returned to the naval headquarters. Upon waking, Lin Shi was pleasantly surprised to find that his arm no longer hurt. Unwrapping the bandage, he discovered that the originally bloody wound had healed, leaving no scar. Great, it seems my body has adapted to this world. The pirate world, matched with its strong appetite, also possessed remarkable recovery abilities. As long as you weren't missing arms or legs, any severe injury could recover quickly once you were well fed. Some odd individuals could even regrow lost teeth within 5 seconds just by drinking a bottle of milk. After moving his arms around a bit, Lin Shi disembarked with the main group. The moment his feet touched the ground, the system's voice promptly echoed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The system mall has been opened. Please check it at your convenience. Given that the host has just awakened the mall, the system grants 1,000 points to the host. Is it worth the sin value? In this world, pirates, navy, revolutionaries, and bounty hunters, which of them has not killed? Tina, and even he himself, must have a considerable sin value. It is incredibly easy to increase one's sin value. Lin Shi suddenly wondered how much sin value one would get for killing a celestial dragon. Arriving at the Navy cafeteria, Lin Shi filled his plate, and while eating, opened the shop interface. There were only 6 items inside. High-precision sniper rifle. Price, 350 points. 4-fold body refinement scroll, 1 week. Price, 500 points. Empty bay 4-piece set. Price, 10 points. Entry-level ability advancement book. Price, 500 points. Delicious bread, 100. Price, 10 points. Nature system gas fruit. Price, 188888 points. Additionally, there was a countdown in the upper right corner: 16 hours, 24 minutes, 17 seconds. It seems the shop refreshes every day. Calculating the time, the refresh time is exactly at midnight every day. After some thought, Lin Shi bought the 4-fold body refinement scroll, 1 week, and the entry-level ability advancement book, totaling exactly 1,000 points. The former can quadruple the effects of body refinement, meaning a week of training is equivalent to a month. The latter can upgrade an entry-level ability to the beginner level. He immediately used it on Shave, upgrading it from entry to beginner level. Abilities are divided into 6 levels: entry, beginner, intermediate, advanced, peak, and ultimate. Hey Lin Shi, where were you last night? We waited in front of your dorm for the whole night and didn't see you. A few sturdy men from the elite camp surrounded Lin Shi with food still on their plates. One of the crew-cut men teased, "You're not really afraid to go back to your dorm, are you?" Lin Shi coldly put down his spoon and replied, "Is there something you need?" He naturally had no need to tell this group where he had been last night. Seeing Lin Shi cut to the chase, the few of them didn't beat around the bush. "We challenge you. If you lose, stay away from Miss Tina and never disturb her again." A man with green hair named Mazalai shouted while leaning on the table. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the cafeteria. Lin Shi sighed, thinking what a muscle-brained and delusional guy this was. "So you guys are Tina's sycophants?" "What's a sycophant?" Mazalai looked at Lin Shi, suspiciously, feeling that this was not a good term. "A sycophant is someone who loves someone to the point of recklessness," Lin Shi explained. "So that's what it means." The others nodded furiously. "Yes. We are Miss Tina's sycophants." Lin Shi took out a napkin to wipe his mouth. "It seems there's no need for you to concern yourselves with what's between me and Tina, right?" "You brat, what do you mean by that?" "We are Miss Tina's sycophants," Mazalai shouted. Joseph grabbed Lin Shi by the collar angrily, saying, "Kid, the world's rules dictate that only the strong can possess a goddess. Unless you defeat us, don't come near Tina. Did you understand? The goddess Tina is off limits." Actually, the others weren't stupid. Private fights are prohibited within the Navy unless both parties agree. They just wanted a reason to beat Lin Shi up to relieve their pent-up anger. They usually don't even dare to look at the goddess Tina, yet this kid dared to kiss her publicly. Unbearable. "Let go." Lin Shi shook off the hand, gripping his collar, coldly stating time and place. Regardless of the reason, the other party was already on his neck, and if he remained unmoved, he would likely be seen as weak and easily bullied within the Navy. Taking this opportunity to establish authority within the elite camp wasn't a bad choice either. Alright, you said it, whoever doesn't show up is a son of a bitch. Mausolei was overjoyed. See you in training camp 9 in half an hour. He wanted to gather more people to watch in that half hour, hoping to spread the news to Tina, which might raise her favorability towards him. Half an hour later, Lin Shi arrived at training camp 9, frowning at the crowd surrounding him in layers. What did they want? Quickly make way, the main character has arrived. Someone spotted Lin Shi, and everyone made way for him. Lin Shi silently walked towards the center. Not bad, Lin Shi. I didn't expect you to really agree. You have guts, a real man. Don't overestimate yourself. Oh, don't forget your last assessment results. You won't be able to use moonwalk in this scene. Oh, just wait to get beaten up. The noisy voices continued. Clearly no one believed Lin Shi would win. They all looked forward to the show. The protagonists from both sides gathered in the center of the venue. One side was Lin Shi with dual guns at his waist, while the other side consisted of 4 men holding navy swords. You didn't run. Oh, I'll give you credit for that, Joseph said in a good mood. Hurry up and choose one from us 4 as your opponent. 1. You're overestimating yourselves. Lin Shi beckoned to the 4. Don't waste time. All 4 of you come at me. Lin Shi's words instantly angered them. Good job, Lin Shi, you're so arrogant. Don't forget you can't use moonwalk in Training Camp 9. Training Camp 9 is an indoor training ground with a roof, which shows the effort they put into selecting the venue. One of them looked like he wanted to rush up and beat Lin Shi, but was stopped by Joseph, who sneered. Alright, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Joseph signaled and Mausolei understood, shouting to the crowd. Everyone heard it. It's not us bullying him. He asked for it himself. If it were unknown, they might accidentally lose, but if all 4 came together and still couldn't defeat Lin Shi, they might as well go mess with Dom. We got it. Let's start already, the crowd urged. 4 against 1. That's really shameless. That's Lin Shi asking for it. At this moment, most of the people in Training Camp 9 were attracted to this spectacle, and no one noticed 2 rare visitors at the entrance. One of the figures looked very lewd, almost surpassing Kazuru, but judging by his temperament, he seemed like a very gentle uncle. The other figure was a beautiful Navy woman with fair skin and long legs. Her long hair was tied into a bun, cascading freely behind her, revealing a smooth forehead. The light purple eyeshadow made the woman look somewhat alluring. The front of her clothing was wide open, exposing a half of her pale chest, making one wonder if even buttoning it up would cause it to burst open at any moment. What attracted the most attention was her long legs, slender and tall. The military uniform she wore added a bit of allure to her. Pray tell Ji Yuan, it seems there is some commotion over there. Shall we go take a look? Cha Tun followed closely behind Tao Tu, speaking in an ingratiating manner. Tao Tu sighed helplessly. Cha Tun, do you have nothing better to do today? Cha Tun grinned widely, revealing a row of uneven teeth. Nothing is more important than Ji Yuan. Let's go have a look then. Tao Tu felt quite helpless towards her fervent pursuer. Despite having rejected Cha Tun's advances multiple times, 42 times to be exact, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Sometimes she was so infuriated that she wanted to hit him once, but during their sparring, Cha Tun would always intentionally go easy on her, making it hard for her to strike seriously. If it weren't for his decent character and their joint status as major generals, which made things awkward, Tao Tu would have considered asking her sister He for help. Through the conversations of those around them, Cha Tun quickly figured out what was happening here. So it turns out some young fellows are fighting. There's nothing worth watching. Ji Yuan, why don't we go to the back street instead? I heard a nice dessert shop has opened there recently. No, I actually want to see how the Navy is doing in this elite camp, Tao Tu replied indifferently. Alright, let me clear the way for you. Cha Tun straightened his back, wiping the smile off his face and clearing his throat with a few heavy coughs. Ahem. His loud voice drew many curious glances. Who the hell is coughing so loudly? Hope it's not someone with lead poisoning. Cha Tun's face darkened. Cha Tun, Major General. And Tao Tu, Major General. The previously noisy scene fell silent in an instant. The bold young man from before lowered his head silently. The crowd naturally parted, creating a path, which was the benefit of their reputation. Alright, Ji Yuan, let's head inside. When Cha Tun looked at Tao Tu, his face was once again adorned with an ingratiating smile. The Navy had long grown accustomed to this, as Cha Tun Major General's reputation as a devoted sycophant was well known within the naval headquarters. In the center of the arena, 4 Navy personnel drew their swords in unison, exchanging glances before launching an attack on Lin Shi. Bang! Gunfire erupted. A bullet headed straight for Mozairi. A trivial skill, judging by the trajectory the target is. His thigh. Mozairi smiled with pride and deftly deflected the bullet with a clang. Wait, there's another one. However, in the next moment, Mozairi was horrified to discover that another bullet followed right after the one he had deflected. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment, he couldn't retract his blade to block the second bullet, which hit him squarely on the nose. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground, and Mozairi jumped in pain, clutching his nose, which was now reddened from the practice round. It turned out that Lin Shi had drawn his twin guns and fired simultaneously. The two gunshots merged into one sound, making it seem as if only one shot had been fired. What a deviously clever kid, his marksmanship is impressive, Tao Tu chuckled in mock rebuke. Seeing Tao Tu smile, Cha Tun also developed a bit more fondness for Lin Shi. The others were even more shocked to see Mozairi defeated. Is this for real? He was taken down right from the start. Is Lin Shi really that formidable? I have a bad feeling Mozairi and the others are in for a rough time. Mozairi, with his red eyes, unwillingly walked to the side. If that bullet had been real, he would have been dead by now. After finishing his shots, Lin Shi swiftly discarded his gun. There was no choice in this world. Firearms needed to be reloaded after firing a shot. Now that the enemy was right in front of him, there was no time to reload. Down you go. Zinniach. 3 navy swords swung down from different directions. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened so. His figure vanished from the spot, as if teleporting, leaving behind only afterimages. The attacks missed, and the 3 were astonished. What incredible speed. Soru. Lin Shi appeared beside the crew-cut man like a phantom, delivering a heavy punch to his side. Had he just learned Soru, he wouldn't be able to use it consecutively, but his Soru had been upgraded with items from the shop. Ugh. The crew-cut man was sent flying, rolling on the ground for 2 circles. As he pushed himself up, he began to gag, as if about to vomit bile. Soru. Tao Tu looked at Cha Tun inquiringly. If I remember correctly, the instruction on the 6 styles of the Navy in the elite camp begins in the 2nd week, and today. Cha Tun continued, based on the annual selection timeline, this is their 9th day since joining. Only a single day. Cha Tun was also quite surprised it had taken him half a week to learn Soru. Could it be that this kid's talent surpasses his own? Tao Tu smiled. It seems that teacher Zay Fa has found us a promising little junior. One should never underestimate the influence of a retired admiral, especially one who had been a mentor for 16 years. Currently, nearly 60 of the high-ranking officials in the Navy were taught by Zay Fa. Impressive, he's already taken down half of them. Lin Shi is quite fierce. It seems I can't provoke him in the future. I certainly don't want to be beaten into a pig's head. Lin Shi's consecutive defeats of his opponents stirred up a wave of astonishment in the crowd. Yosef gazed fearfully at his fallen companions, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Lin Shi. Hey, you just used Soru, right? It has to be true. Lin Shi nodded indifferently. Damn, we haven't even learned Jeppo yet, and you already mastered Soru. Yosef was filled with dread. Oh, what kind of monster was this? They had even planned to provoke such a monster. They had thought to choose an environment where Jeppo couldn't be used, but in the eyes of their opponent, they must seem like clowns now. Yosef exchanged glances with his remaining companion, as if asking, shall we continue? Forget it. The two tossed their naval swords away in unison, shouting, we concede. Lin Shi smiled as he watched the discarded swords. Did I agree to your surrender? Oh, we've already conceded. Isn't that enough? Yosef was on the verge of tears, wondering if he was destined to be beaten today. Of course not. It's you who must fight, and you who must concede. It's not that simple. As Lin Shi's hand approached Yosef, and the other person shut their eyes in fear. The imagined beating never came. Instead, Lin Shi patted them on their heads. Your life is your own. Oh, next time don't act impulsively, and don't let others provoke you into being the scapegoat. It's a dangerous behavior, especially in battle. I'm sorry, brother Lin Shi. The two were moved to tears, overwhelmed by their admiration for his magnanimity. The tears were genuine, flowing like a fountain, prompting Lin Shi to once again marvel at the wonders of the human body in this world. After witnessing this battle, a single thought echoed in every onlooker's mind: this youth is terrifying beyond measure. Having decisively defeated 2 opponents and subsequently earned the reluctant admiration of 2 more, Lin Shi revealed not only formidable martial prowess, but also extraordinary vision and magnanimity. A momentary hush fell over the arena, then erupted into thunderous, unbridled cheers celebrating Lin Shi's triumph. Tobu and Chato had vanished without a trace. Rather than departing, Lin Shi, who had just claimed victory, unfurled the 4-fold body-forging scroll's 7-day duration and began rigorously refining his physical constitution. The morning passed in disciplined physical training. At noon, he took a simple lunch. The afternoon was devoted to elite camp instruction, and the evening reserved for Master Zephyr's personalized tutelage. Notably, since the recent naval operation against the pirate crew, Smoker had shed much of his rebellious edge, replacing it with quiet, earnest diligence. And just like that, the next day arrived. Before the naval dormitory stood a woman of striking poise and graceful curves. Senior brother Lin Shi, Commander Tina has come to see you. Ever since his decisive victory over the 4 challengers, attitudes toward him had subtly shifted, evident even in how his dorm mates now addressed him. Tina had learned of yesterday's incident, somehow early that morning, and arrived to offer her sincere apology. I'm sorry. I've already warned them never to trouble you again. It wasn't your doing. They came of their own accord. It bears no weight on you. Lin Shi, fresh from washing his hair, stood with damp strands clinging to his forehead, casually toweling himself dry, somehow appearing even more compelling than usual, drawing an involuntary captivated glance from Tina. Besides, if anyone owes an apology, it's I who should apologize to you for what I did that day. Meeting Lin Shi's gaze, Tina recalled the incident vividly. Her lips tingled faintly, and she turned away, cheeks flushed with shy embarrassment. Let's not speak of it again. I hold no grudge. No grudge. Lin Shi arched a brow, teasingly skeptical. And no, that's not what I meant. Tina blushed, crimson, flustered. This emotional terrain utterly uncharted for one untouched by romance. After carefully gathering her thoughts, she spoke earnestly. You saved my life, Lin Shi. Please don't speak so formally, so distantly, ever again. Watching the poised, mature naval officer before him, flustered, endearing, utterly disarmed, he decided it was time to cease his playful provocation. Pushing further might well backfire. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I understand perfectly. You're insufferable, Tina murmured, half scolding, half pouting, as she shot him a fleeting, sparkling glare. Since you bear no ill will, may I ask you one question? Go ahead. What does dogging mean? Tina's lips parted slightly in surprise. Today, several cadets from our elite camp told me they'd sworn off being my doggers forever. She withheld one additional remark because Miss Tina is the woman's senior brother Lin Shi has set his sights upon. Lin Shi instantly recognized the mischief makers, Yasser and his cronies, and suppressed a grin. Would you prefer the truth or a polite fiction? What's the truth? And what's the fiction? The truth is, he explained, only to be met with Tina's wide-eyed, exasperated stare, breathtaking in its indignation. How dreadful of you. I'd assumed it was some noble term. Lin Shi burst into unrestrained laughter. From within the dormitory, fellow cadets listened to the cheerful banter outside, envy shimmering in their eyes. Senior brother Lin Shi was not only peerless in strength, but masterful in winning hearts. After sharing breakfast with Tina, Lin Shi returned to the dormitory to collect his things, and encountered an unexpected figure, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, the Buddha, was Captain Garp's closest confidant, a staunch proponent of absolute sovereign justice. Later, he would personally orchestrate the downfall of the Four Emperors' Whitebeard pirate fleet. Admiral Sengoku. Lin Shi snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Sengoku merely smiled, calm, unperturbed, at the unfamiliar junior officer's formal greeting. All knew Sengoku was not yet officially admiral, but Fleet Admiral Kong had already anointed him successor, delegating every duty of the admiralty to him while retreating to sun-drenched idleness. Only the formal transfer order remained. Once Kong departed, Sengoku would ascend as the true Fleet Admiral. At first, Sengoku had politely corrected those who addressed him prematurely, but repetition had long since rendered correction unnecessary. You are Lin Shi. Sengoku studied the young naval officer intently, suddenly recalling. On the very night Lin Shi accompanied instructor Zephyr to eradicate the pirates' dossiers on Lin Shi, Tina, and Smoker had already rested upon Sengoku's desk. The following day, over tea with his old friend Zephyr, he discussed the cadet, remembering how highly Zephyr had praised him. Through such exchanges, Lin Shi had lodged firmly in Sengoku's memory. This young man was far more striking in person than any photograph suggested. Admiral Sengoku, you know me. Lin Shi feigned awestruck humility. Of course I do. You are the Navy's rising star. Press onward and one day safeguard our nation and protect our people. Though his words were encouraging, Sengoku privately mused if Zephyr held this youth in such esteem, perhaps he warranted closer observation. The Navy, after all, harbored many factions. Hawks, doves, neutrals, and the ever-shifting fence-sitters. If my memory serves, you worked on a farm before enlisting, yes. Then you must know how to shear sheep. Yes, Admiral. Lin Shi puzzled over the sudden turn in conversation. If possible, I'd like to entrust you with grooming my pet sheep. His fleece has grown excessively long. As if anticipating misunderstanding, Sengoku added gently that sheep is involved in sensitive matters. Shearing him is best entrusted to someone I can fully rely upon. Sensitive matters. Did that mean he fed classified documents directly to the sheep? Then indeed this goat possessed a belly brimming with ink. Not metaphorically, but literally. Lin Shi suppressed the thought, bowing respectfully. Instead, it is my profound honor that you trust me, Admiral. I accept wholeheartedly. Sengoku observed him approvingly, upright, humble, unassuming. Truly promising stock. At that moment, a system prompt chimed within Lin Shi's mind. A new life choice has been unlocked. Choice 1, perform a standard sheep shearing. Reward, 500 points. Choice 2, style the sheep into an extravagantly flamboyant, awe-inspiring form. Reward, swordsmanship experience manual. Choice 3, shave the sheep into a distinguished Mediterranean pattern. Reward, companion Tom the cat. Gazing at the options and rewards, Lin Shi froze. utterly speechless. Could this system actually produce living beings? Seeing Lin Shi gape silently, Sengoku assumed hesitation. Entirely understandable. Ambitious youth rarely welcomed menial tasks like shearing. If you decline, there's no harm. I'll simply ask another. Alarmed at the prospect of losing this golden opportunity, Lin Shi seized Sengoku's hand with fervent urgency. No, Admiral. Given the sensitivity involved, this sacred duty must fall to me. Sengoku blinked, speechless. What on earth had ignited such sudden fervent zeal? Sengoku led Lin Shi into the Fleet Admiral's office, gesturing toward a goat beside the desk. This is the one. Tools are in the chest. Do not touch the documents on the desk. I'll step out momentarily. I promise I will complete the task, Admiral Sengoku. Watching Sengoku's retreating figure, Lin Shi moved his arms, took out the shears and clippers from the box, and slowly approached the goat. The goat seemed to sense something was amiss and began to anxiously pace back and forth. Buzzing, Lin Shi pushed the clippers aside and tightly embraced the goat. With a ripping sound, a groove was shaved into the goat's fur on its head close to the skin. The goat felt a chill on its head, bleated continuously, and struggled violently. Be quiet, it will be done soon. I promise you will captivate a flock of little female goats. Saying this, Lin Shi's movements became even faster. The shaved areas were completely bald, as if it were a Mediterranean style, with not a single hair left. In this world, animals had extremely high intelligence, not only capable of understanding speech, but some could also talk. After giving Lin Shi a look that said, I don't believe you, the goat bleated even louder. Ba ba. Ba ba ba. Ha ha, Sengoku, you old rascal, you wouldn't be doing anything indecent to your goat, would you? It sounds too tragic. The door was kicked open and Carp, walking in with a nonchalant stride, entered while stuffing his face with a bag of senbei. At the same time, Lin Shi completed the last cut. The goat was completely covered in fluffy fur except for its bald head, resembling a middle-aged uncle with a receding hairline, which looked quite humorous. The goat stood there with tears in its eyes looking at Carp. Ha ha, this is just too funny. Carp couldn't hold back, leaning against the door, laughing heartily, senbei falling to the ground, tears streaming from his laughter. Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly and explained, Admiral Sengoku asked me to help him shear the goat. Ha ha, this hairstyle, you kid are truly talented. Every time Carp saw the hairstyle of an old friend's pet, he couldn't help but laugh, causing his stomach to ache. Carp, you came just in time. Help me see where there are still flaws, and I'll make some adjustments. All right, let me guide you, Carp said eagerly as he walked over like an old child. At first, Carp directed Lin Shi on how to cut, but later Carp, perhaps feeling unsatisfied, simply snatched the tools and took over himself. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at how similar Carp's personality was to Luffy's, truly deserving of being a grandfather and grandson. It was a miracle for such a comedic family to produce a dragon. In the end, with their collaboration, a fashionable sheep was born. Haha, perfect. I really want to see Sengoku's reaction when he sees the goat. Just then Sengoku returned after finishing his business. The moment he opened the door, Sengoku's first reaction was to wonder what that strange beast on the floor was. His second reaction was, where is my goat? His third reaction was, that is my goat. Sengoku's gaze slowly moved to the scissors in Carp's hand, veins bulging on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, Carp. The donut in his hand was thrown at Carp. Carp laughed heartily. Oh no, Sengoku is really angry this time, we better run. He pulled Lin Shi and jumped out of the window, not forgetting to snatch a few donuts to stuff into his mouth before escaping. Just after turning a corner, Carp stopped patting Lin Shi's head and said, don't be afraid, Sengoku's anger will last at most half an hour. For Carp, who often stole Sengoku's snacks, he understood Sengoku's temperament quite well. I'm not afraid, after all, you are the real culprit, Carp. I'm just a helper at most. Carp's eyes widened. My mess is my mess. Do you want to come on my ship? No, Carp, I still need to lay a foundation in the elite camp. Lin Shi thought to himself, with your character, if I were with you, even the big pirates would be dealt with in one punch. How would I get to earn points? TCH. Isn't it just the Marine 6 styles? I can teach you the same. Though he said this upon seeing Lin Shi refuse, Carp did not extend the invitation. After Carp left, Lin Shi hid in a deserted corner, silently reciting, extract reward. At this moment in the world of Tom and Jerry, Tom the cat carried a small bag of luggage with a stick, walking dejectedly down the street. Because he could never catch Jerry, his owner bought a robotic cat to replace him and kicked him out. Just when Tom was at a loss, a system voice sounded in his mind. Do you wish to go to another world? 1. Yes, 2. Very much. Tom's fur suddenly bristled, and with a whoosh he jumped 5 meters high, crashing to the ground and turning into a puddle of liquid cat, then slowly recovering into cat form. What sound? Did he mishear it? In exchange, you can make your request. A piece of parchment appeared out of nowhere in Tom's hand. Tom's eyes bulged out, then retracted like a spring. It wasn't an illusion. Seemingly recalling something, Tom fell into silence. After a long time, a line of text slowly appeared on the parchment. Please give Tom a master who will not abandon him. In Tom's heart, only a cat with an owner is a house cat. A cat without an owner is just a stray cat. Tom wanted to be a house cat, not a stray cat. The parchment turned to ashes and dissipated in midair, and a black hole suddenly appeared, sucking Tom the cat in. Meanwhile, Lin Shi looked at the British short-hair cat that appeared before him, lost in thought. The blue and white color was exactly the same as the Tom cat he had seen in his childhood. "Are you Tom?" Lin Shi asked. He wasn't worried that Tom wouldn't understand him. After all, this was a highly experienced cat. Having been a sailor in America, a royal guard in England, a samurai in Japan, traveled to space, landed on the moon, and even assisted scientists, etc. Police, prison guards, sentinels, swordsmen. Tom learned countless skills throughout his rich life experience and became fluent in 16 languages. Seeing Lin Shi's clothes, Tom immediately saluted and nodded quickly. "Impressive, you really are that Tom cat." Lin Shi was overjoyed. Lin Shi squatted down. Just as he was about to take a good look, a stool was handed over from the side. He instinctively took it and said thank you. However, the next moment Lin Shi reacted, looking at Tom. "Where did you get that stool from?" Tom scratched his head and pulled out another stool from the fur on his tail. Lin Shi gulped. Both stools were bigger than Tom. How did he hide them in his fur? Right, the Tom in the anime would also occasionally pull out some things as if they appeared out of thin air. "Can you hide things in your fur?" Tom the cat nodded. "How much can you hide?" Tom thought for a moment, seeming not to know how much he had hidden on him, and began to take out items one by one. A shovel, firecrackers, can food, a hammer, dried fish, a telescope. Countless items were pulled out by Tom, piling up into a 2-meter-high small mountain. That's enough, put it away." Hearing Lin Shi's words, Tom began to stuff everything back one by one. Lin Shi patted Tom's head, and Tom squinted his eyes in enjoyment, eagerly nudging against Lin Shi's palm. For the time being, Tom was very satisfied with his new master, unlike the previous one who would never pet him like this. "Is there anything you want to do right now?" This time Tom was as quick as lightning. Using a stick, he somehow got to scrawl on the ground, "Go home." It was fine before, but now with Tom, Lin Shi felt he could no longer live with his roommates to avoid exposing anything. Lin Shi took Tom and rented a standalone second-floor apartment in the Naval Family area for 60,000 berries a month. It had 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 kitchens, and a dining room. The naval dorms are free, and the family housing ranges from free to paid. Since he decided to rent, he might as well rent a decent one to avoid moving later. "You stay at home and be good. They'll go buy you some cat food and a cat bed," Lin Shi said, while stroking Tom's fur. Suddenly, Tom hugged Lin Shi's thigh, puffed out his chest, and flexed his biceps. "What's wrong? Do you want to protect me?" Tom nodded vigorously, becoming a blur. "Then let's go together." Lin Shi lifted Tom by the scruff of his neck and placed him on his shoulder. As soon as they stepped outside the family building, they found themselves on a commercial street run by the families, making shopping very easy. After buying daily necessities, Lin Shi carried several bags home, while Tom helped carry one. Walking down the street, he suddenly heard 2 familiar voices like ones he had heard before. Following the sound, he saw a tall beauty and a lecherous old man in front of a cat cafe. Just looking at the woman's curvy silhouette made him imagine her face must be stunning. What kind of clothing is this? When have I heard their voices before? Accompanying the old man, who had a face that was only slightly less lecherous than Kizuru, it wasn't hard to guess that this man was the infamous Rear Admiral T. Pig. The identity of the woman beside him was self-evident. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. "Jiwen, do you like cats? Would you like me to buy all of these for you?" "No need," Peach Rabbit said somewhat helplessly as she walked away from the cat shop, feeling as if she was being watched, her eyes meeting Lin Shi's like lightning. Lin Shi hurriedly averted his gaze, feeling embarrassed after being caught sneaking a peek, but mostly he was astonished. What a beautiful woman. He almost became entranced, unable to look away from her alluring figure. So white. Oh, no, so big. No, so tender. Why are there so many charming, mature women in the Navy? First there was Tina, who, although only 18 years old, exuded a mature aura due to her well-developed figure. In comparison, while Tina was still transitioning from youth to maturity, Peach Rabbit was like a perfectly ripe peach, seeming as if a gentle squeeze could release its juice. Speaking of which, looking at the 3 major factions of the Navy, Pirates and Revolutionary Army, the Navy has many mature women, while the Pirates have many lowless. The Revolutionary Army is different. They have many gender benders. A new life choice has been activated. Task Option 1, gain Peach Rabbit's favor. Reward 1 million berries. Task Option 2, let Peach Rabbit button up, don't expose the rabbit. Reward Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship at age 20. Task Option 3, charge at Peach Rabbit. Reward Conqueror's Haki. Gurgle system, if you want me dead, just say so. Look at my small frame, can I withstand a kick from Peach Rabbit? That's a Rear Admiral. I just graduated from the elite camp and don't even have a rank. You actually want me to rebel? Lin Shi was sure that if he treated Peach Rabbit like he did with Tina back, then it would be a miracle if he didn't get killed. He was starting to doubt whether the system was a pervert. Otherwise, why would it always make him charge at beautiful women? Although the rewards are tempting, he fears that the system might one day issue a task to charge at the Empress Big Mom. Unfortunately, the system was unresponsive to Lin Chi's complaints. After much contemplation, Lin Chi decided to abandon this task. Setting aside whether he could even reach her level of skill, he didn't want to die young. The golden javelin at her waist was no joke. Anyway, this task wouldn't disappear, he could deal with it later. Were you just peeking at me? Peach Rabbit appeared in front of Lin Chi, at some point startling him. So fast. I'm sorry. Lin Chi cupped his fist. Rear Admiral, you are too beautiful. Everyone has a heart that admires beauty. I couldn't help myself. What a good point. Oh, everyone has a heart that admires beauty. I didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker. Peach Rabbit leaned down looking at Lin Chi with a smirk. Lin Chi didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon, but Peach Rabbit's height was an impressive 2 meters 4. He, on the other hand, was only 1.99 meters tall, barely reaching the minimum standard of 2 meters, just like red-haired. Standing opposite each other, Lin Chi barely reached Peach Rabbit's chest, and he could even smell the fragrance from above. From his angle, it was quite a spectacular sight. In this world where the average height was around 2 meters 3 and the 3 admirals were generally 3 meters tall, anyone above 3 meters was common. Luffy's height could easily be considered a crippling disadvantage. Regarding Peach Rabbit's words, Lin Chi didn't know how to respond, but he saw Peach Rabbit take the initiative to say, "Let me borrow your cat to play with. How about we call it even?" Tom was dumbfounded. He was enjoying the show, and how did it end up involving him? Lin Chi smiled helplessly. "Rear Admiral, if you want to pet a cat, just say so. Then I'll take that as your agreement." Peach Rabbit picked Tom up from Lin Chi's shoulder, taking a deep breath and looking satisfied. Truly a cat aficionado. For someone as experienced as him, seeing Tom a rare and beautiful cat he had never seen before, it was unbearable not to pet him. Lin Chi noticed out of the corner of his eye that Tom was giving him an odd look. "What does this cat want to do? Ha, good little cat, sell him to me. I'll give you 500,000 berries." Peach Rabbit was done admiring the cat, holding it in her hands and gently stroking its soft fur. "I'm sorry, Rear Admiral, but Tom is my family, and I can't sell him." "All right then." Peach Rabbit didn't seem very regretful. "Since you're staying at the naval headquarters, I can come find you whenever I want to play with Tom. Is that okay?" The pursuing T-Pig's eyes sparkled with envy. This was no ordinary cat, this was treasure. "Of course, Rear Admiral." Peach Rabbit gave Lin Chi a knowing look. "You don't need to keep calling me Rear Admiral. You are also Zephyr Sensius' disciple, so you can call me Shiji or Jayuanji from now on." "All right, Jayuanji. My name is Lin Chi." Lin Chi smiled. Next to him, T-Pig wasn't just greeny this time, it seemed like his hair was also turning green. Tao Tu has always been resistant to being called by her real name, by Cha Tun. According to her colleagues, should address each other by their code names. However, now she proactively disclosed her name to Lin Chi, which left Cha Tun feeling a pang of jealousy. While she did not harbor any malice towards this junior, feelings of envy were inevitable. "Wow, look, this cat can actually smoke." Tao Tu exclaimed in surprise at the little cat in her arms. Unbeknownst to her, a burning cigar had appeared in Tom's mouth. Tom took a deep breath, then exhaled a cloud of smoke that formed a line of text in the air. "Hello, beautiful lady. Wow, you're amazing, little kitty. Is your name Tom? Would you like to stay at my sister's house for a few days? There are fun things there." Tao Tu was overjoyed, rubbing against Tom. Tom, with a proud expression, stretched out his paw to block her face. To help his master attract girls, he was even using his guarding skills. Back when he was a cowboy in Mexico, he used this trick to charm countless lady cats. Cha Tun's eyes widened. This cat must be possessed. This trick was so cool he wanted to learn it too. After seeing Tom, Tao Tu felt her annoyance towards Cha Tun dissipate immediately. But that wasn't all. Tom magically produced various items one after another and quickly concocted a fruit-scented drink, handing it to Tao Tu. "Hee, is this for me?" "Thank you." Tao Tu took the cup and drank it without suspicion. After all, who would doubt a little cat in the Navy headquarters? What bad intentions could a cat have? It's delicious. Tao Tu licked the last drop of liquid stuck at the corner of her mouth with her little tongue, still wanting more. "Wait, what? What did you give me?" Tao Tu burped, her exposed skin turning visibly red at an alarming rate, feeling dizzy and her steps becoming unsteady. Taking advantage of the situation, Tom jumped out of Tao Tu's arms, stuffed a bottle of alcohol into her hands, and sprayed something unknown onto Lin Chi. "Sister Jiyuan, are you okay?" Lin Chi supported Tao Tu, while Cha Tun wanted to help, but was glared back. "Is this really alcohol?" Holding the bottle, Tao Tu's gaze gradually became hazy, as if she could even weave silk from it. "Sister Tao Tu, where do you live? How about I help you home to rest?" Lin Chi groaned inwardly, and due to his height, he enjoyed a face full of snowball. It was both fragrant and soft, but this was in the street. He had tried his best to think of unpleasant things, otherwise he would lose face. "Tom, oh Tom, what on earth did you make Tao Tu drink? Why do I feel like her gaze is going to eat me alive?" Tom seemed to sense his master's thoughts, extending 5 fingers as if to show off. 5 little dried fish, at least 5. Tom had invented various potions, and what he just took out was one of them. What a nice scent. Tao Tu leaned against Lin Chi, inhaling the fragrance wafting from him, becoming increasingly intoxicated, and burrowed deeper into his embrace. I'm not going home, take me to your house. As soon as she said this, Tao Tu wished she could slap herself. It seemed she was truly drunk and had lost her sense of what to say. Huh? Sister Tao Tu, what did you say? Lin Chi was astonished. I meant to say take me to a cafe to sit you, I'll be fine in a moment. Cha Tun, don't touch me, let Lin Chi support me. Lin Chi supported the swaying Tao Tu as they walked into the cafe and sat down. Cha Tun silently followed, sitting opposite them. Tao Tu's condition seemed to worsen, tightly hugging Lin Chi as if she wanted to merge into his body. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Feeling a curvaceous body against him, Lin Chi silently grabbed a cushion and placed it on his lap. Looking at Cha Tun opposite him, Lin Chi felt increasingly awkward, as if he was facing a minotaur. Tao Tu's watery eyes also caught sight of Cha Tun across the table, triggering a flood of memories that made her feel extremely wronged. Cha Tun's obsessive pursuit of her had reached a point where it affected her life. Because of Cha Tun's pursuit, she had no male friends and significantly fewer female friends. No matter where she went, she could not escape his entanglement. Cha Tun may not have had bad intentions, but Tao Tu had had enough of this life. This drunkenness had made her determined. No matter what method she used, she had to get rid of Cha Tun, even if it meant troubling Sister He. Wait, there might be a better method than Sister He. Tao Tu lowered her head and saw Lin Chi, whom she was holding, her eyes glimmering like peach blossoms, and her face seemed even redder. From the first time they met, she thought this junior brother was so handsome. Maybe. Lin Chi, brother Tao Tu spoke sweetly, the pleasant scent making Lin Chi's mouth dry. Sister Ji Yuan, is there something you need? Lin Chi looked up at this stunning woman. Suddenly Tao Tu cupped Lin Chi's face and leaned down to kiss him, the soft and sweet lips making contact. Ugh! Lin Chi's pupils trembled. This was a significant turn of events. He never expected to be kissed so forcefully one day. Is the cycle of fate truly so fair? Please let such cycles occur more often. Under the influence of the potion, the situation gradually took a strange turn. Seeing this scene, Cha Tun could no longer hold back, angrily leaving with a wave of his sleeve. The moment he stepped out of the tea house, he felt as if something in his chest had shattered, and a tear rolled down his right cheek. Ji Yuan, oh Ji Yuan, how could it come to this? Since the first day he joined the Navy, he had fallen deeply in love with Ji Yuan at first sight in the crowd. His efforts, his struggles, everything was for Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was everything in his life. He would even give his life for her. Cha Tun knew that Ji Yuan did not like him, but he had never been discouraged even after being rejected time and again. For he believed that one day he would surely touch Ji Yuan's heart. But today his heart was shattered. It seemed he had lost the motivation to live and strive. At this moment in the cafe, an unparalleled aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted, spreading across a large part of Marineford. The walls of the entire Navy base began to tremble. Conqueror's Haki is the only ability that cannot be changed through training. It only grows stronger with the enhancement of one's spirit. If one's spirit is strong enough, even an awakened Conqueror's Haki can move mountains and fill seas. Centered around Lin Chi, people within a radius began to fall like cut wheat. Tao Tu, already dazed from the potion, was swept away by this force and fainted. People who had just been shopping on the street fell over, their eyes rolling back due to the shock of Conqueror's Haki. In the Navy conference room, Sengoku stood up, supporting the trembling table, and with a snap, crushed his glasses, revealing his inner turmoil. This is enough to affect the Conqueror's Haki in reality. Has that bastard Roger resurrected? Or has Whitebeard come to kill us? It has been many years since I've encountered such outstanding Conqueror's Haki. Kapu crossed his legs and laughed heartily. Admiral, he glanced at the two of them and said impatiently, aren't you going to check what's going on? Above the Red Earth continent, in the Holy Land Mariahua, in Panga City atop the Void Throne sat a woman clad in light gauze with a graceful figure. Im lowered her tanned legs, squinting her three eyes, intentionally or unintentionally gazing towards the direction of Marinfander below. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured the qualifications of a king. I have found what I desire. Under the influence of the Conqueror's Haki, Lin Chi reached out, as if grasping a target in the void, his eyes blood red like a slaughterhouse. What I want is everything. Since the incident occurred in the center of the naval base, the two admirals arrived shortly. Wow, what a terrifying young man. Is this little brat the one emitting Conqueror's Haki? About half an hour later, those who had fainted gradually regained consciousness, while Lin Chi was invited to the Navy's highest conference room. Besides him, there were three admirals: Kapu, Sengoku, Admiral He, and Zifa. Peach Rabbit, who was also invited, felt a bit anxious at this situation. Why did they call her for such a meeting? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Cough. Well, Shiwan, can you explain to everyone how this brat awakened his Conqueror's Haki? Admiral He, being an elder, also felt that this matter was simply absurd. Okay, Sister He. Peach Rabbit stood up, her cheeks flushed, and succinctly said, I drunkenly kissed Lin Chi. Then he awakened the conqueror's haki. After Peach Rabbit finished speaking, she was so embarrassed that she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Only a group of people looked at Peach Rabbit with strange expressions. A kiss that awakened conqueror's haki truly qualifies as a supernatural event. Why don't they have this kind of treatment? Conqueror's haki is a born king's qualification with only 1 in 100,000 possessing it. Currently none of the 3 admirals possess Conqueror's haki, highlighting its rarity. Ha ha, little Shiwan, a kiss that awakened Conqueror's haki, you're going to be famous. Only Kapu had the mind to joke at this time. But not 3 seconds later he received a punch from He on the back of his head. Be serious. He observed her younger sister with his peripheral vision, noticing that Peach Rabbit wanted to flee in embarrassment. Sengoku pounded the table twice to draw everyone's attention, speaking earnestly. As you all know, Conqueror's haki can only awaken in moments of life and death or under significant stimulation. So are you saying that Shiwan's passionate kiss caused Lin Chi to experience intense mental stimulation, thereby awakening Conqueror's haki? Everyone still found it hard to believe. How much stimulation could possibly compare to life and death? But this was the only explanation. One can only say little Shiwan is amazing. Shiwan, you caused serious mental stimulation to Lin Chi. Remember to comfort him more in the future. Zifa suddenly interjected. He furrowed his brows but then relaxed. It was obvious that Shiwan's passionate kiss for Lin Chi indicated her interest. Let it flow naturally. After this incident, Lin Chi would likely be classified as a key cultivation target, and he was worthy of Peach Rabbit. Sengoku looked at the protagonist of this event. Lin Chi, is what Shiwan said true? Pretty much. Lin Chi rubbed his nose, feeling that the impact of this incident was quite significant. Good. Sengoku's gaze swept across the faces of everyone. Lin Chi's Conqueror's haki is unparalleled. I recommend we invest resources heavily in his cultivation. Is there any objection? Since entering the world of pirates have become increasingly rampant. It is also time to cultivate a general skilled in Conqueror's haki to intimidate the pirates. Agreed. I have no objections. Whatever. Quickly consensus was reached, and Sengoku made a decisive conclusion. Alright, Lin Chi will withdraw from the elite camp and be taught solely by Zifa and Kapu. These two are the best teachers in the Navy. The former has produced 3 admirals, while the latter taught Dragon. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Lin Chi replied. Until he returned home, Lin Chi still felt as if today was a dream. Additionally, he seriously warned Tom not to drug his own people without his permission in the future. Fortunately, nothing happened today, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Time passed swiftly like a white horse passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Many things happened during this half year. First, Peach Rabbit seemed to genuinely believe that day was her fault, as if she harbored guilt towards Lin Chi. Basically, every couple of days Peach Rabbit would come to see Lin Chi helping to tidy up and cook. There were days when she came multiple times, and Peach Rabbit seemed to enjoy staying with Lin Chi. She claimed it was to see Tom having nothing to do with Lin Chi. Lin Chi also did not bring it up, eating the meals cooked by Peach Rabbit with gusto. Neither of them mentioned that day's events again. Through frequent intimate contact, their feelings rapidly escalated. This led Lin Chi to often feel that Peach Rabbit's gaze towards him was somewhat unusual. Compared to how a woman looks at a man, he felt it resembled more how an older sister looks at her younger brother, yet mixed with something else. It was quite strange. Tina came even more frequently, as Peach Rabbit, being a major, was usually quite busy. Tina was proficient in cleaning, cooking, and laundry, making it hard to believe she was a noble lady from the East Sea. Sometimes Lin Chi would think that marrying Tina would be nice. He wondered if she would agree. With the nourishment from the 2 naval beauties, he had rarely gone out to eat. Smoker often came to challenge Lin Chi. But since 3 months ago, Smoker was no longer Lin Chi's opponent. Among his peers, Lin Chi was only familiar with these 3. During this half year, Lin Chi was single-minded, with his only tasks being to follow Zifa and Kapu for training. Even the 2 useless characters from the original work managed to undergo tremendous changes after training with Kapu for half a year, let alone Lin Chi. His strength had transformed dramatically, changing day by day. It is worth mentioning that Chibuda actually gave up on harassing Peach Rabbit. Moreover, he was rarely seen at the naval base, spending most of his time hunting pirates at sea. Half a year passed, all the Navy in the elite camp graduated and were assigned to various units of the Navy. Smoker and Tina were taken by him to form his own team. Lin Chi had reported long ago about plans to set sail alone. Sengoku's initial reply was that Lin Chi was not yet qualified to become the highest commander of a warship. Yesterday was the day he graduated from under teacher Zifa and Kapu. The 2 indicated that they had taught everything necessary and the rest depended on his own comprehension. During this half year, to learn observation haki, he had endured many of Kapu's affectionate iron fists. At this moment, a large number of Navy personnel gathered by the coast. They occasionally glanced out at the sea, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a large bulge formed on the calm sea surface, causing a torrent of seawater to surge outward, creating towering waves several meters high crashing toward the shore. Quick, it's Brother Lin Chi coming out. Go help Brother Lin Chi. Today's Sea King creature is even larger. Brother Lin Chi is amazing. Lin Chi, bare-chested, dragged a 1,000-meter-long Sea King corpse slowly approaching the shore. Casually tossing the Sea King onto the shore, he took the towel offered by his subordinate to dry his hair. Take this to the mess hall, we have a special dinner tonight. Yes, boss. Lin Chi. Dozens of prepared individuals used forklifts and other tools to drag away the massive body of the Sea King. Looks like we are in for a treat tonight. Someone licked their lips and said, the larger the Sea King, the more energy it contains, and the more delicious the meat. A Sea King over 1,000 meters is rare, even for the Navy headquarters. Thanks to Brother Lin Chi frequently diving into the sea to battle Sea Kings, we are able to enjoy such delicacies. Indeed, I really don't know how to thank the boss. We are all brothers, no need to be polite. Lin Chi revealed a hearty smile. Brother Lin Chi. Brother Lin Chi has good news. From afar, one could see Joseph's prominent buck teeth. Ever since the defeat of Joseph's group 6 months ago, Joseph had an inexplicable fervor for Lin Chi. What is it that makes you so happy? Joseph wheezed, taking out 2 envelopes adorned with peace doves and handed them to Lin Chi. This is from Vice Admiral Carp for you. Oh, something from Vice Admiral Carp for me. Lin Chi initially opened one letter and discovered it contained a notice of promotion to colonel with an additional note wedged at the bottom. Although you possess the strength of a general, colonel is the highest rank I can grant you. If you desire higher without military achievements, you may not command respect. Sengoku. Military ranks in the Navy can be divided into handyman, private, third class, private, second class, private, first class, corporal, sergeant, staff, sergeant, warrant officer, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant, colonel, colonel, brigadier, general, major, general, lieutenant, general, general, and admiral. This is not the era of arbitrary promotions. Military achievements and qualifications still matter. Colonel is quite a rank. Does Sengoku not fear being seen as a nepotist? The other envelope granted him the highest command of a warship. It was not many people, only 200, which suited Lin Chi perfectly. Too many people would only slow down the pace when chasing pirates. Closing the 2 letters, he laughed heartily. Not bad, this is good news. Thank you for your hard work. What good news? Tell Tina. Tina appeared behind him holding a food box. The crowd was taken aback and shouted, Sister Tina the head. Stop shouting. Tina blushed and spat. Upon hearing that Lin Chi was finally going to sea, she was also extremely excited, grabbing his hand and saying, you must take me with you. Of course. Lin Chi patted her head and laughed. I can't do without the food you make, so what did you bring today? Tina opened the food box and took out 3 bento boxes. This is the Sea King meat you hunted yesterday. Oh, I season it with salt and pepper, and the others are dishes you love. The meat of the Sea King contains immense energy. Often a piece of high-grade Sea King meat is worth the energy of a truckload of beef. Big brother, the table. A group of people had long since gotten used to this, skillfully bringing over tables and chairs. In order to squeeze out more time for training, he hardly ever went to the mess hall now. Lin Chi broke apart his chopsticks and suddenly remembered something, looking at Tina. Want to eat together? Ah. Tina tucked her hair behind her ear, leaning down with her lips parted like a little bird waiting to be fed. Lin Chi skillfully picked up a piece of Sea King meat and fed it to Tina. Just the right flavor. Tina merely took a small taste, hesitating as she looked at Lin Chi, and said, come home early tonight. I have something to discuss with you. All right. After Tina left, Lin Chi devoured the bento, but his thoughts drifted far away. That smoker guy had been missing for half a month, supposedly on a secret mission, which was strange. System check, personal interface. Host Lin Chi, combat ability, moonwalk, peak, shave, advanced gale, foot, advanced gunpoint, advanced iron block, intermediate life, return, intermediate paper, drawing, beginner. Note all skills with limits are represented by proficiency. Livelihood, ability, navigation, beginner, culinary skills, beginner. Basic attributes, physique, level 4, physique, specialist, swordsmanship, level 4, sword master, gunsmanship, level 3, experienced sniper, observation, hockey, level 3, armament, hockey, level 4, conquerors, hockey, level 5, conquerors, king. Note there are no limits, and attributes that can continuously improve will be represented by basic attributes. This is Lin Chi's results over the past 6 months. If you ask how strong his limits are now, even Lin Chi himself does not know. During the past 6 months, due to Carp and Zifa being close combat specialists, he was forced to tread the path of close combat as well. However, relying on his talent, his marksmanship barely reached level 3. Regarding points, this past half year, he had not even had the chance to go to sea. He had been quietly developing, and his points remained at 0. Suddenly, a military ship approached from a distance, and Lin Chi spotted a slim figure at the bow. Sister Peach Rabbit is back from catching pirates. Splash. Lin Chi seemed to see a pirate bound in chains crashing through the guarding navy and jumping into the sea. Not good, the criminal has escaped. The Navy shouted anxiously as several people jumped into the water. Want to escape? This is the Navy headquarters. Lin Chi's expression suddenly changed. No, the other side intends to commit suicide. The prisoner was bound in chains, descending rapidly. Seeing Sister Peach Rabbit also about to jump down, Lin Chi became anxious. Sister Peach Rabbit's voluptuous figure, what would happen if her clothes got wet from the seawater? Sister Peach Rabbit'll help. Lin Chi stepped on Moonwalk, diving into the sea like a torpedo. I've caught up. When Lin Chi grabbed the man, he was still gulping seawater, attempting to drown himself. Blood trickled from the man's mouth, and Lin Chi knew he had probably bitten off his own tongue. Throwing the man back onto the deck, a group of doctors rushed over to rescue him. Peach Rabbit exhaled, patting her ample chest. Thanks to you, I didn't expect that criminal to have the strength to struggle with sea stone on him. He almost died. Lin Chi was puzzled. Why did that person want to commit suicide? That is the captain of the Starry Sea Pirates. His suicide might be to avoid dragging down his subordinates. Tao Tu glanced around and whispered into Lin Chi's ear, actually, it is the marshal who wants to use him as bait to capture the remaining members of the pirate crew all at once. The scent wafted near his ear, tickling him. Lin Chi nodded, realizing this would be the same tactic used on Whitebeard later. No wonder Sengoku was so skilled at it. It seems there are loyal and righteous individuals among pirates as well. However, in comparison, there are still far more savage pirates. By the way, what has the Starry Sea pirate crew done to attract Sengoku's wrath so severely? It is said they massacred most of a kingdom's nobles. Lin Chi. He retracted what he had just said. His palm felt ticklish. Lin Chi returned to his senses to find Tao Tu drawing circles in his palm with her delicate jade-like hand. Wait at home obediently for me tonight. I found something good for you this time. Okay. Lin Chi couldn't find a reason to refuse, hoping that the two women wouldn't come over together tonight. He couldn't imagine the scene of that hellish place. Nighttime. After a day of training, when Lin Chi returned home, Tina had prepared a feast waiting for him, looking like a little wife. You're back, you must be exhausted. Tina jumped off the sofa, ran over in her slippers, helped Lin Chi take off his coat, and hung it up, then brought out slippers for him. Lin Chi was entranced until Tina poked him to wake him up. Silly, what are you thinking about? Lin Chi chuckled. I was thinking how nice it would be if you were my wife. Fool. Idiot. What are you saying? Tina's pretty face immediately flushed. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. Haha, I'm going right now. At the dining table, faced with a spread of delicious dishes, just as Lin Chi was about to pick up his chopsticks, he suddenly kicked something under the table. Looking down, whoa, where did this pig come from? Tom looked up at Lin Chi with a pitiful expression. Ahaha, so it's Tom. While enjoying the delicious food, he remembered what Tina said earlier. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? Tina took out a devil fruit from behind her. This was sent to me this morning by my father. I checked the devil fruit encyclopedia. It's a paramecia-type cancan fruit. I'm hesitating whether to eat it and wanted to ask you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi fell into deep thought. Since a woman asks for your opinion, it indicates she can't make up her mind. At this moment, you need to provide her with a decisive answer rather than being ambiguous. He held Tina's hand and said, don't eat it, Ew, I can find something better for you in the future. No, I want to eat it. Tina seemed to have made a decision, firmly grasping Lin Chi's hand. Why? Lin Chi didn't understand why she suddenly changed her mind. Because only then can I help you, silly. You don't need to do this. Don't say any more, my mind is made up. The two exchanged affectionate gazes, their faces gradually drawing closer, and they kissed. Meow. Tom jumped onto the table and captured the moment with his camera. After a while, their lips parted. Tina's small face flushed red. She looked adorable. I think I want leave tonight, okay? Tina said breathlessly, her chest rising and falling. Lin Chi felt dry-mouthed. Are you saying? Tina could tell what Lin Chi was thinking and shot him a big eye roll. You pervert, are you thinking of something bad? Which room is empty? I want to move in. What's wrong with being a pervert? After all, you're mine sooner or later. Seeing Lin Chi speak so bluntly, Tina pouted. Tom is still watching from the side. Besides, who said him yours? Seeing the two looking over, Tom made an understanding expression and vanished. Oh, you just kissed me, but you're not mine. No way I'm going to kiss you back. Whoa. Tina didn't expect Lin Chi to be so shameless, unable to make a sound as he kissed her. In the end, Tina's lips were swollen from the kisses, and she was sent back to her room unsteadily. Lin Chi smiled while leaning against the sofa, savoring the lingering sweetness. Tonight there would be another guest arriving. The clock struck 11, and as the key turned in the door lock, Lin Chi knew someone had come. Even though he was completely exhausted, it couldn't hide Tao Tu's outstanding aura. Unlike usual today, Tao Tu not only had the sword at her waist, but also held another knife. Sister Ji Yuan over here. In the darkness, Lin Chi waved at Tao Tu. Why aren't you turning on the lights? Tao Tu asked in confusion. Tom is asleep and worried about waking him up. All right. Tao Tu plopped down on the sofa, sprawling out. You must be exhausted, Sister Ji Yuan. Let me give you a massage. Lin Chi massaged Tao Tu's shoulders, and she comfortably squinted her eyes. Let me tell you about that old guy Sengoku. Tao2 suddenly deflated. Forget it, let's not talk about Sengoku. This knife is a gift for you, see if you like it. I originally wanted to find you a big knife, but unfortunately, I could only find this good one. Lin Shi drew the knife from its sheath, and the blade appeared exceptionally sharp under the moonlight, engraved with the words Long Yuan. Sister Ji Yuan, thank you. Sister Ji Yuan. Lin Shi turned his head only to find Ji Yuan too tired and had already fallen deeply asleep on the sofa. Concerned that Tao2 might catch a chill, he carried her enchanting figure to another guest room. After tucking her in just as Lin Shi was about to leave, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed him. In her sleep, Tao2 mumbled, "Don't go." Suddenly a great force surged. Lin Shi, afraid of waking Tao2, didn't dare resist and was directly pulled onto the bed. Woo, I can't breathe. Lin Shi had just managed to pull his head out from an indescribable position when a soft long leg pinned him down tightly. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. Forget it, to avoid waking Tao2, I can only compromise. With that thought, Lin Shi leaned his head against that soft spot again, inhaling the rich fragrance, and slowly fell asleep. In the darkness, Tao2's body temperature rose higher, eventually settling into calmness. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a series of urgent system notification sounds woke Lin Shi up. Detected that the Sun Pirate crew intends to rescue slaves in Mary Geos. A new life choice has been activated. Character choice 1, ignore the outside world and sleep with Tao2. Reward, great knife, 2nd generation ghost cut. Life choice 2, go stop the Sun Pirate crew. Reward, paramecia type sweet fruit. Life choice 3, help the Sun Pirate crew liberate slaves. Reward, based on the degree of liberation, different rewards will be issued. This is the first time such accumulative rewards have appeared. And what's up with the second choice? Didn't the Empress eat the sweet fruit? Could it be that the Empress will die tonight? Lin Shi no longer pondered. Regardless of whether the Empress was alive or dead, it was none of his concern. However, he was quite intrigued by the rewards that could be accumulated. Sister Tao Rabbit, you're pressing down a bit too tightly. Carefully moving away the beautiful leg that was resting on him, he shifted the soft weight off his chest. Lin Shi stealthily lifted the blanket, put on his shoes, and walked out the door. Just as he closed the door, Tao Rabbit opened her eyes in the darkness. Lin Shi took off the navy uniform, found a black outfit to wear covered the lower half of his face, and used the life return technique to increase his height to 2 meters 1. This should be foolproof. If he dared to use his formal identity for such a secretive matter the next day, at least 3 generals would come knocking. Thud, thud, thud. Under the night sky, Lin Shi walked away with a graceful stride. At this moment, crossing a red Earth continent was merely a small issue for him. Having read the original work, Lin Shi knew that the group of mermen crawled up from the back of the red Earth continent. Thus, activating his observation haki made the search not difficult. Found it. After an unknown amount of time, he located the Sun's ship, slowly docking at the red Earth continent in the darkness. Brother Tiger, are we really going to venture forth and rescue those humans? Don't forget you once harbored hatred for humans. On the deck, Along angrily grabbed Tiger's shoulder and shook him. Along, you are being too reckless. Let go of Captain Tiger. The merman Tiger waved his hand at the approaching Jinbei, looking directly into Along's eyes, and said, Along, I know your hatred towards humans, but not all humans are bad. You need to learn to forgive them. Lady Wang Fei hopes to achieve reconciliation between mermen and humans in our generation. We represent the mermen, but the mermen do not represent us. You should understand that. Moreover, there are many merman compatriots among the slaves, who I initially prepared to come for them. Yes, Along, you should listen to Captain Tiger. Little Boss said foolishly. Long snorted coldly, walking aside and ceasing to speak. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Tiger did not harbor the same irreconcilable hatred towards humans as before. Instead, he was moved by Lady E.G. and chose to abandon his hatred. It seems that the renowned Sun Pirate crew is not as impressive as its reputation suggests, unable to even control its own subordinates. The sudden voice startled the Sun Pirate crew. They knew that what they were about to do could not leak a whisper. The mermen followed the direction of the voice and saw a figure standing proudly at the top of the sail, arms crossed, looking down at them. Bastard, how did you find us? What do you want? The crew members questioned nervously. Along coldly picked up his shark-toothed knife, pointing it at Lin Shi. Why ask so much? They'll slowly interrogate him once I catch him. The other merman said nothing, tacitly agreeing with Along's choice. Young merman, I advise you to consider the consequences of acting against me. Can you bear them? Lin Shi lowered his voice and slowly raised a finger. In an instant, a tremendous pressure surged towards Along, causing his dead fish-like eyes to shrink, instantly sweat pouring down. For a brief moment, he seemed to see the future. If he dared to attack that man, his hand would surely be severed. Seeing Along appear as if he had just been fished out of water, Tiger stepped forward. Respected strong one, please forgive Along's impoliteness. May I ask if you're a friend or foe? Jinbei and the other mermen tightened their grips on their weapons, prepared to act at the slightest hint of danger from the man. Whether I am friend or foe depends on your choices, Lin Chi said nonchalantly. You are heading to marry Joa tonight, right? How about taking me along? You. This time Tiger was genuinely alarmed. His plan for the night was known only to the members of the Sun Pirate crew. How did this man know? Could it be that there was a traitor within the crew? Impossible. So what do you say? Taking me along is not a bad thing. If I were a member of the world government, do you think you would still be alive now? On the contrary, you should be more anxious about not taking me along. Upon hearing this, Tiger fell into deep thought. Indeed, the man couldn't be a member of the world government, especially not one of those overly righteous naval forces. Given this, cooperation might not be impossible. If the man reported them, that would be the most terrifying scenario. Realizing everything, Tiger said in a deep voice, I can agree to your request, but I hope you won't implicate us. Rest assured, I am also here to liberate the slaves. Our goals align. This guy truly knows our plan, Tiger thought. Captain Tiger, do we really have to trust that human? Jinbei worriedly glanced at Along. I have a feeling he is not our enemy. Tiger looked up at Lin Chi. May I ask how to address you? Nighthawk. 5 minutes later, watching the man who was now huddled with their captain, discussing the rescue plan, Along's mouth twitched. Does he have to be so familiar? You just scared me half to death. Recalling the terror from earlier, Along shivered, not daring to act recklessly. In that case, I entrust it to you, Nighthawk. Tiger put away the diagram of the prison. Rest assured, the sky that night was particularly dark with not a single star visible. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and a group of mermen climbed up the red Earth continent with bare hands. To avoid revealing that they were Navy, Lin Chi climbed along with them. The celestial dragons would never think that someone would climb up from the back of the red Earth continent. Thus they encountered no guards along the way and successfully infiltrated Mary Joa. Nighthawk, proceed according to plan, Tiger said, leading a group of mermen into the night. Lin Chi, following the mental map, quietly approached a prison where slaves were held. All they could do was save as many people as possible before being discovered. Once discovered, they must escape immediately. According to Tiger, Mary Joa had countless CP organizations, and if they got entangled with them until higher-level forces arrived, it would be the end. Lin Chi knew that Tiger was referring to the 3 admirals. The Navy headquarters was right in front of Mary Joa, and they would arrive in less than half an hour. But he knew even more. The terrifying and unfamiliar CP0, the Gorosei, who could transform into monsters, the ever-elusive God Knights, and the most powerful M. Any one of these forces could mean death for all. It could be said that the Holy Land, Mary Joa, was the most dangerous place in the world. If the rewards this time weren't substantial, it would truly be an insult to the risks he was taking. The guards in the prison were not strong, as they were merely tasked with watching over slaves. These people had no sense of vigilance. That seemed they had been living too comfortably for too long. Lin Chi knew that after tonight this group would be executed by the furious celestial dragons. Thus, adhering to the principle of doing good till the end, Lin Chi crushed their throats. Everyone, do not make a loud noise. You are free, Lin Chi said as he unlocked the prison. A crowd of people wept tears of joy. After you go out, walk east. There will be someone waiting to help you escape from here. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the task. Would you like to receive your reward? No. Just as he rescued the slave from the prison, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. Though the explosion was not loud, Lin Chi knew he had to hurry. He rushed to the next prison. The guards here had become alert due to the earlier explosion. Seeing Lin Chi in black enter, a group of guards surrounded him, bowing and asking, "Are you here for something? Is there a master in need of fresh slaves?" Lin Chi. One sword style night charm. Lin Chi's long sword shot out like a phantom, sweeping across the night sky, and before the guards could react, their heads had already fallen to the ground. Enemies. Who are you to cause trouble here? The prison guards, alarmed, drew their weapons and stood ready. It was terrifying. They didn't even see how their companions died. He understood the importance of a swift resolution and exhaled a breath of cold air, one sword style Heaven Keeper. Lin Chi's figure moved so quickly it was hard to see. He seemed to teleport to another position and sheathed his sword. With a tearing sound at the moment the sword returned to its sheath, countless lines of blood burst forth from the remaining guards' bodies, turning them into piles of flesh. Seeing this scene, the prisoners in the cells could no longer sit still and hurried to the bars, eager to see. "Are you here to rescue us, sir?" Lin Chi used the keys he obtained from the guards to open one cell after another. "That's right. After you go out, walk east. Someone will take you away." We will never forget your great kindness, sir." Some were covered in blood with not a single good piece of flesh on their bodies. Some had limbs sawed off, and others had eyes hanging out. But at this moment their eyes sparkled with a light called hope once again. One cell after another opened, and when he reached the last one, Lin Chi discovered that this cell was luxuriously made of seafloor stone. When he unlocked the heavy sealed door, he found the room was pitch black soundproof, completely isolating it from the outside world. Inside were only 4 slaves. For girls, 2 were plump, 1 was thin, and 1 was a skeleton-like figure. 3 were about 14 or 15 years old, while the last one looked to be around 5 or 6. Without exception, the girls were dressed in rags, dirty, as if they were beggars. They were so filthy that their appearances were indistinguishable. The 3 older girls heard someone enter, but buried their heads deeply in their knees, not looking up or making a sound. The 5 or 6-year-old girl stared at Lin Shi with a vacant expression, wearing a silly smile. Lin Shi could tell they were wary, so he did not approach too closely and softly said from a distance, "You are free now." The 4 seemed not to hear and remained unmoved. Boa Hancock silently mocked. They had seen the disgusting celestial dragons give hope only to crush it time and again. This time it was likely yet another trick of the celestial dragons. They feared that if they tried to escape, they would not survive until morning. The room was fully sealed, so they had not witnessed Lin Shi slaughtering the guards, and thus did not trust him. Lin Shi sighed. They were all pitiful souls. He initially wanted to call someone in to prove it, only to find that everyone had long since escaped. He squatted down in front of the smallest girl and gently asked, "How can someone so small be locked up here? Did you eat a devil fruit too?" The girl's vacant pupils were unfocused, and she simply said, "Devil fruit. I can eat it as long as you don't hit me. I can do anything." Hancock's ears perked up and she raised her head mockingly, saying, "Are you trying to deceive even children now? Are you willing to talk? What are your names?" Hancock had a look of "Let's see how long you can keep this up," and coldly said, "Hancock." Boa Hancock. Seeing her sister speak, the other 2 followed suit, saying, "Marigold, Sonda Sonia. That little girl is called Clara." Indeed, they were the Hancock sisters. And Clara was an unexpected gain. Lin Shi vaguely felt that their identities were not ordinary, which is why he was willing to talk so much with them. Unexpectedly, he thought of the Empress and did not expect to gain Clara as well. In the future, the famed female hero one was only 14 or 15, and the other was only 5 or 6. These few are potential stocks. Perhaps I can cultivate them into something extraordinary. Lin Shi rubbed his chin in thought. There was nothing more fulfilling than nurturing a young girl. "Hey Dad, why are there so many people lying here? Are they asleep?" "Fool, they are dead. I guess it's another game from some faction. Ignore them, and let's see if there are any more interesting slaves around." A naive voice and a cruelly excited voice echoed through the prison full of corpses. Indeed, Mariehua was too comfortable, and the celestial dragons had too many tricks, so they did not even consider the possibility of an enemy invasion. "Dad, come here. There are still living people here." As Lin Shi's door was opened, 2 celestial dragons wearing glass helmets and dressed in bulky clothing resembling fat pigs walked in. "Son, what kind of trash are you looking for? Look at those people on the ground. They are so weak that they would probably die with 1 slash. But the one standing looks decent. Ooh, I want to hang him up as a target." "But Dad, he doesn't seem to be a slave." "Foolish son, whether or not he is a slave is not up to us to decide." Seeing the 2 celestial dragons enter, the Hancock sisters trembled like leaves. Clara on the side was so frightened that she dared not move and tried to maintain a smile on her face. "Bastard, you don't kneel when you see us. Do you want to die?" The middle-aged celestial dragon suddenly raised the gun in his hand. "You really piss me off." Lin Shi suddenly looked up and swung his sword, severing the arm holding the gun. I will kill you." When had a celestial dragon ever suffered such an injury? The man rolled on the ground in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Dad, are you okay?" said the other fat celestial dragon foolishly. "Your dad is just fine." Lin Shi stepped on the celestial dragon and beheaded him with 1 strike. Because he is already dead. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Kill the celestial dragon. Congratulations on completing the 2nd phase of the task. Would you like to receive your reward? No. Lin Shi was stunned. Previously, each guard he killed only added a few dozen points to his score, but taking down a celestial dragon easily surpassed 10,000. How many wicked deeds must have been committed for this? If converted into murders, evil value 1 would need to kill over 12,000 people to accumulate such a score. This shows just how many heinous acts the celestial dragons have committed. With the fall of the celestial dragons, Lin Shi felt satisfied. Upon seeing Lin Shi slay the celestial dragon, Kurla's vacant gaze regained focus. The Hancock sisters stopped trembling, looking at Lin Shi in disbelief. Pearly tears flowed from Hancock's beautiful eyes as she stared blankly at Lin Shi, seemingly wanting to etch this moment deep into her heart. They are truly saved. Seeing her father slain, the chubby celestial dragon quickly knelt down and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I can give you anything." "Oh." Lin Shi suddenly became interested, lifting the celestial dragon's chin with his foot. "Take me to your home." The difficulty of the task was increasing. In the first phase, only 1 prison needed to be liberated, but in the second phase, 1 had to liberate a prison and kill a celestial dragon. Lin Shi estimated that relying solely on saving slaves, he might not even reach the third phase tonight. Therefore, he decided to take a risk. Wealth lies in danger. Sure, as long as you don't kill me, the celestial dragon nodded repeatedly. Lin Shi turned around, suddenly reverting to his original tone. Remember this voice. One day we will meet again. Right now I have things to do. You all head east. There are people who can take you away. Thank you, benefactor. Please be careful, Sonda, Sonia said sincerely. Lin Shi was in a hurry, nodded, and dragged the celestial dragon away. Others dared not kill celestial dragons, but he did. After Lin Shi left, Hancock slowly rose, wiping her dirty face with her sleeve, revealing her stunning beauty. Benefactor, I will definitely find you even if it takes my whole life. Hancock gazed longingly in the direction Lin Shi had left, making a firm resolution. In the original work, Hancock only developed feelings after seeing Luffy defeat a celestial dragon in the newspaper, leading to her eventual love for the monkey. This shows that Hancock is not someone who is merely attracted to appearances. She has no particular expectations of her targets. She simply admires men who dare to oppose the celestial dragons. While Luffy only punched a celestial dragon, Lin Shi's act of slaying one in front of Hancock was undoubtedly magnitudes more shocking. Compared to over a decade later, Hancock was only 16 at this time. What girl doesn't have a crush? Moreover, Lin Shi was the one who saved Hancock from this hell. With various factors combined, Hancock fell deeply in love with Lin Shi. Sister, what should we do with this girl? Let her come along. Under the cover of night, Lin Shi avoided the patrolling CP organization and arrived at the celestial dragon's home. Hey kid, did you bring back any fun toys? A sharp-tongued woman came down from upstairs. Lin Shi swiftly killed her with a sword, taking out the CP bodyguard behind her as well. With his level of strength, killing such low-level lackeys was a piece of cake. Score 10012. Score 9. Take me to your family's treasury. Lin Shi wiped the blood from his sword on the celestial dragon. Please, follow me, he stammered as he spoke. Passing through several concealed doors, Lin Shi was almost blinded by the sight. A mountain of gold and silver treasures lay scattered all around, but unfortunately, he couldn't take any. After some thought, he still chose a few valuable and portable items to tuck into his pockets. He didn't need them, but some slaves needed fare. On a nearby shelf were several long swords. Lin Shi examined them and found they were all decent blades, but celestial dragons didn't favor such things, making them worthless to take. Swords are too recognizable. Taking them would pose a risk of being discovered, making it not worth the trouble. In the end, he found 5 boxes. Opening them, he found 2 were empty, while the remaining 3 contained 3 devil fruits lying quietly inside. Good, he would take the devil fruits. He planned to identify which fruits they were when he returned with the fruit guide. You useless fool, come here. The celestial dragon trembled as he brought over a den mushi. Call your so-called friends and tell them to come over. You can use whatever excuse, just don't let me catch you trying to play tricks. Lin Shi held the sword against the celestial dragon's neck. Also tell them not to bring any guards. Say you don't like lowly creatures watching you play games. I think that fits your kind perfectly. If you do well, I'll spare your worthless life. Under Lin Shi's threat, the celestial dragon trembled as he dialed one number after another on the den mushi. Most of the responses from the other side of the den mushi were warm greetings. Lin Shi understood these foul-mouthed celestial dragons at this late hour. In the end, 6 bored celestial dragons were tricked into coming over. Ha, it's rare for Saint Boral to invite me to enjoy beauties. Where are the beauties? Lin Shi, sitting on a stool at the door, instantly thrust his sword into the first person who entered. Score 85-49. Stripped of their power, celestial dragons' physical qualities were still inferior to ordinary people. The chubby celestial dragon trembled as he dragged his companion's corpse away, hiding it behind another door. As long as he could survive, he didn't care about his companions or parents. After killing the second celestial dragon, who came ding. Congratulations on completing the 3rd phase of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Including the fat celestial dragon's mother, after killing 3 celestial dragons, the reward leveled up again. Converting it, killing 1 celestial dragon was equivalent to liberating a prison. Such value. When he killed the 5th celestial dragon, who came, a massive explosion suddenly occurred in the distance, illuminating Mariehua with blazing flames. He peered through the door crack and saw numerous CP organization members rushing towards the fire. More CP members continued to inspect the streets behind them. Hey chubby, do you think you'll sell me out after I leave? Lin Shi kindly pulled the chubby celestial dragon closer. The celestial dragon's intelligence suddenly kicked in. No. I won't. I lured them here, causing you to kill me. I'm an accomplice. If I expose this, their family won't let me off, so I won't sell you out. Lin Shi grinned. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Saying this, he thrust his sword into the celestial dragon's heart. Score 68-72. He pushed the door open just in time to encounter the last celestial dragon arriving, killing him effortlessly. Score 18845. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 4th phase of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. After killing 5 celestial dragons, the reward leveled up once more. Counting it up, he had actually killed 9 celestial dragons tonight. If this news were to get out, it would undoubtedly cause a massive earthquake worldwide. He just wondered if the world government had the guts to announce it. The celestial dragons have always looked down upon others from their lofty heights. They are usually protected by powerful generals at the slightest provocation. Oh, when have they ever been killed? Lin Chi's brazen act of killing a celestial dragon in the street terrified the surrounding CP members, causing dozens of them to rush toward him. Lin Chi put in considerable effort and managed to kill these dozens of CP members. Now at the forefront, there were only seasoned CP members, their strength not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, this was Mariehua, where the CP could summon endless reinforcements. With another 100 CP members surrounding him, Lin Chi could not afford to engage and relied on his speed to shake them off. Heading east, he could see the fleeing slaves and the fishmen setting fires everywhere. Some fishmen and slaves were clashing with the approaching CP organization. These slaves were extraordinary, otherwise they would not have been captured as celestial dragon slaves. Many among them were former notorious pirates. He even saw Arlong fiercely fighting against the CP organization while protecting the fishmen slaves, which stunned Lin Chi. It appeared that if a leader capable of subduing Arlong appeared, Arlong might not be too evil after all. "Where's your leader?" he casually asked a fisherman. "It's Night Hawk. The leader is by the cliff. Hurry over, we can't hold out much longer." With the increasing number of CP members arriving, the Sun Pirates were steadily retreating. At the edge of the Red Line cliff, slaves jumped into inflatable boats stolen from the Marioa warehouses, with numerous inflatable boats crowding the cliff edge. Fishman Karate Air Blast. Tiger yelled as he punched the air, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent several inflatable boats tumbling off the cliff. The displaced inflatable boats floated down like leaves, landing safely on the sea. Impressive technique. Getting closer, Lin Chi noticed Tiger's face drenched in sweat, unaware of how many punches he had thrown. "Night Hawk." Tiger gasped for breath. "You're back." Lin Chi looked at the drenched fishman and felt a surge of respect. Such a good person is rare to find. "I killed a few celestial dragons. The world government will likely pin it on you." Lin Chi spoke plainly. "After today, you all should find a place to hide for at least 10 years, otherwise your lives will be at stake." He handed Tiger a devil fruit, a ring, and a pair of exquisite earrings. "This devil fruit should be of the Zoan type. If you are gravely injured in the future, it can save your life. As for these earrings and the ring, please secretly hand them to 2 slaves named Hancock and Kira and help them return safely to their homeland. Consider it a favor from me." If he remembered correctly, Tiger would soon suffer a fatal injury. If possible, he wanted to save Tiger. Given today's friendship, Tiger would play an important role in his plans for Fishman Island. Hearing that Night Hawk dared to kill a celestial dragon, Tiger was shocked, but did not blame him. After all, there were plenty of lice. No matter what, they would be hunted by the world government after tonight. If he were not the scapegoat, he would have laughed and praised Night Hawk. For Tiger, who had been a slave for 3 years, there was an ingrained hatred for the celestial dragons. "Brother Night Hawk, I will definitely help you with your request, but about this devil fruit." Tiger hesitated. "Take it. I hope you never have to use it, but it's better to have it just in case." The idea of letting a fishman eat a devil fruit was probably something only Lin Chi could think of, transforming fishmen into landlubbers. "All right." Tiger smiled wryly as he accepted it. Tiger was out of strength, and the remaining inflatable boats could only jump down the cliff on their own. How many would survive? Without luck, was left to fate. "Captain Tiger, we can't hold out any longer." A large group of fishmen came running from afar, with Jinbi at the front, his body covered in blood and wounds. Arlong limped behind, his calf pierced by a spear. Compared to their arrival, the Sun Pirates had lost a third of their numbers. Countless CP members swarmed the area, pursuing Jinbi and the others. Tiger glanced at the endless stream of slaves still coming and sighed deeply. He knew these slaves could not escape. But the fishermen compatriots who came with him must survive. "This is my last command as Captain. Sun Pirates, follow my orders and return the way we came. Do not look back, or I will hold them off." Tiger shouted, clenching his fists. "Brother Tiger." Little 8 cried loudly. "Don't say such foolish things. How can we abandon you?" Jinbi's fish-like eyes turned blood red. "Someone must stay behind, otherwise we will all die here. As captain, it's my duty, no need to say more." Tiger tried to imbue his fists with haki, but exhaustion from his previous actions left him staggering and nearly falling. At that moment, a long, strong hand grabbed Tiger's shoulder. It was Lin Chi. "You can't hold them off in your current state. Let me take care of it." "Brother Night Hawk." Tiger was surprised. He was already prepared to die here today. "Let's go, and don't forget the things I asked you to do." Lin Chi patted Tiger on the shoulder and drew his sword toward the army. "Brother Night Hawk, the kindness you showed today will be remembered by the Sun Pirates." Tiger knew this was not the time for hesitation. He took his companions and jumped into the inflatable boat from the cliff. "If you want to chase, first ask this sword in my hand." Lin Shi stood with his sword drawn blocking the army. In the world of one-piece, swords and blades are indistinguishable. Although he wielded a blade, he was called a swordsman, so here a blade could also be referred to as a sword. The pursuing CP were astonished to find that the one blocking their path was not a fishman, but a human. Who are you, and what is your relationship with those fishmen? Forget it. Capturing you and questioning you later will yield the same results. Shave. A group of CP members quickly approached Lin Shi using the Marine 6 styles. Finger gun. Countless fingers shot toward Lin Shi from all directions like bullets. The power of the finger gun was enough to pierce steel plates. If it struck a person, it would create a bloody hole. Damn it, they think they can bully me because I can't use Marine 6 styles, huh? Lin Shi drew another sword from his waist, two-sword style, troubling wind. Centered around Lin Shi, a powerful tornado tore through the approaching enemies, leaving them shattered. The enemies screamed and fell lifelessly. Headbutt impact. Grand explosion. Two-sword style horizontal river disruption. Lin Shi swung his sword, knocking down numerous foes, while also being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of enemies. With just his strength, he fought against thousands of elite CP members. If it weren't for his Conqueror's Haki being so recognizable, he wouldn't have to go through such trouble to deal with these guys. Endless slaughter, an unceasing tide of death. For every adversary he slays, 10 more come. Lin Shi felt that after holding on for another 10 minutes, he would have to withdraw. Corrupt blades and swords. Suddenly out of nowhere, a little brat appeared and grabbed Lin Shi's sword, not only unharmed, but also corroding his blade into scrap iron. Ha ha ha, surprised. I am the corrosion man who has consumed the corrosive fruit, the bane of all swordsmen in the world. Fool. Lin Shi sidestepped to block his hand's view and pierced the man's heart with his gun. Ha ha ha. Blood gushed from the man's throat as he looked at Lin Shi in disbelief. Lin Shi turned his other knife and decapitated the man. Sweet impact. Storm leg. Lin Shi saw a heart-shaped object flying towards him, unsure of which bizarre fruit ability it belonged to. He dodged a flying kick and sheathed his long knife. Blade draw slash. Whoosh, with one slash, he felled dozens of enemies, gaining a brief moment to catch his breath. Suddenly his observation Haki flared with alarm. He sharply turned his head as a gust of air brushed past his ear. Flying gun finger. It seemed a formidable opponent had indeed arrived. An enemy wearing a cat head mask appeared before Lin Shi, launching an immediate assault without a word. Is this the legendary CP-0? In response to Lin Shi's question, he received a gun finger 6 King's gun. 6 afterimages instantaneously aimed at his head, heart, and limb arteries. Just upon their first encounter, Lin Shi could judge that the man's strength was comparable to that of a vice admiral. This is troublesome. The Navy's 6 styles cannot be used, nor can the Conqueror's Haki, and with only one knife left against a vice admiral-level expert, he could only passively endure. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Shi's sword imbued with armament Haki was shattered by the opponent, and he was sent flying. At this time, Lin Shi was only equipped with 2 ordinary swords that could be found everywhere. It seemed that even with armament Haki, he could not withstand the continuous attacks of another armament Haki master. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully protected 12,000 slaves in retreat. Congratulations on completing the 5th final stage task. Would you like to receive your reward? Lin Shi hesitated whether to claim it now. What if he received a supreme great knife or a devil fruit that he couldn't take with him? Unless it was a Zoan type, consuming a devil fruit would require a period of adaptation, and he would become a sitting duck, certain to drown if he fell into the water. The man wearing the owl mask chased after Lin Shi like lightning, delivering a whip kick to his head. Lin Shi stopped thinking about that and focused on dealing with the expert before him. His teachers were Carp and Zifa, so aside from swordsmanship, Lin Shi's martial arts were also quite decent. For the time being, he could hold out for 3 to 5 minutes under the man's onslaught. The retreat path was tightly surrounded, yet he was not overly anxious. At worst, he could reveal his moonwalk and escape. Yo, so many slaves have been released. Did you do that? Truly remarkable, young man. In the darkness, a shining light flickered like the sun as a lecherous old man floated in midair, sneering at the scene below. In fact, Kizaru had arrived 5 minutes ago. If not for the fear of Sengoku docking his pay, he might have even hidden for a while longer. Admiral Kizaru. Lin Shi's expression changed. Wasn't it said that Navy admirals needed half an hour to arrive? Ah, that's right, Kizaru had consumed the so-called fastest Pika Pika no Mi and did not need half an hour. An admiral, it seemed he would have to fight for his life. A terrifying gaze. Do you intend to strike at me? Kizaru slowly raised his long leg. Young man, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? In the blink of an eye, Kizaru transformed into a beam of golden light and appeared next to Lin Shi, kicking him up into the sky for 100 meters. The masked CP-0 paused. Oh, what was Kizaru doing kicking someone so far away? Speed equals power 8 shaku bordering yada. As Kizaru soared into the air, he spread his hands, and a mirror-like object appeared, unleashing over 10,000 yellow lasers in an instant. These lasers moved at such speed that they could not be discerned by the human eye. Lin Shi. He realized that the kick Kizaru had just delivered was not heavy. Now the 8-shaku yata was even more absurd. It seemed to hit, yet none struck him. True 8-shaku bordering yata. I Kizaru represent the Navy and must eliminate you, the evil element disrupting the world. After the lasers, Kizaru suddenly shouted something unusual and then delivered a vicious kick that sent Lin Shi plummeting off a cliff. That kick was truly vicious. Lin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. It wasn't until he fell into the sea that the coolness of the seawater woke him, prompting thoughts of why Kizaru had staged an act to spare him. He was confident that the other party did not recognize him. There was no way he was the legendary Uncle Huang heir. Is ambiguous justice still justice in the end? He seemed to have gained a new understanding of Kizaru. After a moment of silence, Lin Shi stepped onto the moonwalk towards the Navy base. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shi returned to Marineford from a secluded corner. The sudden appearance of things he could not explain made him wary. What if he received some bizarre items? So he planned to leave the Navy tomorrow and collect the reward later. The moment he got home, Lin Shi destroyed everything that could expose him. After a shower, he took out the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to examine the 2 devil fruits in his hands. Fortunately, both devil fruits were documented. They were Paramecia Prison Fruit and Zoan Horse Fruit Bigfoot Horse Form. After some contemplation, Lin Shi knocked on Tina's door late at night. What do you want? I'm so sleepy, Tina said, yawning as she came out wearing nothing but her underwear, completely unaware of the revealing situation. Her curvaceous figure left Lin Shi astonished, especially her chest, which could be described as an endless abyss. As if sensing the heated gaze, Tina rubbed her eyes and looked down. Don't look. For a moment, she didn't know whether to cover her body or Lin Shi's eyes, and in the end, she slammed the door shut. Lin Shi swallowed hard. This was truly stimulating in the middle of the night, and there was even a late-night benefit. After a while, a fully dressed Tina welcomed Lin Shi inside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her cheeks were flushed, making her incredibly cute. Give me your devil fruit. Oh. Without much questioning, Tina obediently took out the devil fruit from under the covers and handed it to Lin Shi. Here, this is for you. Lin Shi handed over the prepared Paramecia Prison Fruit to Tina. What is this? Tina turned the devil fruit in her hands, feeling that it resembled her own Kankank fruit. This is the Paramecia Prison Fruit, an upgraded version of your Kankank fruit. If you consume it, you should be able to disguise yourself, well, as the Kankank fruit. Hurry and eat it, Lin Shi explained with a smile. Tina took a step back, her small mouth slightly agape, and exclaimed in surprise, where did you get this from? The price of the devil fruit in the black market soared to 100 million berries, yet it was still a scarce commodity. Tina couldn't imagine the risks Lin Shi took to acquire this devil fruit for her. Lin Shi simply smiled as he watched her. All right, I'll eat it. Looking at Lin Shi, Tina steeled her heart and bent down to take a bite. She secretly vowed to use the power she gained to help Lin Shi in the future. And then, ugh. Tina hunched over, retching endlessly, and decisively tossed the bitten devil fruit into the trash can. This taste, Tina couldn't imagine anything worse than it. So what kind of ability did you gain? Lin Shi looked at Tina with anticipation. Tina closed her eyes to sense her abilities and exclaimed joyfully, I can materialize any item related to prisons, and they come with special attributes. As she spoke, a long whip and a pair of handcuffs appeared out of thin air in Tina's hands. She looked at Lin Shi eagerly. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Shi's gaze flitted between the handcuffs, the whip, and Tina's beautiful face, suddenly shivering and waving his hand dismissively. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Buffed. Tina twirled the whip playfully, saying sweetly, look at you, you're scared. Do I want really hit you? After spending some tender moments with Tina, Lin Shi returned to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Shi woke up early. While munching on some biscuits on the sofa, the doors of Tina and Tao Tu's rooms opened simultaneously. Both of them stretched their waists, revealing their slender figures like lazy kittens. Smack! Lin Shi's biscuit fell to the floor. Did the Shura field come again? Good morning, Sister Tao Tu. Good morning. Tina and Tao Tu greeted each other like good sisters, which surprised Lin Shi greatly. Their reaction was a bit off. What are you thinking? You just dropped your biscuit. Tao Tu bent down to pick up the biscuit from the floor and threw it into the trash, sitting beside Lin Shi. What's wrong? You seem very surprised. Tina sat beside Lin Shi, not minding the biscuit that Lin Shi had bitten into, picked it up and popped it into her mouth. No. It's nothing. Lin Shi was sandwiched between the two, inhaling their unique scents, trying to maintain his composure. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door rescued him. A naval officer shouted from outside, Brother Lin Shi, is Major Tao Tu here? The marshal wants her to attend a meeting. By the way, the marshal wants you to come as well. Lin Shi exchanged glances with Ji Yuan, wondering what was so urgent this early. He vaguely suspected it might relate to his actions from last night. All right, we understand. You can go back now. The two dressed neatly, and when they reached the conference room, they found that almost all the mid to high-level officers of the Navy were present. The 100 seats were nearly filled, and Tao Tu pulled Lin Chi to sit at the side. Once everyone had arrived, Sengoku stepped out from behind the scenes, fixing 3 photographs onto the tactical board to show everyone. Smoker. Lin Chi felt a sense of foreboding. The photograph at the forefront of the tactical board was unmistakably of Smoker. However, this Smoker was somewhat different from before. Not only was he in a prison background, but he also had a cigar in his mouth. Sengoku slammed his pointer on Smoker's photo and spoke in a deep voice. The first matter we need to discuss today is this young naval officer. The Navy previously assisted the world government in transporting a Logia-type devil fruit. However, during the transportation, we encountered a robbery by the 4 Emperor's Beasts pirates. A battle broke out between the two sides, and we were outmatched. This young naval officer ate the devil fruit himself to prevent it from being stolen. Hearing this, Lin Chi felt uneasy. Just the mention of a Logia-type devil fruit was enough to cost Smoker his life, considering that all 3 admirals now were Logia users speaks volumes. Especially since the Navy was assisting the world government in this matter, things were getting troublesome. The implications of this incident were not as simple as they appeared, with deeper significance. That is, this precedent must not be set. A harsh punishment must be enacted to serve as a warning. Just imagine if this time Smoker emerged and scathed the future transport teams for devil fruits, might disguise themselves as pirates to attack, using that as a pretext to consume the devil fruits. As expected, Sengoku continued, the world government demands the execution of Smoker. What do you think? The world government. Humph. I suggest we throw Smoker under my command for him to redeem himself. The burly Akainu said coldly. In his eyes, when the Navy made mistakes, it should be handled by the Navy itself, not dictated by the world government. Smoker's actions weren't wrong. If he hadn't consumed the devil fruit, everyone on the ship would have perished, and the devil fruit would have been stolen. To execute a hero would only chill the hearts of the Navy. It's better to give him to me. Akiji argued with Akainu over Smoker, both wanting the Logia subordinate. There was a palpable tension between the two. Whatever, as long as it's the Marshal's decision, I wholeheartedly agree, Kazuru said, leisurely raising his hands. Lin Chi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Kazuru truly lived up to being a worker, staying neutral and offending no one. After the 3 admirals spoke, the vice admiral finally chimed in, leaving the last word to the major. As for Lin Chi, he still couldn't interject, given that his rank was the lowest among those present. There were many who suggested executing Smoker. Internally, there were plenty of sycophants to the world government within the Navy. Enough, stop. Sengoku rubbed his forehead in annoyance, his already troubled mood growing more restless. Lin Chi, please share your opinion. Mie. Lin Chi saw all the big shots looking at him and stood up nervously to speak. I support Admiral Akiji's opinion. We cannot let the Navy lose heart. The military is built on morale. When morale is high, they are invincible, but if morale falters, the enemy can win without a fight. I hope the Marshal will think carefully about this. As Smoker's friend, Lin Chi naturally had no reason to speak against him. A good point: of military should be built on morale. Sengoku's eyes brightened, addressing the crowd. You all wait here, they'll be right back. About 15 minutes later, a furious roar came from the back screen. Enough. I am the Naval Marshal. After hanging up the den mushy, Sengoku returned, his face dark. The decision has been made. The world government agreed not to execute Smoker, but as punishment, Smoker must guard Low Town in the East Blue for 20 years. 20 years. Akiji raised his voice. Throwing a promising young naval officer into that remote corner of the East Blue for 20 years, after 20 years, Smoker will probably be a wreck. In the East Blue, there is no Haki, no strong fighters. Just staying there without regressing is already a good outcome, let alone making progress. This is the last bottom line of the world government. Sengoku sighed. A seemingly trivial meeting determined Smoker's fate for the next 20 years. Sengoku's expression suddenly turned serious. Compared to the next 2 matters, Smoker's situation is insignificant. Kapu put down the donut in his hand, and Kizaru uncrossed his legs. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense. I believe some of you already know about the attack on Mary Geos last night, where a large number of slaves were freed. But what you don't know is that last night the Celestial Dragons also suffered casualties, 9 of them. Every time he thought about it, Sengoku felt it was shocking. To suddenly have 9 Celestial Dragons dead, honestly, Sengoku found it surprising that the world government hadn't gone insane. His 9 Celestial Dragons. Everyone present gasped in awe. Some felt a sense of satisfaction, while others thought it was too terrifying. Even Akaina's expression faltered. He had been displeased with those Celestial Dragons for a long time, yet even as an admiral, he still had to endure their whims. Sengoku presented 2 photos after Smoker's picture. Only then did everyone see that they were 2 bounty notices. Captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. Original Bounty 1. 58 billion berries. The Man in Black Sword Fist Night Hawk. Bounty 1. 13 billion berries. Both bounty notices were displayed. The crowd erupted in chatter. Currently, the bounty amounts were not as exaggerated as they would be in the future. Those exceeding 1 billion were already infamous super pirates. While they could understand the bounty on Tiger, it was puzzling regarding that Sword Fist Night Hawk. Dressed entirely in black was one thing, but even his hair and face were covered in black cloth, leaving only a pair of slender eyes visible. Isn't that a bit too cautious? With only a pair of eyes, how are we supposed to find him? Does this bounty notice even hold any meaning? The Navy was at a loss for words. Ahem. Sengoku knew what they were thinking, but what the world government wanted was merely an attitude. If it weren't for the sensitivity surrounding the deaths of the celestial dragons, Sengoku estimated these two bounties would be doubled. You are all familiar with Tiger, so I won't elaborate, but I'm here to discuss this Nighthawk with you all. In fact, it was this Nighthawk who covered the retreat of the Sun Pirates, single-handedly holding back 1,000 CP agents. This person's strength cannot be underestimated. Be extremely cautious if you encounter him in the future. Even after battling fiercely, he could still engage a CP agent of Rear Admiral strength, so I estimate his power to be at least at the Admiral level, possibly even nearing the threshold of Rear Admiral. Listening to Sengoku passionately recounting his heroic deeds, Lin Chi felt a wave of anxiety. It's really thrilling to hear about my bounty in the Navy headquarters. He stole a few glances at Kizaru, confirming that the latter indeed hadn't recognized him. Are you all right? A delicate hand grasped Lin Chi's from the side, and Peach Rabbit smiled at him. I'm fine, Sister Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit looked around and leaned close to Lin Chi's ear, whispering, Did you do something to my sister while I was asleep last night? I woke up this morning and smelled your scent on the bed. Lin Chi was speechless. A certain sharp-eared Rear Admiral trembled. Peach Rabbit was involved with Lin Chi last night. This is big news. Shortly after, Sengoku assembled a team to pursue the Sun Pirates, including 3 Rear Admirals and 5 Major Generals, which was quite a luxurious lineup. Unfortunately, this team included Sister Peach Rabbit, so he probably wouldn't see her for a long time. The banquet concluded. Lin Chi approached Sengoku and expressed his desire to set sail as well. As per our agreement, I want to explore the 4 seas. The Navy can hand Smoker over to me, and I will take him to Low Town on the way. Why the 4 seas? Besides earning points, he wanted to scout places suitable for usurpation. He hadn't forgotten about a system that hadn't been activated yet. He must become a ruler within 2.5 years. As for why it should be the 4 seas and not the Grand Line, there are 2 reasons. No matter the first or second half of the Grand Line, one must be cautious of the celestial dragons. The first half is too close to Mary Geos. It would only take a moment for them to deal with you. The second half is even more dangerous. Even the Navy finds it hard to make any progress there. The second reason is stability. The more dangerous a place is, the better it is for a strong person's training, but a country's development is quite the opposite. With the terrible weather in the New World, combined with pirates who often commit massacres, it's better to avoid it. The 4 seas, huh? Sure, that's also the birthplace of pirates. As long as you can effectively suppress them, I support all your actions. Sengoku said with a hint of excitement. To facilitate your operations, I've included you in the LCN department. LCN? What is that? The LCN department is one I wanted to establish many years ago. It operates independently of the Navy, allowing for free attacks on any pirate except for the 4 emperors. The goal is to reduce the number of pirates and bring stability to the world. Unfortunately, we have always lacked personnel, and the 3 admirals are stretched thin with no talent capable of dealing significant damage to pirates until we encountered your extraordinary conquerors, Haki. Yes, I will definitely dedicate myself to combating piracy, living up to the name of justice. Good, very good, Sengoku said, increasingly satisfied with the young man before him. Take my order and go commandeer a warship. Before leaving, Lin Chi visited his 2 teachers, Zephyr and Kapu, who had taught him for half a year. Zephyr looked at his disciple, who seemed to have grown taller, and was reminded of his child who was cruelly killed by pirates as flames ignited in his eyes. Although I have entrusted everything to you, I will teach you one last thing: always protect your family. A man who cannot protect his family is worse than trash. Lin Chi moved his lips a few times. I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Let's go, you are the future of the Navy. Zephyr patted Lin Chi's shoulder and walked away. He didn't want to let his negative emotions affect his disciple. Teacher Zephyr. Are you going to the East Sea? Perfect, bring some gifts for my useless grandson. Kapu jumped up from his seat. Admiral Kapu, you have a grandson already? Lin Chi feigned surprise. Yes, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Kapu reminisced rarely. Calculating the time, in a few days he will turn 4, and his name is Luffy. Luffy, huh? Having been in this world for many years, hearing this name again gave Lin Chi a sense of dislocation in time and space. Wait, what about the gift I prepared for Luffy? Carp rummaged through the boxes and pulled out a book from somewhere. I am the man who will become a Marine Admiral. Seeing the title, Lin Chi's heart stopped. He really wanted to ask, are you sure your grandson can read this? Okay, I understand. I will personally hand it to Luffy. Haha, thanks. Taking Smoker and Tina with him, Lin Chi embarked on his first independent voyage. Sengoku equipped him with a medium-sized fast ship with dual sails which boasted top-notch speed among medium vessels. It was armed with 20 cannons and had 200 Navy soldiers from the headquarters capable of delivering devastating blows to any encountered pirates. Hoist the sails and set sail. With a loud shout from Joseph, the warship departed from the harbor, disappearing into the sea. A day later. Aside from 2 small pirates who were instantly drowned by Lin Chi's conquerors, Haki, the journey was smooth sailing. Ha 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 ha, Smoker, even you a Logia user can't do much. On the deck, Smoker, floating in midair, was struck down by Lin Chi's sword and crashed onto the deck. Smoker got up with a gloomy face, surprised that Lin Chi's observation Haki had surpassed his own by so much. He had precisely grasped the instant he transformed from elemental to physical. A Logia user is invincible to those who do not possess Haki, as they can passively elementalize. Only attacks infused with Haki can strike them. However, as long as the observation Haki is strong enough, one can choose to actively elementalize to evade attacks even against Haki users. In this regard, the Logia type truly lives up to its strongest name. Unfortunately, Smoker was in a suppressed state against Lin Chi's 3 kinds of Haki. Do you want to keep fighting? Lin Chi approached and pulled Smoker up from the ground. I won't fight anymore. Let me get accustomed to the smoke fruit first, and then I will definitely surpass you. The proud Smoker wouldn't admit his defeat. He had only eaten the smoke fruit a few days ago. While speaking, Smoker took out a cigar tied to his shoulder and offered Lin Chi one to smoke. Originally, Smoker didn't smoke, but after eating the smoke fruit, he found that his stamina could quickly recover in places filled with smoke. Tina's smile faded, her big eyes fixed on Lin Chi, as if saying, you dare to smoke. No thanks, I don't smoke. Facing Tina's glare, Lin Chi hesitated. After a moment of silence, he spoke. The world government was wrong this time. They shouldn't have thrown you in the East Sea. Smoker took a deep puff of smoke, gazing into the distance. It's fortunate to still have a life. Wait for me, I will come to rescue you once I become an admiral. Tina quietly listened to the 2 men's conversation, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed towards the East Sea. The East Sea, her hometown, as she wondered how her parents were doing after not seeing them for a year. Suddenly, Tina felt something tugging at her pant leg. Looking down, she saw Tom. Puff. Tina looked at the comical Tom, rubbing its ears. Tom, be careful not to get beaten for wearing your owner's clothes. Tom donned the justice cloak Lin Chi left in the room. However, while it fit Lin Chi just right, it looked like a blanket draped over Tom, with 3/4 of the long cloak trailing on the ground. Additionally, Tom had a flintlock pistol hanging from his left waist and a Navy sword in his hand. Ding detected a change in Tomcat's mindset. Should it be promoted to Navy Tomcat? Tom. Lin Chi, who was talking to Smoker, shifted his gaze. This cat can be promoted? This incident seemed to unlock something incredible, with many unblocked professions appearing on Tom's interface. Uchiha Tom, Hawkeye Tom, Uchiha Tom, Madara Stark Tom, Mage Tom. One could hardly describe them as merely impressive. It was hard to imagine Tomcat transforming into Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, these unlocks were not easy to achieve. Promote. With that, as Lin Chi clicked to promote, a rich white light emanated from Tom. As the white light faded, Tom's weapons and cloak transformed into suitable shapes, looking quite cool. Did this cat also eat a devil fruit? Smoker rubbed his eyes in surprise. Tom opened his eyes, realizing his change. Excited, he jumped 2 meters high and landed with his sword pointed at Smoker. In Tom's mind, Lin Chi was the master. He could not attack, and Tina often fed him fish treats, so he could not attack either Smoker. He could attack. This silly cat had completely lost its mind. Lin Chi watched Tom challenge Smoker with amusement. Having promoted to an ordinary Navy member, Tom's combat power only improved from being a weakling to a slightly stronger weakling. He could handle small pirates, but thinking of fighting Smoker was simply delusional. The main issue was that Tom did not possess Haki, so even if Smoker stood still, Tom might not even land a hit. Why might that be? Because this is Tom we're talking about. It wouldn't be surprising if he hit Lin Chi. However, Smoker could do nothing to Tom either. Theoretically, no one in the world could kill Tom. Smoker, since Tom wants to challenge you, why don't you play along with him? Smoker nodded. He quite liked this little cat. With a playful mindset, Smoker swung his 10 hands down slowly, not wanting to embarrass himself by accidentally killing Lin Chi's pet. Seeing Smoker move as slow as a turtle, Tom revealed a mocking smile and lunged at Smoker's thigh with his sword. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Tom's sword was knocked away and shattered into 2 pieces. Smoker wielded a sea prism stone weapon, which could not be matched in hardness against ordinary weapons. Bang, bang, bang! Tom quickly drew the flintlock from his waist for a rapid 7 shots. At this point, Lin Chi noticed something was off. A flintlock could only fire 1 shot at a time. how was it that in Tom's hands it seemed to have infinite bullets? It didn't even require reloading. After firing a dozen shots, Tom's tongue lolled out, panting heavily. It appeared he could directly convert stamina into bullets. With Tomcat's recovery speed, he would be back to full health in less than 2 minutes. This was interesting. After a dozen shots missed, Tom panicked, especially as Smoker's 10 hands had already reached above his head. Tomcat suddenly flattened, transforming from a rectangular shape into a square, thus dodging the attack. Interesting cat, but this is where it ends. Smoker spun his 10 hands, sweeping towards Tom's legs. At that moment, Tom had just flattened himself and had not yet recovered, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Just as Smoker thought it was over, Tom grabbed his own tail. Then, Tom lifted himself off the ground by holding onto his tail suspended in midair. Newton would jump out of his coffin upon seeing this. Tina coughed as she choked on a sip of juice, startled by the scene before her. Smoker was taken aback, wondering what kind of devil fruit this cat had eaten to defy the laws of physics. For those with rich combat experience, even without conscious thought, their bodies would instinctively adapt and fight. By the time Smoker regained his senses, 10 hands had already struck Tom on the head. Bang! Tom was smashed to the ground, flattened into a pancake less than 1 centimeter thick. Smoker's expression changed. This was bad. He had killed the cat. It's fine, just wait and see, Lin Chi said calmly as he walked over to Smoker. The cat pancake suddenly began to squirm, and after a few moments it transformed back into Tom's original shape. Smoker's eyes widened, and his cigar fell from his mouth with a thud. This is utterly ridiculous. How's Tom doing? Is there someone more powerful out there now? Are you still going to act so cocky? Lin Chi ruffled Tom's head. Tom, looking aggrieved, ran over to pick up the broken sword. With a flash of white light, a pristine sword appeared in Tom's hand. Smoker. This cat is creepy. Leaving Tom to play with Smoker, Lin Chi returned to his room. It was time to claim the reward for rampaging through Holy Land Mariawa. Completing all 5 phases of the task was akin to hellish difficulty. If it weren't for Kazara's leniency, he would even doubt his ability to return alive. With such high difficulty, the reward must be incredibly tempting. The system's rewards have never let him down. System claimed today's reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the 5-phase final task. Rewards being distributed. Zoan type mythical beast solar candlelight. A strangely shaped devil fruit appeared in Lin Chi's hand. It was called strange because this fruit actually had special effects. The surface of the fruit was covered in frost, surrounded by lightning, and worst of all, there was a ring of flames encircling the outer layer of the fruit. A mythical beast type that is said to be rarer than the natural type, Lin Chi said in shock as he looked at the devil fruit in his hand. This reward was far better than he had imagined. There have been very few mythical beast fruits that have appeared in this world. Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, Orokus Yamada no Orochi Fruit, Sengoku's Buddha Fruit, Yamado's Daikokutten Fruit, and others like Marco's Phoenix Fruit. In the timeline of the last few hundred years, only 11 mythical beast fruits have appeared. Each one was powerful, rarer than the natural type, possessing world-destroying abilities. What exactly is solar candlelight? I've never heard of it before. Lin Chi pondered as a flood of information about solar candlelight surged into his mind. The mythical beast type, as the name suggests, does not exist in reality, only in the legends of creatures. Solar candlelight is said to be a divine beast formed from the pure sun energy of the universe and the Eye of Pangu. It is the ruler of the sun, and due to its highly esteemed status, it is respectfully referred to as the holy god by other divine beasts. Moreover, this fruit of his is influenced by its sister Taiyin Yuing, and is in the phase of transforming the 4 symbols representing not only the supreme yang of thunder and fire, but also possessing the attribute of ice. The transformation of the 4 symbols refers to solar candlelight, and its sister Taiyin Yuing, together giving birth to the 4 symbols of the world: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. So theoretically, solar candlelight is the father of Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. After digesting the information in his mind, Lin Chi could only mutter, "Awesome. Real men should swallow the devil fruit whole." Lin Chi decided without hesitation and gulped down the entire devil fruit. Boom. At the moment he swallowed the devil fruit, Lin Chi felt a surge of warmth rushing through his limbs. His height increased at a visibly rapid pace. Breaking through 2 meters was just the beginning. 2 meters 1. 2 meters 4. 2 meters 7. 3 meters. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chi had already reached a height of 3 meters, yet his growth continued unabated. Finally, 5 meters. He stood in the room, transformed into a small giant, nearly hitting the ceiling. Feeling the terrifying power surging within his body, Lin Chi felt invincible. With the ability of the fruit, even an admiral might not be a match for him. Remember, it had only been 5 minutes since he consumed the devil fruit, and this surely catapulted him to the level of Whitebeard and Kaido. It probably wouldn't be long before he could also experience the thrill of swinging a wine bottle at the 4 emperors. This why have I gotten so tall? Opening his eyes, Lin Chi felt a headache coming on, her being so tall was not convenient in everyday life. Before he could find a solution, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran toward the open space outside. It seemed like some force inside him was about to burst forth. As soon as he reached the deck, Lin Chi could no longer control the power within him. Roar! Lin Chi vanished, and a massive creature resembling a qilin with a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, dragon scales, and dragon tail, standing 30 meters tall, appeared on the deck. The biggest difference between this creature and the qilin was that it had a hollow black-red halo about 35 meters wide behind it. The black halo was engulfed in flames, constantly hovering behind the candlelight. As Lin Chi transformed into beast form, his massive size caused the warship to suddenly dip. Fortunately, he soared into the sky, freely venting the surging power within him. No, rather than flying, it was more accurate to say he was floating, as he did not have wings. Roar! Candlelight roared, unleashing bolts of lightning dozens of meters wide from its mouth, instantly shattering the heavy clouds above and clearing the sky. Golden lightning jumped continuously in the air, resembling snakes of electricity dancing wildly. With a swipe of his forepaw, Lin Chi froze the sea surface within a 10-kilometer radius, immobilizing the ships. God, what kind of monster is that? The soldiers on the warship trembled in fear at this sight. Heavens! The sky has been shattered. Help, the ship is frozen. Countless Navy personnel stared in horror at the series of changes, completely devoid of any thought of resistance. That feeling, it was like mortals facing deities. Smoker and Tina stared seriously at the monster in the sky, their minds tense. Why would such a terrifying monster appear here? They could only hope that the creature's target wasn't them otherwise. Just then, someone weakly muttered from the side. I think I just saw Colonel Lin Chi transform into that monster on the deck. Who said that? Who? Smoker searched around for the person who had just spoken. I. Joseph timidly stepped forward. Even though he knew that what was up there was boss Lin Chi, he still felt fear. Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes. Smog fell silent, wondering what had happened to Lin Chi to cause such a dramatic change. The terrifying pressure sent chills through him, even from afar. Lin Chi. Tina gazed worriedly at the monstrous creature in the distance. Lin Chi noticed the frozen battleship beneath him, unleashing a fiery rain that shattered the ice completely. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirate crew was only 50 miles away. Shanks gazed solemnly into the distance, his observation Haki informing him of something dreadful lurking there. At this moment, red-haired Shanks was only 24 years old, 6 years older than Lin Chi. Though not yet one of the 4 emperors, he had already made a name for himself in the New World. Hey, Captain, what's going on? Are we having a feast? Lachi Lu rarely saw a red-haired Shanks display such a serious demeanor, so he approached with a chicken leg in hand. Send the word down, change course. The thing ahead isn't to be trifled with. I understand. Lachi Lu became serious, returning to inform the helmsman, always trusting his captain's orders. Before long, Yasubu and Lame Cheongsi walked over. Although there weren't many people on the red-haired ship, each was an elite. Hey boss, I'm here. As a sniper, Yasubu possessed a unique type of observation Haki that allowed him to focus on a specific point for observation. This meant that while the range was not as extensive as usual, he could see a limited area from a great distance. In simpler terms, it was like stretching a 360-degree field of view into a line. Following the direction pointed by Shanks, Yasubu instinctively raised his sniper rifle to activate his observation Haki. Holy crap, that Kirin has an aura behind it. In the next moment, Yasubu exclaimed as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Hey, Yasubu, have you drunk too much? How could there really be a Kirin, a legendary creature? Lame Cheongsi scoffed. I believe what Yasubu said. If it's a Kirin, then it wouldn't be surprising. Red-haired Shanks hinted, have you all forgotten that there's also a Qing Long in the New World? Are you saying that someone has consumed the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the deer fruit Kirin form? Lame Cheongsi exclaimed in shock. Exactly, that's what I mean. Red-haired Shanks lowered his head, lost in thought. This is serious. Having one dragon in the New World is troublesome enough, and now there's a Kirin appearing. Lame Cheongsi was distressed. Yasubu lowered his rifle. Boss, your instincts are correct. You guys haven't seen how terrifying that Kirin is. Yasubu recalled the scene he had just witnessed, breaking out in a cold sweat. I have a feeling that it won't be long before legends about that Kirin spread across the seas. Shanks chuckled, but for now, it's not the time for us to meet it. After venting his frustrations, Lin Chi felt the overwhelming power within him dissipate, returning to his human form on the deck. The Navy members finally sighed in relief. Lin Chi, what just happened? Smog inquired. Wait, let me try my final hybrid form. With a thought, Lin Chi's height surged to 7 meters, his hands, and certain important areas covered in dragon scales, 2 winding dragon horns protruding from his forehead. At the joints and other areas, sharp spikes jutted out, giving him an imposing presence. One constant, regardless of form, was the black and red aura behind him. After testing it out, he reverted back to human form, looking down at the 2 tiny figures before him. I just saw an apple that looked like a devil fruit in the kitchen and ate it, and that's what happened. Facing Smog's skeptical expression, Lin Shi laughed and patted his shoulder. That's just how it is. If anyone asks you about it in the future, just say that. Smog winced as Lin Shi patted him, almost feeling like his shoulder was about to break. Sorry, I still can't control my strength accurately. Lin Shi, can you turn back? Looking up at Lin Shi, who was now towering above her, Tina pouted, almost able to hang a soy sauce bottle from her mouth. Thinking about how she wouldn't be able to kiss Lin Shi anytime soon made Tina very sad. 5 meters tall, far too high. Should be able to turn back, right? Lin Shi replied uncertainly, I can sense that this fruit hides many abilities. Give me time to familiarize myself with it. About half an hour later, Lin Shi's height began to shrink from 5 meters, returning to his previous height of 1.99 meters. The Sun Candle Master had mastered the power of pure yang and discovered 2 functions of this power. One was an astonishing recovery speed. When he cut his arm with a knife, the wound healed before he could even lower the knife. This powerful recovery made Smog exclaim it was abnormal. The second ability was that he could control his height in normal form with a maximum of 3 times. He could shrink to 1/3 or grow to 3 times. Now that he was normally 5 meters tall, he could switch between 6 meters and 15 meters at will. 15 meters, taller than Kaido. Great, you're back to normal. Tina exclaimed excitedly, rushing over. Good. For the next few days, Lin Shi remained on the ship, studying the abilities of the Sun Candle Master. It took half a month to reach the East Sea from the naval headquarters, and that was using the official route of the world government. If they scaled the reverse mountain like pirates, even if the ship survived, it would take an additional 3 to 5 days. It was said that beneath the reverse mountain lurked a whale that obstructed passage. Almost half of the rookie pirates entering the New World from the 4 seas died at these 2 obstacles. Colonel, it's bad. We've encountered severe weather ahead with waterspouts forming. We request to take a detour. The navigator on the ship rushed over in a panic. The weather in the Grand Line could change in an instant. One moment, it could be clear skies for miles, and the next you'd be caught in the heart of a downpour, and you could never predict what strange weather would appear. Thunderbolts as thick as barrels and rain the size of small boulders, barriers formed by hundreds of waterspouts. The weather in the Grand Line could be said to be more complicated than a woman's mind. Without an experienced navigator, surviving on the sea would be nothing short of a miracle. Let me see how serious it is. Lin Shi set down the stacked weights he had been holding and took the telescope from the navigator. He could see that 10 miles ahead it was pouring rain with hail the size of fists continuously pelting down, while dozens of waterspouts were swirling up vast amounts of seawater into the sky. How long will it take to detour? An estimated 3 more days. Returning the telescope to the navigator, Lin Shi replied calmly, don't worry about it, steer the ship closer. Oh, the navigator doubted his hearing. Did the Lord just say to bring the ship closer? I said to bring the ship closer. Do I need to repeat myself? No. No need, I will have someone bring the ship closer right away. The navigator quickly saluted and hurried down. Ever since witnessing Lin Shi's unparalleled power that day, the Navy on the ship held an unwavering trust in this colonel. The warship resolutely steered toward the direction of the storm. Looking at the waterspout that could destroy the ship, the soldiers on board swallowed hard, hoping they wouldn't get caught in it. The dark rain clouds seemed to weigh heavily on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Bang, bang, bang. Small hailstones the size of fists pounded on the deck as Lin Shi strode to the bow of the ship. Colonel Lin. Sir Colonel. The surrounding soldiers cast looks of awe at Lin Shi. Don't worry, I'm here, Lin Shi reassured everyone. In the next moment, he transformed into a 30-meter tall candlelight form, charging toward the sky without hesitation. Roar. His roar resonated through the heavens like a dragon or a tiger. Thunder, flames, frost. Dozens of thick beams of elemental light struck the severe weather ahead. The explosions of thunder dispersed the dark clouds, flames evaporated the rainwater, and hail pierced through the clouds like swords, freezing the waterspouts at sea level. It was a scene like that of a deity creating the world, leaving those on the ship trembling in fear. In their hearts, they all shared the same thought. Thankfully, this lord was one of their own. Bang! Lin Shi transformed back into human form and landed on the bow of the ship, where the ominous clouds above had calmed and sunlight shone brightly. Only on the sea's surface remained the artistic ice sculptures of waterspouts, reminding everyone that the previous scene was not just a dream. Destroying natural disasters with human strength. Gulp. The navigator stared dumbfounded at Lin Shi, realizing that this great man seemed to be the mightiest navigator. Which other navigator would not avoid natural disasters like they were venomous snakes? Yet here he was directly charging through them. How could one even describe such prowess? Truly the #1 navigator. Wow, amazing. Long live Colonel Lin. After a brief silence, the ship erupted into thunderous applause, their reverence for Lin Shi soaring even higher. Having resolved the immediate matter, Lin Shi dared not slack off for a moment and returned to his room to continue training. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tom curled up in the corner fast asleep and felt a surge of anger. This lazy cat. While he had been training for days, Tom had been sleeping all along. Was he a cat or a pig? Tom, get up and train with me. You're part of the Navy now, but you can't be lazy. Meow, meow, meow. Tom was awakened, his innocent big eyes sparkling as if to say he was just an ordinary little kitten. Stop pretending, don't think you can be lazy. Come train with me. Under Lin Chi's threats and temptations, Tom sighed like a human. Then he began to do sit-ups. Ha ha ha, after only a few, Tom's patience ran out, panting and pretending to be exhausted, slowing down his pace. Tom, if you dare to slack off, you won't get any dried fish today. Tom's body jolted, giving Lin Chi a resentful glance before hastily resuming his sit-ups at lightning speed. 2 hours later, the originally 90 cm tall, cute kitten disappeared, replaced by a 2-meter tall muscular cat with 8-pack abs sporting a big golden chain. He even had a big golden tooth in his mouth. Lin Chi couldn't help but marvel at Tom's transformation once again. Truly impressive. Tom stood narcissistically in front of the mirror, striking poses. However, half an hour after stopping his workout, Tom naturally reverted to his original form, a 90 cm little cat. From then on, Lin Chi no longer forced Tom to train. The end of the year 2006 quietly passed aboard the ship, ushering in the year 1507 of the sea calendar. 12 days had passed since they set sail. Unfortunately, in these 12 days, they only encountered a few small pirate crews, managing to capture just one ability user. It was only after becoming an officer that Lin Chi learned that capturing one ability user and sending them to the deep-sea prison earned as much military merit as destroying a small pirate crew. There happened to be 10 cells below deck, each capable of holding 10 people, accommodating 100 in total. As they approached the upside-down mountain, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. New life choices triggered. Task Choice 1, reach the East Sea immediately. Reward, 500 points. Task Choice 2, kill 1,004 seas pirates beneath the upside-down mountain. Reward, 20 discount coupon for the shop. Task Choice 3, block the entrance, guard the foot of the upside-down mountain for a month and defeat all pirates. Reward, 10 discount coupon for the shop. Choose 3. You guys change course and head for the upside-down mountain. Yes, Captain Lin Chi. Having been out for this long, it was time to give the world government an explanation. No one had ever attempted to block the entrance to the upside-down mountain, not even the world government. One reason was that blocking here meant facing all pirates from the 4 seas, which could be held off temporarily, but not indefinitely, making the effort and resources expended disproportionate. At this time, pirates had just entered the New World, and if left unattended, half of them would die off within 3 months, making it a thankless task. Another reason was that a former pirate king's crew resided beneath the upside-down mountain. These old geezers had already retired, and the world government didn't want to provoke them, otherwise they wouldn't have allowed Rayleigh to stay on Sabati Archipelago for so many years. The Roger pirates, except for Roger's high-end combat power, were mostly still around. If these old geezers went mad, it could be quite troublesome. But if they could truly block the upside-down mountain, it would be a heavy blow to the pirates. The ship sailed on the sea, and in the distance the lighthouse at the foot of the upside-down mountain could be faintly seen. Suddenly a deafening wail echoed, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. So noisy. Tina's little face scrunched up. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds echoed in everyone's ears like the beating of thunder. You all stay on the ship, or I'll go take a look. Lin Chi vanished into the mist with a moonwalk. Laboon. As he got closer, Lin Chi saw a whale the size of a mountain crashing into the red earth continent, which was the upside-down mountain. Blood flowed down from its head. Lin Chi recognized this whale from the original story, so he shouted, Laboon, stop. I have something to tell you. Laboon was quite intelligent and slowly lowered its towering head, roaring at Lin Chi. Lin Chi stood before Laboon. He was not even as large as Laboon's eye. Laboon Brook asked me to tell you that his journey continues, and in no more than 20 years he will come back to find you. So please stop smashing your head against the red earth continent. Woo. Upon hearing Brook's name again, Labu became agitated, crashing against the red earth continent with waves, his eyes reddening. Labu, you don't believe me, do you? Brook is really still alive. Let me describe his appearance to you. Tall and thin with an explosive hairstyle, plays the violin quite well, and his favorite song is Bink Sakeite. Woo. Labu stopped crashing against the red earth continent, staring at Lin Chi with big eyes. Stop your self-destructive behavior and quietly wait for him to return. Woo. Who knows how a whale cries? Labu cried loudly, rubbing against Lin Chi before finally sinking into the sea. Young Navy, may I invite you for a drink? A man who looked to be in his 50s emerged from the lighthouse at the foot of upside-down mountain, beckoning Lin Chi. Of course. Lin Chi landed on the small island with a moonwalk, warmly led into the house by the man. I apologize, my humble abode is simple, but if you don't mind, you can try my homemade wine. Kuroka's brought out a jar of wine, pouring a glass for Lin Chi and then filling one for himself. Lin Shi took a sip saying not bad. Thank you. Kuroka set down his glass. Thank you, young Navy. Labba's body can no longer withstand his self-destructive actions. You're welcome, just a favor. Kuroka's hesitated for a moment, and then asked perhaps it's because I'm getting old, but I still hold a glimmer of hope for everything. Is it true that Brook is still alive? Lin Shi nodded. He is still alive, but due to the power of the devil fruit, he has turned into a skeleton. He's still alive. A skeleton? That's not bad. Upon receiving the news that Brook was still alive, Kuroka's continuously poured wine for Lin Shi, laughing, ha ha ha, drink more. I owe you a favor for Labo. No need to owe me. Come aboard my ship, old man. I see the surgical instruments on your wall, so you must possess exceptional medical skills. This man was capable of extending the life of the terminally ill Roger by 5 or 6 years. It was only right to invite him. Kuroka smiled awkwardly. No, I'm getting old, and can't withstand the storms at sea. I need to stay here to take care of Labo. The last man who invited me was Roger. I miss those days. Captain Colonel, are you there? It seems my subordinate is calling. Old sir, let us drink again another day. Lin Shi stood up to bid farewell to Kuroka's. Young Navy, although I don't know your name, there will always be a jar of wine reserved for you in my cellar. Ha, that's great. I imagine the upcoming days won't be lonely. Lin Shi strode out, and Kuroka sensed something was off. Wait, you're not planning to stay here, are you? To protect Lin Shi, he chased after him and advised you'd better leave now or you will be killed by a large number of pirates coming from all directions. They won't be afraid just because you are Navy. Kuroka thought that Lin Shi was just a naive young man recklessly heading towards a big disaster. He had seen many hot-blooded, impulsive young Navy men, and their outcomes were rarely good. Don't worry, old man, I'm a colonel from the Navy headquarters. It's them who will die. Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Kuroka decided that if the time came he would step in to help the young Navy. Lin Shi ordered that the soldiers on the ship could take turns to relax on the small island. After all, they would be staying here for a month. As one of the major refresh points for pirates, it did not disappoint Lin Shi. Not long after, a pirate ship crashed down the waterfall from Upside Down Mountain, nearly disintegrating. The pirates were still in shock and hadn't had time to celebrate when they heard a man's voice. Sailors, bring out the cannons and fire at will. Damn, there are Navy here too. Shameless Navy. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers on deck loaded cannonballs, ignited the fuses, and fired out over a dozen cannonballs, 6 of which hit the pirate ship. Just like that, this battered pirate ship sank to the depths of the sea in an instant, leaving traces of blood staining the ocean. Killed 35 pirates. Points 26. What? There are points. He only wanted to test the power of the cannon Sengoku gave him, but he didn't expect this trial to yield such incredible results. It seems that as long as they are his direct subordinates, he can also gain points from their kills. Although it doesn't seem as much as if he did it himself, it's still not bad. When his subordinates kill, it seems to reward Lin Shi with a certain percentage of points. Although he doesn't know how much that percentage is, it is still free points. This is quite comfortable. Once he becomes a general or a king in the future, wouldn't that be delightful? Using cannons to bombard pirates is a good tactic, catching the enemy off guard. Thus, for the next step, the pirate groups with fewer than 50 members were bombarded from a distance with cannons, and Lin Shi would deal with those with more than 50. By the afternoon, Lin Shi had no idea how many pirate groups he had wiped out. Kuroka sat on a small stool at the shore watching with great interest. This was far more enjoyable than being alone here every day. Though he had been a pirate before, it was more accurate to call him an adventurer, so he had no sympathy for these pirates. What he was worried about was Lin Shi. This kid would eventually hit a brick wall if he kept this up. You all retreat, something powerful is coming down. At 3 in the afternoon, a large shadow descended from the sky, looking very terrifying. A pirate fleet composed of more than 20 pirate ships flowed down the waterfall. Keek, Grand Line Bloodhand Hal is here. Boss, this Hal is the biggest pirate group in the West Sea, known as the Overlord of the West Sea. At its peak, it had more than 50 ships and over 3,000 members. Joseph handed a photo of him to Lin Shi from the bounty order. Bloodhand Hal. Bounty 66 million. Huh, why is there a Navy ship? Hal was taken aback, then his face twisted with malice. A small ship thinks it can block me. Boys, charge. Kill them and offer them as a sacrifice. Let the Navy announce my name, Bloodhand Hal, on the Grand Line. Kill. At Hal's command, over 1,000 pirates maneuvered their ships towards the warship. It was evident that this vicious pirate group did not take the Navy seriously. Bang, 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 more than 20 pirate ships fired cannons simultaneously, creating an extremely shocking scene, sending waves crashing across the sea. If Lin Shi hadn't ordered the warship to retreat in advance, it would have been hit by now. Kuroka stood up from his small stool with concern. A mere overlord of the West Sea, stop acting so arrogant. With me, Colonel Lin Shi here, don't even think about harming a single one of my sailors. Seeing the pirate fleet closing in, Lin Shi suddenly leaped high into the air with a moonwalk, drawing the chilling, aura-filled Long Yuan blade from his waist. One sword style, I shatter Fong. A majestic and imposing chill was released from the dragon-slaying blade, and the shells in the air upon entering the icy mist were instantly frozen into chunks of ice plummeting downward. "This young navy is quite impressive," murmured Colokas as he sat back down. Boss, our shells are useless." The crew of the pirate fleet looked at the nearby cannons, suddenly losing their appetite. What kind of nonsense is this? Are these the people of the Grand Line? Har, who had never left the West Sea, had never seen such a scene before. He knew of swordsmen who could cut through iron, but to unleash a chill spanning 1,000 meters was beyond his comprehension. "What are you panicking for? If the shells can't hit, then rush in and cut them down, and our numbers are 10 times theirs." Har shouted. "You no longer have the chance." In an instant, Lin Chi had arrived above the pirate fleet. His tiger-like body shook, and an overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from within him, targeting the 2,000 pirates below. Boom. As soon as they came into contact with the conqueror's haki, the pirates seemed to face a deity for a brief moment, unable to see or hear, and fell to the ground, rolling their eyes in defeat. 2,000 pirates fell down in the wind, leaving only the Captain Har alive. This demonstrated the terrifying ability of conqueror's haki to clear the battlefield. Colokas on the stand's pupils constricted sharply. What a powerful conqueror's haki! What is this kid's background? Everyone is dead. At this moment, Har was already frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground. Are all monsters like this on the Grand Line? So terrifying. Without seeing any action, the opponent had annihilated his entire fleet of 2,000. Just a moment ago, Har was full of confidence to make a name for himself in the new world, but in the next moment that confidence was completely shattered, and he couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. If heaven could give him a chance to start over, Har vowed, he would never come to the Grand Line. It was too frightening. Is he a devil fruit user? The man's voice pulled Har back to reality. Regaining his senses, he found that the devil-like man was standing right in front of him, trembling as he said, "Yais." Good. Lin Chi tossed Har into the warship's prison like a chick. Military merit 1. As for Har resisting, what a joke. Having survived with great difficulty, he didn't want to face that devil again. Regarding those unconscious pirates, Lin Chi had the Navy soldiers collect the heads and move the treasures from the ship onto the warship. Tina counted and found treasures worth about 20 million berries, which was quite good. As evening approached, there were almost no pirates left because the death rate after nightfall in Reverse Mountain was much higher than during the day. Pirates may lack education, but they are not foolish. After a day, every Navy soldier aboard was exhausted, but had also experienced considerable growth. On Lighthouse Island, Coloka's smoker Lin Chi and Tina sat around a campfire. The Navy chef prepared pieces of roasted meat and served them to everyone. While eating, Colokas remarked, "I never expected I would get to eat food cooked by the Navy in my lifetime." Tina smiled and replied, "If you like it, eat more." Smoker glanced at Colokas, feeling that this uncle was strange, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. "If you had accepted my invitation, you could eat Navy food every day too." "Let's not. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps." He had a few pirate friends, but those who had eaten Navy and world government food for their entire lives never came back out. They were imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. Cheers. The few of them took a sip of wine, or perhaps it was due to spending too long alone, or perhaps due to something else, but Colokas was especially eager to talk to Lin Chi. "Young Navy, what exactly is your identity? A Navy like you shouldn't have been so obscure in the past." "I have no identity, just an ordinary little Navy." Lin Chi hinted. "In terms of identity, I'm far inferior to you, senior." "Ha ha ha, I'm just a tower guard. What identity can I have?" "You're really humorous, young man." Colokas laughed. Drink up, drink up." In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this time, Lin Chi only used Conqueror's Haki to annihilate enemies, becoming increasingly familiar with its control. After half a month of relentless battles, his 200 elite soldiers began to evolve towards greater strength. One day, his subordinate came to report that the 2 large warehouses of shells supplied by Sengoku before his departure were almost used up. Coupled with the need to replenish food and fruits on the ship, Lin Chi decided to have his subordinate send a message to Sengoku using a transponder snail. "Write request shells and fruits and vegetables from Admiral Sengoku, and also mention our achievements over the past half month. How to say it, you figure it out." Lin Chi instructed the soldier responsible for communication on the ship. "Yes, Colonel." The communication soldier replied loudly, filled with admiration. After half a month of interaction, Lin Chi's strong aura displayed when annihilating enemies had deeply imprinted itself in everyone's hearts. Every soldier on the ship, without exception, admired and respected this officer. Their admiration for Colonel Lin Chi was like a surging river, endless and unyielding. Naturally, upon receiving a summons from the colonel, they immediately abandoned all their work and rushed over. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. The transponder snail on the desk of the Admiral's office in the Navy headquarters printed out a document and dropped it onto the desk. Sengoku, who was reviewing documents, casually picked it up, and the more he read, the wider his eyes became, with the corners twitching as if he had been shocked. After a while, he shouted out the door, Come here summoned Zephyr Carp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Soon several old friends gathered around staring intently at the report on the table. Zephyr and Sengoku sat to the left and right, both having their eyes twitch uncontrollably. Vice Admiral Tsuru was speechless. Having lived her age, she did not know what to say. Only Carp laughed heartily. I knew this kid was talented, it turns out to be so indeed. On the table lay the report spanning 2,600 words stating Colonel Lin Chi is unmatched, wise and mighty like a war deity, descending leading our forces to guard Reverse Mountain, causing enemies to tremble in fear for Master Lin Chi, is invincible, with an imposing manner leading us to defeat the pirates mercilessly. All of this is thanks to Colonel Lin Chi's brilliant command. The entire piece of 2,600 words was almost entirely flattery of Lin Chi. They had seen reports containing hidden agendas, but never one where the hidden agenda contained the report. The person who could write such an article was truly a genius. Even in the entire history of the Navy, this article was exceptionally explosive. Fortunately, this article originated from an upright Marine officer. Had it come from a newspaper, they would surely suspect the publication had been bribed. Setting aside this article for now, Lin Chi's action was executed flawlessly. By guarding the Reversal Mountain and eradicating all pirates, even if he holds the line for only half a month, it will deliver a devastating blow to pirate prestige. I concur with Zephyr's assessment. And after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku ordered, send word to Mariah. Ask him to publish an official report in his newspaper. Such an act, bolstering the Marines' reputation while simultaneously intimidating restless pirates, demanded widespread dissemination. Though the Marines maintained their own press, the absence of newsbirds rendered it impractical to deliver reports to every corner of the world without delay. It was precisely Mariah's terrifying dominance over news reporting that repeatedly drew threats from the world government. And meanwhile, on a secluded island blanketed by towering ancient trees, through the deeply furrowed bark of one colossal tree, bustling staff members could be seen within, straining their wits, cross-referencing incoming dispatches and laboring to craft ever more compelling headlines. A blockbuster scoop, a true sensation, and suddenly a birdman covered entirely in white feathers burst from the building, sprinting wildly while shouting in exhilaration. What's gotten into the boss today? Did he suffer a shock? No idea. I haven't seen him like this in ages. And the entire staff turned curiously toward Mariah. Snap. And Mariah slammed a classified Marine intelligence dossier onto his subordinate's forehead. Hurry, print it immediately. This edition will sell like wildfire. What's the big story that's got you so worked up, boss? Muttering, the subordinate peeled the dossier from his forehead, and his pupils contracted sharply. Guarding the Reversal Mountain, superficially unremarkable, this act struck at the very roots of piracy in the Grand Line. Without fresh pirates flooding in from the four seas, those already in the Grand Line would dwindle steadily. Over time, the implications become stark. A month or two may pass unnoticed. But should this blockade persist, even the four emperors would grow uneasy. After all, these are their future recruits. Currently, 3 of the 4 emperors' thrones in the New World have been secured. Only the final seat remains contested. And the maritime order has largely crystallized, a reality even the world government cannot overturn. So the Marines intend to instill fear among pirates. Mariah's press operated with astonishing efficiency. Within half an hour, freshly printed newspapers were dispatched worldwide by hundreds of thousands of newsbirds. East Blue. Na youth stood barefoot on the shore, gripping a sword in one hand and a newspaper in the other, staring dumbfounded at a small vessel anchored offshore. Fellows, I think becoming pirates is just too dangerous. We should go back to tending cattle. Agreed, and me too. Who knew the pirate path ended right at the Reversal Mountain? And thus this fledgling pirate crew, never having set sail, was stillborn. Compared to the North Blue, the West Blue experienced a cataclysm no less profound than a tsunami. What a bloodhand howl, gone in under half a day upon entering the Grand Line. Na pirate trembled violently as he clutched the newspaper. Bloodhand Howe, the uncrowned sovereign of the West Blue, had etched terror into the marrow of every West Blue pirate. Yet such a fearsome figure had been apprehended before even growing accustomed to the Grand Line. The Grand Line is truly a place of unspeakable dread, and that day countless West Blue pirates swore solemn oaths never to enter the Grand Line. They also etched Lin Chi's name deep into memory. And from that day forward, Lin Chi earned his first epithet in the pirate slayer Lin Chi. East Blue. Luffy, unable to read, was drawn by Dayton, who sat nearby reading the paper aloud. Lin Chi remained unaware that his deeds had cemented Garp's resolve to rigorously train Luffy. Garp had sent Luffy to the mountain bandit Dayton over 2 years ahead of schedule. Nas, the sole literate member among the bandits, Dayton proudly recited the article aloud to his comrades. Whoa, this Marine uncle is amazing. Just like my grandpa. Young Luffy gazed at the image in the paper, Lin Chi cleaving a pirate ship in two with a single stroke, and drifted into reverie. New world. In Cake Island. In Shaha. Na cake the size of a wash basin vanished down Big Mom's throat, her gaze instantly sharpening with menace. The Marine's reach grows bolder by the day. It seems they require a harsh lesson. In Rajan Charlotte Jalit. You shall eliminate this Marine, and bring back abundant delicacies. Charlotte Rajan, the 33rd son of the Charlotte family. In Charlotte Jalit, the 18th daughter of Big Mom. In Yes Mother. Bowing on one knee, the pair departed with solemn reverence. In half a month had passed since the newspaper's release. Beyond catapulting Lin Chi to fame, pirate activity at the Reversal Mountain had dwindled markedly. Lin Chi grumbled inwardly at Sengoku. The paper had been published too soon. He'd missed precious opportunities to accrue more points. Ni's current tally now stood at a staggering 1-to-1530 points. A full 1-to-1000 points. And recall that the rare Logia-type gas fruit, previously valued at 188 points, paled in comparison. With that sum he could purchase nearly 5,000 flintlock muskets, or over 1 million loaves of premium wheat bread, sufficient to sustain a small nation. Should he redeem his 10% discount voucher, he could acquire a Logia-type devil fruit outright. And Chime, congratulations, you have successfully guarded the Reversal Mountain for 1 month. Claim your reward. Claim it. And having labored diligently for a full month, he spared no hesitation when spending. In today's inventory was exceptionally opulent, truly lavish. Doubled cultivation scroll 1 week. Price 1000 points. None like the prior body forging scroll, effective solely for physical enhancement. This scroll accelerated cultivation, holistically body swordsmanship, and haki alike. Paramecia-type gravitation fruit. Price 155555 points. In Mito Long Yuan, Supreme Grade Sword. Price 160000 points. Storage Ring 2M, 2M. Price 3000 points. In Oranges 10. Price 1 point. Heart Crossing Demon Blade Power. Price 100000 points. In Curses. Only when funds run low does one grasp how scarce money truly is. In faced with such overwhelming abundance, Lin Chi lamented not fate, but his own insufficient fortune. Unhesitatingly, he applied his 10% voucher to secure the most valuable item, the Mito Long Yuan. Its original price, 16000 points, slashed to just 16000. A flash of radiance, and a pitch-black blade materialized in Lin Chi's palm. Its surface shimmered beneath the sun, adorned with scales resembling those of a celestial dragon, each scale exquisitely defined. A ferocious black dragon coiled around the hilt, its maw open in silent, eternal roar. At the pommel gleamed 3 gemstones, 1 crimson, 1 emerald, 1 sapphire. An extraordinary blade. For someone like him, who had wielded a knife for years, it was enough to simply hold it to sense the energy contained within. He then purchased a storage ring. Although the space was not large, it could be used to store knives in special circumstances. Otherwise, he might find himself in situations where weapons were not allowed. He clicked on the introduction of Shindu Power of the Demon Knife. Shindu Power of the Demon Knife can be attached to any weapon to transform it into a demon knife capable of advancing through killing or devouring other demon knives. A good item. His other knife, Long Yuan, was merely a decent blade, unable to keep up with the current battles. He feared that the gift from Sister Tao Rabbit would break if he used it too forcefully. Speaking of which, many decent blades were mere replicas of Supreme Blades, and the Long Yuan gifted by Sister Yao Rabbit was one of the replicas of the Supreme Blade Long Yuan. In order to differentiate, Lin Chi decided to rename the Long Yuan given by Sister Tao Rabbit as Dragon Slayer or Shindu Demon Knife. Purchase, use, and fuse with Dragon Slayer. Points consumed 100 usage successful. Isn't it said that demon knives are very sinister? Why is there no reaction? After fusion, aside from a ghostly face appearing on the blade, Dragon Slayer showed no other changes. Beep the host is the creator of the demon knife. The demon knife will not attack its creator. I see. After a shopping spree, only 2530 points remained. Lin Chi looked at his deflated wallet and sighed. He still needed to earn points. He bought 2 double training scrolls, 1 week, 1 for Tina and 1 for himself. By now he had become completely broke with only 530 points left. Uncle, we are leaving. We will come back to see you another day. Take care. After completing the task, Lin Chi prepared to leave the inverted mountain. Before leaving, Labu and Uncle Karaskas came out to bid him farewell. On the way to the east, the Navy gathered together, whispering. For a month it had been nothing but killing, and now that they suddenly had free time, they were somewhat unaccustomed. I always feel that Colonel Lin Chi is even more terrifying now. Yeah, especially with those 2 knives at his waist. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel like those knives are alive. Damn, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Every time I get close, my legs turn to jelly, as if I am being stared at by some terrifying beast. What are you guys talking about? Suddenly a large shadow obscured the sunlight. Smoker, we are discussing the Colonel's knives. Knives. Smoker was puzzled, wondering when Lin Shi had switched to 2 knives. He walked over and asked, can I see your knife? No, Lin Shi coldly rejected. A swordsman's knife is like his wife. How can it be touched by others? Smoker replied speechlessly, what if your knife is a male? Fine, but you can only touch this one. Lin Shi was also curious about what would happen if an outsider held Dragon Slayer. He wouldn't pass up an opportunity for a test subject. After pondering for a moment, Smoker reached out and grasped the demon knife Dragon Slayer. The moment Smoker held the hilt, the ghostly face on the blade lit up with a purple glow. This purple light reflected in Smoker's pupils, dyeing his eyes violet. Whoosh! Smoker suddenly swung the long knife, attacking the nearby navy. Enough! Lin Shi shouted sternly, causing the ghostly face on Dragon Slayer to dim. Smoker jolted awake, terrified, as he dropped Dragon Slayer, filled with dread. I just was controlled by this knife. Don't throw it away, Lin Shi said, picking up Dragon Slayer with concern. Actually, this is a demon knife. If you were cautious, you probably wouldn't have been controlled. Demon knife. Smoker was greatly frightened. Don't you know that no swordsman who has ever used a demon knife has ended well? It's fine, it's very well behaved. Saying this, Lin Shi patted Dragon Slayer at his waist. Well behaved. Smoker recalled the scene of being controlled and looked at the quietly resting Dragon Slayer at Lin Shi's waist, his expression complex. He really wanted to say, look at how unruly your knife is. Lin Shi, come try my freshly baked waffle. Oh, Smoker, you're here too. Noticing Tina coming over with a plate of waffles and a glass of orange juice with 2 straws, Smoker knew this was not prepared for him. He quietly walked away. This dog food was more than enough. He practically had to eat it every day. Crunch, crunch. Afternoon tea time passed with Tina's company. Before he knew it, the next day arrived, and everyone successfully arrived at the East Sea via the Red Earth continent. East Sea. A sweet sea breeze brushed against him as Lin Shi embraced Tina, who stood at the bow of the ship, spreading her arms to welcome the sea breeze. Is this your hometown? No wonder, it's the place where my dear Tina grew up. Even the sea breeze is much sweeter than in other places. Ugh, this nauseating smell of love. Smoker turned his head away while Tina, back in the East Sea after a long time, wore a radiant smile. Boss, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the fragrant smell seems to be coming from over there. Joseph cautiously pointed into the distance. That's a restaurant. No, it's a pirate crew. On the sea, a pirate crew with a chef's hat was engaged in fierce combat with another pirate crew. The various aromas wafting across the sea came from the kitchen on the ship. Smoker, please just knock out the pirates. Ugh. Lin Shi rubbed Tina's chubby little belly, not wanting to move. Smoker was more than capable of handling these small fry in the East Sea. Smoker reluctantly moved, chewing on a cigar, and transformed into smoke as he flew over. In just a few moves, he had knocked out the 2 pirate crews. The 2 pirate crew leaders were brought over by Smoker, looking utterly bewildered, as if they were thinking, who am I? Where am I? How did I get captured? You 2 state your names so I can see your bounties. The 2 captains blankly raised their heads, still recovering from their defeat, when suddenly they trembled. Sea Captain Killer Lin Shi. One of them exclaimed in terror, stepping back several paces. The other pirate with golden hair sighed. No matter how much I calculated, I still couldn't avoid this. If it weren't for worrying about running into you, I would have been on the Grand Line by now. Idiot, why did you 2 talk so much? Quickly answer boss Lin Shi's question. Joseph scolded. Sir Knight Pullman. Redfoot Zepp. Hearing the 2 names, Lin Shi became interested. Wasn't this Zepp the pirate who later adopted Sanji? It turned out he was still a pirate in the East Sea at this time. Thus he had his subordinates drag the other captain away, leaving only Zepp. I've heard of you. Although you're a pirate, you're not too bad and haven't done any heinous acts. I don't understand why is this pirate nemesis talking to me like this. How about you cook a meal for me and my brothers? In exchange, I will let you go. You aren't lying to me, are you? Zepp blinked, puzzled. In this day and age, was there really a navy that would let a pirate go? A promise is a promise. All right, but with so many of you, I will need my crew to help make enough food for you. Of course. Delicious. This soup is as clear as water, yet its flavor is rich. Lin Shi took a sip of the soup meticulously prepared by Japu, and then had a bite of the seafood fried rice. As everyone knows, Sanji's culinary skills were taught by Japu. He has indeed savored the dishes that the shrimp wanted the most. Tina stuffed her mouth full, her big eyes squinting happily into crescent shapes. Hearing compliments about the soup, she made Japu felt quite pleased. Of course, it would be even better if the one praising him wasn't from the Navy. I really like these dishes. Could you trouble you to tell the chef on board how to make them? No problem. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Shi began to urge people to leave. Aren't you going? Do you want to stay for dinner? Thank you. Japu swore that today he broadened his horizons, as there really were Navy personnel who let pirates go instead of capturing them. It's simply absurd. A refreshing presence in the Navy. Did you really let them go? Smoker gazed at the pirate ship sailing away as if meeting Lin Shi for the first time. What else could I do? I thought you would kill them. That would be too brutal. I'm actually quite kind, you know. You kind. Hee hee. Smoker looked at him disdainfully. Next, can you take me to Rogue Town? No way. Tina hasn't been home for many years. I want to take her back to see her family first. Smoker, he didn't want to stay on the ship to eat dog food. By the way, Cocoa Village is not far from Tina's home. Let's go there first. Lin Chi's visit to Cocoa Village was not for Nami, but for her mother Belmere. According to the timeline, Belmere should have just retired from the Navy for a year or two. Before retiring from the Navy, Belmere was no longer a basic soldier and had fought against pirates in the East Sea for many years. Therefore, she had a clear understanding of the overall environment in the East Sea. Furthermore, because she had already become a civilian, Lin Chi could confidently and boldly ask her some sensitive questions about the relationships between the kingdoms in the East Sea. Oh, by the way, could you keep an eye on someone for me in the East Sea? Who? CLO. Are you looking for him for something? Do you know what is the most precious thing in the new era? What? Talent. I have my eye on him, so please keep an eye on him for me. CLO said to be the second smartest among pirates. Another month passed. Lin Chi was searching for pirates while heading to his destination. During this time, he had defeated over 60 pirate crews, capturing many capable individuals, including those caught in Upside Down Mountain. The number of capable individuals locked on the ship was a terrifying 50. 50 capable individuals. This military achievement was a windfall for Lin Chi. Cocoa Village, a remote little town in the East Sea where all the residents made a living by selling oranges, struggling to get by. When the villagers saw the Navy arriving, they weren't excited. Instead, they cast wary glances as if they were seeing a plague. It turned out that this remote little town rarely had Navy visits. Every time they encountered the Navy, it was never a good thing. Navy, what are you here for this time? A man with a windmill on his head stepped out to cautiously negotiate with Lin Chi. Sir, you seem to have misunderstood, Lin Chi said. Pointing to his justice cape, he said, I am Colonel from the Navy headquarters here in the East Sea, merely to deliver a message. I heard that your oranges are delicious, and I would like to buy them all to take back for my friends to try. Not from the East Sea Navy. Kinjitsu's gaze rapidly shifted between Lin Chi and the soldiers behind him. The spirit of these soldiers was unlike any Navy he had encountered before. Could it be that he really wasn't from the East Sea? Kinjutsu looked at the 3 jeweled blades on the opponent's weapon and was shocked. The other party seemed to be a wealthy person. Some villagers in the town hadn't opened their shops for months, especially Belmere's family, which had run out of supplies. The relief food was barely enough for 2 children. Belmere could only survive on oranges every day. If she missed out on this big order because of herself, they would probably blame her. Are you really here to buy oranges? At this moment, Kinjutsu fully believed the other party's words. If they were truly here to catch a bounty criminal, the criminal would have already run away. What else could it be? 5 minutes later. Ha ha, young man, you are truly impressive. Oh, at such a young age you are already a colonel from the Navy headquarters. Alas, if only I had a daughter, I would surely marry her off to a young talent like you. A group of respected elders in the village stood before Lin Chi with smiles. I want all the oranges in the village. Remember all of them. Lin Chi had his subordinates bring over a box of gold coins. Additionally, I want to see the person in charge of every orange tree. Sure, definitely no problem. The eyes of several people seemed to shine as they stared intently at the box of treasures. Having killed so many pirates, Lin Chi was now a wealthy man. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. Belmere did not live in the village, but in a hidden corner outside. Kinjutsu was notorious for protecting Belmere's family. Moreover, Belmere was a deserter. With all these factors combined, if he dared to wear this outfit and asked to see Belmere, it would probably take quite a bit of effort. It was still simpler this way. Soon after, Lin Chi saw Belmere among the orange-carrying crew. Her pink hair was easy to recognize, and she appeared to be around 26 or 27 with a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Her clothes were damp from carrying oranges, yet her face still radiated a bright smile. Lin Chi walked over briskly. Madam, to ensure the quality of the oranges I purchased, may I see your orange grove? So handsome. Belmere, upon seeing the man in front of her, was momentarily entranced. What did you say? I complimented you on being a handsome guy. Belmere, feeling sticky all over, simply took off her outer coat, revealing her well-proportioned figure. She looked towards Kinjutsu, who nodded at her. All right, you come with me, but don't bring too many people. Ooh, I don't want to scare the children. Fine, I will go with you alone. The others will stay here to receive the oranges. On this side, upon reaching Belmere's orange grove, her smile instantly vanished. So what do you want from me? Oh, how perceptive. Lin Chi realized he had underestimated this woman's intelligence. A woman's intuition. All right. Lin Chi spread his hands, no longer pretending Belmere soldier. Before he could finish, a long leg suddenly kicked towards him. Boom, the scene shifted, and Belmere was pressed to the ground by Lin Chi with one hand. You should have let me finish, soldier. I mean you no harm. Revealing your identity is merely to ensure you don't hide anything from me. Ugh, let go of me, you jerk. Belmere struggled fiercely with her long leg. In the distance, a small figure hid behind an orange tree, her rosy little face peeking at the backs of Lin Chi and Biermeyer. Little Nami couldn't hear what they were saying, but seeing her foster mother being pinned to the ground, she vaguely understood something. She found me a stepfather. Hey Nami, what are you looking at? A small figure suddenly patted Nami from behind, startling her. Nami hurriedly grabbed the girl and covered her mouth. Shoo! No Kigo, don't make a noise. Remember the comic book we saw last time? Biermeyer is doing something embarrassing with that man. What? It's broad daylight. No Kigo's words were cut off. The actions of the two were too easily misinterpreted. Biermeyer was bent over with her bottom in the air, while Lin Shi was behind her pressing down on her legs with his calves, his hand gripping the back of her neck. Ugh, Biermeyer actually. So thrilling. No, I can't let Nami learn bad things. No Kigo grabbed Nami by the arm and forcibly pulled her away. On the other side. Madam, you wouldn't want your daughters to go hungry, would you? Madam, you wouldn't want your daughters to live a life of hunger and cold, would you? Biermeyer's face turned pale upon hearing Lin Shi's words. What do you want? It's simple, just come with me into the grove and do as I say. Nami and No Kigo's cute faces kept flashing in Biermeyer's mind, and she gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll listen to you. Biermeyer was led into the grove by Lin Shi, and only then did Nami and No Kigo jump out from behind the orange tree. Sigh, Biermeyer is really something. It's broad daylight, and she is too thirsty, isn't she? Hey, you can't say that about Biermeyer. Maybe she's just going to chat. Nami retorted to No Kigo. Despite their young age, thanks to having Biermeyer a woman with an exceptionally open character around them, Nami and No Kigo were already quite the veterans. If your idea of chatting involves going deep into the grove, do you think it's a discussion of state secrets? No Kigo was worried about her foster mother suddenly seeking a man. What if the other party is a bad person? Half an hour. An hour. After a full 2 hours, Biermeyer and Lin Shi still hadn't come out, and No Kigo couldn't help but worry. It's been 2 hours. Can Biermeyer's body handle it? Nami was going crazy. What are you thinking about with that little head of yours? At that moment, Lin Shi's figure finally reappeared. He was recalling the information he had obtained from Biermeyer. Thanks to her gossipy nature, the information was more than he had imagined. The place that would most easily make him a king was actually in the West Sea. The West Sea, the most chaotic ocean among the 4 seas, just happens to lack any strong experts. In one sentence, it could be described as inexperienced and playful, a group of rookies pecking at each other. This has led to most kingdoms in the West Sea having their people living in misery. Both the kings and the common folk were having a tough time. Many pleasure-seeking kings were even willing to sell their thrones. They would sell it for money. Surprisingly, there were quite a few such kings in the West Sea. He could easily become a king through regular channels. Alright, it seems becoming a king is easier than I thought. He tidied his clothes as he walked out of the grove. The fight with No Kigo had left his just his cloak askew. No Kigo was in an even worse state. Her clothes were covered in mud from their earlier tussle, and it was now dried and sticking uncomfortably to her. She couldn't take it off. If she did, she would have nothing to wear. You two little ones, having watched the commotion for so long, come out. Lin Shi, who possessed observation Haki, immediately spotted the 2 little ones. Wow, amazing. How did you find us? Nami and No Kigo jumped out boldly. You must be Nami and No Kigo, so adorable. Lin Shi smiled and patted their foreheads. What should we call you? Nami blinked her big watery eyes and asked. Call me Daddy. Truly a father. The 2 little ones were utterly shocked. Dad. Just as Nami hesitated whether to call out, a fist swung in from the side. Bastard, don't corrupt the children. Biermeyer said angrily. Don't listen to his nonsense. Oh, just call him brother. Ha, don't be so scary. It was just a joke. Lin Shi squatted down and rubbed Nami's little face. Little Nami is so cute. Brother has a gift for you. An expensive ruby brooch was pinned to Nami's chest. Wow, so beautiful. Little Nami's eyes seemed to sparkle, and she hugged Lin Shi and gave him a peck on the cheek. Thank you, brother. Actually, if you want to impress Biermeyer, I wouldn't mind. Idiot. Biermeyer's forehead was throbbing. This girl was easily bribed with just a ruby brooch. No Kigo looked at Nami with envy. By the way, you two also have gifts. 2 rings and a handful of gold coins were stuffed into Biermeyer's and No Kigo's hands by Lin Shi. Exchanging the gold coins for belly should be enough for you to eat for several years. Buy the kids some more food and clothes. Oh, look how thin they are. Lin Shi noticed that the lives of the mother and daughters were not good. Their clothes were patched up, and they looked very thin. It seemed Nami's future greed might stem from the fear of poverty in her childhood. He did not want to give more, as he understood the principle of holding on to wealth brings trouble. There is no wall that does not let the wind pass. Thank you, brother. Upon receiving the gift, No Kigo's sweet voice rang out. Thank you, I won't be polite. This sum of money was a great help to Biermeyer. She felt guilty for not being able to provide a good living environment for Nami and No Kigo. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her wasn't so detestable after all. Alright, may we meet again by fate, little Nami. Lin Shi playfully rubbed Nami's little face. I must say, little Nami was incredibly cute back then. I almost turned into a human trafficker. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, if you ever encounter a merman named Alone, just say that you are protected by the Night Eagle. Oh, okay. Bayermeyer found it strange what this man was talking about, but she still noted it down. In her eyes, Lin Chi was quite mysterious. As he left, the warship departed with a full load of oranges. Can you eat all those oranges? Smoker popped a sugar orange into his mouth. It's fine, I've got money, eat one and throw two away. Smoker. The mission to the East Sea was basically complete. Next, he just needed to meet two more people and return Tina home before he could go back. Carp's gift for Luffy could simply be delivered by Smoker's subordinate. I'm going to be the man who becomes an admiral. It would be a miracle if Luffy could read this book. All units be on alert as something powerful is approaching. Just after leaving the village of Kakexia, Lin Chi's observation, Haki sensed two formidable presences rapidly drawing near. I've found you. A rather handsome man with a punk hairstyle wielding a flame sword looked down at Lin Chi and the others from above. Little brother, stop wasting time with them. Quickly kill them, as we still need to find dessert for Mom. Another woman with striking pink hair standing on a floating ball of butter impatiently urged while holding a glass of red wine. Sister, we have been drifting at sea for a month and a half, so we have to kill them a little at a time to break even. Boss, they are among the cadres of the Grandma Pirates Liaison and Jia Lete. Report from the subordinates. Every elite naval officer must firmly remember the information about the four Emperor's pirates. Charlotte Linland's people. Listening to their conversation, Lin Chi frowned, wondering why he didn't remember offending them anywhere. However, since the enemy had already arrived at his doorstep, there was no reason to let them go. Smoker, I can sense that there is a pirate ship following them. When the fight starts, the pirate ship is yours, and the two cadres are mine. All right. Smoker drew his sword. What about me? I want to join the fight too. Tina volunteered herself. You stay behind to protect the soldiers on the ship. The two in the sky undoubtedly possessed the power of the admiral level, though any soldier on the ship would be instantly killed upon contact. Fine, let's do it your way. Little brother. Jia Lete exclaimed in concern, her red wine spilling everywhere. She disregarded her elegant demeanor and took a fighting stance. The man in front of her was far too powerful, having defeated Liaison with a single punch. It seemed they had kicked a hard rock today. Madam, you are showing too much skin. Lin Chi, unable to keep his eyes open due to the sight of her ample assets, kindly reminded her. Unexpectedly, he was met with a barrage of butter. Butter javelin. Dozens of javelins formed from cooled butter were thrown at him by the woman. A paramecia-type butter fruit. Lin Chi faced the butter javelins, grabbing the woman's neck and sneering, are you just trying to tickle me? Monster. Jia Lete struggled to breathe as her throat was gripped, watching Lin Chi unaffected by the javelins that struck him, her mind trembling. Do you think I should kill you now or keep you alive for military merit? Lin Chi's hand gradually tightened, seemingly in contemplation. With a sudden crack, the woman's head flew off. The headless corpse fell. Cough, cough. That hurts. You are such a man who does not cherish the fairer sex. Suddenly, the severed head turned into butter, wriggling back to the body and transforming into a human form. Jia Lete's beautiful face turned purple as she coughed repeatedly. Similar to a Logia-type paramecia, Lin Chi, who was originally prepared to assist Smoker, turned around with a newfound interest. Butter heat wave. A large amount of steaming butter was splashed at Lin Chi by the woman, who then transformed into a mass of butter wrapping around his body. Damn, I just praised you, and this is what you show me. In nature-type elemental transformations, one retains their clothing. The woman before him, resembling a seductress, was completely bare after her butter transformation. Lin Chi watched the few pieces of clothing fall into the sea. Then, gazing at the woman coiling around his waist like a seductress, he momentarily couldn't tell whether she intended to kill or seduce. Are you done playing? With a loud slap, Lin Chi struck the woman's shapely rear, releasing an overwhelming chill. Ah, crack, crack, crack. Under the terrifying chill, the woman was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell into the sea. For a devil fruit user, falling into the sea was tantamount to a death sentence. In the depths of the sea, Liaison, who had swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, suddenly awoke, slicing through the surface with his sword and leaping out. Cough, cough, cough. The illustrious Liaison almost drowned. Rubbing his aching chest in disbelief, he realized he had just been knocked out with a single punch. Damn, was that Kaido? Sister. Not having time to rest, he hurriedly caught Jia Lete, who was falling, watching as she turned into an ice block. His eyes were filled with rage. I will kill you. Liaison howled to the heavens, carefully placing his sister on a rock, then unsheathing his sword to charge forward. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. 30 seconds later, Liaison and Jia Lete lay neatly in a row, having been tossed onto the naval ship by Lin Chi. He even kindly made the ice covering Jia Lete opaque, so she wouldn't be exposed. Thus, the two individuals with at least rear admiral-level combat power were captured without even breaking Lin Chi's defenses. So impressive. Tina clapped her hands in amazement. The soldiers on the ship watched the two lying on the deck, whispering among themselves. Did you see that? That guy could slice through the sea with a single sword, but was easily defeated by Colonel Lin Chi. Colonel Lin Chi is mighty. Colonel Lin Shi, should we imprison them? Wait a moment, why hasn't Smoker returned? Lin Shi frowned. Smoker, a natural-type user, shouldn't take this long to deal with a bunch of small fry. Could something have happened? The ominous premonition was soon confirmed. A tall man with a red mohawk and a towel around his mouth flew over carrying a battered Smoker. This man was using the Navy's 6 powers, specifically moonwalk. Charlotte Katakuri. Lin Shi slowly uttered the 7 characters, his gaze solemn and unwavering upon the man before him. If the Katakuri of later years stood at the apex of the Emperor's top lieutenants, this Katakuri, still untempered by time, had yet to attain that seasoned razor-sharp acumen. In future pirate forums, many would boast that Katakuri's combat prowess rivaled that of an admiral. Lin Shi dared not affirm such claims. Yet judging solely by the overwhelming aura radiating from him, the 37-year-old Katakuri had not yet reached admiral tier strength, but he far surpassed elite rear admirals and could even dare to cross blades with one if fate demanded it. Lin Shi scrutinized Katakuri. Katakuri, in turn, studied Lin Shi. Before him stood a youth no older than 20. Yet beneath that unassuming frame lurked something monstrous like a demon coiled in silence. His formidable observation Haki pulsed incessantly, whispering warnings to Katakuri. This man was no ordinary foe. After careful deliberation, Katakuri abandoned the notion of striking first. Release my younger siblings, and in exchange I will return this man to you. Katakuri lifted the unconscious Smoker by the collar. Agreed. Lin Shi nodded. Smoker could not die, not yet. A mere twitch of Katakuri's fingers would shatter his skull. Katakuri narrowed his eyes. The Navy was unexpectedly cooperative. First awaken them. Once they depart, I shall honor my word and release him. Agreed. With a flick of his hand, Lin Shi dispelled the ice binding them and thoughtfully draped each in a delicate frost armor, preserving their dignity. Garrett and Raisin awoke with splitting headaches, dazed and disoriented, until their eyes fell upon Katakuri. It's brother Katakuri. Thank goodness. You must avenge us. Kill them now. Raisin shouted defiantly, only to be silenced by Katakuri's sharp rebuke. Silence. Leave this place at once. Speak not another word. Garrett rubbed her stinging backside, glaring fiercely at Lin Shi. Her crimson lips parted as if to curse, then closed again, overruled by the sheer weight of her brother's authority. Limping awkwardly, clutching her bruised rear, she half-dragged Raisin away. Once they vanished into the distance, Katakuri kept his vow, tossing Smoker aside before sprinting after his siblings. Smoker! Smoker, are you all right? A swarm of naval medics rushed forward, administering CPR, pressing acupoints, until at last Smoker stirred back to consciousness. Smoker opened his eyes, gazing calmly upon the crowd. I lost. The battle itself had faded into fog, its details erased from memory. All he recalled was annihilating a ship full of pirates. Then without warning, a pale, glutinous mass like mochi slamming down from every direction. I'm sorry, I've dragged you all down. Smoker touched his jit, then walked away alone. Around him, soldiers stared in stunned disbelief. Heavens, Smoker actually apologized. Looks like this hit him hard. Should we go comfort him? Better not. You'd probably only make it worse. Given Smoker's fragile state, Lin Shi personally escorted him to Lobetown. Indeed, Smoker's misfortunes ran deep, demoted then thoroughly thrashed. Before departing, Lin Shi handed Smoker the letter Garp had written for Luffy, asking him to arrange its delivery. Don't worry, I won't forget your request. Smoker stood alone on the dock, bidding Lin Shi farewell. As the ship receded into the horizon, he suddenly bellowed, Mark my words. I'll surpass you next time we meet. Good, I'll be waiting. Lin Shi laughed heartily as he sailed away. After 2 weeks at sea, the warship anchored off Tina's homeland. The Malost Kingdom, a modest, mid-sized realm of quiet mediocrity. Its monarch was neither wise nor foolish, its people lived neither in hardship nor ease. Yet Tina's family ranked among the 3 most powerful houses in Malost. That her father had secured a devil fruit, even in the remote East Blue, spoke volumes. Tina's grandfather served as commander of the Royal Defense Force, commanding all land-based troops, and had just ordered his soldiers to don civilian attire and enjoy the town freely. Lin Shi strolled through the bustling streets with Tina and Tomcat. Returning home after so long, Tina glowed with rare joy, dragging Lin Shi's hand, laughing as she sampled street fare at every stall. Like lovers lost in a sunlit dream. Are you Miss Tina? A hesitant voice broke the air behind them. Tina turned, eyes lighting up. Uncle Sam. She hurried forward, still holding Lin Shi's hand. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Sam, who raised me since childhood. And this is Lin Shi, my boyfriend. At the word boyfriend, Tina stole a shy glance at Lin Shi, hoping he wouldn't mind the boldness. Pleased to meet you. I'm honored to meet Tina's family. Lin Shi extended his hand with a warm smile. Likewise, replied the butler, his expression stiff, barely masking his shock. She joined the Marines and came home with a boyfriend. May the master's heart survive the sight of his cherished daughter, claimed by some young rogue. By the way, How are father and grandfather faring? Tina asked. Well, not well, the butler sighed. Let me escort you home first. Your father will be overjoyed to see you. Yes, we're going home. Tina nestled Lin Chi's arm in hers and followed the butler. At the family estate, Tina's father sat upon the central dais, the butler standing quietly behind him. Lin Chi and Tina took seats to his left and right. After polite banter between father and daughter, silence fell. Thick, heavy, absolute. Two piercing eyes locked onto Lin Chi, unblinking, relentless. Lin Chi instinctively straightened his posture. This first impression mattered. No reckless flame-eyed boyhood image here. That gaze made him half expect a dozen executioners to burst forth on command. Father Uncle Sam mentioned recent troubles within the family. May I help resolve them? Tina interjected, gently shielding Lin Chi from scrutiny. Returning to the matter at hand, Kelly sighed deeply. To be frank, a band of brigands has emerged in the kingdom, posing as revolutionaries. They strike with military precision each midnight, yet leave no trace. By dawn they vanish as if they never existed. The king entrusted our house with eliminating them 2 weeks ago, yet we remain utterly clueless. Should we fail, the crown's trust in our house will crumble. My father's already thinning hair has fallen out entirely over this. Then entrust it to me, father. I'll capture them. Tina rose, slamming her palm upon the table. Entrust it to you? Out of the question. Our men haven't died out yet. Kelly shook his head vigorously. Risking his beloved daughter was unthinkable. In his heart, Tina would always be his little girl. Not Tina alone. Me as well. Lin Chi stood beside her. Rest assured, sir, I will aid Tina in resolving this crisis. You? Kelly scanned Lin Chi from head to toe. Handsome, yes, but hardly the picture of martial might. Father, don't be fooled by his delicate appearance. This young man is actually a Navy Rear Admiral. Tina chimed sweetly. A Navy Rear Admiral. So young. Kaylee eyed Lin Chi with skepticism. He had never heard of such a youthful Rear Admiral in the Navy, and wondered if his daughter had been deceived. Seeing his doubt, Lin Chi decided to demonstrate his prowess. Forgive my rudeness, uncle. Gunpoint. With sudden force, he drove his finger straight into a solid stone pillar beside them. When he withdrew his finger, a 10-centimeter-deep crater gaped in the granite. Phew! Kaylee sucked in a sharp breath and seized Lin Chi's hand, inspecting it closely. Young man, are you certain your hand is unharmed? He had never encountered anyone who could pierce stone barehanded. Could human flesh truly rival granite? Upon confirming Lin Chi's fingers were perfectly intact, Kaylee drew another sharp, icy breath. Remarkable. I believe you now. You truly are a Navy Rear Admiral. Beside them, the maid's eyes sparkled. What astonishing strength resided in those fingers. Her attitude instantly pivoted 180 degrees. She eagerly clasped Lin Chi's hand. Then we entrust the bandit matter entirely to you, sir. Our family shall offer generous recompense upon resolution. No recompense necessary, uncle. I act solely out of regard for Tina. Kaylee's smile froze. His gaze darted rapidly between the two. Could it be they were already involved? Had his precious daughter been claimed? Tina's cheeks flushed crimson as she jabbed Kaylee sharply. How vexing. Why must you stare at me like that? That night, Lin Chi stood atop the nation's highest peak, his tiger-like gaze sweeping dominion over the land. The candlelight fruit had heightened his vision to sniper-level precision. No scope required. Coupled with his already formidable observation Haki, any thieves daring to emerge tonight would be captured without escape. They're here. At the second watch of midnight, the vermin finally succumbed to temptation, slipping stealthily into a grand mansion. The moment they moved, Lin Chi detected them. Iron body, steel fist. A three-turtle brute, armor, weapon, and body alike, shattered under Lin Chi's single blow. Miss, were you frightened? At the very instant of peril, Lin Chi snatched the wealthy family's daughter from the bandit's grasp. Thank you, she stammered, utterly stunned and paralyzed by terror. It was the household servants who hastily led her away. Who are you? Dare you oppose the Revolutionary Army? Do you wish to die? Witnessing their comrade pulverized into dust by a single strike, the bandits recoiled in shock, yet still summoned courage, hoping the Revolutionary Army's name alone would drive him off. The Revolutionary Army. Lin Chi sneered. If Dragon himself learned of your deeds, he'd likely come personally to execute you. You speak truth. Crack. A lightning bolt split the heavens. From the shadows of the room's far corner, a figure emerged, cloaked head to toe. He lowered his hood, revealing a face crisscrossed with unmistakable slipper prints. The most vicious criminal in history, Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon. Lin Chi looked genuinely surprised. Do you know me? Dragon regarded him curiously. I know your father. Old man. Dragon raised a hand to his faintly aching cheek. The bandits, seeing Dragon arrive, were utterly shattered, petrified. They had spent their days fraudulently waving the Revolutionary Army's banner, never imagining the true leader would one day confront them in person. Dragon turned a vortex, swirling in his palm. You have tarnished the Revolutionary Army's honor. so now repay it with your lives. We beg forgiveness. Never again will we commit evil beneath the Revolutionary Army's banner. Some dropped to their knees, others fled blindly. Preposterous, to attack the legendary dragon. Those who ran were torn apart in an instant by the hurricane in his hand. As Dragon summoned another vortex, Lin Chi spoke, "Leave the rest intact, preferably one alive. I require him. Why should I obey you?" Dragon's stern visage betrayed not a trace of emotion. "I'm not negotiating, Dragon." Lin Chi's right hand transformed into a dragon's claw wreathed in flame. Mythical beast type. Dragon fell silent for 2 seconds. "Very well, I agree." 5 seconds later, 30-odd bandits lay dead. Only one remained unconscious. Without glancing back, Dragon dissolved into a gentle breeze and departed. "They call you cold-blooded. I see now it's true." Dragon's chilling detachment was terrifying a man who weighed only cost and gain, never swayed by sentiment. No wonder Luffy, already 18, still knew nothing of his father. Perhaps he truly believed he'd sprung from a crack in the stone. Lin Chi hoisted the unconscious bandit and returned to the family estate. As for the corpses left behind, he needn't concern himself. Tomorrow they'd surely hang from the city walls. At the estate, Kaylee roared with laughter upon seeing the captured bandit. "Son-in-law, Tina told me everything. My full support wholeheartedly." So elated was Kaylee that he'd already bestowed the title of son-in-law. Lin Chi's lips twitched. Had this old man truly changed so swiftly? Who just hours earlier had stared as if ready to draw blood. Mission accomplished. Kaylee gazed at the captive bandit, his delight palpable. At last the bandit crisis that had plagued him for days had ended. "It grows late. Rest well, son-in-law." "Yes, uncle." Guided by the steward, Lin Chi returned to his guest chamber. He shed his clothes and shoes, lifted the quilt, and froze eyes wide open. Warm jade nestled against him. Tina stirred drowsily, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Lin Chi, you're back." "Tina, what are you doing here?" Lin Chi lowered his voice. Discovery would mean certain execution by his future father-in-law. "Hee. I simply feared you'd sleep alone and feel afraid." Tina threw her arms around him. "In my home, I must fulfill my duty as hostess." Enough teasing. Lin Chi's pulse quickened as his hands met soft warmth. "Tell me, how soundproof are these walls? What wicked thoughts are you harboring?" Tina playfully pummeled his chest with tiny fists. "You may hold me while sleeping, but no mischief allowed. May I at least touch you?" Lin Chi ventured, seeking a modest concession. "All right." Tina feigned hesitation for a heartbeat, then readily agreed. She had long yearned to sleep beside Lin Chi. In her heart, she was already his, so a little touching meant nothing. Yet soon Tina bore the consequences of her own boldness. "It's chilly outside. May I place my hand beneath your clothes?" Go ahead." Tina lifted her nightgown herself. Moments later, "Don't these clothes feel stiff? Perhaps remove them." "What are you thinking?" "Naughty boy. All right. I'll undress myself." Another pause. "I'll just rub gently. Nothing more." Later the maid outside blushed deeply at the muffled sounds drifting from within. Not until the sun hung high did Lin Chi finally drift into deep slumber, cradling Tina in his arms. They spent a few more days with Tina in their hometown. A few days later, the promoted father-in-law, in high spirits, personally went to the port to see everyone off, calling out to his son-in-law with warmth. "Son-in-law, come over to play with Tina when you have time." After a few days of interaction, Kelly realized that this young man had both strength and potential. Most importantly, he treated his daughter well, making him the best candidate for a son-in-law. "Understood, uncle. You may head back now." Next, there was only one goal left for their journey to the East Sea. This was also the most important destination. Half a month later. "Is this Frostmoon Village?" Lin Chi looked at the ordinary little village which hardly seemed to conceal any masters. "Yes, boss, the map shows this is the place," Joseph affirmed. "Let's go to the Isen dojo." Lin Chi, dressed in casual clothes and carrying 2 long swords at his waist, led Tina and Joseph towards the Isen dojo. Clap, clap, clap. Even before they pushed open the big door, they could hear the continuous sounds of bamboo, swords clashing from inside. Here a solid foundation had been laid for Zoran's swordsmanship. Creak as they pushed open the wooden door, the sounds of wooden swords abruptly stopped. A group of boys, the youngest no older than 6 or 7, and the oldest barely in their teens, all turned to look curiously at the outsiders. They seemed to be from outside. There aren't any people like that in the nearby villages. While their clothes look so nice. "TCH, little brat, that big sister is way prettier, okay?" A group of children chattered excitedly, and a little girl stepped forward. She bowed in front of Lin Chi, saying, "Hello, I am Guena, the daughter of the owner of this sword dojo. May I ask who you were looking for? Could you please inform my father?" "I'm looking for him." Lin Chi attempted to pat the girl's head, but she dodged. He had always liked this stubborn little girl, but fate was cruel. "Sure, please wait a moment." Jeff served the guest some tea. Guena, acting like a little adult, went to relay the message while also attending to the guest. "Thank you." Lin Chi took the tea from the boy and began to drink. Crack, crack. The sound of wooden sandals on the floor echoed as a squinty-eyed man appeared smiling broadly in the dojo. He first dismissed everyone, and then looking at Lin Chi with caution, said, "Your strength is remarkable. What brings you here?" "To be honest, I wish to request to follow you and learn swordsmanship, the true swordsmanship." Lin Chi replied earnestly. "It is said that those with squinty eyes are often monsters. Gung Shilang was one of them. Do not be fooled by his seemingly harmless appearance. He was actually a low-ranking elite general standing at the threshold of becoming a great swordsman. Why am I so confident? Simply because he is Gung Shilang from the Frostmoon family. The Frostmoon clan is located in Wano country. Currently, Wano is ruled by Kaido, closed off from the outside world, making it as difficult to leave as reaching the heavens. Yet such a man managed to bring the still infant Guena across the New World and the Grand Line to the East Sea. Such strength is truly terrifying. Moreover, Gung Shilang's father and grandfather were no ordinary individuals, so how could he be just an average person? His father Gung Sancharu forged the famous sword and Dao-E character, as well as the great sword Yinma. His grandfather had even created the supreme great sword. Neither Carp nor Zephyr knew any swordsmanship. To achieve swift progress in swordsmanship, one must seek guidance from a master. Otherwise, how could he compare with those who have trained in swordsmanship for decades since childhood? Gung Shilang chuckled awkwardly. "You jest, sir. I am just an ordinary sword master from the East Sea. How could I possibly teach you?" He had traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea precisely because he was weary of conflict. Teaching this man would expose his strength. He would not do that. "Sir, you wouldn't want the Frostmoon family's swordsmanship to be buried, would you?" Gung Shilang paused while pouring tea, surprised that the other party had already investigated his identity. Lin Chi's words struck a chord deep within Gung Shilang. He was an exceedingly traditional man, always believing that girls could not inherit the family swordsmanship and that women were inherently inferior to men. Otherwise, later tragedies would not have occurred. What Frostmoon? I don't understand. Sir, why deceive yourself? Saying this, Lin Chi drew out Lung Yuan, adopting a rogue stance. Guena, who was eavesdropping behind a pillar, looked worried. Was her father about to fight someone? Seeing that Gung Shilang remained unmoved, Lin Chi unleashed a sword energy. He had expected Gung Shilang to reveal his strength and block it. To his surprise, he watched helplessly as the house he had lived in for many years was sliced in half by the 10-meter-long sword energy. Little Guena was excited. Is this also something swordsmanship can do? Gung Shilang sighed and simply closed his eyes, choosing not to speak anymore. Hey, are you really a master? I just can't believe it. Joseph could no longer hold back. If he were truly a master, his patience was astounding. Even more than an old tortoise. I told you I'm just an ordinary person. If you want to learn swordsmanship, you've come to the wrong person. Left with no choice, Lin Chi had to use a trump card, pulling the eavesdropping Guena out from behind the pillar. Let me tell you, you should call her Guena Frostmoon. The so-called Frostmoon family. Gung Shilang's eyelids twitched violently. Enough. I'll teach you. You're willing to teach. Lin Chi, not wanting to continue the conversation, noticed Guena looking like she had eaten something unpleasant. The conversation needed to be completed. Leaving it half-finished was quite frustrating. I can tell you are not a bad person. I hope you do not tarnish the Frostmoon swordsmanship. Since he had decided to teach, Gung Shilang no longer hid his intentions. Come for class tomorrow. Thank you, I will have someone repair the house for you. With his goal achieved, Lin Chi left in high spirits. Leaving Guena deep in thought. Father, what is the Frostmoon family? No more questions. When the time is right, I will tell you. Now go practice your swordsmanship. Starting the next day, Lin Chi and Tina began learning swordsmanship from Gung Shilang. From that day on, Lin Chi had an extra little shadow by his side. Guena constantly asked him about the Frostmoon family. Lin Chi had promised Gung Shilang not to speak of it, leaving Guena feeling anxious. Hey, since you can't talk about the Frostmoon family, can we discuss something else? Tell me, are there any female great swordsmen in this world? Where are you from, and are there many masters there? You bad guy, why won't you accept my challenge? Ouch. Don't keep hitting my head or I'll get dumb. Days passed in Guena's chatter. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The girl grew quickly compared to half a year ago. Guena had gained half a head in height. On this day, Lin Chi and Gung Shilang sat on tatami mats drinking tea. Your talent is very high. I have nothing more to teach you. Gung Shilang poured a cup of tea for Lin Chi. Thank you for your care over the past 6 months. Lin Chi expressed his gratitude. In fact, Guyaina is a good seedling, stronger than most men, Lin Chi suddenly said. I know this, but unfortunately women cannot become great swordsmen. The conversation in the room returned to silence. The room fell quiet once more. The conversation between the two was not pleasant. Gung Shiro stubbornly believed that women could not pursue the path of swordsmanship for long, even if that person was his own daughter. Father, do you need more tea? Hearing Guyaina's voice, the two tacitly decided to stop discussing this topic. It's Guyaina, come in. Guyaina, dressed in a kimono, looked adorable as she knelt by the table, filling the teapot with water. Guyaina, I'm leaving today? Lin Chi said. Off. Guyaina's hand trembled, almost dropping the teapot. She looked aggrieved on the verge of tears. So soon. Can't you stay a few more days? Silly girl, you've already stayed for half a year. Is it that you can't bear to part with me? Who can't bear to part with you, idiot? Guyaina's face flushed red. I'm just worried that no one will chat with me in the future. Huh. Guyaina is so strong. Ooh, I guess so too. By the way, I haven't given you any gifts yet. Ooh, I have one for you before I leave. He took out a devil fruit and placed it on the table. This is the animal-type peacock fruit, a type of devil fruit that grants incredible power when consumed. Guyaina, haven't you always wanted to surpass boys? Eating this will make it possible. This devil fruit was purchased during a system store refresh. This ordinary animal type is quite cheap. He didn't believe Guyaina could die from eating an animal-type devil fruit. Father, is what brother Lin Chi said true? Guyaina looked at Gung Shiro expectantly. How she wished to hear from her father that she could surpass men. However, all she received was Gung Shiro's silence. Gung Shiro only hoped that his daughter could live a peaceful life. Perhaps eating the devil fruit was a good choice. With that thought, Gung Shiro nodded. This brought Guyaina great encouragement, and she took a big bite of the devil fruit. Thank you, brother Lin Chi. Ugh, it's so bitter. Guyaina almost spat it out, but thinking of surpassing the boys and gaining her father's approval, she forced herself to swallow the fruit. The bitterness brought tears to her eyes. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Thank you for your guidance over the past half year. Little Guyaina, I look forward to the day we meet at sea. Having witnessed Guyaina eat the fruit, Lin Chi did not linger any longer. Upon returning to the ship, he immediately had 10 boxes of treasures sent to Gung Shiro. Isn't it more sincere for you to deliver it yourself? Tina asked, puzzled. He wouldn't accept it if I delivered it myself. At the last moment before the warship set sail, Guyaina rushed over, panting, standing at the dock and shouting, Brother Lin Chi, I'm here to see you off. Lin Chi smiled. Guyaina, I believe you will become a great female swordsman. Upon hearing this, Guyaina felt an inexplicable surge of tears. Thank you. It's a promise. I will definitely become a great swordsman for you to see. All right. Watching the warship sail away, Guyaina wiped away her tears and walked straight to the training ground. In the year 1508 of the Ocean Circle, Lin Chi returned to the Grand Line, dialing the Warring States phone. Yes, I'm back. I encountered a dragon in the East Sea. Should we send the captives to the deep sea prison? Okay. Lin Chi hung up the phone bug. During the year at sea, over 100 abilities were imprisoned in the ship's cabin. These abilities would make anyone else uneasy acting as escorts to warring states, except for Lin Chi. The deep sea prison, along with the Navy headquarters and Judiciary Island, formed a triangular power. Between the three, the world government has a dedicated passage. No one can pass except for official members. Passing through the gate of justice, Lin Chi and his group arrived at the deep sea prison. The deputy warden Magellan came out to greet him. Hello, Colonel Lin Chi. On behalf of the deep sea prison, I welcome your arrival. Magellan, wearing thick gloves, shook hands with Lin Chi. Hello, Magellan. I have long heard of your great name. Lin Chi and Magellan exchanged pleasantries as his subordinates escorted the prisoners into the deep sea prison. Magellan looked at the prisoners, all shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, and asked curiously, You didn't capture all abilities, did you? Yes. So many. There must be over 100 people, right? Magellan was astonished. It's quite good for someone to capture 1 or 2 abilities on a sea trip. But Lin Chi captured over 100 abilities at once. Did he think abilities were cabbages? Those who knew Lin Chi were aware he was a colonel. Those who didn't might think he was a marshal. I was at sea for a while, and I accidentally captured these. Hearing Lin Chi's casual statement, Magellan twitched his lips. Casually capturing so many abilities is impressive, to say the least. He envied Old Mag for a decade for such military achievements. Reports are all prisoners have been escorted. The soldier reported. Good. In that case, Brother Magellan, until we meet again. Goodbye. Magellan watched them leave. A few days passed. Lin Chi returned to the Navy headquarters. After being away for more than a year, he felt a bit nostalgic upon stepping on land. System check attributes. Host Lin Chi. Combat ability: Moonwalk, Peak, Shave, Advanced Tempest, Kick, Advanced Gun, Finger, Peak, Iron Block, Advanced Life, Return, Advanced Paper Drawing, Beginner. Note: any technique with limits is represented by proficiency. Life skills: Navigation Intermediate, Cooking Beginner, Lowly Development Intermediate. Basic attributes: Physique Level 5, Physique, King Swordsmanship, Level 5, Great Swordsman, Fruit Development, Level 3, Fruit, Expert Gunmanship, Level 3, Skilled Sniper Observation, Haki Level 3, Armament Haki Level 4, Conqueror's Haki Level 5, Conqueror's Haki King. Note: those without limits can continue to improve and will be represented by basic attributes. This is Lin Chi's harvest after a year at sea. Both his physique and swordsmanship have reached level 5, marking a qualitative leap. The others have also seen improvements. However, what on earth is this lowly development? Lin Chi protested. Why does the system label him with such a skill? He merely helped the Empress Kila Nami no Jiko, and Guyana, didn't he? Well, fine, he accepted this lowly development. Welcome back, Colonel Lin Chi. Naval soldiers in crisp uniforms lined both sides of the dock. NAS Lin Chi's warship berth, they snapped to attention and shouted in unison. What's going on? Lin Chi blinked in bewilderment. His welcome ceremony dwarfed even that of an admiral. He leapt ashore about to inquire when Garp strode over laughing heartily. Huh, young Lin Chi, heard you met the dragon in the East Blue. Did he give you any trouble? And so that was it. No, he was quite amiable, elder dragon. Good, let's go. That old codger Sengoku is waiting for you. In the fleet admiral's office, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr formed a loose circle, listening intently as Lin Chi recounted his Uranda half-long voyage. Cough. As Lin Chi spoke, Sengoku's pupils widened. Then he choked violently on a senbei, coughing uncontrollably. Garp shot him a sidelong glance, as if silently asking, when will you ever mature like me? You say you accidentally swallowed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit while eating fruit. Sengoku stared stunned. Nah, mythical Zoan, the rarest of rarities possessed by only one person in the entire Navy himself. Nade nearly died acquiring the Buddha fruit, yet this young man had simply stumbled upon one. Such fortune left Sengoku utterly envious. Don't mind, Sengoku. Keep going, urged Zephyr, leaning forward with keen interest. Afterward, I chanced upon a supreme-grade Mito sword. And then, wait. Sengoku interrupted again. He yanked out a whisker in shock. You found a supreme-grade Mito in the East Blue? Sengoku was utterly dumbfounded. A supreme-grade Mito. None existed within the Navy's entire arsenal. Yet this youth had acquired one so casually, and in the East Blue no less. The most insignificant of seas. Is there a problem, Fleet Admiral? Problem. More than you know. Yet Sengoku maintained his composure. None at all. Please continue. Later in the East Blue, I discovered a swordmaster-level rear admiral. I attempted to recruit him into the Navy, but failed. Not without reward, though. He taught me his swordsmanship. So, what level have you reached now? Zephyr gazed at Lin Chi with grave intensity. Ni's disciple's growth had been staggering. Within just over a year at sea, a mythical Zoan fruit, a supreme-grade Mito, and personal tutelage from a legendary swordsman. They never questioned the legitimacy of these treasures. No one would willingly relinquish such oceanic legends to another. Lin Chi scratched his head, modestly uncertain. I've never tested my limits, but I reckon I could hold my own against an admiral. Ni's physical constitution and swordsmanship had both reached level 5. Though his devil fruit mastery and haki remained less refined than those of the elder generation confronting an admiral, even a subpar one like Kizaru was well within reach. All three drew sharp breaths. And if true, a 20-year-old admiral was terrifying beyond measure. Shall I arrange a sparring match with Kizaru? Sengoku proposed. Agreed, Lin Chi replied readily, knowing this was a test of his strength. Half an hour later, in training ground No. 7, Kizaru yawned lazily, trimming his nails with a manicure clipper. Woo, you dragged me from my afternoon nap just to spar with this kid. Kizaru sighed, exasperated. Kizaru, don't underestimate him. You might regret it, Sengoku cautioned gently. But Kizaru remained dismissive. At 44, competing seriously against a youth barely out of his teens, he'd sooner bash his head against tofu. Nonly fear for his year-end bonus kept him from refusing outright. Sengoku truly had no sense of proportion, summoning him to play with a child. Oh, here I go. Eager to finish early and clock out, Kizaru struck first. He blurred into light, reappearing instantly before Lin Chi and delivering a midair kick. Thom. He blocked it. For real. Sengoku watched, astonished. Lin Chi hadn't budged, an arm raised effortlessly, halting Kizaru's strike. Even half-hearted defeat was astonishing. Kizaru studied Lin Chi with newfound curiosity and gradually increased the force behind his leg. Lin Chi remained rooted. Senior Kizaru, you're a Logia user. Let's not compete in raw strength. With a grin, he braced both arms and shoved Kizaru backward, sending him flying. Kizaru landed smoothly, shedding some of his lethargy. He saw it now. The youth before him was extraordinary. No wonder Sengoku had summoned him. Young Marine, I'll fight seriously now. Don't get hurt. As he spoke, a radiant golden blade materialized in Kizaru's hand, the legendary Aminamura Kimono Tsurugi. Here it comes. Lin Chi unsheathed Longian, its blade wreathed in roaring flame, clashing heat with Kizaru's divine sword. Kizaru grew increasingly unsettled. This youth's swordsmanship rivaled his own. Their duel stretched on, neither gaining decisive advantage. Zephyr nodded approvingly. Though Kizaru isn't a dedicated swordsman, his speed surpasses even elite swordmasters. For Lin Chi's technique to evolve so profoundly in under a year, his account must be true. Naviri motion bore the unmistakable imprint of masterful lineage. refined, authoritative, transcendent. What they didn't know was the sheer torment behind Lin Chi's mastery. 6 months spent grinding under triple-intensity swordsmanship scrolls alone. He rose before dawn and trained until midnight, earlier than mules, later than hounds. In failing to overwhelm Lin Chi with swordplay, Kizaru shifted tactics decisively. He understood his role, to evaluate Lin Chi. With the blade stalemate unresolved, further delay served no purpose. I'll now use my devil fruit ability. Yield if you can endure, don't force yourself. With that courteous warning, Kizaru dissolved into light, soaring skyward, arms outstretched. In Yabusame no Tama, in hundreds, thousands, of blinding light projectiles rained down like apocalyptic hail, detonating with cataclysmic force. Boom! And the earth cratered and buckled, dust billowing high. Zephyr peered anxiously into the smoke-choked field. Relax. He hasn't even used his devil fruit yet, Garp reassured. ROAR, na thunderous roar split the air. Then a monstrous figure burst forth from the smoke, 7 meters tall, radiating primal fury. Dragon scales armored his hands and vital joints. Twin serpentine antlers coiled from his brow. Spikes jutted from elbows and knees. Behind him floated a black halo wreathed in searing crimson flame. By the way, what kind of mythical Zoan did he eat? Staring at Lin Chi's transformed form, Sengoku Garp and Zephyr fell into silent contemplation. Most mythical Zoans bore unmistakable traits, immediately identifiable by sight alone. For instance, the phoenix fruit or the Buddha fruit. However, Lin Chi could not discern the nature of this phantom beast fruit. It somewhat resembled Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Thunder Fist. Lin Chi soared into the air, his fist crackling with electricity, and struck Yellow Ape, sending him flying. Unfortunately, the dragon abyss was too short, and once transformed into a giant, it was no longer suitable as a weapon, leaving him to fight barehanded. Something feels off. Did he elementalize early? Oh, what a terrifying monster. Yellow Ape landed, transforming into human form, and raised his finger, firing several laser beams at Lin Chi. Boom! The lasers struck Lin Chi, causing a sudden explosion. However, Lin Chi was unscathed. The skin torn by the lasers healed in an instant. Lin Chi landed heavily like a tyrannosaurus, causing the ground to shake, as if an earthquake had occurred. He threw a straight punch at Yellow Ape, but Yellow Ape elementalized once again to evade. Both being of the natural type, Lin Chi could strike Smoker accurately, yet he could never hit Yellow Ape solely because of Yellow Ape's high observation haki. That's why I dislike fighting phantom beasts, they are so resilient. Yellow Ape murmured, spreading his arms in midair as dozens of laser arrows pursued Lin Chi like they had a will of their own. Fire Fist. Lin Chi swung his fist, and a pillar of fire soared into the sky, intercepting the arrow attacks. Hence the burn fruit was not even worth a dog's attention. He manipulated electromagnetic forces to draw a chunk of meteorite from deep within the earth, placing it on his fingertip to charge with electrical energy. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom. The intense electric light propelled the meteorite slicing through the sky and exploding Yellow Ape's head, creating a mushroom cloud in the air. In an instant, the entire Navy base's attention was drawn to the scene. Yellow Ape's decapitated head transformed back into yellow particles, and he turned to look at the explosion. Behind him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Hey, is this for real? This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? I thought we were just sparring. Do you really want to take my life? Sorry, Senior Yellow Ape, if I don't go all out, I can't hurt you. You little. Forget it. Perhaps I should treat you as a peer. Yellow Ape's words were tantamount to acknowledging Lin Chi's strength. But it would be embarrassing to be outmatched by a junior. If Kizaru and Akainu found out, they would definitely laugh at him for half a month. It seems I have to bring out my trump card. Senior Yellow Ape, don't be modest. You didn't even use haki. How did you get here? Lin Chi noticed the oddity. One moment Yellow Ape was far away engaging in banter, and the next he appeared right in front of him without any warning. In the past, Yellow Ape was fast, but this time he had teleported instantly. Sengoku silently removed his glasses, scolding with a smile. That rascal Yellow Ape actually used the light refracted through my glasses to achieve teleportation. Eternal frozen hell. Lin Chi naturally would not miss the opportunity to engage Yellow Ape up close, exhaling a breath of extreme cold air. The chill rapidly spread, frosting the air and freezing the ground. The effect of this move was no less than Kizaru's ice fruit. Gamma ray. A dense black light gathered at Yellow Ape's fingertip. Unlike the usual yellow light, Lin Chi sensed the taste of death emanating from it. Enough. Galactic impact. In a critical moment, Carp suddenly intervened, with a powerful punch interrupting both of their attacks. Ouch! Mister. Carp, your punch is still as powerful as ever. Carp's sudden punch sent both of them flying, and Yellow Ape didn't even manage to elementalize. He didn't know how he managed to do it, but it hurt like hell. When both stood up, one had a big bump on his head, wincing in pain. Senior Yellow Ape, I admit defeat, Lin Shi humbly said. Had it not been for Carp's intervention, he wasn't sure what would have happened after taking a hit from Yellow Ape. On the contrary, his move would at most leave Yellow Ape in a sorry state. You are quite formidable, so young, yet already possessing the strength of a general. Yellow Ape rubbed his sore waist, casting a resentful glance at Sengoku. Admiral, next time there's such a good opportunity, please go find a kind of thank you. Thank you for the trouble this time, Yellow Ape, Sengoku said apologetically. Everyone witnessed the battle between the two. Undeniably, Lin Shi truly possessed the strength of a general. Among them, the most shocked was Zephyr. He had personally witnessed his growth. In just over 2 years, he had transformed from an unknown rookie into someone with strength rivaling that of a general. How terrifying it was. All right, Admiral, I'll take my leave now. Oh, remember to transfer my overtime pay to my card. Yellow Ape waved his hand, returning to his lazy demeanor, transforming into golden light and vanishing. Colonel Lin Shi, in light of your achievements, I hereby promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral on behalf of the Navy headquarters. You may collect the corresponding items from the supply department later. Sengoku spoke in an official tone. Yes, Admiral. Lin Shi, congratulations on your promotion. Zephyr offered his blessings. From Captain to Commodore, and then to Rear Admiral, he had risen 2 ranks. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. You little brat, in just 2 years you went from an ordinary Navy soldier to a Rear Admiral. That speed is enviable. I only became a Vice Admiral. Mr. Carp, please don't joke around. Everyone knows you didn't want to be promoted to Admiral. Ha ha ha, did I? All right, let's not disturb Lin Shi any longer. He has been out at sea for over a year and deserves a good rest. I'll give you a half-month vacation. I take a good rest, Sengoku said kindly. With some free time, Lin Shi hurried to find Peach Rabbit. Unfortunately, the babysitter at Peach Rabbit's place told him that she had gone out to sea and had not yet returned. He had no choice but to head to the nearby commercial street alone to fill his stomach. Tina, that crazy girl, had disappeared since coming back, probably off catching up with her girlfriends. After eating and drinking to his fill, thinking that he hadn't brought any gifts for Peach Rabbit this time, he began to pick out presents in the commercial street. Remember, Peach Rabbit likes cats. Should I buy a cat? No, Peach Rabbit said that ever since she met Tom, other cats seemed too foolish. Peach Rabbit was not the type of woman who sought vanity, as she didn't like what ordinary women liked. Just as he was pondering deeply, he suddenly remembered that Peach Rabbit seemed to have many perfumes and hairpins at home. Unfortunately, he didn't understand perfumes. Thus, Lin Shi set his sights on the hairpins. He walked past many stores, seeing quite a few pretty ones, but none that truly dazzled him. Just when Lin Shi was about to give up, he heard a selling voice coming from nearby. Come and take a look, special hairpins from Alabasta, made entirely of white jade, embedded with 18 unique gemstones from Alabasta. Today's great discount, no need for 100 million berries, no need for 90,000 berries, just 999,000 berries. That's right, you heard correctly. Come and grab it. I want it. I bought it. The two identical voices echoed simultaneously as Lin Shi's hand collided with another delicate hand. Lin Shi looked up to see a girl with golden hair. Before he could say anything, the girl smiled sweetly and said, Hey, brother, you wouldn't want to compete with me for this, would you? The girl appeared to be no more than 15 years old, not wearing a military uniform, which suggested she was likely a Navy family member. However, Lin Shi sensed a domineering aura emanating from the girl. In this world, people matured early. Though she looked 15, no one could truly know her exact age. Having such dominance at a young age made her a bona fide prodigy. Right, brother? You wouldn't want to compete with a little girl for something, would you? Seeing Lin Shi remain silent, the girl repeated. Of course. With that said, Lin Shi had no choice but to give the item to her. Thank you, brother. Goodbye. After receiving the hairpin, the girl happily paid and left, swinging her long hair. Ding. Life choice triggered. Task option 1, black hand. Steal the hairpin in secret and make the girl cry. Reward a lesson from General Crane. Task option 2, take the black stockings off the peacock's legs and keep them as a treasure. Reward world transfer scroll. Task option 3, take the peacock to a small room to watch Brother Jia perform. Reward title Lowly Killer, 5 damage to Little Lolis. System, you're getting weirder by the day. Lin Shi was too exhausted to mock his own system. But that codename Peacock sounds familiar. Lin Shi suddenly remembered, isn't she General Crane's granddaughter? The world transfer scroll from option 2 was split into 2 parts, holding one half allowed one to teleport to the other half's location. Such a treasure akin to a portal would likely cost no less than 50,000 points in the system store. Yet the condition for obtaining this treasure was merely to get the girl's stockings. But I am a gentleman, do you think I would commit such a heartless act for a portal? Lin Shi scoffed. 5 minutes later, he intercepted the peacock in a secluded alley. Hey little sister, you're blocking my way. Due to Lin Shi's prior life return, he had changed so much that the girl didn't recognize him. Hey, race the thing. Lin Shi pulled out 2 unopened bags of black stockings and explained, I work for a black stockings manufacturer. We are currently conducting a market research activity. If you take off the black stockings on your legs for me, you can receive 2 new pairs of stockings. What do you want my stockings for? The peacock asked in confusion, tilting her little head with an innocent expression. We want to test the stockings you wore to improve our products. Pervert. Big pervert. The girl suddenly exclaimed, pouting. You don't want to use my stockings to wipe a gun, do you? That's so disgusting. The peacock looked at Lin Shi with disdain. Wipe a gun. What the hell? Lin Shi never expected such words would come from a little girl's mouth. Let me through, pervert. I want to go home. The peacock pushed Lin Shi aside and sprinted towards the alley exit. Shaved. Lin Shi teleported and knocked the girl unconscious with a swift strike. Sorry, but since you refuse to take them off yourself, I have no choice but to offend you. Lin Shi swiftly removed the stockings inch by inch from the girl's delicate legs. A faint fragrance wafted from the stockings. Lin Shi maintained a serious expression as he tossed the girl's original stockings into his storage ring. He wasn't a true pervert after all. How could he possibly smell them? If he were to smell them, he'd have to go to a secluded place. 1 for 2, you won't be at a loss either. He placed the prepared stockings beside the girl, lit a cigarette, and held it to the peacock's fingertips. Once the cigarette burned out, she would wake up. Perfect. Lin Shi ensured there was no trace left and quietly left the scene. System claimed the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. World transfer scroll is being issued. A radiant flash appeared, and a split scroll appeared in Lin Shi's hand. As long as one held half of it, they could teleport to the other half's location. Next, Lin Shi rushed to find the bounty hunters at the Navy headquarters to claim his reward. He spent 5 million berries to have them deliver the goods to the West Sea. Such safe and harmless escort missions were warmly welcomed by bounty hunters. After going back and forth twice, it was already night. He dragged his exhausted body back to his doorstep, noticing the darkness inside. That silly cat Tom can't even turn on the lights at home. Just as he pushed the door open, the room suddenly lit up. He heard 2 loud bangs as colorful ribbons descended from above. Surprise! Congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. A large crowd emerged from the corners. Among them were the Navy members he had brought back after a year at sea, fellow trainees, as well as Tina and Peach Rabbit. Colonel Lin Shi, oh no, from now on you should be called Rear Admiral Lin Shi. Sir Rear Admiral, you are the first to reach the rank of Rear Admiral in our elite camp. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Lin Shi felt warmth in his heart. Peach Rabbit stepped forward gracefully. Sister Peach Rabbit, you're back. Peach Rabbit nodded and suddenly hugged Lin Shi's head, leaning down to kiss him. Hey. Lin Shi's eyes widened in shock. Tina's mouth dropped open. The onlookers were so startled that they dropped their beers and quickly averted their gazes. Tom seemed unfazed, lighting up a cigar and slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. May you have 100 years of harmony. Brother Lin Shi, welcome home, Peach Rabbit said joyfully. Lin Shi looked at his reflection in the mirror covered in lipstick marks and thought, this surprise is so sudden. A night of revelry followed. The next morning, Lin Shi rubbed his aching head as he crawled up from the sofa, shocked by the scene in the room. Did 100 huskies come over? The guests had already left, and the living room was filled with empty bottles and a mess everywhere. Tom was dangling from the light bulb like a noodle. With a loud crash, the bottle in Tom's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Tom instantly woke up and dashed in front of Lin Shi, saluting him. Good morning, master. Your most loyal soldier offers you blessings. A magnetic hoarse voice emanated from Tom. What the hell, you can talk? Lin Shi was genuinely shocked this time. Tom also realized something was off, quickly covering his mouth and shaking his head continuously. Stop pretending, oh, I'm not drunk. What on earth is going on? Tom cautiously observed Lin Shi's expression, pulled out paper and pen from his tail, and wrote, Aren't you curious? How strange, this world has many animals that can speak, like deer and crabs. Tom breathed a sigh of relief and wrote in his notebook, That's good. By the way, now that you can talk, you shouldn't use the notebook anymore. Oh, it's much better to speak directly. Tom shook his head and wrote, I can talk, but it hurts. Tom doesn't like to speak. All right, then let's not talk anymore. Next, I'm assigning you a task: clean the room thoroughly, and I'll reward you with a box of dried fish. Tom's spirit jolted, instantly conjuring 6 hands. 2 were sweeping, 2 were mopping, and 2 were holding cloths, quickly cleaning the place. This scene, which could only be seen in anime, appeared in reality. Lin Shi cautiously pushed open the door to the Peach Rabbit's room. Compared to the living room, it was much cleaner, not too different from usual. Peach Rabbit's sleeping posture is so alluring. Lin Shi gazed greedily at the Peach Rabbit's raised hips and her long white leg. He carefully closed the door and then checked on Tina, confirming both were fine before exiting. In the Navy cafeteria, Ma'am, I'll take 3 breakfasts to go, Lin Shi said. All right, young man, just a moment. While Lin Shi was waiting for his meal, suddenly a small hand patted his shoulder. Turning around, it was the peacock. Excuse me, is there something? Yesterday he had knocked her out and taken her black stockings. At this moment, seeing the peacock made Lin Chi feel a bit flustered. What if him discovered? Impossible. Yesterday, he had used the life return technique to change his appearance and voice. The peacock remained silent, staring intently at Lin Chi. Finished. I was too forceful yesterday and made the girl dumb, Lin Chi thought with a twinge of guilt. After a long silence, the peacock slowly spoke. I think we need to talk. What could we possibly talk about? If there's something, just say it here. Lin Chi thought this was bad. He couldn't have really been discovered, could he? Are you sure? The peacock's lovely big eyes blinked. According to military law, attacking a Navy family member can result in imprisonment for over a year and less than 10 years. Big brother, do you want to go to jail? Yesterday you treated me like that. That's enough. Lin Chi covered the incessant chattering of the peacock, sweating profusely. He now confirmed that this girl had really discovered the truth. Ugh, big brother, why did you do that to me? Although you did that to me, I won't make you responsible. The peacock broke free from Lin Chi's grip, murmuring softly. Curious and stern gazes from the surroundings turned towards them. The cafeteria lady silently put down her serving spoon. Enough. Lin Chi could not bear the gazes of those around him, nor the peacock's relentless words, and dragged her out of the cafeteria. After the two left, whispers arose in the cafeteria. That little beauty just now must be General Crane's granddaughter, right? That guy seems to be the recently popular Major Lin Chi. While this gossip is explosive, what I'm more curious about is whether General Crane knows about this. Lin Chi dragged the peacock to a corner of the woods, feeling a headache. How did you find me? Hee, big brother, the life return technique doesn't work on me. The peacock stood on her tiptoes, leaning forward, proudly pointing at her nose. According to research, my sense of smell is 15 times that of a human. I remembered your scent. Dog's nose. You're the dog nose, the peacock retorted playfully. Speak, what is your purpose? Today it was the peacock who sought him, not General Crane, proving she hadn't reported him. In that case, she must have a bigger demand. But if she thought she could threaten Lin Chi with this, she was simply overestimating herself. Lin Chi would make this little girl understand what regret truly meant. Has big brother already guessed it? The peacock's smile suddenly shifted from sweet to sickly, her eyes sparkling with heart shapes. It's simple, only if big brother is willing to play with me. Devil fruit parametio whip fruit user. Lin Chi. How could he forget that this peacock and the little sooty and impel down were both pathological sadists? You don't intend to use your devil fruit powers to hit me, do you? Lin Chi's eyes twitched. Yes, you wouldn't refuse, right? The heart shapes in the peacock's eyes turned pink. Sigh. Lin Chi reached out and pressed down on the peacock's small head. Little sister, you need to understand, I only took your stockings and I returned you 2 pairs. Even if you shout about it outside, it won't cause me any punishment. Final, tell Grandma Crane right now. Wait. Lin Chi grabbed the peacock, realizing that if General Crane found out, he would be in big trouble. If General Crane was angry, what awaited him would probably be the combined wrath of Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr. He didn't want to be hung on a clothesline by Crane's wash fruit for days. Bang! The peacock was caught and suddenly came to her senses, using the whip fruit's ability to strike Lin Chi's arm. The force was quite strong and his clothes instantly tore, but Lin Chi's body didn't even redden. Big brother, your body is so sturdy. Is this what a sadist is? Having encountered a sadist for the first time, Lin Chi genuinely felt a bit overwhelmed. If she weren't General Crane's granddaughter, she would have probably been beaten down to the ground long ago. Just as Lin Chi was wondering what to do, the peacock used her devil fruit ability again. Lin Chi held onto the peacock without letting go, which resulted in him receiving another attack. It didn't hurt much, even less than a mosquito bite. But his clothes were completely ruined. Such a sturdy body. The peacock looked at Lin Chi with love-struck eyes, making one wonder if she had fallen for him. Seeing her like this, Lin Chi was afraid she might faint from excitement. How could General Crane, with a lifetime of fame, have such a bizarre granddaughter? Another attack came. This time Lin Chi caught it. You bully me, I will tell Grandma Crane. The peacock's chest heaved violently, looking at Lin Chi with an unsatisfied expression. Lin Chi chuckled coldly. Now we both have each other's secrets. If you dare to tell, I will reveal what happened today to General Crane. I don't believe she would allow you to act this way. The peacock's expression froze. Please, big brother. Seeing that being tough wasn't working, she immediately shifted tactics and began to plead sweetly. No. Hurry back, I don't have time to play these boring tricks with you. Well then. The peacock pretended to give up, but secretly harbored malicious intent, swinging the weapon in her hand as Lin Chi turned around. Lin Chi swiftly grasped the whip, yanking the peacock towards him with a cold smile, saying, "This is what you brought upon yourself. What do you want to do?" For some reason, the peacock, with her hands bound, felt a bit flustered. It seemed something bad was about to happen. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to teach you a lesson. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Lin Chi pinned the peacock to the ground and began to take action. Oh, it hurts. 5 minutes later, the peacock cried, her tears flowing, her face a mess. Say it, apologize, and swear you won't hit others again, and I'll let you go. Lin Chi said. I won't. Even if you beat me to death, I won't submit to you, you big bad guy. The peacock cried stubbornly. Truly stubborn. Clearly in great pain, yet still putting on a brave front. Alright, you said it. Half an hour later. Whoa, I was wrong, I apologize, please don't hit me anymore. If you hit again, you'll break something. The peacock's eyes were red and swollen, desperately covering her lower body as she pleaded for mercy. Now you're begging for mercy. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Oh, it hurts, I've apologized, what more do you want from me? You bad guy. The peacock was on the verge of despair. Had she known she would end up like this, she wouldn't have provoked this man. What kind of person is this, not only unafraid of her grandmother, but also utterly lacking in compassion? When it comes to being ruthless, he truly goes all out. She could hardly feel her lower body anymore. Say you will never use others for your amusement again. I won't. Just beat me to death. Mentioning hobbies, the peacock became obstinately defiant again. All right. Lin Shi was amused with anger. Today he must change the peacock's bad habits. Another half hour passed. The peacock rolled her eyes and fainted. Lin Shi was in a bad mood. Oh, what kind of person is this? She would rather be knocked out than feign compliance and give up her hobby. Truly, this is a deep-seated love, isn't it? If I keep hitting, I might actually hurt her. The peacock's ridiculous hobby is something he cannot change. Better leave it to Admiral Crane to worry about. What should I do now? The peacock was in no condition to move. He couldn't return her himself, or else Carp would surely beat him to death. Boom. Lin Shi stomped heavily on the ground, creating a loud noise as he quickly left. Shortly thereafter, a group of Navy soldiers rushed towards the sound. Hurry, there's a fainted girl over there. This seems to be Admiral Crane's granddaughter. Quick, go notify Admiral Crane. Lin Shi, hiding at a distance, felt relieved and went home with his breakfast. In a stark, white hospital room, the peacock lay on the bed with her bottom facing up, wrapped in bandages, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Coming out of her daze, the peacock appeared quite normal. There was nothing to be done now. Every time her bottom touched something, it hurt like hell, so she could only lie there. What made her even more desperate was the death glare from her grandmother. Grandpa Carp was grinning beside her. If it weren't for Grandpa Sengoku holding him back, he would probably burst out laughing. The peacock had never experienced such social death. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Honestly, how did you end up like this? Admiral Crane said sternly. I told you, Grandma, I fell by myself. The peacock remembered Lin Shi's threat in her mind. If she dared to tell, he would also tell on her for hitting him. Why did you fall on your butt like this? Do you think your grandma is an old fool? Admiral Crane's face was grim. No one would be happy to see their granddaughter in such a state. I heard people say something happened between you and Lin Shi in the cafeteria. It wouldn't have anything to do with Lin Shi, right? No, it has nothing to do with him. The peacock hurriedly denied it. Admiral Crane squinted her eyes, no longer questioning further. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she had already gotten her answer from her granddaughter's tone. Go check how long it will take for Hina to arrive. Tell her to come quickly with the devil fruit to heal the peacock. Carp, help me call Lin Shi over. Grandma, the peacock whined. What do you need him for? It has nothing to do with him. Normally the peacock's whining would work, but Admiral Crane was in no mood for it now. Carp also didn't dare to provoke her and obediently went to call him. An hour later, with the help of the devil fruit, the peacock stood up limping. Aside from her awkward walking posture, everything seemed normal. The swelling in her bottom had subsided. However, Lin Shi felt increasingly awkward watching this scene. Admiral Crane's death glare was not something everyone could withstand. You old guys get out first. Admiral Crane ordered, and Carp and Zephyr obediently left, while Sengoku went ahead to handle official business. Thus, only the peacock, Lin Shi, and Admiral Crane remained in the room. Speak, tell me everything that happened. Grandma, the peacock still tried to resist. Lin Shi sighed, stood up, and explained the situation from beginning to end. Of course, he had embellished some parts. He certainly couldn't mention the part about stealing the black silk from her granddaughter. He also left some face for the peacock, making sure she wouldn't dare to expose him. After listening, Admiral Crane fell silent for a moment. It seemed that with her rich experience, she needed to digest the content thoroughly. After a while, Admiral Crane opened her eyes. Lin Shi, you did well. Huh. Lin Shi, who had his eyes closed waiting for death, was surprised. Where did this praise come from? Could it be sarcasm? Grandma, what are you talking about? The peacock was also confused. Why was her grandma praising the person who hurt her? However, Admiral Crane changed her tone. My praise doesn't mean I forgive you. You need to admit that you were also at fault in this matter. This child's hobby of the peacock cannot be changed by me. So I want to entrust the peacock to you. Perhaps only a strong remedy can cure the stubborn illness. The symptoms of Peafowl's masochism have left Crane in deep thought. Over the years, Crane thought that her granddaughter's symptoms had improved, but who would have thought? This incident has made Crane realize that without a firm hand, Peafowl's life would be ruined. With such a masochistic personality, which man would dare to take her? Besides, her granddaughter has already been spanked by Lin Shi, so what's the harm in more? As long as this masochism can be cured. Ah, Grandma, are you mistaken? I'm not a doctor, how can I treat her? Besides, I can't keep hitting her, right? Lin Shi quickly tried to avoid responsibility. Exactly, Grandma, how can you send me to this bad person? Peafowl protested. You're right, if Peafowl misbehaves, just hit her until she is corrected. But you can only spank her, nothing else is allowed. As long as her bottom is unharmed, feel free to hit. Lin Shi saw the old lad's determination and realized refusal was not an option. Grandma, what are you saying? Peafowl's face turned red. All right, it's decided then. You have a half-month holiday, right? They'll send someone every day to take Peafowl to your house until she corrects her bad habits. Thus, Grandma Crane made the final decision. From then on, Lin Shi had an additional daily task of correcting a misbehaving young lady, and Peafowl would suffer for it. Back at home, after recounting the day's events, Tao Tu defended him. Sister Crane, how can you do this? No way. I'm going to confront her right now. Tao Tu stood up angrily from the sofa. Forget it, Sister Ji Yuan. Lin Shi held her hand. Let her come, she's just a young girl, I can handle it easily. Fine. But if you can't take it, remember to tell me. It's not easy for you to have a half-month holiday. Tao Tu complained. All right. It's getting late, I'm going to cook. Tina should be back soon. That evening the three sat at a table for dinner, and Lin Shi felt quite incredulous. How could these two get along so harmoniously? He thought he would have to mediate between them, but they acted like true sisters. Tina was understandable, coming from a noble family with several stepmothers had influenced her since childhood. But he couldn't fathom Sister Ji Yuan. What are you thinking, fool? Hurry up and eat. Tao Tu picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in Lin Shi's bowl. I get it, you want Tina to feed you. Tina scooped up steaming soup with a spoon, pouting as she blew on it. Open your mouth. Lin Shi's face darkened. Was she treating him like a child? Tonight he had to make Tina pay for her behavior. It's worth mentioning that ever since that day in the East Sea when Tina crawled into his bed, since then they had almost always slept together. Sometimes Tina would shyly pretend to be bashful, but in reality, she was still shyly compliant. After that day, she understood that a man saying he just wanted to rub against her was absolute nonsense. As night fell, Lin Shi quietly pushed open Tina's door. No, Sister Ji Yuan is back tonight. You sleep by yourself. The walls in the house aren't good. Don't think about anything bad. Confused, Lin Shi was pushed out by Tina in less than 3 seconds. Damn little girl, don't regret it. Lin Shi sulkily returned to his room and buried his head in sleep. In the deep of night, Lin Shi suddenly woke up feeling a voluptuous body climbing onto his bed. He grinned and reached for the ample figure. Little girl, you really couldn't resist, could you? The woman under the covers suddenly squeaked at his touch. Wait, that voice isn't Tina's. Lin Shi quickly withdrew his hand, realizing the possibility, and cold sweat broke out. He lifted the blanket and was left speechless. Sister Ji Yuan. Tao Tu's face turned red as she covered her snow-white lump, shooting Lin Shi a furious glare. With a pout, she said, Is this how you usually treat Tina? I'm sorry, Sister Ji Yuan, I didn't know it was you. Lin Shi's heart raced. Had he known it was Sister Ji Yuan, he wouldn't dare to touch her. Shoo. Sister Ji Yuan made a shushing gesture, her slender fingers placed over Lin Shi's lips. Don't speak, it's late, go to sleep. Sister Ji Yuan, her face flushed, nestled into Lin Shi's embrace, closing her beautiful eyes. Lin Shi held her voluptuous form, feeling his arousal rise. He wasn't shameless enough to let Tina hear them in a compromising position. Damn it, next time he had to find a soundproof house. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. The next day, I slept so well. Tao Tu yawned, waking up from bed with a sleepy face. Sister Ji Yuan, if you're awake, can you please move your leg? It's about to numb me. At that moment, a weak voice rang out. Lin Shi admitted that despite being pinned down by Sister Ji Yuan's long legs, it felt quite pleasant. But she was too restless while sleeping, occasionally exposing her springtime benefits, leaving him at a loss. You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Seeing Lin Shi with dark circles under his eyes, Tao Tu laughed uncontrollably. So beautiful. Lin Shi was mesmerized by her bouncy figure. He hadn't noticed it last night, but now Sister Ji Yuan was without makeup. No purple eyeshadow, no other embellishments. She was completely barefaced. Such a Sister Ji Yuan was incredibly beautiful. Sister Ji Yuan, are you going out? Hearing Tina's voice, Sister Ji Yuan exchanged glances with Lin Shi and hurriedly tidied her clothes before walking out the door. At that moment, Tina happened to come out of Tao Tu's room. Seeing Tao Tu coming out of Lin Shi's room, Tina was taken aback and immediately asked with concern, Sister Ji Yuan, your face is so red, you're not sick, are you? No. I'm fine, I'm just going to wash my face. Watching Sister Ji Yuan flee, Tina suspiciously entered Lin Shi's room. You didn't do anything bad to Sister Ji Yuan secretly, did you? I didn't do anything. Lin Shi replied sheepishly. Hearing this, Tina looked at him with disappointment. Oh, you fool, even I can see that Sister Ji Yuan has feelings for you. Why not seize this great opportunity? Lin Shi sighed inwardly. It was for her sake, fearing she would be heartbroken. He was not the kind of man to forget his old love for a new affection. Although he aspired to give every girl in the world a home, each one was true love. Tina's body was already his, he had to consider her feelings. A man who only thinks with his lower half was nothing he could condone. Moreover, wasn't the development of this plot a bit off? Where is a woman urging her boyfriend to find another woman? At a crucial moment, Peafowl's arrival saved him. All right, I got it, Grandma, I will behave. Peafowl nodded repeatedly at the door. As soon as the door closed, she collapsed onto the sofa. A girl should stand properly and sit properly. Oh, what kind of behavior is this? Sister Ji Yuan frowned as she walked out of the washroom. Sister Ji Yuan. Peafowl sprang up as if a spring had been installed under her bottom. What are you doing here? It was evident that Peafowl was somewhat afraid of Sister Ji Yuan. Tina and I are good friends. I often stay here. What about you? I've heard you've been acting up again recently. Sister Ji Yuan pretended to be angry. No, Ji Yuanjie, you must have heard it wrong. Kankei buried her head in her chest. I hope so. Ji Yuan dried her wet hair as she returned to the room. Conk, you're here. Lin Shi gazed thoughtfully at the girl on the sofa. Since he had promised Grandma and with nothing else to do, should he try to correct her behavior? Are you willing to give up your peculiar hobby now? He asked, and suddenly Kankei shook her head vigorously like a rattle. No. Lin Shi's expression darkened as he sat on the sofa and patted his thigh, saying, come lie down here on my lap. What are you doing? Ouch. Kankei instinctively took half a step back, her face filled with panic. Your grandmother said that if you misbehave, I can teach you a lesson. Thinking of General He's words, Kankei shuddered in fear and quickly corrected herself. Ill change, is that not enough? Don't hit me, I've just learned to walk again. Really able to change? I can. Kankei quickly nodded her head. Puff. Taotu, watching from the door, laughed. Lin Shi, don't listen to this girl, she's the best at deceiving people. Let me help you instead. Ji Yuanjia, seeing her thoughts exposed, Kankei felt flustered. In front of Ji Yuan, all her little schemes would be seen through. How do you plan to help? Lin Shi asked curiously. Very simple, just make her sincerely admit her mistakes. Ji Yuan spread her hands, and a puff of pink gas emerged from her palms. I've consumed Superhuman Series fragrant fruit, which allows me to create various perfumes. This is the truth serum. If one's willpower is not at a general level, they can only speak the truth once affected. Ji Yuanjia, that's impressive. Lin Shi praised, noting how the fragrant fruit could be developed this way. No, Ji Yuanjia. Seeing Ji Yuan approaching, Kankei felt a wave of despair. Shortly after, Kankei was pressed onto Lin Shi's lap like a child who had misbehaved as Ji Yuan released a cloud of pink gas to envelop her. I'll ask you again, do you want to give up your bad habit? No. As soon as she said this, Kankei immediately covered her mouth. What was going on? She clearly wanted to say yes, but the words changed at her lips. It seems just as Ji Yuan said, not obedient at all. Lin Shi's expression darkened. After some time, Kankei sat in the corner with tears in her eyes, sobbing softly. Thus Lin Shi's holiday passed day by day. Every day's schedule: eating, sleeping, and scolding Kankei. Meals were shared among the four of them, as Kankei would only return at night. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. On this day, Kankei hummed a cheerful tune and skipped in through the door. Upon entering the room, she obediently climbed onto Lin Shi's lap. Eagerly she said, I'm ready now. Lin Shi twitched his mouth. I haven't even asked yet, what are you ready for? Then hurry and ask Big Brother. Kankei said nonchalantly. Lin Shi called Ji Yuan, and the pink gas controlled Kankei. I ask you, do you want to give up your hobby? I do. Lin Shi and Ji Yuan nodded. It seemed this girl had really changed. Looking at Conk, who lay on his lap with an anxious face, Lin Shi had a sudden idea and asked, what is this? Please, Big Brother, do as you wish. Conk's big eyes were full of expectation. Oh no, Lin Shi slapped his forehead. How am I going to explain this to General He? This doesn't seem to count as a successful treatment. How should I report to General He? Saying, congratulations, your granddaughter's hobby has changed. Ji Yuan also sensed something was off. Lin Shi, you can't scold Kankei anymore. I think so too. Lin Shi pushed Kankei away, but she immediately jumped back. Big Brother Lin Shi. For the next day, Kankei followed Lin Shi like a little shadow. She persisted until late at night, refusing to leave. He had never seen such absurd demands. A pretty little girl, how could she? Major Lin Shi, General Sengoku, request your presence. A naval soldier rushed over. I understand you may go back. Yes. An unexpected situation. It wouldn't be simple. Lin Shi first explained the reason to Ji Yuan. Tina. Just as he was about to leave, another naval soldier rushed over. General Ji Yuan, I found you. General Sengoku requests your presence. In the conference room. By the time Lin Shi and Ji Yuan arrived, 5 vice admirals and 7 or 8 rear admirals had already gathered. We won't wait for those who haven't arrived. Oh, everyone listen to me, Sengoku said with a serious face. The world government has ordered us to launch a demon extermination mission against Mano Pong Island. The reason harboring the demon child Robin and attempting to investigate the legendary history of 100 years. Moreover, they have sufficient evidence that they are researching ancient texts. As soon as he finished speaking, the weasel immediately questioned, But there's a country living on Mano Pong Island. Is it too much to destroy a country just for harboring the demon child? The weasel's words echoed the thoughts of many. Before Sengoku could respond, another vice admiral with a defiant expression reprimanded, "Weasel, are you questioning the orders of the world government? They not only sheltered Robin, but also attempted to study ancient texts. Have you forgotten the O'Hara incident?" Rudolph, a vice admiral loyal to the world government, was also a mole within the Navy. Ji Yuan showed no respect to Rudolph, coldly saying, "The weasel is asking the marshal, not you." "Enough." Sengoku stopped the bickering. 10 warships are already docked at the port. You all hurry over. This mission will be commanded by the weasel. The scale of the Demon Extermination Order includes 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, thousands of elite naval troops, and the top 10 warships. Its power is enough to easily destroy a country. Lin Shi wore a contemplative expression. The Navy has gone through 3 generations. The evolution of the Navy from steel skeleton to Sengoku, and then to the later Akainu, can be described as obedient dogs to the world government, dogs dissatisfied with the world government, and dogs that bark back at the world government. Ultimately, the Navy is merely a dog of the world government. Military funding entirely comes from the world government. If they slightly cut funding out of discontent the next year, you will be forced to lay off personnel. As long as the world government cuts off funding, it won't take long before the Navy will perish on its own. The Navy is not like pirates. They cannot engage in acts of arson, murder, and plunder. With conflicting loyalties, the factions within were comprised of individuals from the world government. Without proper funding channels for military expenses, survival became a daunting challenge. As for the thought of running a business independently, that was pure naivete. Did one think the world government was idle? Lin Shi finally understood the hardships faced by successive marshals. To achieve complete independence for the Navy, 3 crucial conditions must be met. 1. The issue of funding, which is the most significant problem. 2. The elimination of dissenters. For the Navy to be independent, it must weed out certain unscrupulous elements. At that time, the Navy's conservatism would be weakened by a third. 3. Facing 3 formidable threats. Once the Navy becomes independent, both the Revolutionary Army and the world government will turn into enemies. Forget it, I'm not even a general right now, why worry about this? What reassured Lin Shi was that Sengoku was clearly on his side. The choice of the weasel as the leader rather than Rudolph indirectly proved his dissatisfaction with the world government. Upon arriving on the warship, a chilling atmosphere pervaded. With an army of over 10,000 men, there was not a single sound. Truly, this was the most elite force of the Navy. The weasel silently ordered the ship to set sail. The distance to Monopon Island was considerable, and under the cover of night, they would arrive by tomorrow. It was likely the people on Monopon Island were unaware that when they awoke, death would greet them. That night, Ji Yuan found Lin Shi alone. The two stood on the deck, gazing at the night sky in silence. "I once went to Monopon Island to capture pirates. The people there are quite good, living simply and honestly." Ji Yuan said bitterly, "Do you feel confused about your sense of justice?" Lin Shi asked. "Yes, did you notice? Those people are merely unarmed civilians, yet they face the risk of death just for harboring a little girl. Doesn't that seem ridiculous? Even if one seeks the culprit, it shouldn't involve the innocent. The common people are blameless." Ji Yuan said despondently. "The world government has done this more than once or twice. You wouldn't expect anything good from the high-ranking officials of the world government born of the celestial dragons," Lin Shi remarked lightly, gently wrapping an arm around Ji Yuan's slender waist. "We cannot determine the paths of our predecessors, but our own path lies beneath our feet. You and I are still only junior generals. Who can predict the future of the Navy? If one day we both become generals, or even marshals, then we can try to turn our ideas into reality. In this world, strength is the fundamental determinant of everything. The thoughts of the weak will not be heeded. Do you understand what I mean?" Ji Yuan's beautiful eyes gradually brightened, as if finding a purpose, shifting away from her earlier despondency. "For our future, for the future of the people, let's push forward." Ji Yuan extended her fist, bumping it against Lin Shi's. "Let's go for it." The next day on Monopon Island within the kingdom, as dawn broke, a thick fog hung over the sea. Some diligent farmers had already finished plowing 2 acres of land. Look at something approaching from the sea. Residents drawing water squinted as they gazed at the sea. 10 massive warships loomed like colossal monsters, slowly drawing nearer. "Quick! Notify the king we are being invaded." On Monopon Island, the population was small, around 1 million. Their military strength was hardly formidable, with very few capable of commanding respect within the nation. Using the demon slaughter order against such a low-level nation was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Fire! Bang! 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 The soldiers did not even need to land. The most terrifying aspect of the demon slaughter order was its overwhelming firepower. At the weasel's command, 500 cannons unleashed a carpet bombing upon Monopon Island. Some conscience-stricken vice admirals frowned deeply. The officers were meant to face formidable enemies, yet in the current situation there was no need for them to intervene. As the Demon Slaughter Order bombarded specific areas, by the time the bombardment ceased, there would not be a single living soul left on the entire island. The orderly bombardment did, however, give the kingdom's people some time to escape. The old king swore to coexist with his kingdom, giving the chance of survival to others. A group of commoners and officials boarded 5 evacuation boats, gradually drifting away across the sea. The weasel shut his eyes tightly, seemingly oblivious to the evacuation boats, letting them drift away. "You fool! What are you doing? Are you willing to take responsibility if that group of sinners escapes and something happens? I suspect you have ulterior motives. Oh, I will report this to the world government." Rudolph forcefully snatched the communication snail from the weasel's hands and issued orders. "Attack! Aim the cannons at the evacuation boats." Bang! 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 After the fierce bombardment, all that remained of the evacuation boats was a cloud of dust. The sea turned blood red. Thus, in less than an hour, an entire nation of over 1 million people was wiped out. This is the power of the Demon Slaughter Order. No wonder those nations fear the Demon Slaughter Order so much. The flames burning on Monopon Island were deeply etched in Lin Chi's memory. Task accomplished. Just as the 10 warships prepared to turn back, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. "Haha, look what we've encountered, the Demon Slaughter Order. What a pile of useless trash." Haha, Captain Quinn is right. A pirate ship comparable in size to the Demon Slaughter Order warships boldly approached. At the bow stood a portly man holding a Gatling gun. "Beast pirates." Upon seeing the flag on the pirate ship, the Navy was taken aback. "How could we run into them here?" "Quinn, one of the 3 disasters is here too. Are they not seeking death by coming here instead of staying in the New World?" This is hilarious. It seems anyone and everyone dares to challenge the Demon Slaughter Order now. Rudolph laughed heartily. "We have 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite soldiers here. What's the big deal about Amir Quinn? Even if Kaido were here, it wouldn't matter. Since we've run into you, there's no need for you to go back. Oh, just go and stay and impel down. Vice admirals, please assist us in capturing Quinn alive. He is the technical advisor of the beast pirates, knowing all of Kaido's secrets." Rudolph spoke passionately, only to realize that no one present was paying attention, causing his expression to darken. "Let's act. Perhaps we can use Quinn against the beast pirates." It was still the weasel who spoke up, prompting the vice admirals to team up and use Jeppo to rush towards Quinn's ship. "What the hell? You 5 against 1, do you have no shame?" Quinn shouted in anger. Even he could not handle 5 vice admirals. Tat tat tat. Before anyone could get close, Quinn raised the Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage. The Navy soldiers were still using flintlock guns while the pirates had already upgraded to Gatling guns. Lin Chi was momentarily at a loss for words. The vice admirals easily dodged the bullets and landed one after another on the pirate ship. The strength of the vice admirals should not be underestimated. In the face of the densely packed pirates aboard the ship, just one of them was able to scatter the pirates into disarray. "Off. Captain Quinn, help. Damn. I was hoping someone would come to save me." Quinn lamented as he faced the siege of the 4 vice admirals. Even though he was tough, he could not withstand such punishment. The combat power beneath a general is not something to be taken lightly. Roar. In a moment of desperation, Quinn transformed into a towering brontosaurus. Animal type, ancient species, brontosaurus fruit user. With this transformation, Quinn was not in such dire straits thanks to his massive size. At this moment, Quinn was not the Quinn of 10 years later. He couldn't ignore the attacks from the vice admirals. "Ouch, take it easy. It hurts my thigh. Watch me blast you to pieces." Quinn opened his dragon mouth and unleashed a barrage of bullets. A truly ruthless individual, he even modified his own body. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Kaido, if you don't come out now, I'm going to be killed." Quinn cried out in pain. Not being dead for the moment is one thing, the pain is another. "Ororo, Quinn, you idiot, you can't even deal with a few small flies." With a loud bang, Kaido made a dazzling entrance. Transforming from dragon form back to human form, Kaido stood on the deck, casually pulling out a spiked club. Thunderbogwat. Boom. Kaido swung the spiked club in a wide arc, striking one vice admiral down into the depths of the sea. "Quinn, I've come to save you." Well, Kaido, you're finally sober." Quinn excitedly hugged Kaido's leg, sobbing. "Get off, that's disgusting." "Kaido." Rudolph felt his legs weaken and his back instantly drenched in sweat. Without the presence of a general, many would be slaughtered by Kaido. "Kaido, aren't you afraid of your homeland being attacked by the other 4 emperors when you personally come to the Grand Line?" The weasel said coldly. "Ah la la la, this is none of your business, you useless fools. You dare to hurt my beloved subordinates like this. Have you thought about how you want to die?" Kaido smashed down with the spiked club, shattering Rudolph's sword and most of his face, sending him flying without resistance. "One hit, one little kid. The people on the warship immediately called for help from the naval headquarters upon seeing Kaido's arrival. However, even the fastest yellow monkey would take 3 hours to reach here. Whether the severely exhausted yellow monkey could defeat Kaido is another matter. Quick, get out of here. We will do our best to hold Kaido off. The weasel through the transponder snail issued orders to the warship with a spirit of sacrifice. 1,000 elite Navy men cannot die here. In the face of the world's overlord with Conqueror's Haki, the Demon Slayer order is simply a joke. 10 warships moved decisively, abandoning their commander to flee. The size of the warships made escape no easy task. You think you can leave? Did I give you permission? Kaido opened his mouth and spewed a column of fire, piercing one warship right through the center. Flames erupted on the ship. Kaido, your opponents are us. The 3 remaining vice admirals stood resolutely in front of Kaido. On the warship, Lin Chi watched this scene unfold and began to move. He knew that if he didn't take action, he might be able to escape. But those 3 vice admirals, 9 rear admirals, and 1,000 elite Navy men, most importantly Sister Jiun, would all die here. Lin Chi. Peach Rabbit looked worriedly at Lin Chi's departing figure, feeling inexplicably anxious. Step. Lin Chi, stepping with moonwalk, released the limitations of the candlelight fruit on his body, growing from 1 meter 99 to 6 meters tall. Kaido's spiked club shattered the weasel's weapon, and just as he was about to take the weasel's life, Lin Chi appeared. Lin Chi blocked this fatal blow for the weasel. At 6 meters tall, Lin Chi stood before the 7-meter turtle Kaido like 2 giants facing off. Where did this little brat come from? Interesting. Seeing someone able to withstand his attack, Kaido looked at the newcomer with great interest. Kaido, let them go, and I will be your opponent. How about that? Lin Chi stood like a wall in front of the weasel. Kaido twitched his nose and suddenly caught a different scent, his eyes shining. You're a mythical Zoan. As someone who dreamed of being the head of a zoo, Kaido suddenly felt affection for this talent. Yes, let them go and I can stay. Lin Chi said. Ahahaha, that's wonderful. Kaido laughed heartily. I can let them go and will not pursue them, but you must agree to one condition. If you lose, I won't kill you, but you have to join my beast pirates. Kaido proposed the condition. Aren't you afraid I'm a spy for the Navy, bringing a wolf into your home? Lin Chi asked. What's that to me? As long as I treat you sincerely, even if you are a spy, there will come a day when you will return to me, right? Kaido said casually. I must say Kaido possesses a unique charisma of a leader. All right, I agree to your terms. You are Lin Chi. Only then did the weasel vaguely remember this junior brother whom he had only met a few times. The changes were too great, not only in height, from 1 meter 99 to 6 meters. His strength had also transformed from that of a small fry to someone capable of withstanding Kaido. He had become even stronger than him. No way, how can I explain this to Teacher Zifa if I let you stay? The weasel refused. You have no say here, get lost. Kaido said displeasedly, feigning a swing and knocking the weasel away. Don't worry, I didn't go back on my word, I'll use my skill, he won't be harmed. The considerate Kaido explained to Lin Chi. Lin Chi nodded. You 2 vice admirals should leave on your own. I won't thank you for your great kindness, Major General Lin Chi, you are a hero of our Navy. Major General Lin Chi, take care. The 2 vice admirals cupped their fists and left. Splash, the weasel fell squarely onto the warship, clenching his fists as he remembered Lin Chi's sacrifice. I can't let Major General Lin Chi's sacrifice be in vain, all forces retreat. He ordered through the transponder snail. What did you say? What happened to Lin Chi? Peach Rabbit rushed over anxiously to ask. Looking at the agitated Jiun, the weasel seemed to understand something. With a glance, a rear admiral knocked Jiun unconscious from behind. Take her to rest well, and when she wakes up, make sure not to let her emotions run high. General Yellow Monkey is already on his way and will surely save Lin Chi. If Major General Peach Rabbit wakes up and wants to blame someone, just blame me. The 2 vice admirals dragged Rudolph and another rear admiral whose fate was unknown back to the warship. The warship slowly turned and disappeared into the sea. Kaido's overwhelming force was just like their oppression of Mourner's Island. Kid, they're long gone now, are you at ease? Once the warship had completely vanished from sight, Kaido finally spoke. Come on, Kaido, let me see the power of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. Lin Chi retracted his form to 2 meters without needing to shield the rear admirals. Otherwise, the 2 swords Long Yuan and Shindu feel like toys in hand. Hey, is this also the power of your devil fruit, Thunderbagua? In the previous moment, the amiable Kaido instantly erupted, striking down with a club infused with lightning. Bang! Lin Chi raised both long swords, blocking the mace, sparking a flurry of sparks. Ha, well blocked. Kaido exclaimed joyfully, Queen, take a good look, this is what a man's romance looks like. You should learn a thing or two. Queen's round face flattened, thinking to himself, Kaido, you think anyone can match your strength. You know just how monstrous your strength is. Time passed, and Kaido found no one capable of receiving his welcome gift. Excited by the hunt, he switched to wielding the mace with both hands, fiercely chasing and attacking. Greed, anger, and destruction. Such tremendous strength. Kaido's power is something Lin Shi has rarely seen. Even Kizaru cannot keep up. With veins bulging, Kaido exerted force with both arms, and Lin Shi could no longer withstand the blow being sent flying. But the overwhelming strength surged through the weapon, causing Lin Shi to spit out blood, yet he healed in an instant. He stepped lightly in the air, wiping the blood from his mouth, gravely observing Kaido's figure below. The Four Emperors Kaido truly lived up to his reputation. Kid, are you too afraid to come down after getting hit? Should I come up and find you? Kaido taunted while carrying the mace. It's only proper to return the favor. I received your welcome gift, now taste mine. Virum, the two long swords Long Yuan and Shindu transformed into black at a speed visible to the naked eye, enveloped in heavy armed color. The two long swords stacked before Lin Chi, igniting bluid flames on his body. Behind him, several ghostly figures appeared. They too held the illusory Long Yuan and Shindu. Cycle of life and death, all things in motion. Azura has feelings. Crossing a moment in time, perceive the boundless Brahman light. Yama is not my will, I originally sought the mundane. With each word Lin Chi spoke, the demonic energy on the blade thickened. As his voice fell, the black dragon on the handle of Long Yuan seemed to come alive, its eyes glowing red. Kik. The cold, arrogant laughter from the blade of Shindu sent shivers down spines. The numerous ghosts behind Lin Chi raised their long swords simultaneously. Demonic energy path of the mortal realm. As Lin Chi swung his sword down, the air seemed to freeze. The pirates on the ship felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, frozen in place, unable to move. It felt as if any movement would lead to death. The stronger the person, the more they could sense Lin Chi's overwhelming power at that moment. Help! The dragon is killing us. Kaido, save me. Queen with his thick legs ran frantically, hiding behind Kaido. Boom. The blade, aura extending thousands of meters, sliced the sea open like a deep abyss. The howling wind seemed to threaten to cut down all obstructing enemies. Queen, hold on tight to me. Kaido could no longer smile, transforming into dragon form and grabbing Queen to ascend into the air. This was on the surface of the sea. He did not want to be knocked into the water. Boom. Kaido managed to escape with Queen, but the blade aura was too swift and Kaido's massive dragon form was inevitably impacted. A torrent of blood poured down from the sky as if it were free. Kaido, you're injured. Queen exclaimed in shock. He could hardly remember the last time he saw Kaido injured. Shut up, what does this little injury matter? As expected, within moments the wound on Kaido's tail had already healed. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the top-tier Zoan Devil Fruit. Back in the day, the Navy fought for a month in continuous battles to capture the Red Count. If the opponent possessed a Zoan type, the time could at least be extended several times. Months without food, drink, or sleep, continuously fighting, only a Zoan type could achieve that. Ah! Help! Master Kaido. Boom. However, the pirates on the ship were not so fortunate. Both ship and crew were simultaneously shattered by the dazzling blade light. Over 1,000 elite pirates perished under this attack. Not even their weapons were left behind. Everything was annihilated, turning to black ash. Demonic energy, the power Lin Chi had recently comprehended. It could be combined with armed color and swordsmanship, unleashing incredible might. Upon his first attempt, he was quite satisfied with the current power. Damn brat, my man. Kaido howled in anger toward the sky. If you don't want to die, follow me, otherwise I'll go right now and kill that group of Navy. How can you say such nonsense? I am a pirate. Hurry up and follow me. Lin Chi had a black line on his forehead. For the sake of Jiuan and the safety of 10,000 Navy, he had to follow. In truth, it was mainly for Jiuan. The lives of 10,000 Navy were of little concern to him. Lin Chi, however, was pure love. He held genuine love for each of his women. Just like a certain man named Duan Zhengqian. Both were willing to risk their lives for each other, a love that many seek throughout their lives. Sister Tao Rabbit treated her well. How could he abandon her? Kaido and Lin Chi landed on a small island sequentially to engage in battle. This time Queen was wise, knowing that when gods fight, mortals suffer. He hid far away, secretly watching with a telescope. Thinking of his fallen subordinates, Kaido, in his frustration, pulled out his wine vessel and drank deeply. Gulp gulp. Pirates are easy to find, but such a large ship is quite rare for pirates. Wah, my subordinates. After a few drinks of strong liquor, Kaido unexpectedly began to cry, without warning, big tears falling to the ground. It seemed a bit pitiful. Lin Chi's forehead was even more lined with black. What is Kaido doing? The mighty Four Emperor wouldn't actually cry, would he? In the distance, Queen stomped his foot. It's over. Master Kaido is going to drink himself silly again. Queen deeply understood that when Kaido was in a good mood, he could drink endlessly. When in a bad mood, Kaido could be drunk after just one drink. A drunken Kaido was the most terrifying. If he got serious, he could even kill himself. How terrifying is that? Jumping down from the Sky Island to commit suicide. I'm going to kill you. Kaido transformed into his half-beast form, his height increasing significantly. Not only that, but his strength, speed, and physical quality were also surging. Thunderbagwa. With a single swing of his mace, he smashed Lin Chi deep into the ground. Kid, are you dead yet? Kaido shouted from the mouth of the cave. Even if you die, I won't die. Similarly transforming into his half-beast form, Lin Chi shot up to 7 meters, jumping out of the pit. However, with this, while his physical quality could somewhat rival Kaido, he could no longer use the two long swords. Fortunately, Lin Chi manipulated the electromagnetic force to retrieve iron sand from the depths of the island. He kneaded and shaped it into a poor imitation of a mace resembling Kaido's. Though it was of poor quality and looked ugly, its sturdiness was undeniable. Lin Chi refined it with lightning, achieving a hardness comparable to that of fine steel. Quinn instinctively rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the battlefield with his small green bean-like eyes. How did Kaido show up? What kind of phantom beast is he? He looks too much like Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. Lin Chi and Kaido both have dragon horns on their heads and are equally burly. They both have dragon scale patterns on their bodies. The difference is that Lin Chi has some backward spikes at his knees and elbows along with a black halo that hovers behind him. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. 2 wolf fawn clubs entwined with electric light collided, producing a deafening sound. The small island shook violently, with coconut trees being uprooted and ravines appearing on the ground. So strong. Quinn clung to a large rock, barely resisting being blown away by the gale. Are these two emperors actually fighting? You little brat, how dare you use my moves? Kaido grinned, revealing his sharp, terrifying teeth. What do you mean, my moves? If I learn them, they are mine. Good little brat, let's see how you handle this move. Kaido was displeased about someone learning his techniques without paying royalties. Down to the third realm, induce the falling. Boom. Kaido swung down a club, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that spread outward. The ground cracked from the overflowing lightning. Thunderclap. Never mind, frozen hell. This move was clearly an advanced version of Thunderclap 8 trigrams and could not be defended against by merely using that. Lin Chi exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the heavens and earth. The ice spread upward from Kaido's feet. Kaido's swing momentarily halted, and Lin Chi retreated, dodging this deadly strike. It's Aokiji's ability. Kaido pulled his foot out of the ice, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Since the battle began, you've already used ice, fire, and lightning. Which phantom beast fruit did you eat? Let's talk after you defeat me. Alright, Army of the Dragon. Kaido, using some unknown method, suddenly enlarged his wolf fawn club to over 100 meters, creating a terrifying shockwave that nearly made Lin Chi spit blood. He leapt into the sky with Moonwalk. He had hoped to learn Kaido's down to the third realm, induce the falling, but Kaido had perfected it and used it again. Demon Chi Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. The iron club ignited with demon energy as Lin Chi descended from above with unimaginable force, smashing down towards Kaido's head. Although he could no longer use swordsmanship, the combination of demon energy and Kaido's Thunderclap 8 trigrams was enough to unleash terrifying power. La great mighty Thunderclap 8 trigrams. While pouring liquor into his mouth, Kaido unleashed the advanced version of Thunderclap 8 trigrams. Boom. At the moment of collision, Lin Chi used electromagnetic force to shatter the iron club. Damn, the quality of my own weapon is just not good enough. He urgently covered his head with armament haki, but still felt dizzy from the wolf fawn club's blow. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Chi shook his body and suddenly recovered, jumping up from the ground. You actually didn't take the chance to attack. Lin Chi looked in surprise at Kaido, who was gulping down liquor. I never resort to sneak attacks. Kaido was unexpectedly honorable in combat, Lin Chi thought. As it stands, in both human and half-beast forms, he was no match for Kaido. In the end, he could only try his beast form. Roar. With a loud roar, Lin Chi's body surged in size. In the blink of an eye, a 35-meter-tall candle-like beast appeared on the scene. So big, Quinn was astonished. His own dragon form looked like a child compared to this giant beast. Roar. Kaido looked at the immense creature with eagerness, growing fonder of it. He vowed to bring this exotic beast into the Beast's Pirates. Kaido transformed into dragon form and fought alongside Lin Chi. Roar. Lin Chi opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderous beam of lightning over 10 meters long. Heat breath. A similar flame beam erupted from Kaido's mouth. The two beams collided in midair. The sky cracked open. Watching the battle of the two colossal beasts above, Quinn's heart raced wildly. Can't handle this, can't handle this. After a fierce battle, Overlord Tangle, Flowing Cherry Blossom, Great Mighty Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. In midair, Kaido suddenly transformed from dragon form to half-dragon man and smashed his wolf fawn club onto the giant candle's massive head. Boom. Lin Chi crashed into the small island like a meteor, spitting out a mouthful of blood and reverting to human form unconscious. The energy he had stored within was completely exhausted. Without energy, even the recovery effects of the Phantom Beast fruit would be significantly diminished. Rumble Linchi's fall was like a nuclear bomb exploding on the small island. The already burdened small island exploded joyfully, disappearing from the map and sinking into the sea. Kaido saved me. Gulp gulp. Quinn, accidentally injured, was blasted far away into the ocean. With Quinn's weight, it wouldn't be long before he sank thousands of meters deep into the sea. Kaido's gaze flickered between Lin Chi and Quinn, ultimately choosing to save Quinn. He dashed over to rescue Quinn. "I'm sorry, boss." Quinn sat on Kaido's Azure Dragon back, lowering his head in guilt. He knew it was his fault that Kaido couldn't catch Lin Chi. "I hope that kid didn't die." Kaido shook his head regretfully. That last blow had used all his strength, even entwining with Conqueror's Haki. The chances of Lin Chi surviving were indeed slim. Unless Lin Chi had bloodline ties to the fisherman, otherwise a devil fruit user falling into the sea had a 10 out of 10 chance of dying. Kaido gazed at the calm sea surface, feeling dejected as he carried Quinn back. This was a huge loss. Not only had he lost over 10,000 pirates, but also a Phantom Beast user. Deep in the sea, Lin Chi's internal organs were shattered from Kaido's blow. Water flooded into his chest cavity and blood spilled from his mouth, attracting a horde of sea kings. It wouldn't be long before Lin Chi, even if not mortally wounded, would drown and be eaten by the sea kings. Suddenly, at that moment, the black-red halo behind him, which had never moved, began to activate on its own. Lin Chi had never fully understood the function of the halo. The halo slowly formed a seamless circle, isolating the surrounding seawater and gradually lifting Lin Chi to the surface. Whenever a sea king approached, it would turn into a grilled fish the next second. Day after day, the sun rose and set. It was unclear how long had passed. Lin Chi forcefully opened his eyes, feeling more feeble than ever. His internal energy was drained, and having not eaten for a long time meant his injuries had not healed while he was unconscious. Now even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. He licked his dry, parched lips and surveyed his surroundings. It was a beach filled with coconut trees. Damn, who tied me to a coconut tree? Lin Chi finally realized something was off. No wonder he woke up standing up. The person who tied me up is quite thoughtful. At least they remembered to give me a pair of pants. Due to transforming into a 35-meter-tall candle, Lin Chi's clothes were all torn apart. He had no idea who made the banana leaf skirt he was now wearing. Their hands were quite skilled. Unfortunately, Lin Chi didn't even have the strength to lift his hand, let alone break the ropes. "Ah, you're awake." A girl with black hair approached, holding 2 coconuts. Upon seeing Lin Chi awake, she dropped the coconuts and ran over. "This is the first time I've seen someone like you comatose for a month and still alive. If it weren't for your breathing, I would have thought you were dead." Even marooned on a deserted island, the girl's beautiful face cannot be concealed. "Wait, what did you say?" "I was in a coma for a month." "What day is it today?" The girl thought for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be mid-August." Mid-August. Lin Chi calculated, realizing he had just set sail in June. Doesn't that mean he had drifted at sea for a month and a half, and then been in a coma on land for another month? How did he even survive? Lin Chi felt utterly incredulous. "First, drink some water. You look really dehydrated." The girl thought Lin Chi might be recalling some sad memory and cracked open a coconut, bringing it to his lips. "Thank you." Lin Chi drank eagerly, the coconut water flowing into his stomach. "It's delicious. Can I have a few more?" he said, still wanting more. "Sure, this deserted island has plenty of coconuts." Saying this, the girl opened a few more coconuts for Lin Chi. As the hydration kicked in, he felt warmth returning to his body, gradually recovering. "I'm safe, thank you so much. But I haven't caught your name yet." "Roti." "You can call me Roti," the girl replied. Lin Chi nodded. "I'm Lin Chi. I heard you say this is a deserted island. How did you end up here?" Roti pointed to a small pile of broken wood planks on the rocks by the shore and said, "Of course it was a shipwreck. My ship is gone." "All right then, a lady who survived a shipwreck. Let me ask one last question. Why did you tie me up?" "Because..." Roti began, but suddenly a 5-meter turtle tiger emerged from the forest. Roti climbed up the coconut tree in a flash, using both hands and feet. "The one with blue and white stripes." Lin Chi murmured, looking up. The tiger sauntered over to Lin Chi with a calm demeanor, clearly accustomed to this. It suddenly opened its massive jaws and bit down on Lin Chi's leg, beginning to grind its teeth. "Get off me, I'm not a tooth-grinding stick." Lin Chi kicked at it. Woo woo woo. The tiger left with its teeth shattered, and soon after lions, wild boars, and leopards emerged from the forest. They couldn't bite Lin Chi, so they simply used him as a tooth-grinding tool while sampling the taste of his flesh. "So you were worried I would be taken by wild beasts. Thanks for that." Lin Chi exerted his strength, breaking free from his bindings, and punched a wild boar dead in front of him. Seeing his fierce demeanor, the beast scattered in all directions. "Come down and eat meat, stop dawdling," Lin Chi called to the girl in the tree. "Oh. The girl slid down the tree trunk, praising, You're amazing, you killed that 6 or 7 meter long wild boar with one punch. What is this? I've fought bigger ones before. Don't just stand there, come help out. We're having roasted meat. Roasted meat. The girl perked up. On a deserted island, a lone man and woman worked together. An hour later, the two finally enjoyed fragrant roasted pork. The girl ate elegantly, but quickly pieces of wild boar meat disappearing from her hands, leaving her mouth greasy. Woo woo woo, so delicious. To be honest, I've been eating coconuts for a month now. Just seeing them makes me want to vomit. The girl was about to cry from the deliciousness. Eat more, don't hold back. You're such a good person. The girl nodded vigorously. Lin Chi ate heartily, replenishing his energy, and his wounds visibly healed. The girl opened her mouth wide. Wow, that's impressive. Haha, I'm a user of the Zoan-type devil fruit. It's quite normal. Devil fruit. The girl seemed to have heard of it, and didn't ask further. Lin Chi looked at her leaf skirt, and suddenly said, You gave me this skirt to wear, right? You've gone through quite a bit of trouble. You fool. Don't say such things. The girl shyly replied. Lin Chi's reminder brought back memories of the embarrassing situation she had tried to forget. In this past month, didn't you think about leaving? Lin Chi asked. I did, but it's very remote here. Not a single ship has passed in a month. Besides, what would you do if I left? The girl suddenly choked, her small fists pounding her full chest, creating waves. Lin Chi averted his gaze. How about I take you away? Stop boasting. Ooh, I admit you're strong, but you can't build a ship. The girl didn't believe him. No need for a ship. Ooh, I can fly. Ooh, just wait for me to finish eating. A 7-meter-long wild boar fully entered Lin Chi's stomach, restoring his injuries. As a phantom beast type, as long as there's sufficient energy, recovery is instantaneous. Come lie on my back. Ooh, I'll take you away. The girl's big watery eyes looked at Lin Chi as if asking, Are you serious? What are you thinking? Hurry up. The girl hesitated for a moment before slowly climbing onto Lin Chi's back. So soft. Lin Chi felt as if he were carrying a warm, soft jade with 2 large mounds pressing against his back. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she covered her chest with her hand. Hold on tight. If you fall off later, I won't be responsible. Okay. Okay. The girl removed her hand from her chest. Suddenly, a black halo ignited with flames appeared behind Lin Chi. With Roti on his back, Lin Chi floated up as if defying gravity. This was also when Lin Chi awoke, realizing the halo seemed to have changed in some way. That is flying. Wow, you really can fly. That's amazing. Roti looked in awe at the ground, receding farther away, suddenly feeling a bit scared, clinging tightly to Lin Chi without daring to let go. So big, so soft. Lin Chi thought to himself. He hadn't noticed that the girl was quite extraordinary. 2 days later, they were on the vast ocean. Lin Chi and the girl encountered a small town. Looks like we're lucky. Lin Chi jostled the girl on his back. Without a directional pointer, finding a settlement in the vast ocean is incredibly difficult. Those who are unlucky might not encounter one for months. I appreciate your help these past few days. Perhaps due to having slept on Lin Chi's back for 2 days, the girl felt a sense of protection for the first time. Her attitude towards Lin Chi was much closer than before. To avoid scaring the townsfolk, the two landed at a distance and walked into the town. Fortunately, there were spare clothes in the storage ring, so they wouldn't have to run around naked. All right, Roti, I'll help you to a safe place, and we're even. Roti nervously grasped Lin Chi's hand. Are you going to abandon me too? Lin Chi looked at the beautiful girl, wondering if he was truly being clung to. The girl knew that to avoid being abandoned, she had to showcase her own value. Suddenly, as if having made a decision, she pulled Lin Chi in a certain direction, saying, Follow me. Hotel. Lin Chi was pulled onto the bed by the girl. Listen to me, there's no need for this. Staying by my side is dangerous. You're the best choice for yourself. The girl bit her lip, her hands clasped over her chest, and stepped closer to Lin Chi. 100-wheel flower. With her hands crossed, a series of snowy white palms emerged from all corners of the room. I am also a devil fruit user. I won't drag you down, so please don't abandon me. Upon seeing the powers of the devil fruit, Lin Chi was completely stunned. Isn't this Robin's ability? Roti. Robin. It turns out this girl in front of him is Robin. As long as you let me stay, I'm willing to do anything. Robin said again. Okay, you can stay. But first I must warn you, it's very dangerous around me. Robin's ability to understand ancient texts is something Lin Chi desperately needs. It's fine, I'm not afraid of danger. Hearing that she could stay, Robin revealed a flower-like smile. That night, Lin Chi and Robin had a good rest at the hotel. Early the next morning, Lin Chi got up early only to find that Robin had risen even earlier. She had bought a table full of delicious breakfast. In fact, having Robin as a secretary is not bad at all. Lin Chi ate breakfast heartily while contemplating the things to come. It had been 2.5 months since he had seen anyone. The Navy must still think he is missing. Since almost 3 months have passed, there's no rush for these few days. During this time, he must quickly complete his task of becoming king. With the 3-year deadline approaching, if he doesn't finish soon, it will be considered a failure. The other half of the world transfer scroll had already been delivered to the West Sea by bounty hunters. Everything was ready, just waiting for the money. The next task is to earn money to buy a kingdom. I have to go out for a bit, you stay at home, and don't wander around. Okay, I understand. Robin tidied up the dishes and gave Lin Shi a sweet smile. When he arrived in town, Lin Shi first wrote to Tina and Sister Chiyuan to inform them that he was fine. After thinking for a moment, he also wrote a letter to Smoker. He had asked Smoker to find 100 plans for over a year, but he wasn't sure if he had succeeded. He found Smoker, being a natural type, could easily handle it. Then he asked the shopkeeper for a newspaper from 2.5 months ago. Logically, a self-sacrificial action like his to save others should have been widely publicized by the Navy to showcase their justice. As expected, Lin Shi discovered his name on the front page of one of the newspapers. Major Lin Shi single-handedly battled Kaido, covering for the soldiers to escape. Such a headline wrote the story to be as touching as possible, evoking tears. Lin Shi looked bewildered. Why didn't he know that he had been stabbed twice while saving soldiers? That old fool Sengoku, so dishonest. He internally criticized Sengoku's lack of honesty. At the end of the newspaper, it stated Major Lin Shi, presumed deceased, posthumously promoted to Vice Admiral due to his achievements. Finally, there was some good news. He got promoted. In the new world, as long as one has the ability, opportunities are everywhere. He took on several bounty missions from the Navy and began his hunting activities. In half a month, he killed over 10 great pirates, thus raising 2.8 billion berries. I plan to go to the West Sea. Do you want to come along? That day, Lin Shi explained the function of the World Transfer Scroll to Robin, who was immensely surprised. How amazing such a thing exists. Of course I want to. Don't think you can leave me behind. All right then, grab my hand. Lin Shi had already exchanged the 2.8 billion berries for cash, placing it in a suitcase. After marking the spot, he grabbed Robin's hand and used the teleportation. They both felt a dizzying spin. When they regained their senses, they were already in the West Sea. Lin Shi carefully picked up the other half of the scroll. Coming from the Grand Line to the West Sea had greatly shocked Robin. Let me see, we are now within the territory of the Barent Kingdom. Lin Shi took out the scroll he had prepared in advance to identify their location. The bounty hunters were fairly trustworthy, having delivered them to the right place. Let's go, we need to find out where the palace is. Lin Shi chose the Barent Kingdom because the country was not living in extreme hardship. The king was eager to sell the kingdom, not only due to his own extravagance, but also because he was simply unfit to manage the kingdom. More importantly, this king found his position quite suffocating. Within the kingdom, there was a town called Paradise of Sin, filled with criminals. The young king was frequently threatened with death and extorted. His mentality had collapsed. The previous king had tried to send troops to eradicate Paradise of Sin, but ended up dead. Thus, the young king was thinking of running away from his duties. However, these problems were not issues for Lin Shi. It was simply a perfect starting point. After investigating the location of the kingdom, Lin Shi and Robin infiltrated it at night. A few incompetent guards were easily dealt with by Robin. The king, waking in his dreams, opened his eyes to see a knife at his throat and instantly wet himself in fear. No, let's talk this over. How much do you want? Please don't kill me. The gold bars are under my pillow. You can take them. Just spare my life, and you can come back for more next time. Lin Shi exchanged glances with Robin, nearly bursting into laughter. This level of familiarity with being robbed is no surprise. No wonder this is the most chaotic West Sea. Even the scenery is different. Just relax, Lin Shi said, tapping the king's head with the back of his knife. I'm only using the knife to create a pleasant environment for our upcoming conversation. Please just say what you want, great hero. The king was not used to encountering such civilized robbers. Okay, I'll get straight to the point. I heard you want to sell your throne. Oh, what's the price? Upon hearing they wanted to buy the throne, the king's demeanor instantly changed. 2. No, 100 billion, at least 100 billion. The king gritted his teeth and blurted out a hefty price. His kingdom was worth far more than this, but he was desperate to escape hell. Lin Shi, uninterested in bargaining, thrust his dragon abyss into the ground. I won't haggle with you. You know very well why you want to sell your kingdom. Looking across the entire West Sea, aside from me, no one dares to take over your kingdom. A one-time offer, 20 billion berries. With this money, you can live as a wealthy man for the rest of your life. The king hesitated. On one hand, Lin Shi's offer was too low. On the other hand, he felt the truth in the other party's words and feared being trapped here forever. Seeing the king wavering, Lin Shi added fuel to the fire. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll give you 25 billion berries. All right, deal. The young king, fearing Lin Shi might change his mind, quickly grabbed his hand. Such a big grievance was rare. He never wanted to see those criminals from Paradise of Sin again. Robin looked at Lin Shi with admiration, knowing that Lin Shi's strength had practically allowed him to acquire a kingdom for free. Very well. You have 3 days to spread the announcement. On the third day, a formal abdication ceremony will be held, handing the throne to me. I shall ascend as sovereign. Agreed. The young king felt no sorrow, only the profound relief of shedding a burden he had borne for years. I shall dispatch heralds to the people at once tomorrow. Here is your payment. Lin Shi opened his briefcase and withdrew several stacks of currency, then tossed the remaining 5 billion credits into the king's hands. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and renege on our deal? The king was startled. The transaction had been astonishingly swift. Lin Shi drew his long sword and sheathed it at his waist, replying calmly, "Then you would regret ever having drawn breath in this world." A chill ran down the king's spine. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shi vanished, leaving him deeply shaken. Could those two truly be phantoms? No, this money is real. He fell silent for a long moment, then summoned his father-in-law, the royal treasurer, to discuss where they might enjoy life henceforth. 3 days later, tens of thousands of citizens, having received advance notice, packed the coronation grounds in dense layered crowds. A sea of heads swelled across the square, vibrant, bustling, alive with anticipation. Who is this new king, do you suppose? Has anyone laid eyes on him? No one knows, though we can only hope he's a man of strength and resolve. Indeed, he must be. The former king ruled like a cowed wraith. Ah, I've heard a whisper, passed through my brother's sister's husband's nephew's father's cousin, a palace attendant. They say the new sovereign is a being beyond mortal reckoning, ghost-like, godlike. For every citizen, this coronation was not mere spectacle. It was the hinge upon which their future turned. Millions watched, hearts clenched tight. The people had watched the last king live in quiet humiliation, and it had worn them down. They asked for nothing grand, only that the new monarch shield them from pillage and violence. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the old and new sovereigns ascend the dais. At the herald's cry, gongs thundered and drums roared, joyous fanfare erupting across the square. The young king stood waiting atop a 15-meter-high dais. Lin Shi, clad in resplendent royal robes, strode forward along a crimson carpet, gripping a gem-encrusted scepter, the very symbol of sovereign authority. Robin served as his attendant, lightly guiding his left arm. With each step he paused, while dozens of photographic insect cameras whirred and flashed around him. Must this be so elaborate? This attire is utterly unbearable, Lin Shi muttered quietly, out of sight of the crowd. Robin pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. Endure it. You know this is their nation's time-honored tradition. Look, there's the new king. The crowd erupted in cheers. He's breathtakingly handsome. Does he have a consort? A young woman sighed dreamily. Pa, as if a sovereign would glance your way. He commands true presence, far surpassing the last king's frail aura. That single stretch of red carpet took Lin Shi 20 minutes to traverse. At the dais, the former king stood beside the throne, crown cradled in his palms, exchanging a silent, solemn look with Lin Shi. Let the new sovereign ascend the throne. Let the former sovereign place the crown upon his brow. Sovereign, our realm is now entrusted to your noble hand. With complex emotion, the young king placed the crown upon Lin Shi's head. It was impossible, not truly, to feel no attachment to the land he had ruled. Rest assured, any who dare threaten this realm shall perish by my hand. Lin Shi murmured softly. The king nodded, descended the dais behind the throne, and boarded the waiting carriage, bound for a life of ease with his father-in-law's family. Long live the king! Long live forever! Hundreds of thousands roared in unison, voices trembling with fervent joy. Boom! At that instant, a massive explosion tore through the crowd center, killing dozens instantly. 4 armed fanatics brandishing explosives shouted in unison. We heard a new sovereign ascends, so we've come to offer our congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. And now, shall we settle the protection fee? Just 3 million per man, 12 million total. Hand over the credits, and we remain friends. Refuse, and blood will flood the square. Our leader speaks truth. They played their parts flawlessly, arrogance dressed as reason. Lin Shi. Robin watched him, concern tightening her features. She hadn't imagined the denizens of Sinister Paradise would be so brazen, for men daring to storm a coronation with live ordnance. Mere flies, seeking death. Lin Shi's brow furrowed. He hadn't even sought them out, yet they delivered themselves to judgment. His fine mood shattered. A spear of crackling lightning coalesced in his grip. Go! It shot forth, blasting the 4 fanatics into blackened, charred husks before they could scream. From this day forth, any who harm this land or its people shall die without mercy. Lin Shi declared, voice ringing across the square. Incredible, utterly overwhelming. Witnessing their new sovereign obliterate 4 terrorists in a single stroke, the populace surged with exhilarated awe. Long live the king! Long live forever! This cheer surpassed all before, deeper, louder, forged in raw conviction. At that very moment, ding! Congratulations, sovereign! Task completed. Ascend to rulership of a nation within 3 years. Imperial faith system activation in progress. Activation successful. As the system awakened, chimes resonated ceaselessly within Lin Shi's mind. Faith 1, Faith 1, Faith 1. System, what are these faith points? Ding. Response faith points are granted solely by your subjects. The greater their number, and the deeper their loyalty and reverence, the faster faith accumulates. Thus your conduct profoundly shapes faith accumulation. Your display of sovereign might just now will trigger a substantial surge in incoming faith points over the coming days. Faith points may be spent on lotteries. Currently, the Imperial Faith system offers 2 lottery pools: the Bronze Pool, 100 faith points per draw. Naruto World Pool, 1000 faith points per draw. Additional pools will unlock after reaching cumulative draw thresholds. Bronze Pool, Naruto World Pool. The first was expected, but the second made Lin Chi's pulse quicken. Could it truly be that Naruto World? He opened the pool descriptions. Bronze Pool, a trial tier lottery. Low cost, low odds. Yields random artifacts from any realm, no guarantees. Naruto Lottery Pool grants 1 authentic artifact from the Naruto world. Extraordinary. After reading the details, only 2 words echoed in his mind. Faith 1, Faith 1, Faith 1. The relentless chime grew grating, its repetition echoing like a metronome inside his skull. System, can you mute the notification sounds for me? Affirmative, Master. In the next instant, the chime, signaling an increase in faith points, ceased echoing within Lin Chi's mind. After completing the registration ceremony, Lin Chi returned to reside in the royal palace. He instructed Robin to organize personnel to discard all existing furnishings and replace them entirely with new ones. He could not bring himself to use anything previously owned by others. Thereafter, Lin Chi opened the kingdom's intelligence dossier delivered by Robin. Population 365,000. Treasury 0. Military force 3,000 soldiers. Armaments 300 flintlock muskets, 5,000 long sabers. Specialties iron, copper, timber, aquatic products. The treasury, unsurprisingly, had been raided year after year. What little remained had been carried away by the previous monarch. Tragically, despite its abundant reserves of iron and copper, the kingdom had descended into abject poverty. A true anomaly. This malignant tumor, Crimson Heaven, must be eradicated without delay. So long as its criminals remain at large, the people will live in perpetual dread. Miners dare not descend into the mines, merchants dare not venture forth on trade routes. Under such conditions, the restoration of the kingdom remains a distant dream. The deeper Lin Chi read the report, the more deeply his brows furrowed. With nearly 4 million subjects, yet only 3,000 soldiers, and a mere 300 flintlocks, this realm has truly been cowed into paralysis by bandits. He immediately summoned Robin, who was whirling about like a top. There was no help for it. Robin was currently the sole individual under his command, both trustworthy and sufficiently capable. Every task fell to her. What is it? Robin had just finished directing the palace's furniture replacement. Sweat glistened across her body, accentuating her elegant contours. Upon hearing Lin Chi's summons, she rushed over without pause. I'll need you to take my official decree and begin conscription. Funds are available. I still retain some. Expand the standing royal guard to 10,000 troops. Use the remaining funds to commission master blacksmiths across the realm to forge steel blades. Though flintlock production is relatively simple, few possess the requisite skill. Acquisition must therefore proceed through the black market. Robin wiped the sweat from her brow. No hardship at all. Your affairs are my own. Like a flawless secretary, Robin accepted the assignment and departed instantly to execute it. Lin Chi deferred all other matters. For now, he simply lacked sufficient personnel. Conscription and arms procurement would likely occupy Robin for several days. He retired for a night's rest. Upon waking the following day, he observed that the rate of faith point accumulation had markedly slowed. His current faith point stood at 11200, over 10,000. Without delay, Lin Chi prepared to conduct a lottery draw. In his prior life, he had been renowned among friends as a blessed luck sovereign in such games. He activated the system interface, revealing 2 distinct lottery pools. Bronze Pool, 100 points per draw. Naruto Pool, 1000 points per draw. System, 10 consecutive draws from the Bronze Pool. Surveying his full balance, Lin Chi resolved to begin with a trial run of 10 bronze draws. Ding. 1000 faith points deducted. Drawing from the Bronze Pool. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Bunny Girl costume. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1 box of bear-shaped chocolate cookies. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1 Desert Eagle pistol with 100 rounds of ammunition. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 10 bottles of joyful couch potato soda. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 10 boxes of banana-scented condoms. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 5 gold coins. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a set of firecrackers. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1 carton of Zhonghua cigarettes. After reviewing his haul, Lin Chi sighed. Cheap goods seldom bear quality. The entire draw yielded only 1 worthwhile item, the Desert Eagle pistol. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming silver desert eagle materialized in his palm, striking in appearance. At last he was free of the cumbersome flintlock, which required reloading after every single shot. As for the bunny girl costume, he wondered how Robin might look wearing it. He would ask her to try it on once they grew more familiar. Though this draw had yielded nothing exceptional, Lin Chi reasoned that his ill fortune had now been exhausted, and without hesitation, he activated the Naruto pool. I only hope for Tsunade, he murmured. Why? Certainly not for her tempestuous temperament. Those who understood. Her legendary bust was the true allure. System, 10 consecutive draws from the Naruto pool. Ding. 10000 points deducted. Drawing from the Naruto pool. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 10 shuriken. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Orochimaru's protege young Kabuto Yakushi. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Hinata Hyuga's Chongsam. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Crank Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Sakura Haruno's Brazier. Note all summoned individuals pledge absolute unwavering loyalty to their summoner. Alas, Tsunade, the very figure he had fervently hoped for, failed to appear. Yet Lin Chi felt no disappointment. Kabuto Yakushi, a paragon of genius in the Naruto world. And aside from Might Guy, one of only 2 characters whose extraordinary prowess stemmed solely from relentless self-cultivation, not inherited bloodline. Rather than immediately summoning Kabuto, Lin Chi first claimed the scroll detailing the Great Fireball Technique. If memory served, all ninjutsu required chakra, a unique energy drawn from both body and spirit. Chakra, refined through specialized cultivation from physical vitality and mental acuity. Lin Chi attempted the technique, but, whether due to his lack of chakra or fundamental incompatibility, remained utterly unable to ignite the fireball. Perhaps the divergence lay in the underlying metaphysical frameworks of the 2 worlds. His gaze lingered on the final entry, and an involuntary twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sakura's Brazier. Does she even have one? The scene shifted. In the Hidden Leaf village of the Naruto world, young Kabuto Yakushi carried out mission after mission under Orochimaru's command, repeatedly infiltrating the Chunin exams to identify promising ninja candidates for his master. That day Kabuto proceeded as usual, until suddenly nearby villagers screamed in alarm. He followed their horrified gaze downward, and watched stunned as his own body began fading into translucence. When Kabuto opened his eyes again, he found himself within an enigmatic, boundless space. Simultaneously, a torrent of new knowledge flooded his consciousness. Foremost among it was the name Lin Chi. Summon Kabuto Yakushi. At Lin Chi's command, Kabuto materialized, not in Konoha but within the world of One Piece. Lord Lin Chi. Kabuto knelt upon one knee, bowing deeply. You know me? Yes. A certain system revealed everything to me. I understand it was you who summoned me to this world. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto murmured in quiet awe, I never imagined such infinite realms existed. I had been grievously narrow-minded. Then explanation is unnecessary. Lin Chi nodded. Summoned beings pledged absolute fidelity, making Kabuto a trusted agent to whom he could confidently entrust vital tasks. Yao Shirdo, I need you to gather the people to mine the ores. One part will be used to forge weapons, and the other part will be sold. From today onwards, you are the Minister of Finance for the kingdom. You must ensure that the national treasury fills up quickly. It is essential for the nation's development to have funds. Yao Shirdo bowed and carefully retreated. Send word to the citizens that this afternoon I will be annihilating the evil paradise. Those brave enough can come and watch. After Yao Shirdo left, Lin Chi issued commands. To rapidly increase his faith value, he needed to amplify his influence in the hearts of the citizens. Having people witness his power firsthand was undoubtedly the best choice. In the afternoon, Lin Chi stepped out of the palace with citizens silently following behind him. As he progressed, more and more residents trailed behind him. By the time they reached the town where the evil paradise was located, thousands of citizens had gathered behind Lin Chi. Is this the gathering place of the country's bandits? Lin Chi gazed at the polluted land before him, slowly raising his palm. A thunderball began to coalesce in his palm. The thunderball grew larger, eclipsing the sky. Go! Feeling it was time, Lin Chi hurled the 100-meter-high thunderball into the center of the town. Boom! Lightning danced wildly, and a mushroom cloud rose up from the ground. The deafening explosion reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to cover their ears in pain, staring in astonishment at the direction of the town. With just a single strike, the entire town has been obliterated. Truly, the king is a deity. The citizens were astonished. The criminals in the evil paradise are gone just like that. People felt it was all so unreal. The criminals who had oppressed them for years vanished before they even had a chance to show themselves. Their hatred for the criminals turned into gratitude towards Lin Chi in an instant. After the smoke cleared, the town was gone, leaving not a brick or tile behind, only a deep pit remained. For a moment, silence filled the air before an overwhelming cheer erupted from the crowd. Long live the king! Long live the king! Everyone rest assured with me here, this kingdom will be safer than anywhere else in the world. Listening to the sound of increasing faith values ringing in his ears, Lin Chi returned to his room. Ding! The system has issued a task. As soon as he returned, the system echoed with a long-awaited task. Life Choice 1. Let the kingdom have 3 fruit users with devil fruit abilities. Reward 1 chance to evolve the world transfer scroll. Life Choice 2. Successfully expand to an army of 10,000, all equipped with weapons. Reward 1 random devil fruit. Life Choice 3. A king must have his own consort. Hold a nationwide consort selection ceremony. Reward a complete rejuvenation pill. Faced with the 3 options, Lin Chi chose the first without hesitation. To teleport now, he needed to have someone take half of the scroll over first while he used the other half to teleport. If there were 3 copies of the scroll, he could leave 1 at each location and keep the last one to travel freely between the 2 places. He calculated. Now there were already 2 fruit users in the kingdom, him and Robin. This meant he only needed 1 more fruit user. He happened to have a Zoan-type devil fruit, the horse fruit, in its great foot horse form. This was something he had seized from Mary Geos. After some thought, Lin Chi did not summon Yao Shirdo. He felt that giving Yao Shirdo such a low-grade fruit would be a waste of his talent. In the end, Lin Chi tossed the devil fruit to Robin, asking her to find someone suitable to consume it. What Lin Chi considered a worthless, ordinary animal fruit was regarded as a remarkable treasure by the people of the West Sea. Whoever obtained it would surely be grateful. So soon. In the afternoon, the system's notification of task completion rang out. The world transfer scroll was upgraded from 2 halves to 3 halves. After waiting another 3 days, the story of annihilating the evil paradise spread throughout the kingdom. The faith value surged to just over 20,000 points. Enough to draw 20 times from the Naruto lottery pool. System, let me go all in on the Naruto lottery pool. Lin Chi opted for the lottery, refusing to waste money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. 1 AK-47 production line. Who would have thought that the very first item to appear would so astonish Lin Chi? What? There's an AK-47 in the Naruto world. Upon reflection, it was true that firearms existed in the Naruto world, as evidenced by Kakashi's fight with Zabuza. Thinking further, even the Star Destroyer cannon was invented in Naruto, so having an AK-47 was not strange at all. However, placing an AK-47 in the pirate world would be utterly overwhelming. Lin Chi was excited. Just imagine, while others are still loading their flintlock guns after firing a single shot, you have already unleashed a whole barrage. How would they even compete? In terms of both power and range, the AK-47 was not something a flintlock gun could compare to. Lin Chi first found an abandoned factory to set up the 200-meter-long AK-47 production line and then dispatched soldiers for strict defense. He also informed Robin to start producing as soon as she found the materials. Yet still feeling uneasy, he pulled Yao Shirdo, who was busy mining, to act as a bodyguard. This was his treasure, he couldn't let it be damaged. I still lack manpower. It was only in times of need that he realized how few people he had. With only Robin and Yao Shirdo, they could barely manage the kingdom's important tasks, even if they ran around like headless chickens. After completing all this, he returned to check on the other lottery rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Military rations 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. 1 ton of gold sand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Dog food. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Young Shikamaru. Moi. Upon seeing this, Lin Chi paused. Shikamaru was great. Shikamaru was known for his intelligence in Naruto. He needed such a talent. Summon Shikamaru. A flash of golden light appeared, and young Shikamaru manifested at the spot. Greetings, my lord. Shikamaru knelt on one knee, respectfully speaking. Please rise, no need for such formalities. Lin Chi helped Shikamaru up. Familiarize yourself with this world for now, and I will arrange work for you tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Shikamaru walked away, diving headfirst into the kingdom's library. The lottery continued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Tsunade's bra. Puffed. Upon seeing this, Lin Chi couldn't hold it in any longer, almost spitting out his soda. It was truly remarkable how one could draw anything in the Naruto world. The coveted Tsunade had not appeared, but her undergarment had come out first. However, wasn't it generally known that Tsunade didn't wear such things? Taking out the bra, a wave of fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Chi hurriedly put it back. If the citizens found out about this, the image of their king would be shattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Jiraiya's peeping telescope. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Naruto's frog wallet. As the items became increasingly absurd, Lin Chi could no longer hold back. What the hell are these things? Only one chance left. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Naruto's training system. Ding. From now on, the host can practice the ninjutsu obtained from the Naruto world. What? Lin Chi received the news and immediately couldn't wait to open the small fireball jutsu he had previously acquired. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that he can now unleash the great fireball. The chakra required for the release is replaced by his mental energy and physical strength. The bad news is that the great fireball he unleashed is still less powerful than a sneeze. He almost cramped his hand while forming the seals. Lin Chi concluded that this ninjutsu is not something a normal person can learn. After all, ninjas practice seal formation from a young age, training for years, sometimes even decades. Only then can they compress the seal formation speed into seconds. By the time Lin Chi slowly completes his seals, the enemy would have already escaped. Instead of practicing seals, he might as well work on mastering Haki. It is estimated that 99% of ninjutsu used on him would feel like a tickle, rendering any learning pointless. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Either he could become like Hashirama, summoning whatever he wanted with a clap, or he should just forget it. Time passed quickly and another week went by. Seeing that things in the kingdom were back on track, Lin Chi felt relieved. It was time to leave. He wondered how Tina's sister Tao and Tom were doing. He also needed to return to handle matters at the Navy headquarters. While I'm away, I leave the kingdom in your hands. Make sure to take care of the young pharmacist Do. Before leaving, Lin Chi called Shikamaru and Robin to give them instructions. What, you're leaving? Robin looked at Lin Chi with reluctance. Silly, I'm not leaving for good. Lin Chi patted Robin's head. Stay at home and wait for my return. Okay, you must come back soon. After giving his instructions, the next morning Lin Chi set out to sea alone, transforming into a giant candlelight and flying towards the new world. At the astonishing speed of candlelight, he reached the Navy headquarters from the West Sea in less than half a month. Under the cover of night, Lin Chi reverted to his human form and knocked on the gate of the post. Who are you? What are you doing at the Navy base in the middle of the night? The guard immediately became alert, aiming his flintlock gun at Lin Chi. However, gradually the guard felt something was off. Why does this person look so familiar? Are you Vice Admiral Lin Chi? It's me. The guard's hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. A ghost, he suddenly shouted and turned to run. It was somewhat shocking for a person presumed dead for several months to appear silently in front of him. Lin Chi's face darkened as he pulled the fleeing man back, saying impatiently, "Take a good look, am I human or a ghost?" The guard rubbed his eyes. The man had a shadow, so he should not be a ghost. Cautiously he asked, "You didn't die?" "Of course not, hurry and report it." Yes. The guard jogged inside. Half an hour later. In the conference room, Carp laughed heartily, slapping Sengoku's thigh. Look, I told you this kid is like a cockroach, he won't die." "Damn, Carp, your slap made my leg nearly numb." Sengoku yelled at Carp before turning his attention back to Lin Chi. "It's a miracle. How did you survive in that situation?" Kizaru said, "Even the island you were fighting on was obliterated." "Well, I had some luck. I floated to a small island and managed to survive. The following days were spent healing my injuries. By the way, Admiral, you want to demote me to a lower rank just because I'm alive, right? What nonsense are you talking about?" Sengoku's expression turned serious. "The merits you've earned will not be forgotten by the Navy. Don't worry, we can give you 2 Vice Admiral ranks if need be." "Then that's good, but you can't go back on your word. Help me promote Sister Jai to Vice Admiral as well." Lin Chi took the opportunity to say, "The authority of a Vice Admiral is much greater than that of a Rear Admiral." "All right." Watching Sengoku grit his teeth in agreement, Carp felt schadenfreude. "That'll teach you to be so cocky." Hearing that Lin Chi hasn't forgotten to help Jai, Vice Admiral Crane looked at him with a more favorable gaze. "This young man is not bad. Well, can I go back now? Tina and Sister Jai are still waiting," and Lin Chi felt a bit impatient. Get out. It's the middle of the night, and we don't want you waking us old men up." Sengoku waved his hand. Back at home, Lin Chi quietly opened the door. In the darkness, a creature suddenly pounced on him, its tongue wildly licking his face. All right, Tom, you're licking my face off." Lin Chi pinned Tom down and started tickling him, causing Tom to roll back and forth in laughter. Tom got up, grinning widely, and circled around Lin Chi without stopping. Okay, I came back alive, now go to sleep. I'll check on Tina and the others again." After patting Tom on the head, Lin Chi quietly entered Tina's room. In the dark, he crawled into Tina's bed. Sister Jai, you're back again." Tina let out a few alluring hums and turned to embrace him. "Who are you?" The moment she hugged him, Tina immediately felt something was off and threw a powerful punch. "Is this how you welcome your man home?" Lin Chi laughed as he caught Tina's wrist. Luckily, his body was strong. If it were someone else, they would have been crippled by Tina's punch. Lin Chi. Tina paused, suddenly burying her face in Lin Chi's arms, tears streaming down her face. Woo woo woo, I'm so glad you finally came back. Where have you been all this time? Lin Chi gently stroked Tina's back and held her tightly. Shh, don't cry. Look, I'm back alive, aren't I? Tina sniffled and stopped crying, her watery big eyes looking at Lin Chi. You shouldn't suddenly disappear like that. I was really worried about you. I swear I won't do it again. Look at you crying like a little kitten. If you keep crying, you won't look pretty anymore. Tom, meow, meow, meow. Lin Chi continued to coax and tease her until Tina transformed her tears into smiles. You should go check on Sister Jai too. She must be worried about you as well. Despite being reluctant to part with Lin Chi, Tina did not forget about her good sister. All right, wait for me to come back and keep you company. After gently kissing Tina on the forehead, Lin Chi stealthily slipped into the room of Tao Tu. He embraced her from behind and whispered, Sister Ji Yuan, are you surprised? Tao Tu turned around, pressing Lin Chi's head against her ample chest, laughing. My observation, Haki detected you the moment you entered the door. Wow, Sister Ji Yuan, I can't breathe. After finally pulling his head out of the abyss, a pair of red lips kissed him, causing Lin Chi's body to tremble. Under the onslaught of Tao Tu's long legs, he ultimately could not return to Tina's room. The next morning, Lin Chi walked out of the washroom with a face full of lipstick marks. As he emerged from the washroom, Ji Yuan was lounging on the sofa, dressed provocatively, exposing a large expanse of white skin. Ah, Sister Ji Yuan, don't move, let me give you a rub. Tina was playfully tussling with Tao Tu, their movements incredibly sensual. Lin Chi rubbed his nose. Such stimulation first thing in the morning, regardless of whether he could handle it. Hey girl, stop messing around, it's almost noon, and you still haven't cooked. Lin Chi walked over and gave Tina a light smack on the backside. Ow. Tina suddenly turned around, covering her little backside, pouncing on Lin Chi like a hungry tiger. You hit me, so I'm going to eat you, ah, ha ha, be careful now. Lin Chi laughed heartily, reaching out to tickle Tina's belly button. He rarely saw her in such a good mood, she seemed to have become lively. Hee hee hee. After a bout of playful wrestling, Tina lay breathlessly on the sofa, her clothes in disarray. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, someone is bringing lunch, so we don't have to cook. Who? Lin Chi asked, confused. It couldn't be that lazy cat Tom, right? Who else could it be? At this moment, Tao Tu chimed in. Little Peacock heard the news of your return and insisted on coming over. Tao Tu rolled her eyes at Lin Chi. I really don't understand what charm you have that so many people like you. Lin Chi knew Tao Tu was feeling jealous. He gently embraced her and sweetly said, Don't worry, my love will always be for you and Tina. What are you saying all this for? Tao Tu huffed, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she turned her head away. At noon, the Peacock arrived, bringing takeout of 5 dishes and a soup, and the group enjoyed a delightful meal. At the dining table, Lin Chi observed the demure Peacock, thinking she had finally changed her ways. Who knew old habits die hard? When the Peacock was alone with Lin Chi in a room, her true nature immediately revealed itself. Big brother, I missed you so much. The Peacock jumped onto Lin Chi, clinging to him like a little octopus. Get down, young lady, how can you behave like this, eh? You know I was so sad when I heard you died, and yet you treat me this way. Grandma, he said you weren't dead, and I always believed you were okay. The Peacock babbled in Lin Chi's ear, and he was about to use force, but let his hands drop instead. Forget it, if she wants to hug, let her hug, it's just playing with a child. Half an hour later. Big brother, I dreamed about you last night, and you were so rough. Seeing the Peacock getting more outrageous, Lin Chi wished he could find something to shut her up. This made General he want to smack him to death. Stop. Get down now. Lin Chi threatened. If you don't get down, I'll spank you. Really? The Peacock's eyes lit up, and she became all excited. Lin Chi felt a headache coming on. It seemed this girl had been waiting for him all along. He really shouldn't have been so fond of spanking her backside in the past. Now, she seemed to be addicted to it. Of course it's fake. While the Peacock wasn't paying attention, Lin Chi grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and pulled her off, walking to the window and opening it. Hey, what are you doing? Let me down. The Peacock struggled vigorously. Out you go. Lin Chi kicked the Peacock's little backside fiercely, and she transformed into a streak of light, flying out. He used just the right amount of force to ensure the Peacock wouldn't be harmed. Damn it, I remember you, big weirdo. The Peacock, flying in midair, was terrified. After a moment of daze, she fell from the sky and found herself in front of her own house. I'm so mad. Stinky man. She stomped her foot playfully before walking into her house. Since the last time Lin Chi died and came back to life, perhaps the Warring States finally had a conscience and couldn't bear to exploit him anymore. This time Lin Chi finally got to enjoy a nice long vacation. On this day in his backyard, after being promoted to Major General, Lin Chi's salary doubled, and he moved into a larger and more luxurious house. Not only was it a 3-story building, but it also had a spacious backyard. Hee, Sister Ji Yuan, the ball is coming. In the center of the backyard, a large net was set up, and the 3 girls clad in swimsuits were playing volleyball. The Peacock teamed up with Tina, while Tao Tu was on her own. Even so, Ji Yuan was still being gentle with the two of them. Nice shot. Ji Yuan leaped 3 meters high, smashing the volleyball with a powerful strike. Due to her swimsuit, the scene was quite breathtaking. Lin Shi lay on a beach chair nodding repeatedly at the 7 volleyballs on the court. Nice shot, nice shot. Oh no, it's too fast. Seeing that she couldn't receive Tao Tuss spike, the peacock's expression changed, and a whip suddenly appeared in her hand, narrowly returning the volleyball. Whoa. Lin Shi whistled. Peacock committed a foul. You're not allowed to use your fruit ability, sister. Ji Yuan wins. Alright, a deal is a deal. Tina patted the peacock's little head, reaching into her deep cleavage to pull out a coin and tossed it to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan caught it and casually stuffed it into Lin Shi's chest, then lay down beside him on the beach chair, glistening with sweat. Lin Shi was no stranger to this scene. He had once seen Ji Yuan pull a bottle of Coke from her cleavage. Truly a dimensional pocket. You two come over and take a break before playing again, Lin Shi called to Tina and the peacock. The 3 of them were all wearing revealing swimsuits. One could say that the covering parts were not concealed at all, allowing Lin Shi to feast his eyes. If anyone benefited the most today, it was undoubtedly Lin Shi. This kind of life was far more enjoyable than being a general. Really, sister, Ji Yuan is too amazing. Ooh, I've never won even once. The peacock lay down and complained. Then next time you should team up with sister Ji Yuan, Tina said with a light smile. The peacock was still childlike, caring about winning and losing. No way, I won't abandon sister Tina. If we lose together. The peacock pouted and hugged Tina's arm. Tom, are the drinks ready? Lin Shi called toward the kitchen. Meow. Tom, transformed into a feline chef, strode forward, gracefully balancing 2 trays, one bearing 2 chilled beverages. Thank you, Tom. Ji Yuan gently stroked his feline head and selected a cobalt blue sparkling drink garnished with ice cubes. Little kitty, thank you. Kong Chue and Tina each took a pink beverage infused with green lemon. Ha ha ha, smile for us, Tom. Look at that soft belly. You'd better earn your keep. Lin Shi patted Tom's plump little belly and claimed the final glass of frosty cola. Having completed his task, Tom collapsed onto the floor with a sigh and opened a can of premium cat food. Life is no easy feat. Even cats must perform for their keep. After leisure, Kong Chue was led by Ji Yuan to practice swordsmanship. Tina departed to refine her devil fruit abilities. Lin Shi commenced his daily physical cultivation. Let's begin with 200,000 push-ups. Just to warm up, he mused, his arms blurring into afterimages with each repetition. Every standard Marine headquarters soldier performs 2,000 push-ups daily. For Lin Shi to execute 100 times that amount was entirely unremarkable. Next, 100 laps around Marine headquarters, followed by bare-knuckle strikes to erode 3 mountains into dust. Time galloped past like a white steed across a crevice, swift and silent. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. It was now the year 1510 in the sea calendar. During that year, while accompanying Marine deployments, Lin Shi visited the Little Garden and mastered the giant tribe's ultimate technique, Hagua, from 2 elder giants. Beyond that, the year unfolded with exceptional calm. No extraordinary incidents occurred. Lin Shi's life settled into a disciplined rhythm of 3 fixed points. Mission, rest, mission, rest. Occasionally, he employed a teleportation scroll to observe his kingdom's progress. Over that year, his bond with Ji Yuan and Tina deepened rapidly, reaching the threshold of marriage. As for Kong Kei, he regarded her merely as an impetuous neighbor's younger sister. Nothing more. His strength, too, advanced steadily. Having just returned from capturing a band of pirates, Lin Shi reclined on his sofa resting. He idly unfolded the day's newspaper and instantly became entranced. A bold headline dominated the front page. Moria challenges for Emperor Kaido, suffers crushing defeat. Entire crew slain except captain. So Moria was broken by Kaido at this juncture, plunging thereafter into irreversible decline until he devolved into little more than a sedentary recluse. Lin Shi reflected inwardly. The clash between Moria and Kaido seemed a portent, proof that the world's great gears had begun to turn. The Grand Line would grow ever more perilous. There was no time to spare. Lin Shi knew it was time to advance his long-held plans. This edition carries quite the array of explosive news. He scanned downward. Alabastus' new hero, the embodiment of justice, Crocodile. Old Croc. His debut arrived later than I anticipated. For years, Lin Shi had heard nothing of Crocodile, fearing his butterfly effect had erased him entirely. Yet this famed 50-50 pirate remained a figure he genuinely admired. The Sun Pirates disband, Fisher Tiger dead. After years of fugitive existence, the Sun Pirates were finally apprehended by the world government during a careless misstep, sparking a brutal confrontation. Reading of Tiger's death stirred Lin Shi's suspicion. That shouldn't be possible. I gifted him an animal-type devil fruit. Even if overpowered, he could have leapt into the deep sea. He shouldn't have perished. Setting the paper aside, Lin Shi requested a month's leave from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A year later, he set sail alone once more, this time bound for Skypiea. More precisely, to confront Enel, the Goro Goro no Mi, widely regarded as the most formidable Logia-type fruit. Though its ignominious defeat against Rubber rendered it a laughingstock, its sheer power remained undeniable. Enel was an undisputed prodigy, having independently awakened King Haki in isolation, then synergizing it with his fruit to forge the extraordinary ability known as Mantra. Even the protagonist's crew had failed to achieve such mastery. With the Goro Goro no Mi and proper guidance, Enel could readily ascend to admiral tier strength. Lin Shi intended to recruit Enel, securing a pivotal asset for his future designs. His expedition to Skypiea was non-negotiable. Armed with canonical knowledge, Lin Shi soared through the skies for over 2 weeks, effortlessly locating the coastal town beneath Skypiea. Owner, money is no object. Serve only the finest dishes. He dropped into a chair and beckoned the tavern keeper. Having fasted for half a month, he planned a hearty meal before ascending. After all, Skypiea might yet hold a fierce battle ahead. Right away, honored guest. Please wait a moment. The tavern keeper's eyes gleamed with the unmistakable shape of berries. In moments, the table overflowed roasted suckling pig pasta cherry pie and a brimming tankard of frothy beer. Thank you. Please prepare 10 more servings of identical quality, Lin Shi instructed. Are you certain? The owner stammered, doubting whether one man could possibly consume so much. Merely filling the gaps between my teeth. With that, he tore off a pork leg and devoured it in 3 swift bites. What? Is payment your concern? A heavy pouch of berries clattered onto the table. No, not at all. I'll prepare them immediately. Lin Shi continued eating, steadily, relentlessly. Gradually, plates stacked beside him rose 2 meters high. His staggering appetite drew an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. The tavern keeper watched, heart pounding, terrified the man might burst before his eyes. Hey there, young man. You don't look local. What brings you here? To Skypiea, Lin Shi replied casually. Huh. The stranger blinked, then laughed. You're joking. Everyone knows Skypiea is a myth. Bang. The door exploded inward as a gang of hulking, menacing men stormed in. The once lively tavern fell utterly silent. I heard someone claiming to go to Skypiea. Who was it? Bellowed the ringleader. Me. Anything else? Lin Shi replied. Ha, you fool. Everyone knows Skypiea doesn't exist. The brute and his cronies advanced upon Lin Shi. Diners froze mid-bite. Hey, eating that much? Are you a pig? With one swipe, the thug shattered the towering stack of plates and kicked over a chair. Kid, you're new here. Pay your protection fee. Now. Lin Shi slowly lifted his gaze. Are you addressing me? What do you think? Not you, your father. The brute drew a massive blade. Hand over your money, or die where you stand. Lin Shi's side rose to his full height and gazed upon the man with quiet sorrow. Must you truly provoke me? Living well would have suited you far better. Thunder's arrival. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the roof and turning the big man into charcoal. Lin Shi cast a casual glance at the few remaining people who were frozen in fear, saying, Aren't you going to leave? Do you want me to escort you out? We're leaving right now. A few small-time thugs shivered in fright, quickly bowing several times before fleeing through the door. The tavern owner looked at the hole in the roof, his heart trembling. No wonder he can eat so much. He's truly impressive. So, no brother, are you really going to the Sky Island? Yes, brother. Does the Sky Island really exist? The same words spoken by people of different strengths suddenly took on a different meaning. If Lin Shi had mentioned going to the Sky Island earlier, they would have thought he was joking, but now they didn't think so. As for the bully who usually acted tyrannically, Lin Shi, killing him would only serve to please the masses. Brother, let me buy you a beer. Tell us a story. The notoriously stingy tavern owner unexpectedly brought over a glass of beer. Lin Shi raised his glass and drank it all in one go. The refreshing beer soaked into his heart, delivering an exhilarating message to the people. The Sky Island absolutely exists, where a group of winged beings lives along with the presence of a god. Here's the money for the meal and for repairing the roof. He stood up, casually tossed a bag of gold coins, and walked out of the tavern. As he left, a loud cheer erupted in the tavern. Sky Island, a wondrous place. Relying on memories from anime, a black and red halo appeared behind Lin Shi, floating upwards majestically. Being able to fly is great, unlike Luffy and the others who must endure numerous near-death experiences just to reach a Sky Island. Passing through layers of cloud seas, Lin Shi smoothly ascended to the largest Sky Island from its edge. In reality, there isn't just one Sky Island. They are arranged in a trapezoidal formation, ascending from low to high. Those who know can easily and safely reach the highest Sky Island little by little. Only Luffy, that fool, would dare to be so reckless. Entry fee is 100 million IUN. In front of the Sky Island's gate, a short old woman said with a skin-deep smile. Can't you tell him from King Haki? Stop talking about IUN, just say Barry. Lin Shi frowned. This old woman had been a gatekeeper for decades, as she couldn't possibly not know this, clearly trying to annoy him. In fact, 100 million IUN is equivalent to 10,000 berry. In the original story, Luffy, that fool, got scared and barged in without paying, which led to him being wanted by the Sky Island and a series of subsequent tragedies. This old woman's tactic was purely malicious. TCH 1,000 berry. Seeing that she couldn't swindle him, the old woman no longer bothered to maintain her fake smile. Such a person is simply rotten to the core. What, 1,000 berry? Didn't I just give you 100,000 berry? You should be returning me 90,000 berry. Lin Chi said with a smile. He loved nothing more than using evil to counteract evil. What? The old woman's expression darkened. Shanghai person, you need to understand whose territory this is. Do you think you can pull this here? Hurry up now, you need to pay 20,000 berry, or get lost back where you came from. Since you refuse to repay your debt, I'll just have to take it myself. In an instant, Lin Chi appeared behind the old woman and grabbed her. What are you doing? Shanghai person, are you looking for death? The old woman struggled fiercely. I'm not doing anything new. I don't blame you for owing money, but being arrogant is unacceptable. Lin Chi dragged the old woman to the edge of the Sky Island and threw her down. Listening to the old woman's screams, Lin Chi nodded and remarked, for owing me money, I even sent you off to toward Shanghai. There aren't many good people like me left. After doing all this, Lin Chi swaggered through the gate. The Sky Island is located 10,000 meters above sea level. The hypoxia that could be fatal to others was nothing to Lin Chi. Angel Island. Angel Island is the largest Sky Island and the only one open to outsiders, inhabited by a group of winged humans. What kind of naming genius is this? Lin Chi walked through the cute avenue and arrived at the most prosperous cute street. Along the way, no matter where he went, he couldn't escape the gazes of people, as if they were looking at a giant panda. Here, those without wings were the real outcasts. Yo, young man, you're from Shanghai, right? I haven't seen a guest from Shanghai in ages. Ooh, want to try my barbecue? The uncle selling barbecue called out from the side of the street. Sure, I'll take 2 skewers. Lin Chi paid and took 2 skewers while eating and asking, excuse me, I heard there's a god here. Where does he live? The barbecue uncle suddenly froze, glancing around nervously as if he were a thief, and said fearfully, show. Are you looking for death? The god is everywhere. Be careful of divine punishment descending. What god? Isn't he just a big-eared guy who ate a devil fruit? The barbecue uncle refused to say and instead yelled, who knows where your god lives? I want to see him. People looked at Lin Chi in horror, fearing they would be caught up in this. They fled as fast as they could, shopkeepers abandoning their stores. The bustling cute street became deserted in just a few seconds. Tap, 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 a squad of soldiers quickly arrived, pointing their guns at Lin Chi. Shanghai person, you have offended the god's majesty. We must put you through the divine trial. The divine trial is guarded by 4 priests under Enel. There's no need for such trouble. Let them come find me. Lin Chi's goal was achieved. As long as he dealt with the 4 priests, Enel would come out himself. Presumptuous. Daring to provoke the guard team, execute him on the spot. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots rang out. Lin Chi's body trembled as he unleashed his conqueror's haki, overwhelming everything. The guards all rolled their eyes and fainted. Quick, go notify the priests. The onlookers watched in terror. If the god finds out, they might think they are accomplices of the Shanghai person, and then everyone will be doomed. After a year, Lin Chi's attributes are Host Lin Chi, Combat Ability, Moonwalk Peak, Shave Peak, Gale Foot Peak, Gunpoint Peak, Iron Block, Advanced Life, Return, Advanced Paper Drawing, Beginner, Ghostly Chi, Advanced, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Note all techniques with limits are represented by proficiency. Living Ability, Navigation, Intermediate, Cooking, Beginner, Lowly, Cultivation, Intermediate, Grown Women's Nemesis, Intermediate, Young Wife Killer. Entry. Basic attributes: Physique level 5, Physique, King Swordsmanship level 5, Great Swordsman. Fruit development level 4, Senior Fruit Developer. Marksmanship level 3, Experience Sniper. Observation Haki level 4, Armament Haki level 4, Conqueror's Haki level 5, Conqueror's Haki King. Note for attributes without limits, they will be represented by basic attributes. Where did these people from Shanghai come from, daring to cause trouble here? Are they tired of living? The 4 divine officials, having received the news, quickly rushed over. Roar, 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 no matter where they are from, let's kill them first and talk later. The majesty of the gods cannot be offended. Looking at the 4 comical figures, 1 fat and 3 thin, Lin Chi chuckled softly. Before understanding the enemy's strength, mindless provocation will only bring misfortune upon oneself. Thunder. For lightning bolts shot from his hand, striking the 4 divine officials. Zazizia. You, how can you also generate electricity? The 4 divine officials trembled uncontrollably from the electric shock, and suddenly an explosion occurred, turning them black as they collapsed to the ground. The residents of the Sky Island looked at Lin Chi with uncertainty. What shocked them more than the swift defeat of the 4 divine officials was Lin Chi's ability to summon lightning. That was a power only a god possesses. Could it be that this person from Shanghai is also a god? Boom. At that moment, a pillar of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Chi. The residents on both sides of the street were so frightened they covered their heads and crouched down, their faces pale. It is the great god who has descended. That person is doomed. Amidst the thunder, Lin Chi strolled out leisurely, looking up at the sky with a smile at the corner of his mouth. I only fear that you will continue to hide away. Since you've made a move, I can follow your aura to find you. A black halo burning with flames appeared behind Lin Chi, lifting him into the air as he soared towards Enel's location. Great God, please forgive our offenses. If the two great gods engage in battle, we hope it won't affect us. Watching Lin Chi's departing figure, the residents of the Sky Island knelt down in prayer. Through his observation Haki, Lin Chi spotted Enelu, who had large ears and a drooping chest, in front of a temple on the Sky Island. Fortunately, there is no Buddhism in the pirate world. Otherwise, with those ears, he would definitely be mistaken for a reincarnated Buddha. Bare-chested with a thunder drum on his back, he resembled a thunder god from mythology. Mortal, I sense a familiar aura from you. Are you also a god? Enelu, floating cross-legged in the air, muttered mystically. Lin Chi twitched his mouth. This kid talks about gods every day, or it seems he has deluded himself. That is called observation, Haki. Oh, where do you find gods in this world? Of course, I am the only true god in this world. Enelu revealed a knowing expression. Foolish mortal, you dare to offend a god and even injure my divine servant. Are you ready to face divine punishment? Enelu suddenly opened his eyes wide and violent electric currents crackled and popped. So what? Lin Chi blinked, looking at this strange person who talked tough but didn't act. He realized that Enelu seemed a bit unhinged. Mortal, this god will allow you to strike first. After you experience profound despair, I will personally kill you, Enelu proclaimed from his lofty position. Lin Chi. He understood that Enelu simply wanted to put on a show. Because on the Sky Island there was no presence of Haki, and for over a decade no one had been able to touch Enelu, who consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. Thus this guy had formed a delusion that no one could defeat him, and that he was invincible. Alright then, I will make my move. Come on mortal, it seems you can't wait to die. Enelu smirked. Thunder 8 trigrams. Lin Chi, wielding an iron rod, infused it with profound armament Haki in an instant and activated his hybrid form. Pooh! Enelu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes nearly bulging out, his body dented from the blow, and he flew backward like a missile. What was even more amusing was the incredulous expression on Enelu's face. No way did I faint just like that. Too weak to take a hit. Calling me immortal, I thought you were much stronger. Lin Chi flew over, clearing away the collapsed debris, and found Enelu unconscious, still wearing a look of disbelief. A basin of cold water was splashed onto Enelu's face. He startled awake, dazedly looking around, confused and thinking he had just been dreaming. You scared me. Was it really a dream? I thought, how could anyone defeat this god? Are you looking for me? Lin Chi's face appeared from behind, and Enelu's body shook, transforming into a streak of lightning as he appeared far away. That was actually real. You can hit me, eh? Enelu exclaimed in surprise. This is a power called Haki. So do you want to learn it? Enelu nodded blankly. I want to learn so good I will teach you. This tiny place of Sky Island isn't suitable for you, follow me. Your goal should be the stars and the sea. Brat, I haven't settled the score from earlier. You still want me to be your subordinate? Enelu reacted. If I defeat you without killing you, how about you become my subordinate? I won't treat you poorly. Brat beat me first. Enelu felt that he had never been this angry in a year. Just seeing this man's face made him furious. Why don't you stand there and let me hit you? Lin Chi teased with a smile. I will kill you. Enelu's face flushed, realizing he couldn't afford to be hit again, transformed into a streak of lightning in midair. Inazuma. His wrist transformed into thunder, enveloping Lin Chi from above. Roar! Lin Chi turned into a gigantic candle beast several meters tall, swallowing the bolts of lightning. After charging up, an even larger bolt of lightning was expelled towards Enelu. Zizizi. As the user of the Rumble Fruit, Enelu was struck by this lightning, but felt no harm, instead recovering some of his strength. It seems I can't use lightning against the user of the Rumble Fruit. Lin Chi reverted to his human form, stroking his chin in thought. What exactly are you? A human, a god, or a ghost? Recalling the terrifying beast Lin Chi had transformed into, Enelu felt profound doubts about this world. Is this world still the one he knows? Also, why can you also use lightning? You are clearly not a god. Lin Chi looked at Enelu as if he were an idiot. Why so many questions? The reason is simple. Think about how you acquired the power of lightning. Are you saying? Enelu's pupils contracted sharply. Exactly. I also consumed something called a devil fruit. This world is vast and people of your level are as common as cows in Shanghai. If you want to understand yourself, then follow me. Lin Chi took the opportunity to persuade him. Enelu's pupils trembled violently, revealing his inner turmoil. Lin Chi's words reminded him of the past. He remembered when he was very small. At that time, he was still very young. In the Sky Islands, everyone had wings, families, and parents except for him. Consequently, Ainila's childhood was filled with suffering. At first, he had to beg, steal, and rob just to survive. However, due to his lack of wings, he often faced bullying from other children. Gradually, what started as throwing stones at him evolved into brutal beatings. Every time Ainilu was seen by them, he would end up battered and bruised. With no choice, Ainilu moved alone into the desolate forest. He feared that if he continued one day, he would be beaten to death. When hungry, he would find some wild fruits to fill his stomach. When tired, he would sleep in an abandoned temple. When his clothes were gone, he fashioned garments from grass. He lived a life akin to a wild man, neither human nor ghost. This way of life continued for 6 years. Until one day, while searching for fruits, Ainilu discovered a strange fruit. Upon consuming it, he gained the power of lightning. He always believed this was a divine blessing. From that day forth, Ainilu vowed to make the Sky Islanders who had caused him so much suffering pay the price. One day, when he grew tired of playing, he would unleash a thunderous explosion here. No, I am a god. The only god. Ainilu roared, extending his hand into the distance as a golden liquid gold coalesced into a golden trident in his grasp. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Ainilu struck the right thunder drum with the trident, releasing the accumulated lightning, forming a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird in midair, diving towards Lin Chi. Not finished, yet Ainilu struck the left thunder drum with the golden trident, guiding the lightning within. A wolf-shaped thunder beast jumped out, joining the Thunderbird as its subordinate, charging towards Lin Chi. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Flamboyant. Lin Chi transformed into a half-beast form, his height soaring to 9 meters, antlers sprouting from his head, with dragon scale-like patterns appearing on his skin. He stood like a deity, hands touching the heavens, feet grounded on the earth, a fiery halo floating behind him. Bang! With just a single punch, the 10-meter-tall Thunder Beast was scattered like a toy. With a swift motion, he tore the phoenix-shaped bird in half. Roar! With an angry shout, a crimson flame column flew towards Ainilu. Seeing his masterpiece smashed in one punch, Ainilu was left dumbfounded. Before he could recover from the shock, the attack suddenly arrived in front of him, and Ainilu hurriedly defended himself. Lightning flash. Ainilu released lightning from his body and converted it into thermal energy, forming an invisible wall that successfully defended against the attack. You seem to be happy. Lin Chi appeared above Ainila's head without him noticing. This time, Ainilu had no time to transform, as Lin Chi struck him on the head with a punch. His head exploded instantly, and Ainila's tongue and eyes flew out. His body crashed heavily to the ground. If Ainilu weren't a natural type, he would have died 100 deaths by now. The flying tongue and nose transformed into lightning and returned to his body. Staggering, Ainilu got up from the ground and roared into the sky in frustration. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. At the same time, he struck both thunder drums, and a thunder dragon appeared, several times larger than the Thunder Beast. Just its presence sent chills down people's spines. The rampant lightning could be seen from 10 kilometers away, its might incredibly terrifying. Go kill him for me. Ainilu waved the trident, and the thunder dragon roared as it rushed out. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A cold voice echoed, and a large thick stick came crashing down. The confident thunder dragon was once again scattered by a single blow, making Ainila's eyelids twitch in panic. Lin Chi landed on the ground. The more he used it, the more he found the thunderous 8 trigrams learned from Teacher Kaido to be effective. Don't come closer. Seeing Lin Chi getting closer, Ainilu retreated in fear. Ah! Don't slap my face. After several hours of friendly exchanges, Ainilu lay on the ground like a dead dog. Do you submit? Submit to your granduncle, it hurts so much. Bang bang bang. Without a word, Lin Chi pressed Ainilu to the ground and gave him a beating. Do you submit? I want submit. Bang bang bang. Repeating this, Lin Chi beat Ainilu a total of 15 times. The stubborn duck's mouth should have softened by now. Thunder Control Gold Poison Dragon Call. Ainilu swung the greatly enlarged golden trident. As he danced it, vast amounts of lightning wrapped around the scalding golden liquid, enveloping Lin Chi like a sticky plaster. Once it enveloped him, the gold would quickly solidify. If an ordinary person encountered this move, even if they weren't burned by the molten gold or electrocuted, they would ultimately be suffocated by the gold. Unfortunately, while Ainilu could melt gold with lightning, so could Lin Chi. Playing with lightning, the candle fruit was even more formidable, making Lin Chi unafraid of Ainila's lightning. It could be said that his restraint against Ainilu was even stronger than that of the rubber fruit. For Ainilu, encountering him was like a thief meeting a policeman, a confrontation with a natural enemy. Lin Chi burst out from the lightning, pinning Ainila's head down and smashing it into the ground. While hitting, he asked, Do you submit? Do you submit? Ah! Killing the heart. Ainilu was driven nearly mad with rage. How could a god of his stature endure such treatment? I will fight you, Thunder Explosion. Ainalu, unable to withstand being pressed down and beaten, was driven to desperation. With a ruthless heart, he self-destructed. The terrifying lightning instantly destroyed more than half of the island where Ainalu lived. As the lightning dissipated, a dismembered Ainalu gathered in midair, not seeing Lin Shi, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha, finally dead, finally dead. Who are you talking about? Hearing the voice, Ainalu suddenly looked up to see that detestable Qinghai person floating effortlessly in the sky. Have you used all your tricks? It's my turn now. Lin Shi cracked his knuckles, flying over with malicious intent. What do you want to do? Ainalu retreated in fear, taking 2 steps back. Ah, don't slap my face. After several hours of friendly exchanges, Ainalu lay on the ground like a dead dog. Do you submit? Submit to your granduncle, it hurts so much. Bang bang bang, without a word Lin Shi pressed Ainalu to the ground and gave him a beating. Do you submit? I want submit. Bang bang bang, repeating this Lin Shi beat Ainalu a total of 15 times. The stubborn duck's mouth should have softened by now. Do you submit? Submit to your granduncle, it hurts so much. Bang bang bang, without a word Lin Shi pressed Ainalu to the ground and gave him a beating. Stop. Don't hit me anymore, I have something to say. Enel, now a battered mess, murmured indistinctly. Go ahead. Are there many people like me in Shanghai? In truth, Enel had always yearned for the outside world. Given Enel's instinct for self-preservation, recruiting him shouldn't be too difficult. The challenge lay in the fact that this kid had spent so long on the Sky Island that he had become overly arrogant. To recruit him, one must first strip away his pride. All right, I can surrender. Enel gritted his teeth. However, I have 2 conditions. First, you cannot limit my personal freedom. Although I am surrendering to you, I am not a slave. You can at most consider yourself my boss. Agreed. What's the second? Enel sat up, looking quite serious. You must provide me with food. Lin Shi laughed heartily, while patting Enel on the shoulder, causing Enel to wince in pain from his injuries. You can't take it easy on me when we fought earlier. Lin Shi had formed a basic judgment of Enel's capabilities. His physical skills were mediocre, which made sense since no one on the Sky Island could hit Enel if physical skills were of no use. Observation Haki, a top-tier talent. Armament Haki, none. Conqueror's Haki, none. Fruit ability, top-tier. Overall, Enel's strength should currently be at the level of a mid-ranking elite. If he were to master Armament Haki and improve his physical skills, his strength could reach the level of a vice-admiral, surpassing all current commanders. This is not underestimating Enel. On the contrary, this is overestimating Enel. Compared to the current 3 admirals, Enel is still an absolute youth with plenty of time to improve. If this is enough to catch up with Enel, then the 3 admirals are truly lacking in prestige. Since you have surrendered, I will stay on the Sky Island for a week to teach you the 3 types of Haki. By the way, your so-called heart network ability is actually an advanced form of observation Haki. A week later, Lin Shi left Enel to guard the Sky Island while he constructed the Ark Proverb. And there were 2 ships. The Ark Proverb was powered by electricity. Enel could pilot it, and so could Lin Shi. Come on, a flying ship is really cool, right? In the future, Enel would have 1 ship and Lin Shi would have another, scaring their enemies to death. The Sky Island had become Lin Shi's personal paradise. Meanwhile, on a small island in the East Sea at the Isen Dojo, Zoro looked flustered as he hurriedly pushed open the door of the dojo. This is bad. Kuina has fallen down the stairs and is unconscious. What? Gung Shiro sprang to his feet. Take me there quickly. Upon reaching the back warehouse and after a thorough examination, Gung Shiro breathed a sigh of relief while feeling strangely puzzled. It turns out she had merely fainted and was not seriously harmed. But what kind of staircase could cause Kuina, who had consumed the peacock fruit, to faint? It couldn't be just a wooden staircase. Even if Kuina were thrown from a 5-story height and hit her head on a rock, it shouldn't result in such serious consequences. Such a staircase shouldn't even be able to kill an ordinary person without any training. Suddenly, Gung Shiro remembered something that sent a chill down his spine. If Kuina, who had eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit, could be knocked out like this, what would happen if she hadn't eaten one? He recalled the day Lin Shi had given Kuina the devil fruit. Gung Shiro felt a strange sensation, wondering if Lin Shi had already anticipated this scenario. Was it just his illusion? Regardless, it was Lin Shi who saved Kuina's life. He would need to ensure that Kuina properly thanked him. Turning back to the bizarre staircase where Kuina had fallen, Gung Shiro issued a stern command: burn it down. And so, due to Lin Shi's butterfly effect, yet another person's tragic fate was altered in this world. The gears of the world had begun to shift towards a change in destiny. On this side, Lin Shi had just acquired Enel as a valuable ally and immediately set off for Water 7. He was determined to obtain the Pluton Blueprint, one of the 3 ancient weapons. In the past, he had refrained from taking it, knowing the blueprint was there and couldn't escape. Additionally, he hadn't been strong enough to claim it, as going after the Pluton Blueprint would bring disaster rather than fortune. Now he felt it was time to retrieve the Pluton Blueprint. Days later in Water 7, under the cover of night, Lin Shi found Fisher Tom, who had been sentenced to death and was under strict surveillance by the world government. Good evening, Mr. Tom. Lin Chi, having altered his appearance, appeared behind Tom like a ghost while he was working. Fisher Tom paused his work and slowly turned around, saying nonchalantly, "What do you want from me? If I wish, dozens of world government members could rush in here at any moment." "Is that so? Are you not afraid that I will kill Frankie and Icebug, Mr. Tom?" Lin Chi said playfully. Seeing that the visitor had thoroughly investigated him, Fisher Tom clenched his fists and suddenly threw a punch. Fishman Karate. 3,000 watt straight punch. Fisher Tom's attack was effortlessly blocked by Lin Chi with a single finger. "Mr. Tom, your movements are too large. They could attract the world government, which would be detrimental to both of us. What exactly do you want?" Fisher Tom, realizing that his attack was easily dismissed, knew the visitor was not an ordinary person and thus gave up resisting. "It's simple. You hand over the Pluton blueprint, and I will leave without causing any further disturbance." "What are you talking about? Pluton blueprint?" Fisher Tom's pupils suddenly constricted. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. Since I've come to ask you for it, it means I've thoroughly investigated everything." Lin Chi said lightly. Perhaps Tom was a good person. However, mercy does not command troops, and virtue does not manage wealth. Lin Chi was not merely a Navy officer. He was also a king, and every word and action determined the fate of countless people. In the future, he would inevitably confront the world government and the celestial dragons. If he were to fail, everyone close to him, including his citizens, would perish. For those who believed in him and trusted him, Lin Chi did not mind playing the villain and killing a few good people if it meant achieving his goals. "I really don't know what you're talking about. You must have the wrong person." After saying this, Fisher Tom ignored Lin Chi. "I have no interest in wasting my breath with you." Lin Chi threatened, "Either hand over the Pluton blueprint now, or I will go and kill Frankie and Icebug. I'll choose one." Lin Chi knew well that no amount of torture would lead him to discover the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint from Fisher Tom, unless he could threaten Fisher Tom with someone close to him. That was his only weakness. "You want me to produce something that I do not possess, and I am powerless to do so." The Fishman Tom did not look back, shrouding himself in shadows. "Since you wish to kill, then go ahead and kill. All right, you said it, don't regret it." Lin Chi snorted coldly and vanished into the night. Once he confirmed that the visitor had left, Fishman Tom suddenly slumped to the ground, as if drained of all strength, tears the size of beans rolling down the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry, Fran. I'm sorry, Iceberg. I hope you can forgive me." On the other side, Lin Chi, who had left, did not give up on obtaining the blueprint of the Underworld King. With his observation Haki activated, he quickly pinpointed Fran's location, the abandoned shipyard. Without warning, Lin Chi appeared behind Fran and knocked him out before he could react. The next day, Fishman Tom heard about Fran's disappearance from Iceberg and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He did not tell Iceberg about it, choosing instead to bury it deep inside. That person's strength is far too great. Not telling Iceberg is the best choice for him. Otherwise, if Iceberg sought revenge, only he would suffer. That night, Lin Chi found Mr. Tom again, but this time he was holding a gift. "Mr. Tom, do you like the gift I brought?" "Fran." Tom quickly rushed over, looking at Fran, who was merely unconscious and not seriously harmed, and sighed in relief. "What do you want to do?" "Very simple. You said you don't care about Fran's life or death. I just want to see if you really don't care." Lin Chi grasped Fran's head and gradually applied pressure. "Bastard. What are you doing? Stop right now." Fishman Tom's eyes bulged with rage as he rushed forward, throwing punches and kicks at Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi remained unfazed. Crack. As Lin Chi's palm continued to exert force, a sound of bones cracking suddenly echoed, and a stream of blood flowed down Fran's temple. "Stop. Please stop. I'm begging you to stop." Fishman Tom's tears streamed down his face. He had never felt this powerless before. In truth, this is the real world. Cruelty far outweighs beauty. "Enough. What will it take for you to let Fran go?" Looking at Fran's miserable state, the internal defenses of Fishman Tom were instantly breached. Lin Chi's hand suddenly stopped. "Very simple. As long as you hand over the Underworld King's blueprint, I will leave immediately and will not harm you." Seeing that Fishman Tom was showing signs of hesitation, Lin Chi tightened his grip. "Otherwise, tonight you can only say goodbye to Fran. I will hand it over. He'll hand it over, just don't hurt him anymore." Fishman Tom almost growled in a low voice. If he weren't afraid of the outside world government discovering this, he would have surely roared. "Good, it would have been better if you had done this earlier." Lin Chi released his grip, allowing Fran to fall to the ground. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Do not overestimate my patience." Fishman Tom walked to a corner of the room, continuously striking the ground with his hands. After some time, a safe-like object rose from the ground. Tom then entered the password into the safe. After a series of complicated operations, a thick roll of blueprints appeared in his hands. "Here, quickly release Fran." "Ha, good." Lin Chi took the Underworld King's blueprint and, keeping his promise, released Fran. "What the hell is this bizarre drawing?" Lin Shi lowered his head to examine the blueprints, the complexity of the structural components making him feel dizzy. No wonder the world government couldn't produce the Underworld King without the blueprints. Having these blueprints doesn't guarantee it can be made right. If I find out you're deceiving me, I will come back to take Fran's life. Lin Shi was not an engineer, and he worried that Tom had tampered with the blueprints. Rest assured, once I give it to you, I won't play tricks. Fishman Tom shook his head, sealing the safe back underground. I don't think you dare. Lin Shi carefully stored the blueprints and vanished into the night. Fran, wake up quickly. After Lin Shi left, Fishman Tom hurriedly knelt down to revive Fran. Cough, cough. Mr. Tom, how did I end up here? After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Fran slowly regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. He clearly remembered that just a moment ago he was still in the abandoned shipyard. How did he suddenly appear here with Mr. Tom? You don't need to worry about this. I have something more important to tell you. As a qualified teacher, Tom did not pass on hatred to the next generation. What happened today would be buried with him. Tom walked to another corner of the room, repeated the previous operation, and took out another copy of the Underworld King's blueprint. Friend, I can no longer escape. This is the ancient artifact I copied, the Underworld King's blueprint. Today I will hand it over to you, and you must protect it well, just like you would protect your own life. Fishman Tom stuffed the second copy of the Underworld blueprint into Fran's arms. Quickly leave. Get out of here and never come back. Looking at the Underworld blueprint in his arms, Fran was shocked, stirred by turbulent emotions. Mr. Tom, I will never abandon you. Bastard, do you want me to die with my eyes closed? Fishman Tom glared fiercely at Fran. Having obtained the planned Underworld blueprint, Lin Shi quickly made his escape. Those weaklings sent by the world government wanting to discover him were simply daydreaming. After obtaining the blueprints, he first returned to Sky Island. There were many shipbuilding experts on Sky Island who otherwise they could not have built Enel's Golden Ark. So is the blueprint really? Seeing a group of old scholars with gray beards huddled together studying for a long time with no movement, Lin Shi could not help but ask. Well, this blueprint is absolutely real. I have lived for 82 years and have never seen such an astonishing warship. Ingenious, truly ingenious. The person who designed this warship is truly a genius. The old scholars were captivated by it. So can you make it? Hearing that the blueprint was real, Lin Shi felt a surge of confidence and hurriedly asked the most crucial question. The white-beard elder at the forefront took off his glasses. Forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, we cannot make it. There are two main difficulties. What are the two difficulties? Lin Shi asked. It's not that I fear difficulties, I just fear not being able to find them. Since I have found a solution, that's good. The first point is the material problem of this ship. It is said that the reason why the pirate King Roger's ship can dominate the seas is that its keel is made from the atom tree. I have carefully studied this warship called the Underworld King, whether it is the weapons equipped on it or the precision of the design, it is at least 1,000 years ahead of the world. To construct such a warship, one must employ the atom tree as its primary material. Otherwise, before even facing enemy fire, the ship's hull would likely disintegrate under the recoil of Pluto's own weaponry. What did you just say? Lin Shi nearly spat blood. He understood the need for exceptional hull integrity. After all, a single cannon blast capable of obliterating an entire island would generate unimaginable recoil. Yet, using entirely atom wood was utterly preposterous. After all, Luffy had paid 200 million for a mere fragment. And even then, atom wood was not merely expensive, it was effectively unobtainable, existing beyond the reach of ordinary commerce. Of course, it need not be entirely atom wood. I merely speak in analogy. In truth, 30% atom wood suffices. The remainder may be crafted from other woods and metals of equivalent value, yielding superior structural performance than an all-atom construction. Enough. Please hold your tongue, elder. Lin Shi now grasped the grim reality. Pluto was no vessel mortals could conceivably build. Even the Marines draining their treasuries to the last coin would fail to produce a single vessel. Across the globe, only the world government possessed the resources, yet even that was not insurmountable. Lin Shi had already conceived two viable solutions. First, acquire a fragment of atom would, then await a lottery, summoning a shinobi proficient in wood release. Through sustained wood release cultivation, he could accelerate growth and generate an inexhaustible supply. Second, assemble elite scientists to engineer a synthetic analog capable of constructing Pluto. The latter proved daunting. The world's foremost scientists were monopolized by dominant powers. His sole hope lay in summoning Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru specializes in biology, his suitability remains uncertain. What is your second point? Second, our technical mastery falls short. Even with materials at hand, we lack the expertise to build Pluto. Forcing construction would yield only catastrophic flaws. The elder spoke plainly. Lin Shi fell silent. This venerable man possessed an uncanny talent for dousing enthusiasm with icy realism. Was Orochimaru once again the only path forward? Suddenly the elder shifted tone. Yet a simplified variant of Pluto is within our capacity. We omit its most esoteric transcendent components and streamline all remaining systems. I swear upon my life, using only common materials, we can forge a warship that outclasses every vessel afloat. Ugh, elder, must you always pause so dramatically? Such welcome news should have been delivered without delay. Lin Chi's spirit soared. Clouds parted, sunlight broke through. How long would it take your craftsman to complete one simplified Pluto? The elder stroked his beard, eyes crinkling with quiet mirth. That depends entirely on how many hands join the work. If I mobilize the entire Sky Island population. The Sky Islands collectively housed over 1 million souls. Then I guarantee 10 vessels within 1 month. Excellent. Lin Chi bowed deeply. I entrust this solemnly to you, elder. For the coming month, he resolved to remain on the Sky Island. He would also refine techniques like Flame Cloud. Kaido, wielding comparable devil fruit powers, had mastered a flame cloud potent enough to lift an entire island. Lin Chi, possessing analogous abilities, was confident he could achieve the same. Alas, plans seldom survive reality's whims. After only 2 days on the Sky Island, the system shop delivered an extraordinary surprise. For months, Lin Chi had monitored its inventory daily, yet found nothing of note. Until today, Rokushiki Training Manual 300 points, 1 year's insight into 3-sword style swordsmanship, 700 points. Panda brand leather jacket, 30 points. Life fruit grants 1 additional year of lifespan, 10,000 points. Zoan type mythical devil fruit, fish fruit model poison dragon, 2555555 points. The final entry held decisive weight. Each time Lin Chi reverted to his true form, or shifted into his human-beast hybrid state, his twin blades perfectly sized moments before shrank into absurd toy-like proportions. They became unusable, stripping him of his weapons mid-combat, a severe tactical liability. Lin Chi had long sought a solution and finally arrived at one. Feed a devil fruit to his weapons. Most Logia and Zoan types, and select Paramecia types, could grant size-altering properties. Yet Long Yuan was a supreme-grade great sword. Feeding it an ordinary devil fruit would be nothing short of sacrilege. So Lin Chi restrained himself. Until today, when the poison dragon fruit appeared in the shop. A mythical Zoan equal in rarity and power to Kaido's azure dragon fruit. It was exactly what Long Yuan required. Perhaps only Lin Chi would deem it perfectly suited. To others, such an act would provoke outrage, a grotesque waste of divine power. Given time, consuming such a fruit might elevate a human to Admiral or Yonko status. Kaido stood as living proof. System, are you deliberately tormenting me? This poison dragon fruit is obscenely expensive. A staggering 25555 points. Lin Chi winced. Though he'd hunted pirates relentlessly for a full year, his accumulated points barely covered the cost. Post-purchase, he'd be left destitute. I'll buy it. With resolve hardening like tempered steel, he confirmed the transaction. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mythical Zoan fish fruit model poison dragon. As his points vanished, a grotesquely twisted viridian devil fruit materialized in Lin Chi's palm. Another devil fruit absent from official records. This pleased him immensely. Anonymity ensured safety. Without delay, he rushed toward the marine base. Only the world government possessed the arcane technology to graft devil fruit powers onto inanimate objects. He sought Kizaru, the admiral entrusted with safeguarding the science division, affectionately dubbed Uncle Huang by insiders. Admiral Kizaru, might I trouble you to administer this devil fruit to my weapon? Hand it over. I'll take it to the research facility. Only those mad scientists could manage such a procedure. Kizaru replied without hesitation. Throughout the Navy, Lin Chi was widely regarded as a meteoric rising star. Might I observe the process firsthand? Hearing Kizaru intend to remove both Long Yuan and the poison dragon fruit, Lin Chi recoiled inwardly. These were his most treasured possessions. Losing either would haunt him for eternity. Moreover, the poison dragon fruit was no ordinary specimen. Should grafting it onto a supreme-grade greatsword trigger unforeseen mutations, and should the research division refuse to return it, his predicament would become irreparable. I need to consult with the higher-ups regarding this matter. Huang Yuan, the commander of the Scientist Guard unit, held a significant position, yet generally lacked the authority to interfere in the scientists' internal affairs. To bring someone into the core area, prior notification is necessary. All right, I appreciate it, General Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan waved his hand and vanished in a flash of golden light. Before long, a command token appeared in Huang Yuan's hand. Let's go. The Scientific Research Institute. Passing through layers of strict guards with fingerprint scans and password entries, he finally made it inside after navigating several heavy iron gates. It is evident how much the world government values and approaches this place with caution. If it weren't for Lin Shi being a vice admiral, entering here would require violent force, and even then it wouldn't guarantee success. In mere minutes, several generals could be summoned. Why is the world government capturing rare races globally? What are their intentions? Throughout the journey, Lin Shi witnessed various novel phenomena. What captivated his attention the most were the rare races tied up for blood extraction. Giant race, fur race, small race, fishman race. He couldn't shake off the feeling that the notorious Calamity from the Beast Pirates was rumored to have escaped from a world government lab in his youth, and it might be true. I don't know either. This matter has already involved the highest secrets of the world government, Huang Yuan lazily remarked. We're here. In a room, two scientists took the Long Yuan and poison dragon fruits from Lin Shi's hands. One of them placed Long Yuan into a black coffin. The other scientist first placed the devil fruit into a juicer, then put both the juicer and the fruit into the coffin. They closed the coffin. Lin Shi noticed that the coffin was made of sea prism stone. Actually, the method of feeding things with devil fruits is quite simple. Huang Yuan explained, as long as you place them together in a sealed box made of sea prism stone and then destroy the fruit, it will work. Don't be fooled by Huang Yuan's casual tone. It is well known that sea prism stone is much harder than steel. Only the world's top swordsmen can cut through it, highlighting the difficulty of processing it. Not to mention it's such a large piece. More importantly, precision is critical. If there is even a slight gap in the stone box, the energy from the devil fruit would escape through that gap, leading to failure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scientist remotely activated the juicer, which crushed the poison dragon fruit before the juicer self-destructed. Without a vessel, the energy from the devil fruit floated in the air, desperately seeking a new host. After several attempts, it could not escape the coffin made of sea prism stone. The fruit's energy then reluctantly turned its gaze toward Long Yuan, unwillingly drilling inside. Roar! Hearing a sound from within the coffin, everyone knew it had succeeded. As the coffin opened, a small dark green dragon quickly flew to Lin Shi's side, circling around him. So well behaved, so well behaved. Lin Shi gently stroked the little dragon's head. In the next moment, the flying dragon wrapped around Lin Shi's waist like a belt. Vice Admiral Lin Shi, you didn't just feed a weapon a phantom beast fruit, did you? Witnessing this scene, Huang Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had never seen such a spendthrift. It was too extravagant. Haha, General Huang Yuan, once I become a marshal, I'll give you a raise. Lin Shi, eager to test out the newly born Long Yuan, vanished in a whoosh, leaving Huang Yuan no chance to ask further. Training ground. Sword come. Lin Shi extended his arm, and the dark green little dragon flew into his hand, transforming into the shape of a long sword. He returned to his true form, rapidly increasing in size. Simultaneously, Long Yuan grew in proportion alongside Lin Shi, ultimately becoming a 5-meter-long sword. You say you have other abilities? Gripping the hilt, Lin Shi and Long Yuan communicated telepathically. He spun the blade, and the dark green venom flowed down the sword's edge. The venom dripped onto the ground, and a giant stone weighing several tons and over 3 meters high was corroded clean within seconds. Hiss! Lin Shi gasped in awe, realizing how potent the poison was. With this, he would never lack for a suitable weapon again. After completing all this, Lin Shi returned to the Sky Island and began a new round of research life. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, the little Long Yuan was playing with Tom in the open space when they were startled by loud laughter coming from a nearby cave. Ha! I finally developed a technique similar to Kaido's flame clouds. Realizing their master had emerged from seclusion, little Long Yuan and Tom quickly ran over. Lin Shi looked excited. While Kaido could create clouds, he could not, so he sought an alternative approach. Patience pays off. He discovered he could utilize electromagnetic forces to form a biological field composed of electromagnetic nets, allowing objects to float. The transport issue for the Hades battleships was resolved. Lin Shi took Tom and Long Yuan to the shipyard, dragging 10 simplified Hades battleships heading toward the West Sea. Lord God, long live. The residents of the Sky Island at the shipyard regarded Lin Shi as a true deity upon witnessing this. This was the power reserved for gods. Carrying 10 battleships, he was unable to use the transfer scroll. Lin Shi floated through the sky for over a month before finally reaching his kingdom. With a tremendous crash, he dropped the 10 simplified Hades battleships at the national inner port. The inner port was significantly safer and more discreet than the outer port. Greetings, my lord. The apothecary Do, who had a faint feeling that his master would come soon, was already waiting here. Upon seeing Lin Shi's arrival, he hurriedly came forward to bow respectfully. So it's Do? A year has passed, and you've become much sturdier. Lin Shi encouraged him a few words, and Apothecary Do's face turned red with excitement. Yes, Lord Lin Shi, this is all thanks to you. Where are Shikamaru and Robin now? After a year of getting along, one day Robin took the initiative to reveal her true identity to Lin Shi. Lin Shi also pretended to be surprised, and then fully accepted Robin. Remembering that day when Robin was so enthusiastic, he touched his cheek, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Lady Robin should be handling tasks in the palace while Mr. Shikamaru has been dealing with issues related to the black market. I see. Lin Shi nodded. Here are the 10 Hades battleships. You are responsible for gathering elite soldiers and ensuring they familiarize themselves as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Lin Shi. After more than a year of development, the kingdom is now vastly different from before. Lin Shi took out the report that Robin had given him. Residence 395000, National Treasury 9. 5 billion berries, 20 treasure chests, military 300 soldiers. Weapons 500, finely forged steel, swords 1500, K-47S, 950 cannons, and various ammunition. Battleships 100 fast boats, 1 large battleship, 5 medium battleships, 25 small battleships, 7 assault ships, and 10 Hades battleships. Special products, iron, copper, timber, and aquatic products. 1 year is a fleeting moment, just over 300 days. Under Lin Shi's leadership, the kingdom underwent a tremendous transformation. Among them, Secretary Robin played an indispensable role. Shikamaru and Yakushi Kabuto worked diligently day by day, which earned this splendid outcome. In the past, the national treasury was so impoverished that it rang hollow, unable to produce even a single berry. A year later, the treasury is now overflowing enough to buy the heads of 3 pirate kings. This was largely due to the kingdom's vigorous development of the mining industry, which played an essential role. The resources of copper and iron within the kingdom exceeded initial expectations. If he were to sell the AK-47, the treasury would likely multiply several times over. However, Lin Shi was not that foolish. He merely had the ordinary weapons and flintlock guns in the warehouse sold. The AK-47 is a military secret. Anyone who sells it is a fool. The army has expanded from 3,000 to 30,000. That's a 10-fold increase. Shikamaru often led these 30,000 men on expeditions to hunt pirates for experience. Thus, these 30,000 soldiers are no mere show. They have been on the battlefield and seen bloodshed. When it comes to combat, they are absolutely fearless. In terms of weaponry, they have upgraded from birds to cannons. The long swords they wield are exquisite long swords of remarkable quality. As for firearms, the AK-47 is so powerful that a single burst can leave the enemy disoriented. The cannons are somewhat ordinary, but there is little that can be done as better ones are hard to come by. A year ago, this kingdom didn't even possess a single ordinary warship. Now a massive fleet could be assembled to form a small navy. The reason there are so many ships is that over the past year, the pirates of the West Sea were nearly wiped out. If the kingdom's people saw them, not only would they be killed, but their ships would also be seized, leading to utter devastation. Thus, there were mysteriously fewer pirates at sea. Even the law and order had improved slightly. After all, this was once considered the most chaotic region of the West Sea. Soon after, Lin Shi found Robin working diligently in the palace. Robin, looking exceptionally beautiful while focused on her work, seemed to possess a unique allure today. Lin Shi tiptoed over and suddenly hugged Robin from behind, lowering his voice. Guess who I am? Easy now, easy now. You might fall. A small hand appeared from nowhere and grabbed Lin Shi's groin. At that moment, Robin slowly turned around, rolling her eyes at Lin Shi, her beautiful eyes sparkling. You are a king, can you not be more serious? Hey, I'm right in front of you, aren't I? Lin Shi's smile grew increasingly shameless. You used the devil fruit to grab me. Doesn't that mean you can feel me too? No wonder you caught me so accurately. You are such a chatterbox. Robin shot him another glare, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. It's been so long since we last met, aren't you going to give me a kiss? Lin Shi leaned down, bringing his face closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Robin raised her snowy neck and kissed him on the cheek. You should be able to stay longer this time, right? Yes, I can stay longer. I have important matters to discuss upon my return. I'll tell you in a moment. I still have something I need to take care of now. After stealing a kiss from Robin's rosy lips, Lin Shi hurriedly dashed into the room. After over a year of accumulating faith value, he had only drawn once in between. Now it had reached a terrifying total of over 120,000, enough to draw from the Hokage lottery pool more than 100 times. This was a result of his self-growth over the past year, and was already quite impressive. Throughout this year, he had mostly stayed at the Navy base. The citizens knew of him mainly through word of mouth. The growth of faith value was slow. If he had stayed in the kingdom, openly displaying his power, forget about 100,000 or a million could have been possible. System, let's start with the 10 consecutive draws from the Hokage lottery pool. Ding. Faith value deduction successful. Lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Sealing Scroll. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item A Random A Rank Ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Rock Lee's Jumpsuit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character Single Tomo Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Uchiha Makoto. Moi. Lin Shi looked at the results with both surprise and disbelief. He had drawn the second male lead from the Naruto world. This was truly a big win. Although this Sasuke only had a single tomo. If the single tomo has come, how far can the Sharingan be? This Uchiha Mikoto, isn't she Sasuke's mother? Lin Shi's gaze lingered on the final prize. With a thought, Uchiha Mikoto appeared before him. My lord. Uchiha Mikoto gracefully bowed. Looking at this beautiful woman in a kimono, if one did not know her background, it would be impossible to tell that she had already given birth. Madam, I also drew Sasuke. Oh, would you like to meet him? Sasuke. Really, my lord? Mikoto's expression was filled with excitement. In her memory, Sasuke was still a toddler, just learning to walk. However, madam, I have a condition. Lin Shi suddenly stepped forward and pressed Uchiha Mikoto against the wall, speaking in a low voice. Madam, you wouldn't want your child to suffer, would you? What condition? I'll agree to anything you ask. Uchiha Mikoto dared not look at Lin Shi, lightly biting her lower lip, her delicate fingers resting on her collar. For her child, no matter how outrageous a condition the Lord proposed, she would unhesitatingly agree. Even if Mikoto secretly glanced at Lin Shi, if she were to find a father for Sasuke in this world, their lives would surely improve. Very well, Lin Shi said solemnly. Promise me to educate him well, and do not let him show off in front of me. After all, the title of Show-Off King Sasuke was notorious. If the boy he remembered turned out to be the kind who would get beaten up for showing off, Lin Shi couldn't stand it. I will ensure he is well educated, my lord. Realizing she had thought too much, Mikoto's exquisite face turned red, and she replied in a sweet voice, System summon Sasuke. In a flash of light, Sasuke appeared on the scene. He crossed his arms and coldly scoffed at Lin Shi. So it's you who summoned me. Lin Shi's lips twitched, and no wonder he was known as the Show-Off King. Smack. Just as Sasuke finished speaking, he received a slap on the head from Mikoto, who reprimanded him. You must show respect when speaking to the Lord. Mother. Is that you, mother? Sasuke, who was about to explode, froze upon seeing Uchiha Mikoto. He rubbed his eyes, fearing that he was seeing an illusion, and cautiously called out once more. Who else could it be but me, silly child? Although Sasuke before her was different from her memories, Uchiha Mikoto could instantly confirm that this was the grown-up Sasuke. At the same time, Mikoto felt a pang of guilt. She wondered how she would teach her children in the future if she was so impolite. Sasuke suddenly lunged into Uchiha Mikoto's embrace, all the grievances of the years bursting forth in an instant, his eyes turning red with tears. Mother, do you know? Uchiha Itachi, he killed you and father. Mikoto was shaken by her son's words. You've suffered all these years, Sasuke, she said. However, she understood her eldest son well and believed he must have his reasons for acting that way. She gently stroked Sasuke's head, unable to believe how much this child had endured. Sir, I will take Sasuke downstairs first. With Lin Shi's permission, Uchiha Mikoto led the sobbing Sasuke out. With Mikoto's guidance, this child should behave better. Lin Shi watched the two women leave, shaking his head as he continued down the path of the lottery. The last draw had been a huge success, and he believed the next one would be just as good. System, I remember you mentioning before that after a certain number of draws, a new lottery pool would open. How many more do I need? Ding. Detected that 40 draws remain before the new prize pool opens. Good, help me draw from the Naruto lottery pool 40 times. Ding. Faith value deduction successful, rewards being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, assembled pistol. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, military food pill X10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, explosive tag X10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character, Sannin Tsunade. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character, adult Shikamaru. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character, adult Ino. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character, adult Choji. After 40 draws, although he didn't get Orochimaru, he obtained Tsunade, whom he had longed for all this time. It was still the younger version of Tsunade. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade during the Sannin era was only in her 20s, right? The character Tsunade was incredibly popular in Naruto. As for why she was so popular, it was certainly not because of her age, temper, or her love for gambling and drunken antics. Rather, it was due to her epic pair of assets. System summoned Tsunade. At this moment on the other side, in the Naruto world, Hanzo of the Salamander, give it up. Unless we die, you won't step any further. Heavy rain poured down, a sea of corpses and blood. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood in a triangle against Hanzo, who was known as a demigod. Surrounding them were countless bodies. Tsunade, why is your body disappearing? Orochimaru suddenly noticed something was off. Damn it. Hanzo, what have you done to Tsunade? Jiraiya shouted. Tsunade looked at her rapidly vanishing body, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't, completely disappearing from the Naruto world. Meanwhile, Lin Shi looked at the epic pair of assets before him and was certain. This had to be Tsunade herself without a doubt. You bastard, daring to lecherously look at me, you must be Hanzo's accomplice. Tsunade's anger surged, and she suddenly threw a punch. Under the influence of the system, her body was now 100% loyal to Lin Chi, but her mind hadn't caught up yet. Tsunade's legendary strength was well known. Even with the system, her attack would stop before Lin Chi, but the residual shockwave could likely destroy the entire palace. Lin Chi stepped forward and firmly grasped Tsunade's iron fist. Calm down, you should have information about me in your mind. I think carefully. Tsunade was astonished that this plain-looking man could catch her punch. Hearing his words, she found some strange knowledge suddenly appearing in her mind. She furrowed her brow suspiciously, asking, "Did you summon me here?" "Yes." "Can you summon people from any timeline of our world?" "Very clever." "Great. Quickly summon my granduncle, my second granduncle, and my younger brother." Tsunade's expression was full of anticipation. These three were the most important relatives to her. The last one was an ever-present shadow in her life. "Sorry, while I can summon them, it's not guaranteed to be at any specific time." "So you mean I could summon them in the future?" Tsunade asked again. Lin Chi nodded. "All right then, kid." Tsunade boldly patted her chest, causing a wave of ripples. "From now on, I've got your back. You need to summon my granduncle and the others quickly. By the way, is there a tavern around here?" She hadn't had a drink in months on the battlefield, and now the strong urge for alcohol surged within her. "Ask the guards when you go out." Lin Chi was quite tolerant towards this big sister in various senses. With Tsunade around, it was like having a second chance at life. Her medical skills could be described as bringing the dead back to life. After Tsunade left, Lin Chi summoned Ino and Choji. By today, he had also collected the legendary Ino Shikacho trio. However, when summoning adult Shikamaru, something went awry. Ding. Detected that the host already has one Shikamaru. You will face two options. Option 1, use one Shikamaru as the main body and fuse the other Shikamaru, significantly enhancing strength after fusion. Option 2, possess two Shikamaras simultaneously. Lin Chi thought for a moment and called Shikamaru over to ask for his opinion. "Sir, to better assist you, please allow me to fuse. My current strength is too weak, and it has exhausted me." "All right, I will do as you say." Using the current Shikamaru as the main body, Lin Chi chose to fuse. Before his eyes, Shikamaru rapidly grew at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure in his 20s. "Sir." Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji all knelt on one knee simultaneously, respectfully addressing him. "I believe the three of you have much to discuss. Go and catch up." "Yes, sir." Just as the Ino Shikacho trio was about to leave, the door was pushed open. It was Sasuke who ran in. "Sasuke, don't disturb Lord Lin Chi. Come back to me quickly." Uchiha Makoto chased after Sasuke, but this little brat ran so fast that she couldn't catch up. "Lin Chi, you should summon Itachi as well. I have something to ask him." Clearly, after Makoto's guidance, Sasuke had also come to understand something. "You are Sasuke?" Ino exclaimed softly. It was only then that Sasuke noticed three people standing beside him who looked quite familiar. He strained to recognize them, incredulously saying, "You are Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. You've all grown so much." "Haha, it really is Sasuke. Oh, I didn't realize he was so cute when he was little." Ino's girlish heart surged. "Haha, little Sasuke is much cuter than he is now." Choji pulled out chips, eating while laughing heartily. "Bastard. Sasuke is just Sasuke, don't call him little. And you, Ino, you're even more annoying than you were as a child." The Ino Shikacho trio exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly. Sasuke seemed to have always looked the same from childhood to adulthood. However, the grown-up Sasuke was even more annoying. "I will summon you in the future." Lin Chi affectionately ruffled Zwashu's head. "I apologize, my lord. It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on Zwashu." Uchiha Makoto held Zwashu back, bending down to apologize. "Ahem. No need for formalities, madam. Please rise quickly." Lin Chi was momentarily blinded by the pair of snow-white figures. After sending everyone off, he was left alone in the room when the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detected that the host has drawn from the lottery a certain number of times. Please draw from the next lottery pool. A giant spinning wheel appeared in Lin Chi's mind. As he clicked to start, the enormous wheel spun rapidly, so fast that it was nearly impossible to see. Each small section on it represented a different world. Stop. The giant wheel gradually slowed down, ultimately landing on the section marked Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan. Lin Chi recalled the fear of being dominated by giants that day. In the world of Attack on Titan, there were many good things, the most famous being the powers of the 9 titans. After using them, one could transform into a colossal titan, ranging from 10 to 80 meters tall. Even an ordinary person could instantly gain strength comparable to a vice admiral. Simultaneously, the drawbacks of the Attack on Titan world were also quite evident. The upper limit of combat power was not very high. The most famous 9 titans were merely of vice admiral level strength. To compete with an admiral seemed like a dream. Fortunately, one could effortlessly acquire 9 experts of vice admiral level. Damn, it's really dark. How do you dare to compete with the world of Hokage? Drawing from the Titan World lottery pool actually cost 1,000 points, which made Lin Chi curse the system's greed. Ding. Host, please refrain from cursing. The drop rate of good items in the Titan world is higher than that of the Hokage world, hence the price. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Shi nodded. That's more like it. Taking a look at the remaining faith points, he could still draw 50 times, so he decided to do all of them at once. System Titan World Lottery Pool, 50 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item apple pie. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item roasted pork chop. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item steamed sweet potato. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item founding Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item colossal Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item armored Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item female Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item jaw Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item beast Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item war hammer Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item cart Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item attack Titan power. Ding. Ding. Detected that the host has gathered all 9 Titan powers. The lottery pool for the attack on Titan World is officially closed. They said the odds of winning are high, but this is too high. Lin Shi felt like hugging the system and giving it a kiss. 50 draws yielded 9 Vice Admiral level powers, which was quite a bargain. Vice Admiral level combat power, no matter where it was placed, was not to be underestimated. It's a pity that the faith points are used up. Ooh, I wonder what the next lottery pool will be. Lin Shi opened the introduction to the 9 Titan powers. 9 Titan powers, even if a fly obtains them, it will immediately gain the full strength of a Titan, but the power will be permanently fixed. Note, not everyone can withstand the power of the Titans. Faced with the introduction, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Having acquired 9 Vice Admirals for free, what more could one desire? This was strength that countless people could not attain even after a lifetime of cultivation. If he could continue to grow stronger, Lin Shi even thought about using it on himself. System, what happens if one cannot withstand the Titan power? Explodes and dies. Lin Shi understood. It turned out that wanting to gain powers comparable to a Vice Admiral came with significant risks. Not long after, he called back the recently departed Shikamaru. I have a task for you. Select Death Warriors nationwide. In addition to absolute loyalty, tell them honestly the consequences of success and failure, allowing them to choose voluntarily whether to participate. Also inform them that if they succeed, they will be incorporated into a special operations team. Although they won't have command authority, their military rank will be equivalent to that of a naval rear admiral. Not only will they be given money and housing, but the state will also provide wives for free. Lin Shi had already started to imitate the Navy, creating a similar military rank system. Of course, he as the king held the highest rank. Unfortunately, Lin Shi's long-standing ambition was too great, and he held himself to the standards of the Navy. This had resulted in his kingdom not having a single vice admiral thus far. There was only one visible rear admiral. Now things were different. After this lottery, the kingdom's strength surged. He calculated. He didn't even count the powers below the rank of admiral. There were 3 individuals with vice admiral level strength. They were adult Shikamaru, adult Ino, and adult Choji. These 3 had combined techniques, and together they were enough to deal with a vice admiral. Also, there was Uchiha Mikoto. The vice admiral level powers included the 9 Titans and Tsunade. Now Tsunade was still young. With some effort, she might possess the strength of an elite vice admiral, but she was still some distance away from an admiral. A violent healer with vice admiral level strength was already satisfactory for Lin Shi. As for admiral level combat power, that was only him. As for Robin Littleswa, Shu Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Mikoto, they still had some way to go to reach admiral level. It didn't matter much. Robin and Yakushi Kabuto were of greater assistance to him in terms of internal affairs, and they didn't need to go out to fight. I understand, my lord. In a work mode, Shikamaru was quite trustworthy. After bowing, he went to start his actions. 3 days later, in a vast square, Shikamaru was waiting here with 1,000 citizens who volunteered to participate. Even though the number exceeded 1,000, the scene was surprisingly quiet without a single sound. You all know the consequences of failure, right? Lin Shi descended from the sky, landing in front of the crowd. We understand, my lord. Oh, we all volunteered to participate. Let's begin, my lord. All right, 9 people per team. Follow me to that building. To avoid unnecessary panic, Lin Shi led those who would receive Titan powers to another location. Prepare yourselves. I am about to begin. In the room, Lin Shi waved his hand to release the powers of the 9 Titans. Ack! In an instant, several people's muscles began to swell, their skin tearing apart to reveal the bright red flesh within. Their screams were heart-wrenching, as if they were enduring immense pain. Bang! 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 After a few loud noises, none of the 9 remained unscathed. They were blown to pieces from the Titan powers. Having been psychologically prepared, Lin Chi waved his hand to have the bodies dragged away for burial. Notify the next group to come in. Finally, at the 126th attempt, one person succeeded. Roar. The man let out a low growl as his body instantly swelled, crimson muscles breaking through his skin. A terrifying giant over 80 meters tall appeared before everyone's eyes. Compared to him, the giants, known for their massive size, looked like children. Sir, here is his background report. Shikamaru handed a document to Lin Chi. Name, idle, age 29. Experience, lost his father at a young age, raised by his mother, has a younger sister. His mother passed away from illness 2 years ago, and a week ago his sister was assaulted by a group of delinquents and took her own life the next day. Reading this report reminded him of a saying, misfortunes often target the unfortunate. How tragic. Lin Chi furrowed his brow. Haven't those delinquents been caught yet? Shikamaru shook his head. It was dark that day, and there were no witnesses. Idle is also uncooperative in the investigation, so the culprits are still at large. He is uncooperative in the investigation. As the brother of the girl, his refusal to cooperate indicates that he might have a greater agenda. A charge of rape would see him imprisoned for a decade or two at most. The man must feel that such a punishment is too lenient, which is why he is hiding, wanting to take revenge himself. Lin Chi quickly pieced together the situation. The giant was evidently startled by his transformation, and after a moment of panic, he gradually controlled his body to shrink back down. Lin Chi tossed him a piece of clothing. Very well, from today onwards you shall be a distinguished major of our nation. Moreover, from today onwards you will bid farewell to your past self and no longer need the name Idle. You belong to an elite unit, and from now on in the military, you shall be known as Number 1. You are the captain of this special combat unit. The man inherits the power of the strongest ancestral giant. It is only reasonable for him to be the captain. As you command, my lord. Transformed by the power of the ancestral giant, Number 1's loyalty to Lin Chi was now absolute. He looked up at Lin Chi with admiration, kneeling on one knee and putting on the clothing beside him. My lord, before officially joining the military, may I do something? His expression was pleading. Go ahead, but do not cause panic. Lin Chi knew what he intended to do. It is only right for a brother to seek revenge for his sister. He also felt that the punishment for those delinquents was too light. In his country, future rapists and traffickers should face the death penalty. Thank you, my lord. Number 1 bowed twice to Lin Chi and turned to leave. I understand now, to inherit the powers of the 9 giants, mental strength is even more important than physical strength. It was his unwavering belief in avenging his sister that allowed Number 1 to persist. Everyone outside witnessed the giant form he had just transformed into. Their eyes were filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating this power. The selection continued. After a day with 972 casualties, the 9 giants were successfully born. As the sun set, these 9 loyal men knelt before Lin Chi. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3. Number 9, we are willing to serve our lord, expanding the territory, unafraid of death. Good, good, good. Lin Chi helped them up. From now on, the nation will rely on you all. Half a month passed again. The training of the Nether King battleships, instructed by the pharmacist, was successfully completed. Each Nether King battleship could accommodate 1,000 soldiers, totaling 10,000 naval forces. One Nether King can match several warships of the same class. Such military strength is simply invincible in the West Sea. On this day, Lin Chi called all the high-ranking officials for a meeting for the first time. After a year of recuperation, the power we have amassed is sufficient. Next, I want you to lead the army to swiftly conquer other nations. Remember, it must be quick. The world government will not want to see the West Sea with a single dominant power. Before they issue a warning, we must seize as many kingdoms as possible. The 4 seas are the backyard of the world government. They may overlook it on ordinary days, but if there is a trend of unification in any sea, they will likely lose sleep over it. This expedition, Tsunade will be the chief commander and Shikamaru will serve as the strategist. Growing up in the midst of war, Tsunade naturally excels in grasping the dynamics of warfare. By placing the highly intelligent Shikamaru in the strategist position, he could confidently take a hands-off approach. With Tonton, Tsunade, the 9 giants, and 10,000 naval forces aboard 10 Nether Kings, this was the army for this expedition. With 10 mid-admiral level combatants alone, who in the West Sea could oppose them? Then what reason shall we use to declare war on the neighboring countries? Coming from the world of Hokage, Ino valued having a just cause, so she inquired. Fool, we are in the most chaotic West Sea. What reason do we need? Let's put it this way, if anyone asks, just say our soldiers got lost in their territory. Ino's expression fell apart, wondering if that would even work. In the days that followed, the kingdom expanded at an astonishing pace. In naval battles, the armies of other kingdoms could only be crushed by the 10 Nether Kings. Facing them, it was either total annihilation or severe casualties. Once the battlefield shifted from the sea to land, they would truly experience the terror of the giants. The Kingdom of Columbia is one of the closest kingdoms to Lin Chi. Not long ago, their king suffered a devastating blow while leading his army at sea. The army was nearly wiped out, and the old king died on the spot. The heartbroken crown prince, unable to grieve, was forced to ascend the throne to stabilize the current situation. No, this can't be good, your highness. 9 monsters are approaching the royal city. What a... The crown prince took the telescope handed to him by his subordinate and climbed the city wall to gaze into the distance. He saw 9 giants, skinless and dozens of meters tall, landing from the coastline and rushing towards them. Thud. The telescope fell from his hands, and the crown prince collapsed to the ground. A month passed unconsciously. In just a month, 7 kingdoms were incorporated into the kingdom's territory. The number of kingdoms under Lin Chi's command increased from 1 to 8. Until this day, as his army attacked the 8th kingdom, the world government sent envoys to warning him not to deploy troops against other nations for any reason. Lin Chi had already anticipated this. He had foreseen such a day. It was just right. Swallowing 7 kingdoms was the limit for the current kingdom, and it would need a long time to digest. If there were any more, it might do more harm than good. Thus, under Lin Chi's leadership, the next kingdoms steadily grew stronger. Holding the 8 great kingdoms in his grasp, Lin Chi currently controlled 1/7 of the territory of the West Sea. The terrifying speed of his expansion made the world government wary. Fortunately, Lin Chi had decided to quietly amass wealth without further expansion, choosing instead to digest his gains thoroughly first. The world government felt relieved seeing Lin Chi act so sensibly. 1/7 of the West Sea was not unacceptable. After all, the Germa 66 once ruled the entire North Sea for a duration of 66 days, repeatedly ignoring the warnings from the world government before ultimately being eradicated. If it weren't for the world government not harboring murderous intent, that feeble force would have been eliminated long ago. After swallowing the 7 kingdoms, Lin Chi's population reached an astonishing 39 million. Faced with the sudden increase of nearly 20 times the territory, he found himself in a bind due to a lack of manpower. Reluctantly, Lin Chi could only ask Robin to select some trustworthy individuals to take up important positions in the kingdoms. The rest would have to be dealt with step by step. This time, the appetite of the kingdoms was too great. It could be said that it was akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. It was likely that this nearly 20-fold territory would keep the kingdoms occupied for a while. The issues of troop handovers, civilian management, and handling of the former dynasty were numerous and countless. Fortunately, Robin and Shikamaru could handle these trivial matters, otherwise Lin Chi would be overwhelmed. Time unknowingly flowed into the year 1511 of the sea-round calendar. During this period, the world government spies had thoroughly investigated Lin Chi, the fierce war king. If he weren't from another world, they would likely have dug up his ancestral lineage as well. At the same time, a special report was delivered to Sengoku. Sengoku slammed the table in anger and stood up. That brat. After such a long time without seeing him, he has gone off to become a king. Does he really think being a king is more promising than being an admiral? Admiral Crane, hearing this, took out a lattice cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and elegantly exhaled. Being a king means that an entire country must listen to him. That's way more comfortable than you, my dear admiral. Moreover, I must correct you, he isn't just a king of 1 nation, but of 8, which is indeed more promising than a general. Thinking of the relationship between Peach Rabbit and Lin Chi, Admiral Crane looked increasingly satisfied, much like a mother-in-law who is pleased with her son-in-law. Sengoku moved his lips, suddenly at a loss for words, his face flushed with anger. Lin Chi was his candidate for the next Marine Admiral, yet now he was derelict in his duties, running off to be a king. Among the middle-aged men in the Navy, there were still the likes of Kizaru Akiji and Akainu who could carry the flag. Yet looking at all the young officers under 30, only Lin Chi was capable of assuming the position of the next admiral. The lack of successors was a point Sengoku had to admit. This wasn't merely about the insufficiency of combat power among the mid-level ranks, but rather the absence of a leader capable of guiding a generation. With the ability to wield the powers of a phantom beast, conquer with Conqueror's Haki, and being a great swordsman, he had already been able to contend evenly with an admiral a year ago. All these shining points converged in one person, who among the younger generation had such strength apart from Lin Chi. After thinking it over, he realized that only he could shoulder such responsibilities. That was why Sengoku was so angry. Brat, why haven't you sent someone to call him back? The aide, upon seeing Sengoku furious, shrank back, scurrying off to fetch Lin Chi. Days later, Lin Chi finally returned, albeit late. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was off. There's a murderous intent. Lin Chi looked toward the direction of the murderous intent and saw Sengoku feeding sheep with his head lowered. At the same time, he received a meaningful glance from Admiral Crane. Lin Chi almost instantly understood. Haha, it seems like my dear Admiral looks even younger after not seeing you for a few days. Lin Chi placed 2 boxes of gifts on the table. These are local specialties I brought for you from the kingdom. You must accept them. Sengoku straightened up, not even glancing at the gifts on the table, and with a stern expression said, I recently heard that you've been living quite luxuriously. Even the world government has been stirred up. No, where did you hear such rumors? There is absolutely no such situation. He chuckled, although everyone knew the truth behind it. If he dared to admit it, he would certainly be in deep trouble. Is that so? Sengoku squinted his eyes. Absolutely. Lin Chi said with a sincere expression. Well then, since you've been quite idle lately, I just happen to have 2 tasks for you to handle. Hearing this, Lin Chi looked at Sengoku, who was smiling, and immediately knew he had been tricked. What are the 2 tasks? The first task is that the world government has newly established an organization called the 7 Warlords to maintain balance in the seas. The general idea is to use evil to counter evil using pirates to balance pirates. We will select the 7 most powerful pirates from among the pirates to fill the vacancies of the 7 warlords, allowing them to legally plunder in exchange for their service. Sengoku finished speaking, leaning on the table with both hands, his eyes shining as he looked at Lin Chi. What are your thoughts on the 7 warlords system? It's like trying to peel a tiger's skin while approaching it, or letting a tiger swallow a wolf, or killing the donkey after unloading the burden. Lin Chi used 3 idioms to express his views on the 7 warlords system. Sengoku, after hearing this, pounded the table in approval. Good. You truly are not a blindly righteous person. We need someone like you in our navy. Many of our high-ranking officers are resisting the 7 warlords system. I'm pleased that you understand assigning this task to you was truly the right decision. Inviting Moonlight Moria to join the 7 warlords will be your responsibility. Here is the positioning pointer. Understood. Taking the positioning pointer, Lin Chi bid farewell to Sengoku and left the navy base. After Lin Chi left, Admiral Crane quietly said, Isn't it a bit dangerous to send Lin Chi to invite Moria? His concerns were not unwarranted. At this time, it had only been a year and a half since Moria had suffered defeat at the hands of Kaido. He had not yet devolved into the slothful Moria who would do nothing and leave nothing on his plate. The current Moria still possessed a profound and unfathomable haki, and his fruit abilities could not be underestimated. After challenging the peak battle against Kaido, he was able to escape with a sliver of health. Such dazzling achievements were rare across the vast seas. Enough to brag about for a lifetime. Don't worry, Moria won't be in danger. Lin Chi knows how to handle things. Sengoku had a cunning expression. If Moria dares to refuse the Navy's invitation, I want him to understand why the flowers are so red. It turned out that Moria had no intention of joining the 7 warlords, and had even killed the carrier pigeon sent to deliver the message. A vengeful Sengoku would never let him off. It was a typical case of you have to join, or we'll beat you until you do. Admiral Crane looked disdainfully at his old comrade. You misunderstood my meaning. I'm worried about Lin Chi's safety. Sengoku laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke. You worry too much. That kid's strength has become so profound that even I can't see through it anymore. The heart of Admiral, he was filled with immense shock. As the Grand Marshal of the Navy, a man standing at the pinnacle, if even he could not see through it, what terrifying level of power had Lin Chi reached? Look quickly, what is that? Heavens! Even the Sea Kings can fly now. A wave of exclamations arose outside the naval base. To save time, Lin Chi transformed into a giant soaring candlelight beast several dozen meters tall. An old soldier recognized the scene and began to educate the nearby Navy personnel. Lin Chi. I feel like I've heard that name before. You fool, if you don't even know Lin Chi, don't associate with me anymore. This officer spoke with admiration. He is a legendary figure who was promoted to Vice Admiral in just 5 short years. Not only does he possess the Conqueror's haki, but he has also consumed the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit, making him the hope of the Navy. So the Shichibukai system was established around this time, Lin Chi pondered in midair. Does this not mean that renowned figures from the original story, such as Myhawk Crocodile, Doflamingo Hancock, and Kuma, will soon officially appear on the historical stage? The complex relationships they represent behind the scenes should not be underestimated. Doflamingo stands behind Kaido. Myhawk is friends with Shanks. Kuma is a spy for the Revolutionary Army. Hancock is backed by Rayleigh. Crocodile's ties with Whitebeard are inscrutable, and Jinbei has Princess Otoheim and the ancient weapon Sea King behind him. Thinking about it, all members of this Shichibukai organization seem like double agents. Pity that only Moria is the honest one. After thinking about it, Moria later becomes a shoot-in, suffering a beating from the new pirate Luffy, and then being backstabbed by the world government. Just when he barely survives to rescue his teammates, he gets stabbed in the back again by a subordinate of the Little Black Hand. What a tragic life. Lin Chi felt pity for him. An honest person does not have a good ending. If only Moria had some background behind him, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. A few days later, Lin Chi appeared in the Misty Sea. As the name suggests, this sea is filled with thick fog with visibility not exceeding 10 meters. Every year, a large number of ships mistakenly wander in here and never come out, forever lost within. The fact that Brook has roamed here for 50 years without finding a way out illustrates the terror. However, none of this posed a problem for Lin Chi. With a special compass in hand, he smoothly landed on Moria's terrifying three-masted ship, which was as vast as a small country. Upon landing, finding Moria became an issue. The oppressive aura permeating the terrifying three-masted ship was palpable, with trees growing in bizarre shapes and graves scattered everywhere. Oh ho ho! Terrifying moans emanated from beneath the ground. A dry, emaciated hand slowly pierced through the surface. 1, 2. Countless arms broke through the soft soil, and horrifically stitched zombies crawled out from their underground graves. So ugly. Lin Chi frowned. It was even worse than he had imagined. Keek keek, humans, fresh humans. I want his arms. I want his bones. My bones have been missing for too long. A large group of zombies, like a scene from a horror movie, slowly approached Lin Chi. Yet just as they were about to reach Lin Chi, they stopped. Why are you not afraid of us? In the past, anyone who accidentally stumbled into the terrifying three-masted ship would be scared out of their wits. This person, however, not only did not run away, but also appeared completely unafraid. This was a blatant insult to their status as zombies. You should be the ones who are afraid. Lin Chi casually threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. The graves from which the zombies had just emerged were instantly plowed, as if by an ancient wild bull. Tombstones, shattered coffins vanished, leaving only a deep trench. In his memory, this group of zombies was notoriously timid. Upon witnessing the power of that punch, the zombies collectively turned to stone. If it had hit them, would they not have collectively perished? They exchanged glances, choosing to follow their instincts, and with a thud they knelt on the ground, raising their hands high. Big brother, we surrender. Hee, take me to Moria? Yes, please follow us. The zombies led the way, guiding Lin Chi to a castle. Boss, help. There are intruders. As soon as they entered the castle, the zombies began to wail and flee in all directions. Lin Chi ignored the fleeing zombies. His purpose had been achieved. Moria should be at the very top of the castle. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Chi suddenly reached out his hand and grasped something in the transparent air, then slammed it to the ground. Puff! Absalom spewed blood, emerging from his invisible state. No, it's impossible. I am the invisible man who has eaten the transparent fruit. How could you see me? His expression was horrified. I may not be able to see you, but I can smell the stench emanating from you from far away. Lin Chi added a kick, knocking the ugly creature unconscious. If he were not inviting Moria to join the Shichibukai, he might have taken this person back for some performance. The smell of caramel cake. On the third floor of the castle, Lin Chi twitched his nose and walked in a direction. No, please don't see me. A little girl with pink twin tails, terrified, was curled up under the bed, clutching a freshly baked small cake, shivering. She had heard the shouting of the zombies. Perona had sent out her negative ghosts to launch a sneak attack, but witnessed Absalom's immediate defeat. Frightened, she abandoned the idea of ambushing and hid in her room. Of course, even so, she could not bear to leave her beloved dessert behind. Creak. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Perona's body trembled. Could it be that man has come in? No, it won't be, but must be the zombie maid. Perona, holding the small cake, curled up under the bed, not caring about the dirt on her clothes, dared not breathe. However, the next moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed her arm, followed by a languid voice. Got you. Perona screamed in fright, using her little feet to push against the bed frame to resist the man's strength. Unfortunately, compared to the man, her little strength was like that of a kitten, easily pulled out by Lin Chi. Whoa, please don't kill me. Perona was held up by Lin Chi by one arm, her little face turning pale, almost crying out loud. Cake for you, please don't kill me. In a moment of desperation, Perona offered her beloved cake. Compared to the cake, she felt that her life was more important. Who wants your cake? Lin Chi's face darkened. Did he look like someone who would rob a little girl's cake? Then, do you want me? No way, I'm not of age yet, Perona said, cautiously, stunned. Shut up. Lin Chi took a deep breath, suppressing his rising blood pressure. This girl seemed to have learned a lot for her young age. He specifically came to capture Perona not for any other reason, but because her devil fruit was too troublesome. The negativity phantom was an ability that could be considered a bug. No matter how powerful the enemy, once hit, they would give up resistance and become lambs to the slaughter. Although hitting Lin Chi with the negativity phantom was simply wishful thinking, he preferred to eliminate all dangers. He slightly raised a finger, releasing a hint of Conqueror's Haki. Overwhelming killing intent enveloped Perona. If you dare to sneak attack me, don't blame me for killing you. Perona was struck by the killing intent, and in her fear, she instantly fainted, her limp body collapsing in Lin Chi's hands. The little cake also fell to the ground. You really can't handle a scare, you fainted from your own fright. Lin Chi shook his head, tossed the now 14-year-old Perona onto the bed, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the top of the castle, Moria was already waiting there. He, intruder, state your name. Moria, nearly 7 meters tall, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among all the 7 warlords, he was the tallest. Chunks of muscle were distributed across his body, making him look completely different from the lazy Moria that Lin Chi remembered. Die? He. Before Lin Chi could speak, Moria switched places with a shadow he had cleverly laid in ambush, instantly appearing behind Lin Chi, aiming his large scissors at Lin Chi's shadow. If the shadow was cut off, Lin Chi would immediately fall into danger. A raging flame ignited around Lin Chi, and in an instant Lin Chi's shadow vanished without a trace. Not every situation would have a shadow. For instance, in too dark or too bright places, or when one is a light source themselves. Had Lin Chi known the abilities of Moria's shadow fruit earlier, he would have had a countermeasure ready. Moria was burned by the candlelight flames and quickly distanced himself from Lin Chi, looking dirty and disheveled. This Moria is quite cunning. From the beginning speaking to lower one's guard to suddenly attacking from behind with a shadow, a normal person would surely be confused by this series of changes leading to their downfall. Who would even pay attention to their own shadow? If Luffy were to face this Moria at this time, he would probably be ruthlessly annihilated. Pa. Moria spat out the ash remnants from his mouth, finally, looking directly at the man before him. I'm Moria, never kill nameless individuals, now state your name. Moria, I am here on behalf of the Navy to invite you to join the 7 warlords. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Lin Chi said calmly. He, the 7 warlords. Sorry, I'm not joining. So you're a dog of the Navy? I knew. I felt a sense of déjà vu. Upon hearing it was a Navy person, Moria chose to attack directly. Shadow box, shadow house. The shadow beneath Moria rapidly spread like ink. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by shadows sealed off from light. Moria, I advise you not to court death. Boom. Flames ignited beneath Lin Chi's feet, illuminating the space. Joking. Moria can do whatever he wants. Why should I care? Shadow bats. Moria seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, and a unique sharp voice echoed from all directions. Hundreds of ferocious black shadow bats swooped towards Lin Chi. Damn it, you still don't have shadows. Moria's plan to have the bats devour Lin Chi's shadow failed. While commanding the bats to attack, he switched places with a shadow bat instantly appearing in midair. What's your relationship with Kaido? Seeing the shadow bats continuously collide with Lin Chi, yet causing no damage, made Moria think of Kaido. Moria, who had roamed the seas, only found that the shadow bats couldn't devour flesh when facing Kaido. Just thinking of Kaido made Moria's eyes turn red. What? Did Kaido beat you out of your shadow? Lin Chi scoffed. Damn, I will kill you. Shadow Mage. Shadow Blade. A shadow identical to Moria appeared, and both Morias simultaneously wielded 10-meter-long blades. Moria, your shadow fruit is a good fruit, but unfortunately you are too useless. The shadow fruit is not inferior to Fujitori's gravity fruit, yet Moria developed it into this. If developed properly, even if he couldn't defeat Kaido, it wouldn't end up this bad. Why is the shadow fruit considered a top-tier paramecia? Just the shadow mages summoned by Moria have the characteristic of being invincible. No matter how powerful the attack, the shadow mage wouldn't suffer any harm. Invincible. What other fruit besides the shadow fruit can achieve this? Combined with Moria's ability to switch places with shadows to achieve teleportation, it's really hard to even think about dying. Even Kaido couldn't force him to stay. For self-preservation, there probably isn't a devil fruit stronger than this. Knowing the ins and outs of the shadow fruit, Lin Chi ignored the shadow mage and punched towards Moria. Are you trying to make me laugh to death by hitting me with your fist? Moria, covered in armament haki, almost burst out laughing. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw the pitch black and purple armament haki on Lin Chi's arm, which was definitely stronger than his. Swap. At the moment of extreme urgency, Moria switched places with the shadow mage. What a strange feeling. Lin Chi felt that hitting the shadow mage was like hitting something, yet also like being hit. To defeat Moria, one must catch him off guard. Being able to switch places with shadows makes it very difficult to hit Moria's real body. Noticing the sealed environment around him, Lin Chi suddenly had an idea. This is what you asked for. Thunder Domain. A dense network of lightning spread from Lin Chi's center, filling every corner of the room. Since Moria could dodge, he would attack all places at once and see where he would hide. Damn it, what devil fruit did you eat that it's both fire and lightning? Moria had 1,000 complaints he wanted to voice. After being struck by lightning several times, Moria couldn't take it anymore. His hair was electrified into an explosive style, and there was a hint of a meaty aroma.